Chapter 1. The Genesis. On July 1st, 2025, the strategic network game Genesis, developed collaboratively by hundreds of nations worldwide, commenced its public beta, heralding humanity's formal entry into the virtual ERAS, a groundbreaking creation. Genesis captivated global attention, employing holographic technology for the first time to usher humanity into an entirely new epoch, while its economic system promised to be intricately linked to real-world currencies. This was the true reason behind the fervent anticipation surrounding Genesis. Everyone understood that the impact of this game on contemporary society would be nothing short of revolutionary. National teams, conglomerates, and professional players alike turned their gaze towards Genesis. Naturally, as a university student attuned to the pulse of contemporary trends, I could not afford to miss this monumental opportunity. Brother, whether we feast or indulge in fine wine depends on you and those charming models of the club. With merely 2 hours remaining, Jiang Bai shut down the webpage and eagerly glanced at the sleek black gaming pod beside him, a purchase made possible only through a loan of 10,000 yuan. My aspirations are modest. I merely wish to be a diligent gold farmer. If I could earn 10,000 a month, I will be thoroughly content. Prior to entering the game, Jiang Bai had set a clear intention for himself, to earnestly embrace the role of a professional gold farmer. Drawing upon his years of gaming experience, he believed that navigating the vast market of Genesis to secure a livelihood would not pose a significant challenge. With great enthusiasm, 2 hours later, Jiang Bai stepped into the gaming pod and gently closed his eyes. The real world gradually faded away, replaced by a grand and spectacular vista, accompanied by a melodious voice that resonated within his mind. Welcome to the world of Genesis. You are the 16,803,233rd player. Please name your character. Goodness, how outrageous. Jiang Bai silently gasped, astonished that despite being among the first to enter the game, there were already so many players who had joined ahead of him. Empty City, Old Dream, name successfully registered. Please select your profession. The system prompted him. A diverse array of characters adorned in various attire materialized before Jiang Bai. He was already well acquainted with these options. The foundational professions in Genesis were quite straightforward: the knight, swordsman, mage, priest, archer, and assassin. Initially, players could only choose from these 6 basic classes. However, as players progressed in the game, Genesis would evolve to unveil hundreds, if not thousands, of hidden professions, those enigmatic roles that were most coveted among players. Of course, acquiring these hidden professions required players to embark on their own explorations. Archer, with no hesitation whatsoever, Jiang Bai declared his choice, captivated by the allure of the archer, the only profession capable of ranged attacks. After finalizing his character's appearance and physique, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, Jiang Bai found himself amidst a bustling beginners' village. Welcome to the southeast district of Huaxia, newbie village number 33856. We warmly welcome Empty City, Old Dream, wishing you a delightful gaming experience. Genesis will randomly select fortunate players from around the globe 10 minutes after the server launch, so please remain online. The system's sweet voice faded away. Jiang Bai felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, for the novice village was densely packed with players, and the sea of heads was beyond counting. Selecting lucky accounts? Jiang Bai chuckled, well aware from years of immersion in Penguin games that such announcements were hardly worthy of belief, not even a single punctuation mark. Gazing at himself, he could only describe his attire as scantily covering his body, a tattered cloth shirt barely concealing some vital areas. Brothers in front, please make way. Don't push, damn it. You're about to crush me. Damn it. Which scrawny fool dares to touch my chest? Open your eyes, I'm a man. Jiang Bai paid little mind to the incessant chatter, knowing that time was of the essence, especially during the initial launch phase when laying the groundwork was paramount. He promptly opened his attribute panel. Empty City, Old Dream. Level 1. Class, Archer. Race, Human. Health points, 30 growth potential. Energy points, 20 growth potential. Physical attack, 5 growth potential. Magical attack, 1 growth potential. Attack strength, 2 growth potential. Defense, 2 growth potential. Attributes: Constitution, 1 affects health points and defense. Spirit, 1 affects energy points and energy recovery speed. Strength, 1 affects attack strength and critical damage. Intelligence, 1 affects magical attack. Agility. Primary attribute. One affects physical attack and speed. Jiang Bai stared at his unremarkable attributes, finding little to say in Genesis. Every player's initial attributes were identical, each fixed at 1, differing only by class and primary attribute. As an archer, Jiang Bai's primary attribute was agility, which enhanced his attack, while strength augmented his attack power. For warriors, the primary attribute was strength, and for mages, it was intelligence. The crux lay in growth potential, which served as a coefficient for converting attribute points into panel values. Although every player started with a fixed growth potential of 15 stars, the distribution varied by class, implying differing growth coefficients. Jiang Bai's physical attack growth potential was 5 stars, meaning that 1 point of agility yielded 5 points of attack. With an attack strength potential of 2 stars, 1 point of strength provided 2 points of attack power. For mages, intelligence was the primary attribute, determining their magical attack capabilities. In Genesis, the total growth potential of 15 stars was not immutable upon advancing from a basic class to a corresponding hidden class. Growth potential would once again undergo transformation, and the total star rating could surpass the limit of 15 stars. After reviewing his attributes, Jiang Bai turned his attention to the equipment panel, discovering he possessed only 2 exceedingly simple items. Rough Beginner's Longbow Rough. Attack 1. Equipment level 1. Rough Beginner's Leather Armor. Defense 1. Equipment level 1. This ragged piece of equipment is, unsurprisingly, classified as tattered. In Genesis, the equipment levels are categorized into 9 tiers: rough, ordinary, exceptional, fine, epic, ancient, legendary, divine, and mythical. There are rumors circulating that even more formidable equipment exists beyond these classifications, yet the official sources have yet to confirm such claims, leaving the veracity of these assertions in question. Having thoroughly examined the character panel, Jiang Bai let out a resigned sigh. Well, it appears I am not the fortunate one. It is said that within the official forums, a certain narrative has gained traction. Each game account purportedly possesses an exceedingly low probability of generating a unique talent upon entering the game. The specifics of this probability remain shrouded in mystery. As do the nature of these talents, however, it is evident that Jiang Bai has not triggered this phenomenon. While most individuals regard this claim with skepticism, Jiang Bai shared a similar sentiment. Yet, soon enough, the World Chat interface validated this assertion. By Buddha Chi Jia, goodness. Brothers, do any of you have talent? I've actually got a unique talent that permanently boosts monster damage by 3. Ahaha. A level 3 talent am destined for greatness. Li Qingqing, you look down on me, but soon I shall have everything I desire. Even if you return to beg me, I shall not acknowledge you. Wukong Buru, my heavens, do unique talents truly exist? I genuinely envy you. Which novice area are you in? I shall be your subordinate, Storm Herald. Is it possible to acquire Genesis accounts? If so, my Storm Guild is looking to purchase talent accounts across the server. A level 3 talent commands at least 100,000 cash. The better the talent, the more appealing the price. Sister, don't be like this. Is that for real? I possess a level 2 talent that permanently increases monster drop rates by 5. Does anyone have an estimate on its worth? Bi Kai Dang Shi Jie Fu. To the poster above, 100 yuan will do. Let's be friends. Y Xiang Lao Yuan. Those with talent should stop dreaming. Focus on developing your own accounts. Genesis accounts are directly DNA bound. With a unique, there's no possibility of selling them. By the way, shouldn't you all aspire for something more? You are all chosen ones, and yet you're not thinking of proper growth? What does 100,000 even mean? Zhuan Yi Tong Xia Shui Dao Shernyan. I too possess a level 2 talent that I shan't disclose its effects, but any like-minded brothers may add me as a friend, and we shall progress together. Damn it! Jiang Bai cursed under his breath as he exited the World Chat channel. Indeed, envy permeated the air, and Jiang Bai was no exception. He hadn't even attained the most basic level 3 talent. Yet when contemplating such low-probability events, it is truly challenging to grasp. Even the least of the legendary level 3 talents boasts a 1 in 10,000 chance, let alone the second level, the first, or the mythical top-tier talents. Forget it. I shall focus on living my modest life and diligently earning my own fortune. Though somewhat disheartened, Jiang Bai was not defeated, as the saying goes. A slow bird must take flight early. Since he has lost the opportunity, he must strive even harder, seizing the opportunity presented by the newly launched server. Jiang Bai, am determined to swiftly familiarize myself with the game. Indecisiveness is not in my nature. Rumor has it that the drop rate for equipment in Genesis is exceedingly low. After adorning myself with 2 novice items, I began to scratch my head in perplexity. I wonder what the official definition of exceedingly low truly entails. Nonetheless, if the drop rate is indeed scarce, it stands to reason that the equipment must possess considerable value. I readied myself to leave the novice village, fully equipped for my grand adventure. I was abruptly taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me. Chapter 2. The Heart of Creation Charge, exclaimed the cadre. Brothers, let us engage. I must discuss a few matters with the flight attendant. Give it your all. How shall we proceed? The Emperor pondered. What methods shall we employ? Who shall we target? I invite the fellow downstairs to elaborate. Allow me, replied the voice below. Let us simply take on the wise of those above us. As for the methods, I invite the gentleman downstairs to continue. Building upon that, added another. I have 3 insights to share regarding how to approach the wise mentioned. Let the gentleman downstairs elaborate further. Continuing from the previous point, another voice chimed in. I believe we should approach this with fervor, with vigor, and intensity, to achieve our aims. I must express my astonishment at the audacity of those above. It is evident that the chat room hosts remarkable talents. Yet, Jiang Bai refrained from lingering too long on their words, for time was of the essence. Time is life. Even the most trivial initial items could fetch exorbitant prices in the early stages. However, in the face of the players' unprecedented enthusiasm, reality delivered a harsh blow. A novice mage, wielding a newly acquired staff, had yet to cast a spell when a rabbit swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. A brawny warrior barely had the chance to engage before being overwhelmed by 2 rabbits. In an instant, fervor turned to despair. As the attributes of the wild monsters exceeded all expectations, the air became thick with exclamations of disbelief. What is the strategy here? I was just attacked by a rabbit. The system is unforgiving. My weapon has shattered. Is there no humanity left? Even novice gear can be destroyed? Groups of players fled the wilderness, transforming into beams of light. Bewildered as they reappeared at the resurrection point. Who am I? Where am I? Did I truly fall to a rabbit? Jiang Bai stood in stunned silence. This defied logic. Were novice monsters truly this formidable? Players who had suffered losses retreated to the safe zone, venting their frustrations. GM, we demand an explanation. How are we to survive? I wish to lodge a complaint. Calm down, everyone, Jiang Bai interjected. Let us speak reasonably. The official difficulty is absurd. Why must it be set so high? Casting a detection spell, Jiang Bai observed the attributes of the Enchanted Wild Rabbit. Enchanted Wild Rabbit, level, 1 attack, 20 defense, 0 health, 80. This was outrageous. Thus, the players lowered their proud heads. Clearly, solo play was not viable, and teamwork was the key to success. In a bustling village filled with excitement, the announcement resounded. A seasoned League of Legends player seeks to form a team. 3 DPS slots available. A formidable squad is about to set forth. Calling for a healer. We are in need of a female DPS. In that instant, the atmosphere buzzed with activity, and Jiang Bai found himself pondering whom to recruit. To be candid, after years of gaming, Jiang Bai had grown accustomed to the solitary path of a lone wolf, rarely inviting others to join him due to the myriad complications it often entailed. However, the current circumstances dictated that forming a team was imperative. As he drifted in thought, a sudden notification illuminated his inbox. What? Jiang Bai blinked in surprise, opening his mailbox. I don't have any gaming friends right now. The sender was none other than the official account of Genesis. Dear Player Empty City Dream, congratulations. You have been randomly selected in the Lucky Account Draw event and have won the unique server reward Heart of Genesis. We wish you a delightful gaming experience. Goodness. Jiang Bai's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He recalled that upon entering the game, the system had mentioned such an event, but he had never imagined himself to be among the fortunate few. This stroke of luck had truly graced him. The Heart of Genesis sounded remarkably powerful, filled with exhilaration. Jiang Bai retrieved the email attachment, and a striking black gem materialized in his inventory. Heart of Genesis, a rank. Upgradable, Effect 1. Infinite Inventory Effect 2. The holder possesses the fusion skill, allowing them to merge 2 pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into a superior quality item. The merged equipment is bound and cannot be sold or traded. At this stage, it can combine items up to the epic level. Upgrade requirement. 100 reputation note. This is a unique system item, indestructible, non-droppable, non-tradable, and will not be lost upon death. Alongside this, a fusion button appeared at the bottom right of Jiang Bai's inventory. How astonishing! He marveled at the extraordinary effects. The concept of an infinite inventory held immense value, and with only 8 slots currently available, it was clear that affluent players would be envious. As for the fusion skill, it promised to be revolutionary. Thus, if he accumulated enough inferior equipment, could he theoretically merge them to obtain a top-tier legendary item? While trading was not an option, considering Genesis's drop rates, even an epic-level purple item was exceedingly rare. Did this mean he could, in theory, always don the finest gear? Indeed, he had always believed that though he was not the chosen one, lacking a unique talent, fortune still favored him. The heart of Genesis was far superior to any mediocre Tier 3 or Tier 2 talent. From this moment forth, he would be known as Jiang the Wealthy. With that thought, Jiang Bai opened the trading market. Goodness gracious! Jiang Bai gazed at the trading market interface, realizing that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Over an hour had elapsed since the game's launch, and amidst billions of global players, the quantity of equipment available for sale in the trading market was astonishingly sparse. Moreover, the majority consisted of rudimentary quality gear, with the finest merely reaching an ordinary standard. To his dismay, a commonplace level 2 weapon was priced at an exorbitant 5,000 copper coins, equivalent to 5,000 RMB. Upon the game's inception, players had the option to purchase a game currency using real-world money, with a fixed exchange rate of 1 renminbi equating to 1 copper coin, and 1 gold coin equaling 10,000 copper coins. This fixed rate was instituted by an announcement at the game's launch, allowing the official recovery of players' gold coins to maintain the exchange stability. The rationale behind the officials engaging in such a seemingly unprofitable venture remained a mystery. What an absurd drop rate, Jiang Bai mused, considering that such low-grade gear would eventually become utterly worthless. However, one could not dismiss the overwhelming demand for equipment during the initial phase of the game. If I were to combine 2 pieces of green or blue gear, wouldn't I soar to new heights? Furthermore, this heart of creation was capable of advancement. Given its special technique 1, it was reasonable to assume there would be special technique 2, special technique 3, and possibly even more. Theoretically, this implied an infinite potential for 2-in-1 combinations. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Bai accessed the fusion interface, revealing 2 slots on either side, designated as the main and secondary slots. The primary slot was undoubtedly intended for the main weapon. He glanced at the novice longbow in his possession. I still need 1 more. Just as Jiang Bai pondered this dilemma, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the faint glimmers in the wilderness beyond the novice village. Those were the novice equipment dropped by players who had perished earlier. Due to their minimal value, some had not retrieved their gear upon respawning. Others had not even had the chance to collect them. It seemed fortune favored him in his moment of need. With a renewed sense of determination, Jiang Bai dashed out of the novice village, eagerly gathering the abandoned novice equipment. Hey, what are you doing? That stuff is useless. Just toss it aside. You can't even sell it at the shop. Hey, what are you doing? That's my dropped novice weapon. Don't pick it up. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, he could disregard their protests. After a swift scavenging, Jiang Bai's inventory brimmed with 8 novice weapons and 11 novice cloth armors. Although many players had fallen, the drop rate for novice equipment was inherently low due to protective measures, so amassing such a collection filled him with glee. With eager anticipation, Jiang Bai once again opened the fusion system, placing the novice longbow into the primary slot and a novice short sword into the secondary slot. Both were of the same level, the same quality, and categorized as weapons. All 3 conditions were satisfied, while the 2 weapons belonged to different classes. It should not pose an issue, right? As Jiang Bai took a deep breath, he gently pressed the fusion button. The entire fusion process transpired astonishingly swiftly. Jiang Bai had scarcely prepared himself when a flash of white light revealed a brand new bow and arrow before his eyes. Chapter 3. Advanced Tasks. Ordinary Beginner's Longbow. Ordinary. Attack. 2 equipment level. 1 indeed. Although the increase in attack is modest, it is merely the beginning. Soon after, Jiang Bai synthesized another white ordinary level beginner weapon and placed both beginner longbows into the fusion interface simultaneously. Naturally, the longbow remained in the primary equipment slot, and it was evident that the final fusion result would be based on the main equipment. With another press of the fusion button, a fleeting white light transformed into a faint green glow. Jiang Bai, brimming with excitement, grasped the weapon. Excellent beginner's longbow. Excellent. Attack. 3 agility. 1 equipment level. 1 incredible. Jiang Bai could not suppress his exclamation. Just this single point of agility, when converted against his growth potential, equated to a staggering 5 points of attack. This initial speed had effectively doubled. Subsequently, after fusing 8 weapons, a longbow emanating a soft blue glow materialized before Jiang Bai. Fine beginner's longbow. Fine. Attack. 5 agility. 1 strength. 1 remarkable. Jiang Bai equipped the blue longbow, causing his attack attribute to soar from 5 points to an astonishing 15 points. The attack intensity also escalated to 4 points. In essence, attack intensity represents the additional physical damage inflicted upon attack, which can be simply understood as an alternative measure of attack power. Concurrently, Jiang Bai synthesized all the beginner cloth armor in his inventory, resulting in a piece of blue cloth armor. Fine beginner's cloth armor. Fine. Defense. 5 constitution. 1 agility. 1 Upon equipping both pieces of blue attire simultaneously, Jiang Bai witnessed a significant transformation in his attributes. Level 1 class. Archer race. Human health points. 60 energy points. 20 physical attack. 20 magical attack. 1 attack intensity. For defense, 9 attributes. Constitution, 2 spirit. 1 strength. 2 intelligence. 1 agility. 3 This is splendid. As an ordinary level player, the maximum attack I could achieve is merely 5 points, even among those in offensive classes, and I have surpassed that by several folds. Exhilarating. The rewards from collecting equipment are substantial. Profitable indeed. Holding the only blue longbow in the entire region, he cast his gaze once more upon the mutated wild rabbits. His emotions surging. Considering the attack strength, I now inflict 24 damage with a single arrow. Given the rabbit's 80 health points, it would require 4 strikes. If I maintain a precise distance of 30 yards, I could potentially withstand 1 attack before vanquishing a rabbit. With this thought, Jiang Bai took a deep breath and swiftly released an arrow. 24. As anticipated, the mutated wild rabbit, with 0 defense, possessed no damage reduction capabilities. The arrow struck true, reducing its health by a quarter. Indeed, the speed of the enchanted wild hare is not to be underestimated. The moment it was attacked, it lunged towards Jiang Bai with claws bared. The 30-yard distance is neither too far nor too near. By the time Jiang Bai released his second arrow, the enchanted hare had already closed nearly half the gap. With more than half of his health depleted, Jiang Bai employed the same tactic again, and with his third arrow, the enchanted hare was left with merely 8 points of health. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai endured an attack from the enchanted hare, which inflicted 11 points of damage, barely a scratch, considering he currently boasted a health pool of 60. At that moment, the 4th arrow finally soared forth, and after another 22 points of damage, the enchanted hare finally succumbed, transforming into a stream of experience points that flowed into Jiang Bai's being. You have slain the enchanted wild hare and gained 5 experience points. Gazing at the barren ground where the enchanted hare had fallen, Jiang Bai could not suppress a scornful spit. Bah, not even a copper coin. Yet, there was still a sense of satisfaction. Watching the novice players teaming up to hunt monsters across the landscape, Jiang Bai felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, in a game as challenging as creation, there were likely very few players capable of soloing monsters, unless they too had experienced fortuitous encounters like his own. In a group, the spoils and experience are shared. Thus, my monster hunting gains are 5 times that of an ordinary player. In the short term, it may not be evident, but over time, the disparity becomes truly alarming. The crux of the matter is that the entire team's efficiency in slaying monsters could not match his own. 20 wild hares would suffice to elevate him to level 2. Instantly invigorated, Jiang Bai continued to discreetly hunt while collecting the novice equipment dropped by fallen players. Theoretically, if he gathered 8 more pieces of novice gear, he could upgrade his longbow to a purple tier. Such an item would be of epic quality, and it is rumored that items of epic tier and above possess unique attributes. As a professional gold farmer, diligence and resilience are fundamental qualities. Jiang Bai dispatched 20 enchanted wild hares in less than 2 hours, and with a radiant shower of golden light, he successfully ascended to level 2. The drop rates were appallingly low. After vanquishing 20 monsters, not a single piece of equipment was found, and he had only 3 copper coins to show for his efforts. Having spent $3, he felt that he was drawing ever closer to the path of the affluent. Congratulations, you have reached level 2, earning 2 free attribute points. With each level gained, All attributes increased by 1, alongside an additional 2 free points. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai allocated both points entirely to agility, elevating his attack power to 35. This was quite formidable. Now, it only took him 3 strikes to dispatch a single hare, all while sustaining no damage. Of course, hunting monsters at the same level was hardly thrilling. The true challenge lay in slaying monsters of higher levels. As Jiang Bai strolled back to the village, he pondered. With the capabilities of the Heart of Creation, failing to engage in higher-level hunting would be an affront to the 2 rare items adorning him. How extraordinary my Heart of Creation is. At the very least, it rivals a first-tier talent. After completing his quest, Jiang Bai received 50 experience points and 10 copper coins. A task is merely 10 coins. Can you fathom that? Jiang Bai strolled leisurely through the village, reveling in the moment. Unlike other NPCs who were ensconced in their surroundings, the old blacksmith, perhaps due to the elevated level of his tasks, stood alone, unencumbered by any nearby patrons. Hey, my beloved old blacksmith, do share your tasks with me. Jiang Bai respectfully addressed the burly, bare-chested figure of the blacksmith. Scram, the old blacksmith replied curtly, not even sparing Jiang Bai a glance as he continued his work. You? Level 2? Do you think you are worthy? What an explosive temper. Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback by the high intelligence of this NPC. Having never encountered such a service demeanor before, it was utterly absurd. He glared at the blacksmith, questioning his lack of decorum and disdain for others. Do you expect me to regard you with esteem? The blacksmith slowly lifted his gaze, dripping with contempt. Prove your worth. Here, the minimum task is level 4. How do you intend to accomplish that? Go ahead, present it. Is a level 4 task truly so formidable? Today, I shall accept your challenge. With a sardonic smile, the blacksmith replied, you should have experienced the difficulty of creation. Are you certain you wish to undertake a task beyond your capabilities? You might as well be courting death. Old man, spare me your prattle. I am here to challenge myself. Failing this task entails punishment. Speak another word, and I shall cleave you in 2. Jiang Bai declared boldly, channeling the demeanor of a wandering hero. The old blacksmith erupted into laughter. Prepare to meet your end, you insolent wretch. You have triggered the upgraded trial task from the blacksmith's wager, and have been compelled to accept it. The blacksmith's wager, difficulty, degrade, task description, arrogant and reckless adventurer. This task will impart the true nature of cruelty upon you. Task content, hunt down 50 ironback wild boars. Task reward, experience, copper coins, and a random piece of equipment. What? Compulsory acceptance? Chapter 4. The ferocious fanged wild dog has an advanced quest been triggered? This must be considered a minor hidden task, thought Jiang Bai, his face lighting up with joy. Without a doubt, the ironback wild boar is a level 4 creature. Although the challenge seems formidable at this moment, once I reach level 4, or even 3, it should pose little trouble. However, just as Jiang Bai was reveling in his optimism, his smile faltered. Quest note. This task requires the player to complete it at their current level, hence no experience points will be granted until the quest is accomplished. The deadline is 6 hours, and players are prohibited from forming parties during this period. Failure penalty. Should the quest fail, players may re-accept the task, continuing this cycle until completion. However, until the quest is completed, players will remain perpetually at their current level. Clap, clap, clap. Upon reading these 2 lines, Jiang Bai could not help but applaud the old blacksmith. Incredible! This is simply outrageous. Not to mention that he currently possessed 2 unique blue items. Even a 5-person team of all level 2s would likely struggle to defeat a level 4 boar. Furthermore, failure would signify the end of his journey in Genesis, leaving him forever at level 2. Stunned for a moment, Jiang Bai quietly opened the trading market, as it was presently the only avenue for acquiring epic equipment. Yet, the trading market was in complete chaos. As Jiang Bai watched a common dagger priced at 5,555 copper coins vanish in an instant, he promptly dismissed the idea of purchasing any items. He realized just how absurd the current equipment market truly was. After all, the initial stages are crucial. The drop rate for equipment in Genesis is exceedingly low. While spending hundreds or thousands for a meager item might seem unworthy to ordinary players, it is absolutely essential for affluent families, guilds, and professional players. Gazing at his blue equipment, Jiang Bai swallowed hard. If trading were allowed, wouldn't those 2 blue items fetch a price in the thousands? With this thought, he opened the skill trading market. To his astonishment, even the most basic skill, basic shooting, had a minimum price exceeding 1 gold coin. 10,000 coins. For a basic skill, 10,000 coins. Jiang Bai clicked his tongue in disbelief and promptly closed the trading market, not daring to linger a moment longer. Indeed, everything was exorbitantly priced at the launch of the game. Genesis does not feature readily available skill mentors. All professional skills are acquired by players themselves, resulting in the current phenomenon of outrageously priced basic skills. Forget it, I should first check the attributes of the Ironback Wild Boar to prepare myself mentally. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Bai purchased a healing potion and stepped out of the novice village once more. It was not that Jiang Bai was overly frugal, but rather that the system was excessively greedy. The cheapest level 1 healing potion costs 10 copper coins, and at this point, Jiang Bai finally understood why Genesis dared to establish a fixed currency ratio. The consumption of a game currency is bound to be immense, rendering concerns about inflation utterly irrelevant. Are you looking for a team, young man? We need a DPS for level 41. Hey, brother, your bout looks impressive. Join our squad for an expedited leveling experience. We have a healer at level 41. Perhaps it was the distinct appearance of Jiang Bai's weapon, different from the novice equipment, that caught the attention of many as he navigated through the crowd, receiving a barrage of team invitations. Jiang Bai, however, was uninterested in these random players and declined their offers one by one before leaving the novice village. How ridiculous. He thinks he can hunt monsters alone. Such arrogance. Fools. They believed that merely carrying a subpar bow elevated their status. If one were unaware, they might assume he possessed an exclusive talent. What a charade. Beyond the territory of the level 1 enchanted wild rabbits, the area inhabited by level 2 sharp-toothed wild dogs appeared sparse, as the majority of players remained at level 1, with few like Jiang Bai advancing at such a rapid pace. Upon reaching the right boundary of the sharp-toothed wild dog's territory, he spotted sporadic wild boars. Jiang Bai promptly employed a reconnaissance spell. Ironback Wild Boar. Level. For attack. 40 defense. 15 health. 300 good heavens. Jiang Bai feared that merely gazing at this dark-hued wild boar might result in his untimely demise, so he retreated immediately. The creature's attack was not exceedingly high, yet its health and defense were formidable. A typical level 2 player, even with maximum attack points, would barely deal around 20 points of damage. Hardly a dent in the boar's vast health pool. No, this was not feasible at this stage. Furthermore, he couldn't form a party. If other players were aware of Jiang Bai's quest, they would undoubtedly be terrified. After all, the difficulty of creation dictated that even players of the same level required at least a trio to tackle monster hunting. The game's mechanics were designed that way. Jiang Bai undertaking a solo hunt against monsters of equal level was already a remarkable feat. The notion of challenging higher-level foes was utterly preposterous, at least in the current early stages of the game. That old blacksmith. Jiang Bai cursed inwardly, his thoughts laced with frustration. As he continued to vent his ire, a green name suddenly caught his eye. Enraged sharp-toothed wild dog. Elite. Level. 3 attack. 35 defense. 5 health. 180 an elite level monster. Jiang Bai was taken aback. The ordinary wild dog possessed an attack of 30 and 110 health. This elite wild dog, with 180 health and 35 attack, had a high attack but low health, making it feasible to defeat. Moreover, elite monsters surely dropped more than mere copper coins, did they not? Gradually, a plan began to formulate in Jiang Bai's mind. He cautiously distanced himself from the enraged wild dog, calculating, discounting its defense, he could inflict 34 points of damage with each arrow. To deplete its 180 health, he would require 5 arrows plus an extra bit of damage. This wild dog, with its attack, would take away 26 points of health from him. Currently, with 90 points of health, and factoring in the instant recovery potion that restored 30 health, he could withstand up to 4 hits. That would suffice. As the distance widened to 30 yards, Jiang Bai unhesitatingly released an arrow. A vivid crimson numeral materialized above the wild dog's head, startling him momentarily. A critical hit had been achieved. The archer class inherently possessed a concealed critical strike talent, yet at the game's inception, player statistics were relatively low. This marked Jiang Bai's inaugural experience of triggering a critical strike. With a fierce howl, the wild dog, its health plummeting below 100, surged towards Jiang Bai, its elongated, sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight. This wild dog was notably swifter than a rabbit, and being a frenzied beast, by the time Jiang Bai released his second arrow, the 30-yard distance had been halved. The wild dog was left with only 78 health points. The third arrow was unleashed. Simultaneously, a number of 26 appeared above Jiang Bai's head, indicating his health had diminished to 64. as Jiang Bai's speed did not surpass that of the wild dog. Evasion was rendered futile, compelling him to withstand the onslaught of the beast and fire a fourth arrow. At this juncture, the wild dog was reduced to a mere 10 health points, while Jiang Bai, having received a critical hit, was down to 12 health points. It became apparent that the elite creature's frenzied prefix signified its capacity to inflict critical damage. At this moment, it was merely a question of who would deliver the final strike. Remarkably, Jiang Bai refrained from consuming the precious health potion, maintaining his composure as he continued to draw his bow. With a swift whoosh, a glimmering arrow was released, halting the wild dog's claw mere inches from Jiang Bai. Blood gushed forth as the wild dog's eyes dimmed, gradually succumbing to the ground, its claw ultimately failing to make contact with Jiang Bai. Chapter 5. Soloing the Elite. If anyone were to witness this, their jaw would surely drop. A level 2 player single-handedly defeating a level 3 elite. Are we even playing the same game? Jiang Bai exhaled, his heart still racing wildly. What an exhilarating and thrilling experience. The reason he refrained from consuming the health potion was that he noticed the wild dog's attack speed was slightly slower than his own. This minute difference allowed him to conserve a potion worth 10 copper coins. Earning money is no easy feat. If he could save, he would, with great care. Jiang Bai returned the potion to its place before turning his attention to the wild dog's loot. Indeed, elite monsters are impressive. Beneath the carcass of the wild dog lay a dazzling orb of pale white light, so blinding that Jiang Bai first collected the 11 copper coins dropped by the creature, and then retrieved a piece of equipment from the radiant glow. Wild dog dagger, common, attack. 3 possessing such an item is more than sufficient. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those with determination. This equipment alone would suffice for Jiang Bai's plans of hunting pigs. Just as he began to revel in his fortune, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. To his astonishment, there was also a skill book beneath the equipment. Shock shot, D grade, enhancement level, 0 skill description. The next attack deals 110 damage, slows the target's movement speed by 20. Has a 3 chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. Range, 535 yards. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Remarkable. A divine skill. Tears of joy streamed down Jiang Bai's face. He had not anticipated that such a treasure would emerge, an actual D-grade skill. The skill grading system in Genesis ranges from SSS to E, with E being the most basic. Previously, he had seen a skill called Basic Shot in the trading market, which was merely an E-grade skill. At this early stage of the game, skills are exceedingly rare, with the majority being E-grade. Yet here he was, having obtained a D-grade skill from this wild dog. Oh! How he wished for the system to inscribe this wild dog into his family lineage. This creature truly knew how to impress. With slowing effects, range, damage bonuses, and even a chance to stun, Jiang Bai immediately searched the trading market for Shock Shot, but to no surprise, there were no results. The few D-grade skills available were listed without a fixed price, with sellers starting bids at 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin equates to 10,000 in currency, and currently, the lowest bids for D-grade skills had already surpassed 2 gold coins. That amounts to 20,000. Jiang Bai was instantly captivated. This was utterly insane. However, after careful consideration, he decided against selling this skill. Such a remarkable ability, especially as it pertains to his class, was too valuable to part with. The initial benefits this skill would provide far outweighed the mere value of a few gold coins. After swiftly acquiring his skills, Jiang Bai delightedly perused the skill descriptions several times before reluctantly closing the skill panel and opening the equipment trading market. Currently, the equipment market was becoming increasingly vibrant, with the lowest price for weapons boasting an attack of 3 having soared to over 6,000 copper coins. Jiang Bai, in urgent need of cash, did not expect to sell at a high price and instead opted for a rather modest listing of 5,999 copper coins. According to the trading market rules of Genesis, items with the lowest price are always prioritized. Sure enough, within 2 minutes of listing the dagger, the mailbox icon lit up. Wild Dog Dagger sold successfully. After a 10 transaction fee, he received 5,399 copper coins. How outrageous. A 10 fee, which alone could deplete a substantial amount of currency. At that moment, Jiang Bai had already returned to the village. Once the copper coins were in hand, he set up a small stall and loudly announced in the public channel, high prices offered for system-given initial equipment. Just 10 copper coins each. If you want to sell, come quickly. This opportunity won't last. The price of 10 copper coins had long been decided by Jiang Bai, It was neither too high nor too low. At this early stage, the demand for healing potions was astonishing, and a piece of novice equipment for 10 copper coins was just enough to buy a potion. Those discarded initial novice items were utterly worthless, with no purpose other than destruction. Now, being able to exchange them for a potion was a win-win situation. Jiang Bai's call soon caught the attention of many. Wait, are you saying you're buying system-given novice equipment? You can't be serious. One player exclaimed. That stuff has no resale value. It won't sell in the store. Yes, that's exactly what I'm buying, Jiang Bai nodded, offering no further explanation. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he have too much money to burn? Are you really buying? Some remained skeptical. Absolutely, Jiang Bai affirmed with a nod. What are you afraid of? Novice equipment is just going to be thrown away anyway. Wouldn't it be better to trade it for a potion for 10 copper coins? Is this some kind of new scam? A young female player scrutinized Jiang Bai with suspicion. Why not test it and find out? I'll try it. Here's a novice weapon and a novice outfit for 20 copper coins. A bearded man pushed forward and opened the trading interface with Jiang Bai. Moments later, the man's furrowed brow relaxed as he exclaimed, Wow, you're serious, brother? You really gave me 20 copper coins. Wow, I'll give it a go too. With the first transaction successful, more and more players joined the exchange. They actually paid 20 copper coins, time to buy potions. Yet, some regretted their earlier choices. Darn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have discarded my equipment. I should have just thrown it in the wild. I wonder if it's still there. What a strange fellow. What could he possibly want with so much novice equipment? In a corner of the crowd, several players observed Jiang Bai with thoughtful, puzzled expressions. Could it be that he has triggered a hidden quest? The player known as Yunqing Gu Tian Lu, a rather effeminate character, turned to his teammates behind him and inquired, I believe it is highly likely. Otherwise, why would he spend such a considerable amount on acquiring numerous worthless novice equipment? His companion, Yuncheng Wu Yanzu, swiftly replied, Do keep an eye on this. If there truly is a hidden quest, it would be quite remarkable. At this moment, Jiang Bai was beaming with delight. Having invested 480 copper coins, he successfully acquired around 20 novice weapons and cloth armor pieces. Coupled with the 2 blue items he already possessed, he was more than equipped to forge a purple item. Yet, Jiang Bai had no intention of discarding the surplus gear. After all, should the Heart of Creation be upgraded, there remained the potential to craft pink equipment. That's enough for today, Jiang Bai declared, rising and dusting off his trousers as he closed his stall. My friends, until we meet again, I've run out of money for today. Come on, brother. My roommate is on his way to you. Could you please gather a bit more? Just a bit more, brother. Jiang Bai sought a secluded corner, took a deep breath, and subsequently opened the fusion interface. Purple gear, here I come. Chapter 6. I am powerful. The process of merging these dozen or so pieces of equipment was no small feat. By the time Jiang Bai eagerly placed the newly fused blue exquisite weapon into the auxiliary slot, a couple of minutes had already elapsed. Here it comes. Here it comes. Jiang Bai cautiously inserted the longbow into the main slot, filled with immense anticipation, and pressed the fusion button. This time, a dazzling flash of purple light flickered, and shortly thereafter, a beautifully crafted purple longbow hovered silently before him. Abyssal longbow, epic, attack, 10 agility, 2 strength, 2 cutting, inflicts an additional 20 points of true damage upon attack. Equipment level, 1 incredible, astounding. Even the name has changed. The attack now includes true damage. How domineering. Jiang Bai wiped the drool from his mouth and equipped the longbow, naturally concealing its radiant glow. Otherwise, how much envy would this purple ensemble attract? After the longbow, he proceeded to fuse the cloth armor, following the same routine, and 5 minutes later. Meanwhile, the system's abrupt announcement resonated throughout the entire server. Player Kongqing Zhou Yuan is the first player in the server to equip an epic level item. Achieving the unique achievement, I am powerful. The public chat channel erupted in excitement. I am a chicken. Epic equipment? Purple gear? Is this for real? The only male god on Earth, damn. I'm still using newbie gear. And they already have purple items? Asian and censored. Hello everyone. Let me explain what epic equipment is. Epic equipment, as the name suggests, is of an epic level. Do you understand? Obedient little bunny, calling coaching Zhou Yuan in the entire server. A 173 centimeters dance major youthful beauty request to be carried for leveling up. I can meet any demands, dear brother. I only love white silk, to the one above, I think. It's an achievement. In a state of shock, Jiang Bai quickly opened his achievement interface. The official guide had mentioned prior to entering the game that players would earn various unique achievements while exploring the continent of Genesis, and it seemed to be true. I am powerful. Epic. Achievement requirement. First player in the server to possess epic-level equipment. Achieved. Strength. 1 agility. 1 intelligence. 1 spirit. 1 constitution. 1 special effect. Player's critical hit rate increases by 1. With all attributes boosted by 1. And an enhancement to critical strikes. This is an extraordinary title. Jiang Bai sensed that his path as a gold farmer was likely to transcend the ordinary. With this thought in mind, Jiang Bai swiftly merged the cloth armor in his inventory, quickly obtaining a brand new piece of purple cloth armor. Abyssal cloth armor, epic, defense, 10 constitution, 2 agility, 2 damage reduction, absorbs 10 points of final damage when attacked. Unbelievably powerful. It directly negates 10 points of damage. This is even more formidable than a defense value of 10. While marveling at this, it is unfortunate that this purple cloth armor did not grant Jiang Bai a new achievement. However, there is no need for discouragement. Well, I suppose this is how it is. Jiang Bai smacked his lips. It seems that the purple equipment achievement can only be attained once. It's no wonder it is the sole achievement in the entire server. The system, however, is rather overbearing, as it disclosed the name without even consulting the players. As Jiang Bai glanced at the flurry of private messages that erupted in his inbox, he realized that fame comes with its drawbacks. Fortunately, there is an option to hide such messages. He promptly selected the name hiding feature and opened his private messages. Bro, how much for the equipment? Name your price. Bro. No beating around the bush. I'll trade you 100,000 RMB for a piece of purple gear. Add me as a friend if you agree. These were all rather unwholesome messages, prompting Jiang Bai to block them all. After donning the 2 pieces of purple equipment, his personal attributes underwent a significant transformation. Old dream of a vacant city, level 2 class, archer race, human health, 150 energy, 60 physical attack, 55 magical attack, 3 attack strength, 10 defense, 20 attributes, constitution, 5 spirit, 3 strength, 5 intelligence, 3 agility, 9 skill, shockwave shot title. I am strong with an attack of 55. Factoring in the attack strength, it is essentially equivalent to an attack of 65, not to mention the weapon's additional 20 points of true damage. Jiang Bai gazed at his stats, drooling with delight. A typical full-output player would have a maximum attack of around 25 at level 2, but I am nearly doubling that. Of course, those with talents do not count. Time to hunt some pigs. With renewed confidence, Jiang Bai set off on his quest. The Ironback Wild Boar is a level 4 monster. Approaching this area, there were hardly any players around, as most were still struggling with level 1 and level 2 monsters. And even the area for level 3 creatures was largely deserted. Spotting an Ironback Wild Boar in the distance, Jiang Bai halted. This creature has 300 health and 15 defense. With my current attack of 55 and an additional 10 attack strength, a single arrow would deal 50 points of damage, plus 20 true damage, totaling 70 damage. 5 shots would be sufficient. It can inflict 20 damage on me in 1 hit, but with my 150 health, I can withstand 7 hits. Moreover, with the slowing effect of shockwave shot, there is no pressure in a one-on-one battle. If other players were to know Jiang Bai's thoughts at this moment, they would likely be horrified. A level 2 player daring to solo a level 4 monster. As he calculated his strategy and prepared to strike, Jiang Bai suddenly felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Bro, what are you doing here all alone in this high-level area? Suddenly, a somewhat sarcastic voice echoed. Jiang Bai turned to see a trio of players standing behind him, having appeared unbeknownst to him. The names are indeed quite distinctive. Jiang Bai scrutinized the 3 individuals, all at the same level, adorned in plain, unremarkable gear. The leader, known as Yuncheng Gu Tianlu, was eyeing him with a decidedly sinister expression. What do you want? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, sensing their intentions were far from benign. Yuncheng Gu Tianlu stepped forward. His gaze greedily fixated on the longbow slung over Jiang Bai's shoulder. Let us not beat around the bush. That purple equipment was obtained through a hidden quest. Wasn't he it? I want to waste my breath. Sell it to me. Absolutely not. Jiang Bai's refusal was resolute and unyielding. You do not get to decide that. With that, the trio began to encircle Jiang Bai in a strategic formation. Either we eliminate you and escort you back to the safe zone, guarding you until your gear drops, or you sell it to me. You are quite domineering, aren't you? Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. Apologies, but that is my nature. Yunqing Gu Tianlu escalated his threats, stating, "Do not be deceived by our current trio. Our entire guild consists of over 10,000 players. I doubt you possess the courage to oppose us, do you?" A cold laugh escaped Jiang Bai's lips as he drew his longbow. "The weapon is right here. If you have the ability, then take it from me." Chapter 7. Unscientific Harm Mad. How dare you be so shameless? Before the words of Gu Tianlu from Yun City could fade, he lunged forward, brandishing his longsword toward Jiang Bai's chest. As a ranged class, being closed in upon was undeniably a grave mistake, a truth that Jiang Bai was well aware of, yet he deemed it unnecessary to retreat. With his formidable defense of 20 points, further augmented by the damage-reducing properties of the abyssal armor, Gu Tianlu's strike yielded a number that left the audience in utter disbelief. 1. By heavens! Gu Tianlu was taken aback, questioning his very existence. Although he was not a pure damage dealer like an archer or mage, he possessed a warrior's innate talent for attack, boasting an impressive 4-star growth rate, coupled with his exquisite weapon that had an attack rating of 4. His total offensive capability should have been 24 points. How could he possibly inflict a mere mandatory 1 damage upon a fragile ranged opponent like Jiang Bai? The system dictated that damage could not fall below 1. It would either miss or yield a minimum of 1, never a 0. As Gu Tianlu's name turned crimson above his head, Jiang Bai swiftly nocked an arrow and unleashed a powerful shock arrow. The proximity of their distance rendered Gu Tianlu unable to react in time, as he beheld the arrow embedded in his chest. The numbers that erupted above him stunned the crowd once more. 64. The red numeral of 20 indicated Jiang Bai's normal damage, while the 20 beneath signified the true damage granted by his weapon. Thus, Jiang Bai's arrow had inflicted a total of 84 points of damage, instantly annihilating Gu Tianlu, who possessed only 80 health points. In an instant, Gu Tianlu transformed into a flash of white light and vanished from the scene. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as if time itself had halted. The only sound was the clattering of Gu Tianlu's exquisite weapon that had dropped as loot. The drop rate for equipment from players with a red name was significantly higher, a punitive measure within the realm of Genesis. What the hell? He is dead? The remaining 2 players stood in shock, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Not only had Gu Tianlu failed to break through Jiang Bai's defenses, but he had also been effortlessly dispatched in a single blow. Was this truly a level 2 archer? Even if Gu Tianlu had maximized his offensive stats, his 3-point defense growth would only afford him 7 points of defense. How could a player of this level possibly unleash such devastating damage? 84. This staggering figure shattered their worldview. Once they regained their composure, they swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation, leaving no room for thoughts of looting and killing. Meanwhile, Gu Tianlu, in a frenzy, shouted desperately to his team, "Damn it! My weapon dropped. Hurry back, teleport to the city. This guy hits too hard. Don't throw your lives away." Initially paralyzed by fear and devoid of any fighting spirit, the 2 individuals, upon hearing Gu Tianlu's shout, fled in a panic without a moment's hesitation. Concurrently, the dense foliage behind Jiang Bai erupted with commotion, revealing 2 archers concealed in the distance, also players from the Yun City Guild. As for the exquisite weapon that Gu Tianlu had unveiled, they dared not cast even a fleeting glance at it, terrified that their lives might be forfeit with a mere gaze. It was no wonder that, despite knowing I possessed purple gear, they still dared to provoke me. It appears they had hidden reinforcements lurking in the shadows. A cold smile crept across Jiang Bai's lips as he observed the direction of their escape. Yet he chose not to pursue them. During this critical phase of exploration, time was of the essence, and chasing them would yield no benefit. Furthermore, these 4 players were not worth Jiang Bai's time. In this initial stage of the game, development was paramount. Content and pleased. Jiang Bai admired the longsword that Gu Tianlu had dropped, humming a cheerful tune, although it was also a level 2 weapon. This longsword boasted an additional point of attack compared to the dagger, making it quite valuable. This is a small mechanism within Genesis. When equipment drops, there is a certain probability that it will possess attributes exceeding the standard values for that item, resulting in what is known as a rare item. Undoubtedly, Gu Tianlu's longsword was a slightly enhanced weapon. Jiang Bai accessed the trading market, reveling in the bustling equipment exchange interface. He was among the first to enter the game. Yet for the rest of the world, a substantial number of players had either not yet logged in or had just begun their journey, prolonging the exploration phase of Genesis. Consequently, these low-level weapons were becoming increasingly coveted. Level 2 weapons with a base of 3 had now skyrocketed to over 7,000 copper coins. indicating that the popularity of Genesis was surging rapidly. This situation was expected to persist for at least 3 to 6 more hours before the mainstream populace would likely move beyond the low-level phase. Jiang Bai searched for rare items at level 4 and found few available, the lowest price exceeding 1 gold coin. A windfall of 10,000 coins awaited him. How delightful. Jiang Bai, however, was not greedy and promptly listed one for a gold coin. He understood that these basic, unadorned pieces of equipment were only fetching such prices due to the initial exploration phase. Otherwise, they would hold little value and depreciate quickly. Thus, the sooner he sold them, the better. After listing the equipment, Jiang Bai ventured into the territory of level 4 monsters, the ironback wild boars. It was a foreboding thicket. Devoid of players except for him, few dared to tread in this area, targeting a wild boar that was gnawing on foliage in the distance. Jiang Bai drew his bow and unleashed an arrow. Activating shock shot, the arrow whistled through the air, piercing the boar's back like a nail. 55. 20. The boar's health plummeted by a quarter. With a pained roar, the creature's spines exploded forth, charging directly at Jiang Bai. However, due to the 20 deceleration caused by a shock shot, the already sluggish ironback wild boar found it exceedingly difficult to close the gap between itself and Jiang Bai. With an impressive agility score of 9, Jiang Bai had begun to exhibit the ability to kite monsters. As he retreated, he drew back his longbow, and with a swift whoosh, another arrow was released. The boar's health had dwindled to half, yet it remained nearly 20 yards away from Jiang Bai. Remarkably, the deceleration from shock shot was truly formidable. Jiang Bai was elated. If all went well, he might be able to kite this wild boar without sustaining any damage. As the third arrow was loosed, the boar had regained its normal speed. But alas, Jiang Bai's longbow was already fully drawn once more. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing with precision into the boar's right eye socket. Critical hit. With a damage output of 110, the boar, which had finally reached Jiang Bai, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Was the eye socket the boar's weak point? Jiang Bai pondered as he observed a few coins scattered on the ground beside the fallen beast. In the realm of Genesis, critical hits were not so rigidly defined. They depended on both the critical hit probability and the targeting of weak points. A strike to a weak point guaranteed a critical hit. You have slain the ironback wild boar and gained 0 experience points. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Bai smirked. He would not receive any experience until this task was completed. However, a devious smile crept across Jiang Bai's face. Old fellow, you may soon find yourself disappointed. It's time to grind. Chapter 8. Wait for my return. My friend, having gained experience from my first hunt, the subsequent endeavors became a matter of familiarity. I set my sights on the second target, executing a shock shot. As the wild boar's head revealed a dazed icon, I miraculously triggered a 3 chance of stunning attack. The 2 seconds of incapacitation were sufficient for Jiang Bai to unleash an additional arrow, even allowing for surplus time. Thus, before the wild boar could close the distance, it collapsed to the ground. How delightful! The D-grade skill proved its prowess. Jiang Bai continued to collect the copper coins scattered on the ground and ventured deeper into the wilderness. Where could one procure the skill enhancement scrolls? As Jiang Bai searched for monsters, he perused the description of shock shot. A line of small text caught his eye. Current enhancement level, 0. The official gameplay of Genesis had indeed mentioned that while skill levels are fixed, they can be enhanced through strengthening. Once enhanced to a certain level, the skill can advance. However, the source of the enhancement material, skill enhancement scroll, had yet to be disclosed. The market was equally devoid of such items. Jiang Bai conducted a search in the trading market, only to find it barren. Meanwhile, within the chat channel of the Cloud City Guild, Cloud City Gu Tianlu, boss. Are you there? Urgent call for the boss. Cloud City Emperor. What is it? Speak. Cloud City Gu Tianlu. Damn it, boss. I was instantly killed. The level 4 sword you gave me has dropped. Cloud City Emperor. What the hell are you doing? This is the golden phase of development. I provided you with that weapon to help you grow, not to engage in combat, you fool. Cloud City Gu Tianlu. No, boss, this is serious. Do you remember the previous system announcement? Someone acquired a purple item and achieved a milestone. Cloud City Emperor. I recall, it was called Old Dreams of a Desolate City. Cloud City Gu Tianlu. Yes, that's the one. Boss. The purple item belongs to him, and that longbow has a ridiculously high attack. Otherwise, how could I have been defeated so quickly? I intended to defeat him and present his weapon to you for leveling up. It would be useful until at least level 5. Cloud City Wu Mingda Dam. A purple item? Old dreams of a desolate city? We must take it from him. Boss. Cloud City Lu de Hua. This item holds significant value in the early game. You should seriously consider acquiring it, as it would be wasted in the hands of those common players. Cloud City Emperor. I'll be damned if he responds, even after 500,000. Cloud City Gu Tianlu. We must take it from him. What is the point in hesitating with someone like him? This item is not meant for someone of his caliber. Without hesitation, the Cloud City Emperor replied, let our group finish leveling up, then we shall seek him out. His attitude has indeed provoked my ire. In the thicket, Jiang Bai remained blissfully unaware of the stir he had caused within the Cloud City Guild, engrossed in the exhilarating thrill of defeating monsters beyond his level. In the midst of repetitive actions, Jiang Bai now faced virtually no pressure while effortlessly farming monsters. After an hour of diligent effort, he had completed his tasks, having defeated 26 foes and reaped substantial rewards, including 2 pieces of white equipment and several wild boar materials. Wild boar staff, spell attack, 5 equipment level, 3, wild boar leather boots, defense, 3 equipment level, 3 both items were commendable white gear. Perfectly aligned with the mainstream equipment requirements at level 3. Jiang Bai listed the staff for 1 gold coin, while he decided to keep the boots for his own use. The long sword he had previously listed had also sold, and after deducting the transaction fee, his total assets still amounted to 1 for gold coins, equivalent to over 14,000 in currency. Remarkably, he had earned more than 10,000 since the server had opened. The prices of equipment remained exorbitantly high. Jiang Bai glanced at the level 1 and 2 gear, contemplating purchasing a few pieces for synthesis once their prices dropped. However, even the most affordable level 1 white gear still seemed unsatisfactory, offering poor value for investment. He decided to wait, as these items would depreciate rapidly. As he closed the trade window, Jiang Bai intended to continue his farming, but an urgent alarm echoed within the game. He noticed a system prompt indicating that his character needed to replenish energy. This was a feature of the virtual capsule. Players, while immersed in the game world, were oblivious to their physical conditions. Thus, the capsule automatically monitored their status, issuing alerts when needs such as hunger or restroom breaks arose. Typically, this notification arrived an hour in advance, and should the player remain online beyond that hour, they would be forcibly logged out of the game. Time had flown by so swiftly. Jiang Bai felt a pang of reluctance, with only 1 hour remaining to complete his tasks. During the early stages of the game, time proved more valuable than money. Each additional monster slain granted a slight edge over competitors, making Jiang Bai willing to accept being forcibly ejected from the game. With a succession of shock shots and basic attacks, he found himself engrossed in the monotonous yet satisfying process of monster farming. As a lone wolf player, he relished the solitary experience, particularly the fleeting thrill that accompanied the radiant light emitted upon defeating a monster. However, the drop rates in Genesis rarely elicited astonishment. After dispatching 50 wild boars, he had only acquired the 2 pieces of equipment previously mentioned, with nothing else to show for his efforts. At last, the quest was completed. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply. Due to the quest's nature, he had gone a prolonged period without gaining even a single point of experience, leaving him behind in levels. Old man, you better not be too stingy, he mused, gazing at the row of question marks beneath the quest reward. Reluctantly, he activated the Return to Town item. With only 4 minutes remaining before the forced logout, his interface now tinged red. Hurry back. Just as Jiang Bai was about to crush the teleportation item, a sudden cacophony erupted from the depths of the dense forest, followed by a heavy howl that pierced the canopy and soared into the heavens. Howl! What the heck? Jiang Bai abruptly froze, his gaze fixated ahead, where he beheld a colossal shadow slowly moving through the thicket. This form, this presence. Goodness! Jiang Bai swallowed hard, his eyes igniting with fervor. As he stealthily approached the dark figure, a blood-red name materialized before him. Ironback Wild Boar Lord. Boss level. 5 attack. 110 defense. 40 health. 2000 skills. Brutal charge. Stalwart defense. Tusk thrust. Goodness, it truly is a boss. Jiang Bai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was the first boss he had encountered since entering Genesis. The Wild Boar Lord exuded an overwhelming might. Its massive form towering over Jiang Bai like a small mountain, with bristles as rigid as steel spikes, and a pair of ivory tusks gleaming with a menacing brilliance. Yet, its attributes were alarmingly formidable. Jiang Bai yearned to vanquish the beast, but he lacked the strength. With such stats, approaching the wild boar would surely spell his doom. Beep, beep, beep. The system's alarm blared with increasing urgency, only a minute remaining before being ejected from the game. Never mind, I shall return after completing my quest and enhancing my abilities. Surely, no other players have ventured this far yet. For various reasons. Jiang Bai was left with a heavy heart as he reluctantly set aside the wild boar, crushing the teleportation item with reluctance. His gaze still unwilling to part from the formidable creature. My friend, await my return. Chapter 9, The Blacksmith's Sequential Tasks After Logging Off. Jiang Bai found himself devoid of any inclination to prepare a meal. Instead, he swiftly opened the Chotuan app and ordered a serving of Longjiang pig trotter rice. While simultaneously accessing the forum of Genesis, the game had been live for several hours, providing an opportune moment to peruse the forum and enhance his knowledge. At that moment, a prominently highlighted post caught Jiang Bai's attention. It inquired about the identity of the first player in the entire server to acquire a purple item. Known as Kongqing Zhou Yuan, a chuckle escaped him. The title of the post was amusing, and the subsequent replies were filled with various speculations. Some even cryptically claimed they knew the individual's identity, suggesting a small monetary exchange via WeChat before revealing any information. Are people actually using my name to profit? Jiang Bai pondered, scrolling further down until a post piqued his interest. What is the hidden profession in Genesis, and how can one obtain it? How had players managed to research hidden professions so swiftly? Eagerly, Jiang Bai opened the post. Greetings, players. With Genesis now live, it's likely that the most pressing concern for all adventurers is that of hidden professions. By now, you are presumably familiar with the foundational classes, each representing diverse hidden paths. But how does one acquire these hidden professions? The author, too, is curious and invites everyone to stay tuned for further updates. Damn it, Jiang Bai exclaimed in disappointment upon realizing it was merely a marketing ploy. Infuriating. Once his takeout arrived, he hastily devoured his meal and eagerly re-entered the game. The familiar login interface stirred excitement within him. As the novice village screen gradually loaded, he was met with the same bustling scene. Even after 4 hours since the launch, the village remained crowded. Excuse me, coming through. Jiang Bai maneuvered through the throngs, earning a few disdainful glances. Level 2 White Knight Hammer for sale at a steal, only 5,000 copper coins. Come take a look. Exceptional fireball skill for mages at a bargain price. The relentless calls of vendors filled the air. These individuals preferred to sell directly rather than through the trading market to avoid the 10 transaction fee. Indeed, the prices for level 2 white gear began to decline. Jiang Bai astutely noted this fortunate development. For him, the lower the prices of these inferior items, the quicker he could synthesize equipment for other parts. Once a desolate spot, the blacksmith's area now saw a smattering of players, indicating that even the top-tier players had reached levels around 4. He needed to hasten his progress. Finally reaching the blacksmith, Jiang Bai slammed his longbow down onto the counter with a resounding thud. Old man, I've come to complete my task. The blacksmith, who had been engrossed in his work, slowly lifted his head. Initially displaying impatience, his expression morphed into one of astonishment upon recognizing Jiang Bai. It's you? Yes. It is I. Are you here to submit a task? I am here to submit a task. Have you completed it? I have completed it. Impossible. The old blacksmith, filled with skepticism, scrutinized Jiang Bai from head to toe. Given the difficulty of my task, how could you possibly before he could finish his sentence? His gaze fell upon the 2 pieces of equipment Jiang Bai possessed, and the remainder of his words were abruptly silenced, his eyes alight with astonishment. When he spoke again, his tone was imbued with respect. Young lad, might I have the honor of examining the weapon you hold? Apologies, old fellow, but I have no time to squander with you. Please, expedite the task submission. Very well. The old blacksmith did not linger. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and a golden light cascaded down from above Jiang Bai's head. You have completed the task, the blacksmith's bed, earning 1,000 experience points, 300 copper coins, and acquiring a random item, the Willowwood Staff. Additionally, you have completed a hidden progression task, granting you an extra 100 reputation points. Wow, 1,000 experience points. Jiang Bai observed as his level surged from 2 to 3, the experience bar climbing to halfway before it ceased. He had gained a level and a half in one go. Just 500 more experience points would elevate him to level 4. The 300 copper coins were self-explanatory. One task equated to 300 renminbi. This was the advantage of hidden tasks. Although challenging, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Of course, the most astonishing surprise was the staff. Willow-wood staff, excellent. Spell attack, 9 intelligence, 2 required level, 4, a green item, colored, and with an intelligence bonus of 2. Perfectly suited for him. Without delay, Jiang Bai accessed the trading market and conducted a fervent search. Indeed, there were no green weapons available for sale on the market. The drop rate, in Genesis, was notoriously low. At most, a few green armors existed, and they were exorbitantly priced. This did not imply that no green weapons had been acquired over the server's lifespan. Rather, they were either personally utilized by the players or snatched up the moment they were listed for sale. I've hit the jackpot. I have truly struck gold. Trembling with excitement, Jiang Bai placed the staff in the consignment interface, opting for an auction mode with a starting bid of 1 gold coin. He had no doubt that the final selling price of this staff would yield him a delightful surprise, not to mention the extreme rarity of green weapons. The boost in attributes provided by such an item was exponentially significant to top-tier players, far beyond what the average player could fathom. Especially for those affluent players competing for rankings and equipment, showcasing their company in this world-class MMORPG would yield benefits that far exceeded mere gold coins. Indeed. The moment the staff was listed, Jiang Bai's private chat exploded with messages. Brother, take that item down quickly. Name your price. Let us trade face to face. Brother, I shall take the staff at a fixed price of 5 gold coins. Feel free to reach out whenever you wish to sell it. Shall we proceed with an offline transaction? As he scrolled through a series of private messages, Jiang Bai endeavored to maintain his composure. Indeed. The value of 5 gold coins equates to 50,000, a tempting offer indeed. However, through an auction, the final price would likely not differ much. Perhaps even surpassing this amount. After listing his equipment, Jiang Bai checked his inbox and discovered that the wild boar staff had been sold, yielding him 9,000 copper coins, thus elevating his assets to a total of 3 gold coins. Subsequently, he examined the prices of other equipment, with the majority of the players reaching levels above 3. The prices for level 1 and 2 white gear were plummeting. Level 1 white gear hovered around 1,000 copper coins, while level 2 was approximately 2,000. Although the prices had hit a new low, the cost-effectiveness remained subpar. Jiang Bai had no intention of hastily purchasing equipment. He decided to wait a while longer. Reflecting on this, he slowly shook his head, resolving to reassess the prices once he reached level 4. He donned the wild boar leather boots, allocating the 2 points from his upgrade to agility, and intended to depart. Hold on, you little rascal, suddenly. The hoarse voice of the old blacksmith halted Jiang Bai in his tracks. Startled, he turned to face the source of the voice. What is it, old man? The blacksmith leaned against the weapon rack, scrutinizing Jiang Bai from head to toe. Are you really about to leave? Say, old man. You can't possibly have taken a liking to me, can you? Jiang Bai mused, taken aback by the intelligence exhibited by the NPCs in Genesis. Get lost. The blacksmith squinted. Although you have completed the challenge I set for you, I have an even more arduous task at hand. You seem to possess potential, so I shall grant you an opportunity. Will you take it? Are you trying to swindle me again? Jiang Bai retorted, though internally he felt a surge of excitement. It was evident that this blacksmith was no ordinary character. More significantly, he must have triggered a series of hidden quests. Swindle you? The blacksmith huffed, clearly agitated. Consider your conscience. Is the reward for this task not sufficiently generous? Do you think just anyone can accept a challenge from me? I suspect you might be afraid. Afraid? Jiang Bai's voice rose in protest. Old man, don't provoke me. Present whatever tasks you have. I shall accept them all, one and all. Good. The blacksmith exclaimed with renewed vigor, and at that moment, the system notification chimed. You have triggered a series of challenge quests, the blacksmith's trials. The system has forcibly accepted it for you. Chapter 10. The shotgun swapped for a cannon, damn it. Another forced quest. Jiang Bai grumbled as he opened the task panel. The blacksmith's trial? Mission description. I am quite astonished, adventurer. I did not expect you to be rather extraordinary. Now, proceed further, and let me witness the extent of your potential. Mission objective. Within 6 hours, slay 100 evil centaurs. Before the mission is completed, the player's level will be permanently capped at 499. Failure penalty. Should the mission fail, the player will remain at their current level indefinitely. Mission reward. Indeed, just as I suspected. Jiang Bai slowly closed the task page. However, the level cap for this challenge is 4, which means I can level up to 4 before embarking on this quest. Should I fail, I would be forever stuck at level 4. Evil centaurs? Unfamiliar with this creature, Jiang Bai opened the official monster compendium for a search. What the hell? Half a minute later, Jiang Bai erupted in curses. A level 7 monster? This time, I have to overcome a 3-level difference. Moreover, it actively attacks? This is difficult. After much contemplation, it seemed there was but one solution. He opened the trading market. The staff he had bid on had already reached 4 gold coins. Jiang Bai had set the auction duration for 3 hours, and it might even rise to 6 gold coins by the end. But the issue was that Jiang Bai couldn't afford to wait. As he observed the incessantly scrolling private chat interface, one particular message caught his attention. Detong Wuzue, brother. I urgently need a staff and cannot wait for the 3-hour auction. If you truly wish to sell, message me. You can set any price you desire. After a moment's thought, Jiang Bai replied, name your price. It was not that Jiang Bai was unwilling to continue bidding. He simply needed the money to instantaneously purchase some equipment to enhance his abilities. Otherwise, with his current attributes, soloing a level 7 monster would be quite challenging, especially with the requirement to slay 100 within 6 hours. Detong Wuzue, I won't beat around the bush. 8 gold coins is the highest price that can be offered in the entire market. If you agree, add me as a friend. Or else I believe I need not elaborate on the rapid depreciation of these low-level items. Not a penny less. To be honest, the price offered by Detong Wuzue exceeded Jiang Bai's expectations. He initially thought 6 gold coins would be the limit since, after all, it was merely a low-level green item, albeit a rare find at this stage. Very well. After adding Detong Wuzue as a friend, Jiang Bai promptly halted the staff auction and initiated a remote trade with him. Naturally, this transaction would incur a 10 breach of contract fee, but Detong Wuzue covered that for Jiang Bai. Detong Wuzue was indeed a straightforward individual. The entire transaction process was completed without any delays. Within half a minute, the staff was in Detong Wuzue's inventory, and 8 gold coins had found their way into Jiang Bai's pocket, tax-free, much to his delight. So, you are the one known as Kongqing Zhou Yuan? The transaction concluded, and Detong Wuzue promptly sent a message, inquiring whether his companion harbored any intention of selling the purple gear he possessed, suggesting an offline transaction at any time. Not at all, my friend, Jiang Bai replied decisively. Understood, brother. Should you come across any excellent equipment, feel free to message me immediately. I assure you a satisfactory price. Detong Wuzue responded with equal enthusiasm. Delighted by such a straightforward and amiable individual, Jiang Bai felt inclined to forge a connection. He surmised that Detong Wuzue likely belonged to a formidable guild, for finding 8 gold coins at this stage was no trivial task. Boss, is 8 gold coins a bit steep? Given the current circumstances, isn't 5 gold coins more appropriate for this staff? Detong Xiaoguang, a subordinate of Detong Wuzue, voiced his concerns after the transaction was completed. Initially, I did think it was somewhat pricey, Detong Wuzue mused while examining the staff in his hands. However, once I learned that my counterpart was from the guild Empty City Old Dream, this gold expenditure felt entirely justified. You mean the one who first acquired a purple item on the server, Empty City Old Dream? Detong Xiaoguang exclaimed in astonishment. Could there be anyone else? Detong Wuzue equipped the staff, acknowledging the prowess of the individual, affirming that the expenditure was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai found himself grinning foolishly as he stared at the gold coins in his pouch. Presently, an ordinary player might possess a mere 1 or 200 copper coins. Yet Jiang Bai's assets had already surpassed 10 gold coins, 100,000 coins, and soon enough, it will all be spent, he thought. Once again opening the trading market to search for level 2 ordinary equipment. The average price still hovered around 2,000 copper coins, indicating a resilient equipment market. Though reluctant, he understood that one must take risks to reap rewards. Thus, he promptly purchased 8 level 2 rings, 8 level 2 boots, and 8 level 2 leggings. Given the lower drop rate for accessories such as necklaces and rings, their prices remained elevated, with necklaces being particularly rare. In total, the acquisition of 24 pieces of equipment cost Jiang Bai nearly 6 gold coins, predominantly due to the 8 rings, each averaging close to 4,000 copper coins. He also spent 7,000 copper coins on an E-grade archer skill, Aim Shot, inflicts 120 physical damage to the target, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. It was a rather basic skill. Soon, Jiang Bai adeptly began to synthesize these items one by one. Epic Ring of Deadly Cat Eyes, Physical Attack, 9 Agility, 3 Strength, 2 Deadly, increases critical hit chance by 2. Epic Swift Boots, Defense, 8 Constitution, 2 Agility, 3 Swift, increases movement speed by 10. Epic Strong Wild Boar Leggings, Defense, 10 Agility, 3 Constitution, 2 Strong, increases maximum health by 100. Jiang Bai admired the 3 newly crafted purple garments. To be honest, the attributes of these leg guards held little significance for him, as he was an archer class and seldom engaged in close combat. Yet, having them was certainly better than having none at all. After donning the equipment and acquiring the skills, his level 3 attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Old Dreams of Empty Cities, Level 3 Class, Archer Race, Human Health, 400 Energy, 80 Physical Attack, 124 Magical Attack, 4 Attack Strength, 16 Defense, 48 Attributes, Constitution, 10 Spirit, 4 Strength, 8 Intelligence, 4 Agility, 21 Skills, Concussive Shot, Aimed Shot. Title: I Am Strong. His attributes were indeed formidable. Jiang Bai gazed at his panel, lost in thought. However, this was merely impressive for a player. When faced with that formidable boss, it might still prove insufficient. Clearly, in Genesis, soloing a boss was, in theory, nearly impossible. Just as Jiang Bai hesitated, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to frantically open his inventory. Oh no, he had forgotten a crucial matter. The system had rewarded him with 100 reputation points. Just enough to upgrade the Heart of Genesis. Chapter 11, Ascension. The Heart of Creation. With great anticipation, Jiang Bai activated the upgrade interface of the Heart of Creation. Possessing precisely 100 reputation points, just enough for this crucial endeavor. As he selected the upgrade option, a dazzling golden light erupted, and the black gemstone underwent a subtle transformation, becoming more translucent with a faint, ethereal glow surrounding it. Heart of Creation, Grade D, Upgradable, Effect 1. Infinite Wrapping Effect 2. The holder possesses the fusion skill, allowing the merging of 2 pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into a higher quality item. The fused equipment becomes bound, rendering it unsellable and untradeable. At this stage, the highest fusion achievable is to the Ancient level. Merging items above Ancient level requires a 3-in-1 fusion. Effect 3. The player gains the Plunder ability, which grants a very low probability of acquiring 1 random attribute upon defeating targets of equal or higher level. Killing a boss of Lord level or above guarantees the acquisition of 13 random attributes. The number of plunder attempts is capped, but upgrading the Heart of Creation can increase this limit. Ascension requirement, 1,000 reputation points. Note: this is a unique system item, indestructible, unyielding, and will not drop upon death. Incredibly impressive. Jiang Bai's voice cracked in excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. The sheer potency of the third effect took him by surprise. Theoretically, as long as he continued to grind monsters, he could experience limitless growth without even needing to level up. How remarkable! Yet, he pondered the true nature of that extremely low probability. How low could it truly be? Regardless, it could not possibly be 0. The third effect invigorated Jiang Bai. But another aspect captured his attention. He could now fuse Ancient-level equipment. Although the transition from a 2-in-1 to a 3-in-1 fusion significantly increased the costs for Jiang Bai, who was starting with novice weapons and cloth armor, such expenses were negligible. His astuteness shone through. Novice gear held little value. And had he opted for a typical white item from the market, fusing it to Ancient level would demand at least 5 gold coins, even for a level 1 piece. Seizing the opportunity to relish the benefits of the novice phase, Jiang Bai set up a stall, calling out to buy novice equipment at the price of 10 copper coins. This price proved to be quite reasonable. Within half an hour, his backpack brimmed with 32 pieces of novice weapons and cloth armor. Approximately 3 minutes later, as Jiang Bai placed the purple longbow into the fusion interface, the 2 slots transformed into 3. He then added the remaining 2 purple weapons. No one knew the attributes of ancient equipment, but as a flash of pink light enveloped the screen, Jiang Bai stared, spellbound, at the attributes of the longbow. Frost Abyss Longbow, Ancient, Physical Attack, 18 Agility, 5 Strength, 5 Critical Hit Rate, 2 Cutting. Inflicts an additional 40 points of true damage upon attack. Frost, Ice Attribute Attack. Inflicting a 20 slow on the target with a 1 chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. Equipment Level 1, Gasp. Gazing at the astonishing attributes, Jiang Bai could not help but take a deep breath. This was incredibly formidable. The attack attributes were nearly doubled, the cutting skill was effectively doubled, and it even increased the critical hit rate by 2 points. The ice attribute attack was simply extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Once the equipment was donned, The system's enchanting voice resonated once more. The player Empty City Old Dream became the first in the entire server to equip an ancient grade item, achieving the unique accolade Ancient Will. Ancient Will. Ancient. Achievement requirement. First player in the server to possess ancient grade equipment. Achieved. Strength. 3 Agility. 3 Intelligence. 3 Spirit. 3 Constitution. 3 Lifesteal. Converts 5 of the damage dealt into the player's health upon attacking. Rebirth. Upon player death. Allows for resurrection at the same spot with 80 health restored, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Jiang Bai was left speechless by the shock. A unique title in the entire server. This was indeed an unparalleled honor. As Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement, the entire server erupted in a frenzy. Never wipes after defecating. Holy Father, ancient equipment. This is truly ancient equipment. Just want a kiss. Who exactly is this Empty City Old Dream? Which deity is this? GM Skin Disease, are we playing the same game? Are we truly playing the same game? I am beginning to doubt my existence. Deep blue left hand. A bounty is posted for information on Empty City Old Dream, 10 gold for any leads. Obedient little bunny, calling for Empty City Old Dream again. A 173 centimeters dance major. Youthful beauty seeks a big brother for companionship. I can truly fulfill any of your desires. Only love white silk. I really want to. These disturbances were not only visible in the public chat of the server, but also stirred a greater commotion lurking deeper within. One of the 4 great guilds of Huaxia, Heaven Shaojia. Which guild does this Empty City Old Dream belong to? I have never heard of them before. Heaven's Eye? I do not know. Let us keep an eye on them and see who this exceptional player is. This ancient equipment is astonishingly powerful. Huaxia's official department, Long Yin 001. Let us urgently gather information on Empty City Old Dream. Long Yin 009. Understood. Cloud City S Guild. Cloud City S Gu Tian Lu. Damn, boss. That person has equipped ancient gear. Cloud City S Wu Yin Zhu. We must act quickly, boss. Otherwise, someone else might snatch it away. The Emperor of Cloud City. I am on the verge of reaching level 5. Once I attain it, I shall proceed. You all keep an eye on the individuals for now. There is no need for haste. The item I have set my sights on is not one that anyone can easily claim. Of course, Jiang Bai remains oblivious to the considerable commotion he has incited. Although the system announcement revealed his name, he has always concealed his ID, thus even though many are aware of the existence of Empty City's Old Dream, none truly know that he is the one behind it. Congratulations, my brother, Detang Wu Zue sent a private message. Are you considering selling the purple gear you have replaced? My apologies, but it is not for sale at the moment, Jiang Bai replied. Understood. As always. If you have any equipment, feel free to message me. Certainly. After shutting down the chat, Jiang Bai commenced the synthesis of cloth armor. Deep Abyss Cloth Armor, Ancient. Defense, 16 Constitution, 5 Agility, 5 health points maximum, 200 damage reduction. When attacked, it negates 20 points of final damage. Dodge. When attacked, there is a 3 chance to evade the attack. Equipment level 1. This indeed is ancient gear of level 1. Jiang Bai mused, gazing at the 2 newly synthesized pieces of equipment. If it were merely a random piece of ancient gear of level 3 or 5, the additional attributes would undoubtedly be in double digits. Donning the equipment, coupled with the newly acquired title of Ancient Will, Jiang Bai's attributes surged once more. Empty City's Old Dream, level 3 class, Archer race, human health points, 780 energy points, 140 physical attack, 175 magical attack, 7 attack strength, 28 defense, 66 attributes, constitution, 16 spirit, 7 strength, 14 intelligence, 7 agility, 30 skills, shock shot. Aimed shot, titles, I am strong, Ancient Will, Chapter 12. I shall grant you an opportunity, let us not speak of anything else. Merely the 780 health points alone. One could assert that even a level 5 character fully invested in vitality, let alone a marksman, would scarcely possess such vitality. How remarkable is this? Off to vanquish the boss. Should Jiang Bai fail to conquer this formidable adversary with such extraordinary attributes, he might as well abandon the game altogether. Setting aside the exceptional attributes, the weapon's 20 slowing effect coupled with the boot's 10 speed enhancement, Jiang Bai surmised he could effortlessly kite the boss to its demise. The description of its skills indicated a glaring absence of ranged attack capabilities. After tidying up, Jiang Bai prepared to leave the city, eager to confront the long-anticipated Lord Boss. The streets bustled with activity. Cloaked in the obscurity of his equipment's radiance, Jiang Bai appeared no different from the throngs of ordinary players. Meanwhile, speculation regarding the empty city of old dreams surged through the chat channels. Yet none could fathom that the true embodiment of the empty city was that unremarkable figure among the crowd. By concealing his ID, Jiang Bai's name appeared a mere blur to outsiders. Many opted for this anonymity, rendering it an unremarkable choice. Indeed, Jiang Bai found himself grateful for this system feature. Wild Boar Lord, I have arrived. Upon exiting the city, Jiang Bai quickened his pace. It must be said that the boots, granting a 10 increase in speed, indeed proved formidable, noticeably enhancing his movement velocity. However, at that very moment, a throng of individuals approached menacingly from the opposite direction. Could they be coming for me? Jiang Bai slowed his steps, a hint of confusion shadowing his expression as he distinctly felt their gazes fixated upon him. Goodness, aren't those the members of the Cloud City Guild? The figure at the forefront was none other than the Emperor of Cloud City himself. Rumored to have reached level 5, once the leaderboard opened, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top ranks. Such an assembly suggested an impending confrontation. It was unclear which fool had provoked Cloud City, considering the guild boasted over 10,000 players. Was this a guild war? Surely it was too soon for such measures. As discussions rippled through the crowd, more than 20 members of the Cloud City Guild formed a line, standing less than 3 meters away from Jiang Bai. The scene grew rather spectacular. On one side stood the imposing Cloud City forces, while on the other stood Jiang Bai, isolated, with bystanders maintaining a considerable distance. In that moment, Jiang Bai embodied the essence of a solitary figure facing an entire world. Alas, this bodes ill. I had presumed it to be a guild war. Yet it appears this individual is destined for a grim fate. To summon such a multitude from the Cloud City Guild for a single person signifies a grave transgression. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Jiang Bai's ears, and upon hearing the name Cloud City, he comprehended the situation entirely. The individual leading the charge was evidently the leader of the Cloud City Guild, the Emperor himself. With a longbow in hand, he too belonged to the marksman class. Are you the empty city of old dreams? A man in his 20s, tilting his head, scrutinized Jiang Bai with a sideways glance. At the utterance of the Cloud City Emperor, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Good heavens! Is this the legendary empty city of old dreams? My word. A deity, a wielder of ancient great equipment. No wonder he dares to challenge the Cloud City Guild. Truly impressive. So, empty city of old dreams hails from our novice village? I feel a swell of pride. Yet, one must consider, with so many from Cloud City arriving, they are undoubtedly intent on seizing this empty city of old dreams. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on the Cloud City Emperor, responding in a tone devoid of warmth. Hiki. The Cloud City Emperor, unfazed, replied dismissively, no need for further banter, simply hand over the ancient equipment. As for the incident of you slaying my brother to steal his gear, I can overlook it this once. You may as well depart. With a single sentence. Jiang Bai's temper flared, indignation surging within him. You possess quite the talent for twisting the truth. Might you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Am I the one who stole your brother's equipment? Perhaps your brother should present the recording of his death for all to witness? Hiki. The Cloud City Emperor's expression turned contemptuous. Here, my word is law, and that is of no consequence. What holds significance is that you must surrender the equipment. I extend you an opportunity in front of my 33 brothers from Cloud City. Holding his longbow with a calm demeanor, the Cloud City Emperor continued, surrender the equipment, and I shall grant you a decree of immunity. In the future, any of my brothers from Cloud City who encounter you shall refrain from hostility. Otherwise, my thousands of players will issue a worldwide bounty on your head. Do you comprehend the implications of that? The Emperor's words provoked considerable commotion. Good heavens! The Emperor is truly formidable, an idol, impressive. Such is the might of a grand guild. They threaten pursuit without hesitation, leaving solo players with no means to continue. This is the plight of the innocent bearing the burden of envy. Alas, submit, brother, or else this game shall become unplayable. Do not act rashly, brother. Although ancient equipment is extraordinary, it cannot withstand the might of the entire Cloud City Guild, which boasts tens of thousands. Among the crowd, many lamented Jiang Bai's predicament, while others expressed indignation. Yet, Jiang Bai's response astonished the majority. He too slowly unstrapped his longbow from his back, drawing it into his hands. As he raised his head, the longbow erupted in a dazzling pink radiance. Then I shall extend you an opportunity as well. Pardon? The Cloud City Emperor was taken aback. What did you say? I said I too offer you a chance. Jiang Bai paused, his tone remaining steady. Now, with your 33 brothers from Cloud City, kneel and bow 3 times. I shall grant all Cloud City players a decree of immunity. Otherwise, from this moment forth, for every one of your Cloud City players I encounter, I shall slay them. In an instant, every onlooker was rendered speechless, including the Cloud City Emperor. All left in a state of shock. The silence lingered for a full several seconds, and in the next moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. Good heavens! Incredible! Surely, I must have misheard. Has this individual lost his mind? A single person daring to challenge an entire guild? Impressive. The mere audacity to utter such words is remarkable. This is a declaration of war against a guild comprising thousands of players. How audacious. He may not fully comprehend the terrifying might of a guild with such a vast membership. At that moment, the expression on the Emperor of Cloud City turned completely dark. As a level 5 archer, he drew forth his longbow, aglow with a green light, his tone ominous. Youngster, your journey in Genesis ends here. As he released his arrow, another projectile, aimed at Jiang Bai, whistled through the air with a piercing sound. Where it passed, glimmering ice crystals formed. 2 arrows, identical in form yet diverging in trajectory, yielded results that were starkly different. Chapter 13. One man holds the fort. This describes the damage inflicted upon Jiang Bai by the Emperor of Cloud City. The upper figure illustrates the damage dealt to the Emperor after Jiang Bai executed the skill, aim shot, while the lower figure represents the weapon's additional true damage. The Emperor's health pool stood at a mere 180 points. In the fleeting moment the arrow was loosed, the world seemed to transform into a slow-motion spectacle, as all present beheld the crystalline arrow pierce the Emperor's body. Subsequently, the Emperor's health bar was instantaneously depleted. A one-hit kill. This surreal scene left the audience in a state of shock as the Emperor collapsed, lifeless. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Gasps filled the air. As spectators stared, wide-eyed in disbelief at the Emperor's corpse, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Clatter. A weapon was inadvertently dropped in the crowd, and chaos erupted. My goodness! He was killed in an instant. I can hardly believe it. This is truly unbelievable. Is this some sort of divine intervention? This is the level 5 Emperor of Cloud City, brought down so effortlessly? Amidst the collective astonishment, the remaining 33 members of the Cloud City Guild were struck by a far graver realization. The number 9 left them questioning their very existence. Who was the Emperor of Cloud City? The highest-ranking, best-equipped archer in the entire guild, boasting maximum attack stats. How could he have dealt such absurdly low damage? 9 points of damage? Was this even human? This was an archer class, renowned for their frailty and low health. In an instant, the once proud members of Cloud City found themselves disoriented, like headless flies. It was not until someone shouted that they regained a semblance of clarity. Good grief. Our leader is dead. What are we standing around for? We must avenge him. With over 30 of us, we can surely bring him down. Let us seize that bow from him. Dying in the process would be worth it. This rallying cry reignited the fighting spirit of the Cloud City Guild. Indeed, these 33 individuals were the finest warriors the guild had to offer. The scene devolved into chaos as mages, warriors, assassins, and archers surged towards Jiang Bai, unleashing a barrage of attacks that were, unfortunately, disheartening. Mississippi. All they could muster were pitiful single-digit damages, none exceeding 5 points. The intent was noble, but reality proved far more brutal. Just as they managed to whittle down Jiang Bai's health bar slightly, he would unleash an arrow, and his 5 lifesteal skill would restore his health to full. After several cycles of this, despair settled upon the members of Cloud City. For as things stood, it seemed impossible for Jiang Bai to fall. As for the individuals on my side, their numbers dwindled increasingly. From 30, it fell to 20, and ultimately, only a mere 10 remained. Jiang Bai stood firmly in place, unwavering, like a celestial deity descended upon the earth, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! Witnessing a marksman standing resolutely against the 33 elite of the Yunshin Guild was simply explosive. Incredible, truly remarkable. He is nothing short of my idol. Some spectators were so stirred that their faces flushed crimson. The audacity of a single individual declaring war on an entire guild is undeniably a profoundly exhilarating feat. It is no wonder that Kongqing Old Dream possessed the courage to challenge all of Yunshin. It was truly formidable. The captivated crowd was thoroughly entertained, and Jiang Bai reveled in his exploits as well. In the blink of an eye, the 33 masters of Yunqing were reduced to a mere handful of 7 or 8. Predominantly ranged classes. These individuals had been utterly shattered by Jiang Bai, their spirits crushed and devoid of any will to continue the battle. Consequently, disregarding the loud proclamations from the emperor in the chat channel, they made a hasty retreat. Having turned infamous, Jiang Bai saw no need to let these few escape. Arrows flew, one after another, as heads fell to the ground. Only the last 3 managed to evade his striking range, while the remainder succumbed to his lethal precision. Gradually, the chaos began to subside. The surrounding players stood in stupefied silence. This was far more exhilarating than Boruto. How thrilling! A girl sprang forth, exclaiming, "I hereby declare that Kongqing Old Dream is my husband." To which another retorted, "No way, he is clearly my husband." What a laughable notion. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai had already collected a few spoils of war and ventured deeper into the jungle. In all honesty, he had little interest in these spoils, which were merely low-tier, common equipment of negligible value. If only the green bow of the Yunqing Emperor had dropped, it would have been worth a considerable sum. Once the commotion settled, Jiang Bai noticed a flurry of notifications in his private chat interface. Upon opening it, he found a message from Datong Wuzue sent 10 minutes prior. "Datong Wuzue, brother. I heard the people of Yunqing have surrounded you. Do you need assistance? Datong Wuzue, why aren't you responding, brother? If you require help, I can send someone over at any moment." Seeing these messages, Jiang Bai smiled faintly. He had always believed that Wuzue was capable of great things, and it seemed his instincts were correct. "Thank you, brother, but the issue has been resolved." Datong Wuzue replied promptly, "That is good to hear. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to call." I must admit, although he had not provided any substantial aid, Datong Wuzue's gesture left a favorable impression on Jiang Bai. At the resurrection point, the Yunqing Emperor's face was ashen, particularly upon noticing that his level had dropped to 4, igniting a fury within him. Due to the rules of Chuangshi, players at level 5 and above who die in PK lose a level, rendering all his hard-earned experience utterly futile. I had indeed underestimated the formidable strength of the Empty City's Old Dream. I never anticipated that even with over 30 brothers at my side, we would be unable to subdue him. At this moment, the Emperor of Cloud City gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. "Empty City's Old Dream. I shall ensure you pay the price." Most certainly. In a fit of rage, the Emperor of Cloud City could not help but utter a low growl. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai remained oblivious to the Emperor's vexation. He was engrossed in swiftly slaughtering level 4 ironback wild boars, intent on reaching level 4 as quickly as possible. Each boar yielded 20 experience points, and with the effort of just 25 boars, he could achieve his goal. Presently, Jiang Bai could fell 1 boar with 2 arrows, and if he landed a critical hit, he could dispatch it in a single shot. His efficiency in defeating monsters was nothing short of extraordinary. As he reveled in his killing spree, a bold and red announcement on the chat screen caught Jiang Bai's attention. District announcement. District announcement. The Cloud City Guild has formally placed a bounty on the player Empty City's Old Dream. A generous reward awaits those who provide the coordinates of Empty City's Old Dream. This same message was repeated thrice, indicating just how deeply Cloud City harbored animosity towards Jiang Bai. With a cold smile, Jiang Bai regarded Cloud City's announcement with indifference, recognizing their overconfidence. Chapter 14. The thrill of soloing a boss bathed in the golden light of leveling up. Jiang Bai reached level 4, allocating his 2 free attribute points once again into agility, resulting in a staggering attack power of 190 points. An apt description would be nothing short of terrifying. Frustration mounted as he had slain 20 to 30 monsters without triggering the plunder skill even once. Could it truly be that the probability was so low? Jiang Bai began to doubt whether this plunder skill could indeed be activated. Pressing onward, before logging off, Jiang Bai had marked a spot near the wild boar lord. Yet the mark remained while the beast had vanished. However, locating it was not a daunting task. Its massive form left conspicuous traces amidst the underbrush. After following the signs for approximately 3 minutes, the familiar colossal silhouette re-emerged in Jiang Bai's line of sight. Goodness, it is enormous. Jiang Bai gazed at the wild boar lord, resembling a small mountain, and carefully adjusted his distance to precisely 30 yards, neither too close nor too far. "Come now. Let me witness your might." With a swift motion, he unleashed a frost arrow, which soared through the air, followed by a thunderous scream from the wild boar lord as a significant number floated above its head, 196. The creature's health bar instantly diminished by 1/10. Quite impressive. The damage was indeed substantial, and Jiang Bai felt a sense of satisfaction with his output. With a roar, the wild boar lord turned its massive frame. Its crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Bai. It stomped its powerful hooves against the ground before charging towards him. The wild boar lord's speed was evidently greater than that of ordinary boars, yet it left a trail of glistening frost behind, indicating a 20 reduction in speed. While Frost Arrow also possessed a slowing effect, it was evident that such effects could not stack. Only one could prevail, though the slowed boar appeared fierce. Its speed was not as daunting, and with Jiang Bai's boots enhancing his movement speed by an additional 10. He realized the wild boar lord could not catch up with him. Elation surged within Jiang Bai. Was this not the perfect opportunity to kite? Continuing to retreat and adjust his position, he activated the aim shot skill once more. With 2 arrows loosed, the boar's health, originally at 2,000 points, was now reduced to 1510, and the distance between man and beast remained approximately 25 yards. Onward, with the combination of the slowing effect and his own speed enhancement, the wild boar lord was utterly powerless against Jiang Bai. Like a headless fly, it charged aimlessly, unable to close the gap. While each arrow Jiang Bai released siphoned away a significant portion of its health. 178 40 356 40 good heavens, a critical hit, Jiang Bai exclaimed, as this critical strike plunged the wild boar lord's health below 50. However, once the wild boar's health fell below 50, its demeanor underwent a subtle yet striking transformation. Its massive form shimmered with a faint, blood-red hue. Suddenly, the boar lowered its head, adopting a diving posture. And with an explosive burst of energy from its 4 sturdy legs, it charged at Jiang Bai like a mountain propelled by the wind. In that moment, the speed of the boar's eruption was astonishing, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. Oh no, it's using a skill. Barbaric charge, Jiang Bai exclaimed, releasing his longbow and turning to flee, yet how could he outrun the boar lord? In the blink of an eye, that colossal body had closed the 20-yard gap between them. However, the barbaric charge could only achieve so much when it was merely 5 paces away from Jiang Bai. The boar lord's forward momentum abruptly halted, evidently limited by the skill's range. Jiang Bai paused for a moment, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, not enough distance. Foolish pig, don't struggle, you'll inevitably fall prey to my kite tactics. With that, Jiang Bai readied his longbow once more to launch an attack, but mid-laugh, he suddenly stopped. His expression freezing in shock, soon morphing into sheer agony. A large number floated above his head, 258. Ah, he cried out, clutching his rear as he leaped 3 feet into the air. It turned out that while the barbaric charge could not catch up to him, Jiang Bai had forgotten about the boar lord's tusk thrust skill. Initially unaware of its nature, he now understood. After stabilizing its form, a pristine white tusk silently emerged from the ground behind Jiang Bai, mercilessly piercing his unguarded posterior, resulting in a direct critical hit. Damn it. This tusk thrust has a 10-yard range. I was careless. My poor rear. Covering his backside, Jiang Bai gritted his teeth and distanced himself once again, unleashing arrows filled with his wrath that sliced through the air, striking the center of the boar's forehead. Critical hit. 356. Meanwhile, after exhausting a round of skills, the boar lord's abilities evidently entered a cooldown period and began to charge wildly once more. Its health, however, had dwindled to a mere 500 points. At this juncture, the cooldown for aimed shot and shockwave shot had long since expired. First, he executed an aimed shot, combined with the weapon's cutting skill, inflicting another 218 points of damage on the boar lord. To Jiang Bai's astonishment, this attack triggered the weapon's freezing skill, instantly encasing the boar lord in ice for 3 seconds. As the boar transformed into a massive ice sculpture, its partially activated resilient defense skill was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Bai's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish the beast. In a mere 3 seconds, Jiang Bai executed 2 strikes. First, a powerful shock shot, followed by a standard shot. As the final arrow pierced the body of the wild boar, the colossal ice sculpture representing the boar lord shattered dramatically, scattering its remnants across the ground. Astonishing. Witnessing his triumph in single-handedly vanquishing a boss, Jiang Bai felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, his heart racing as he gazed at the bounty strewn before him. The plunder skill activated, and he gained an additional 2 points in agility. What a stroke of luck! Jiang Bai marveled at the increase in his agility, beaming with the joy of a seasoned victor. Yet, the surprises were far from over. Just as he bent down to collect his spoils, The voice of the system echoed throughout the realm once more. Player Empty City Old Dream became the first in the entire server to slay the Bossaren Backbore Lord, earning the first kill rewards, 100 reputation points, 1 gold coin, and a chance at the random skill lottery. Player Empty City Old Dream also received the title of First Blood. The World Channel erupted in fervor following these two momentous announcements. Chapter 15, Madness. Released that little chick last night. I failed you. Black Pencil, boss's first kill? Is this yet another Empty City dream? Are we truly playing a game? One-handed Ferrari. I've lost my mind. Utterly insane. Who is this deity? Obedient little bunny, Empty City dream? Brother, could you please respond? I am indeed a beautiful girl. Aren't I worth your attention? Only love white stockings. As for you up there, I still wish to adore you. The entire Yun City Guild has erupted in chaos. The Emperor of Yun City furrows his brows in deep concern. This incessant nuisance must be dealt with. Gu Tianla from Yun City. Brother, this is untenable. This fellow is progressing too swiftly. What do you propose? The Emperor turns to Gu Tianla. Gu Tianla's eyes dart around, his expression darkening. Brother, for Yun City to rise, we must eliminate this individual. We have already declared war on him. And there is no room for reconciliation. Enough of this nonsense. Get to the point. The Emperor of Yun City interrupts Gu Tianla brusquely. In truth, Gu Tianla chuckles. There's really no significant point, boss. I merely wanted to remind you that this person must be dealt with. Get lost, you fool. Stop spouting trivialities. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai is grinning from ear to ear, overwhelmed by the myriad rewards. He hastily gathers the copious items that have dropped. The clattering sounds echoing as he hastens to inspect what treasures he has acquired. Suddenly, he is confronted by the enormous skill roulette appearing before him. Wow, this is astonishing. Not only 100 reputation and a gold coin, but what is the skill roulette? Upon closer inspection, he observes the wheel adorned with a plethora of skill books, with colors indicating varying levels of proficiency. The most abundant are the white E-grade skills, while the rarest golden skills resemble mere specks of dust in the vastness of the starry sea, seemingly unattainable. I shan't hope for S-grade skills. Let us aim for something practical instead. Contemplating this, Jiang Bai presses the button on the large wheel. The slender pointer begins to spin, gradually increasing in speed, then slowing until it halts on a skill radiating a purple hue. An A-grade skill. Before the system prompt even sounds, Jiang Bai's heart races with excitement. Congratulations! You have acquired the Archer skill Multi-Shot. Multi-Shot, A-grade, skill description, instant cast, attacks the target and all others within an 8-yard radius, dealing 80 physical damage. When a critical hit is achieved, the cooldown resets to 0. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Incredible. A group attack skill, and its instant cast. This is absolutely phenomenal. As Jiang Bai gazed at the skill description, his eyes widened in astonishment. If all goes as expected, this should be the first A-grade skill in the world. And to top it off, it is an area of effect skill. As a class that does not excel in area attacks, archers possess very few such skills, making the ones available exceedingly potent. The true brilliance of this skill lies in its ensuing mechanics. With a critical hit cooldown reduced to 0, one can only imagine the potential for infinite uses of multi-shot, if fortune favors the player or if their critical hit attributes are high. Such a mechanism is utterly outrageous. Moreover, with 80 of the base attack, this area of effect skill is already considered exceptional within its category. Of course, Jiang Bai understood all too well how challenging it is to stack critical hits in Genesis. Even with his current advantages and a full set of ancient epic gear, his critical hit probability barely reached 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai immediately learned the skill multi-shot and then turned his attention to the title awarded by the system. First Blood Attack Power. 1 to his amazement, it was a percentage increase in attack power. Jiang Bai gasped inwardly. Percentage attributes are exceedingly rare, as their growth potential is substantial, becoming increasingly powerful in the later stages of the game. For instance, although he currently has less than 200 attack power, a 1 increase amounts to merely 2 additional points. However, should he reach 20,000 attack power in the future, that same 1 would translate to a whopping 200 points, equivalent to a piece of equipment. He never expected such a bountiful reward from defeating a single boss. Feeling elated, Jiang Bai opened the map while making his way towards the Evil Centaur region, simultaneously accessing his inventory to admire his spoils. The most conspicuous item was his gold count. which had surged from just over 3 gold coins to 5, indicating that defeating one boss yielded 2 gold coins. Following that were a collection of materials and 2 gleaming pieces of equipment. First, he examined the materials: Ironback Wild Boarlord's tusks, X2, and Ironback Wild Boarlord's blood tendons, X1. Although the materials were of a considerable level, their current utility was unknown, so he decided to set them aside and focus on the next item. Skill Enhancement Scroll, X1 item description, can enhance player skills. Goodness. So this is the legendary Skill Enhancement Scroll? How incredibly rare it is, only seen after defeating a boss. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. Glancing at the 3 skills he had learned, deciding against immediate enhancement, he would consider it later. The main attraction, however, was the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss. Night Owl Necklace, excellent, attack, 11 strength, 2 equipment level, 5 Raging Wild Boar Leggings, fine, defense, 12 strength, 3 constitution, 3 equipment level, 5. One was green gear and the other blue, with the green piece being a particularly rare necklace. Although the attributes did not align perfectly with his class, it was still a promising prospect, for the time being. Selling it would yield greater value than wearing it. Jiang Bai, deep in thought, realized that due to the substantial premium on equipment of green quality and above at this stage, the value of a single green item could suffice to purchase several, even a dozen, white items of the same tier. While white equipment may seem trivial to others, to him, 8 pieces of white equipment equated to 1 piece of purple gear. As for the blue leggings, they were a perfect fit for warrior and knight professions. Just as he was pondering this, the private chat interface flickered once more. Datong Wuzue, congratulations, brother. Have you come across any good items? Share them with me. Jiang Bai promptly sent the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment to Datong Wuzue. Moments later, Datong Wuzue replied, I want to waste words. For those 2 items. Name your price, brother. I'll take them both. Such boldness. Sensing the exuberance in Datong Wuzue's words, it was likely that this individual commanded a large guild or was backed by significant forces. For it was uncommon for an average player to so liberally acquire equipment at inflated prices. You set the price, brother. I am not particularly knowledgeable about equipment values. As long as it feels fair, Jiang Bai replied honestly after some contemplation. He had no intention of becoming a black market dealer, and Datong Wuzue seemed rather decent. Datong Wuzue responded, then I shall not hold back. Based on current market prices, I will offer you a bit more. For the leggings, I will give you 11 gold coins, and for the necklace, 7 gold coins. How does a total of 18 gold coins sound? Goodness, that amounts to a staggering 180,000. While 18 gold coins may not seem like a lot, the sheer sum of 180,000 cash was enough to leave Jiang Bai, who had not encountered such wealth before, utterly astonished. Moreover, to speak candidly, the price offered by Datong Wuzue was only higher, not lower, and most importantly, Jiang Bai would not need to pay any transaction fees. It was a deal. As soon as the message was sent, the trading interface from Datong Wuzue popped up. Once the transaction was completed, Jiang Bai's assets soared to an unprecedented 23 gold coins, equivalent to a remarkable 230,000. In less than half a day since the server opened, he had earned over 200,000. It was simply mind-blowing. Chapter 16. The malevolent centaurs. This transaction invigorated Jiang Bai, filling him with an exhilarating sense of optimism for the future. He promptly accessed the trading interface to search for equipment. As the majority of players reached approximately level 5, the demand for level 5 basic rings, necklaces, and other accessories skyrocketed, with prices exceeding 1 gold coin. Jiang Bai marveled at the fervor of the equipment market, opting not to purchase anything for the moment. After all, he could not reach level 5 just yet. He decided to wait until completing his quest to reassess the market conditions. As for the level 5 basic weapons, their prices hovered between 7,000 to 8,000 copper coins, which were not entirely unreasonable. To be candid, even the most primitive level 1 novice weapons, despite being of ancient quality, still fell short in fundamental attributes. Gazing at his level 1 longbow, which boasted an attack attribute of merely 18 points, he noted that level 5 basic weapons typically surpassed that by at least 10 points. If he were to synthesize a level 5 ancient weapon at the current prices, it would likely cost around 20 gold coins, rather exorbitant. Moreover, while his ancient longbow suffered in attack power due to its low level, its supplementary attributes, particularly the real damage and the frost effect, were indispensable to Jiang Bai. These benefits far outweighed the mere additional points of attack. What if he synthesized another weapon, only to receive lackluster attributes? Truth be told, he was reluctant to part with this longbow. If only there were items available to upgrade equipment. After acquiring an additional 2 points in agility, Jiang Bai's attack power reached a solid 200 points, transforming his attack panel to read 202, totaling 202, thanks to the effect of the title First Blood. Just as he was fixated on his attribute panel, a centaur suddenly entered his line of sight. How swiftly they had arrived. Jiang Bai halted, observing 3 distinct centaur forms striding around a campfire approximately 25 yards ahead of him, their names displayed in crimson, indicating their hostile intent. According to the Monster Compendium, centaurs possessed a perception range of 15 yards. Entering this radius would trigger an attack. Contemplating this, Jiang Bai retreated a few steps before casting Identify on each of the 3 centaurs. Centaur Warrior, level 7 attack, 50 defense, 40 health, 650. Centaur Mage, level 7 attack, 75 defense, 15 health, 450. Centaur Sorcerer, level 7 attack, 65 defense, 20 health, 500 goodness. These creatures were organized into a small squad. Upon reviewing their attributes, Jiang Bai exclaimed in astonishment. All the centaurs were arranged in groups of 3, which implied that to defeat a centaur, one would have to contend with all 3 simultaneously. This game truly necessitates teamwork, Jiang Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Given the formidable difficulty, a regular level 7 player would likely be overwhelmed after just 1 round. And even a 5-member team of the same level would face grave peril in battle. However, Jiang Bai evidently had little to worry about. With 810 hit points and 68 defense, apart from mages, warlocks, and warriors, few could breach his defenses. When factoring in the fixed damage reduction from his armor, even mages would struggle to inflict damage. So, what was there to hesitate about? It was time to act. Drawing his longbow to its full extent, a soft lavender glow enveloped the arrows, which shot forth with a fierce wind, transforming into a violet streak that pierced the air. As the arrow approached within 10 yards of the centaur warrior, it astonishingly split into 3 mid-air, each targeting a different centaur creature. The damage inflicted was 144, 40, 169, 40, and 328, 40, respectively. Hiss! The moment the arrows struck, the 3 centaurs emitted shrill cries. The centaur warrior, clad in tattered black iron armor, charged directly at Jiang Bai, while the remaining centaur mage and warlock began to chant spells, conjuring red and black energy orbs before them. A critical hit right from the first attack. It seems that a 5 critical chance is indeed impressive. Jiang Bai, delighted, observed that the skill, multi-shot, had instantly cooled down after its release, and without a moment's thought, he activated it once more. A-grade skills are truly formidable, Jiang Bai marveled. The strength of multi-shot does not lie merely in its numerical values, which appear unremarkable at first glance, but in the astonishing mechanism of instant cooldown after a critical hit, elevating it to a remarkable status. Multi-shot. Once again, 3 arrows were loosed, yet this time, none achieved a critical hit. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai was thoroughly satisfied. After 2 rounds of multi-shot, the most resilient centaur warrior was left with merely 266 hit points, while the mage was reduced to a mere 32. The unfortunate warlock, succumbing to the critical hit from the first round, perished before it could even cast a spell in the second round. Jiang Bai disregarded the charging centaur warrior, directing another arrow straight at the centaur mage. Simultaneously, the mage's fireball struck Jiang Bai's chest with great force. Without even glancing at his own hit points, Jiang Bai dispatched the centaur mage with a single arrow, then aimed at the centaur warrior who had charged close, executing an aimed shot that, combined with true damage, dealt a staggering 232 damage, followed by a regular attack. Effortlessly, he claimed the life of the centaur warrior. What a relief! Jiang Bai picked up the copper coins that had fallen to the ground. Typically, a centaur creature would yield 40 experience points. Were it not for the task's constraints, his leveling speed would surely be akin to a rocket's ascent. The difficulty of leveling up in Genesis is exceedingly high. Currently, I am only at level 4. And to ascend to level 5, I require a staggering 2,000 experience points. However, a level 7 monster provides merely 40 experience points, which must be divided among 5 players under normal circumstances. The challenges of leveling up are thus quite evident. Observing my task progress shift from 0-100 to 3-100, I resolved to engage in fervent monster hunting. With the area damage skill multi-shot at my disposal, I ensured efficient monster farming, especially during critical hits, as the cooldown-free multi-shot could effortlessly annihilate a group within 3 rounds. It appears that focusing on critical hits will be paramount. The higher the critical hit rate, the more lucrative the benefits from multi-shot. The thought of achieving maximum critical hits is tantalizing indeed. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck me. While my current odds may be lacking, could I not compensate through sheer numbers? If my critical hit rate against a single monster is 5, what if I were to engage 10 or even 20 monsters simultaneously? Surely, I would land at least 1 critical hit, wouldn't I? As I gazed upon the scattered centaur squad ahead, a bold notion took form in my mind. Chapter 17: The Thrill of Mass Assault. Regardless, the monsters fail to inflict any damage upon me, and with the inherent lifesteal, I am utterly unperturbed by their aggression. The area of multiple shots extends to within 8 yards of the target, without any restrictions on the target itself. This implies that as long as I am within an 8-yard radius, I can endlessly strike my targets with multiple shots. It is certainly worth testing. After a brief calculation, Jiang Bai aimed at the path and charged forth. Due to the active attack mechanism of the centaurs, as Jiang Bai dashed past them, these creatures instinctively pursued him. And with a 10-speed boost, the centaurs could only trail behind him, enveloped in dust. The cacophony of their cries resounded. Soon enough, a throng of clamorous centaur warriors followed closely behind Jiang Bai, while the mages and warlocks lingered at a distance, casting their spells. However, each time Jiang Bai sprinted beyond their attack range, they unwittingly fell in line behind him, quickly coalescing into a crowd. After circling the small lake half a turn, Jiang Bai glanced back. Goodness! His eyes were met with a dense mass of crimson monster names. Considering it was his first attempt, he dared not overdo it. So he halted abruptly. Instantly, the centaur warriors trailing Jiang Bai swung their hefty iron hammers towards him. The sound of clanging echoed. 1, 1, 1. Listening to the noise without witnessing any decrease in health, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. 7 warriors, which meant he had drawn in 7 waves, totaling 21 monsters, while the mages and warlocks accounted for an additional 14. Approximately 20 yards behind those centaur warriors, a cluster of mages and warlocks had begun to chant their spells. Fortunately, the range had not exceeded 8 yards. Aiming directly at the central mage, Jiang Bai resolutely unleashed a multi-shot. Indeed, as the arrows neared the mages, the purple arrow shadows instantaneously split, raining down like a storm of arrows upon the centaur mages and warlocks ahead. 169,169,328,164. In an instant, the screen erupted with a flurry of damage numbers, filling Jiang Bai with exuberance. Delightful. There truly were critical hits. Ignoring the frenzied numbers floating above him, Jiang Bai released another multi-shot. 338,169,164. Critical hits continued. Following the second round of multi-shots, the previously hit mage had collapsed at this moment. Jiang Bai unleashed his third round of multi-shot, instantly annihilating the remaining dozen or so monsters. You vanquished the centaur mage, earning 0 experience points. You defeated the centaur sorcerer, also receiving no experience. You struck down another centaur mage, accruing yet again no experience. The plunder skill activated, granting you an increase of 1 in intelligence. Alas, if it were not for the constraints of the quest, my experience bar would surely be soaring. Observing the flurry of system notifications, Jiang Bai felt a surge of exhilaration. Nothing could compare to the thrill of battling multiple foes simultaneously. After dispatching the ranged attackers, only 7 raucous warriors remained before him. He unleashed a multi-shot. Though it failed to yield critical hits against the centaur warriors, who were impervious to his strikes, Jiang Bai remained unfazed. This time, the multi-shot did not result in critical damage, so he opted to eliminate them one by one, waiting for the cooldown of multi-shot to unleash another barrage. Approximately a minute later, the ground before Jiang Bai was strewn with the lifeless forms of centaurs, while his health bar had barely diminished, thanks to the 5 lifesteal that had effectively healed him. What an exhilarating experience! He was leveling up against foes 2 levels above him. Jiang Bai noted that his quest progress had increased by more than 1/5 as he began to clean the battlefield and reflect on the recent skirmish. Undoubtedly, this confirmed that with sufficient defense, one could engage in limitless monster farming. Furthermore, with a high enough critical rate, the efficiency of farming would be simply astounding. In Jiang Bai's assessment in monster encounters, the focus shifted from attack to defense, for a monster's strike could interrupt the character's spellcasting or attacking sequence, provided they could breach his defenses. His success in dispatching the Centaur horde stemmed from their inability to penetrate his defenses. Otherwise, with these 7 melee Centaur warriors striking repeatedly, he would not have been able to retaliate at all. The 21 monsters yielded Jiang Bai less than 200 copper coins and a piece of white gear. Centaur dagger, common, physical attack, 15, equipment level, 7. Jiang Bai promptly listed it on the trading market for 5 gold coins. To be frank, as time passed, these attribute-less white gear items would only decrease in value. The plunder skill had activated once, though the boost to intelligence was of little practical use. Still, it was better than no activation at all. At this moment, Jiang Bai was oblivious to the 5-man team, around level 5, who stood in the nearby thicket, utterly astonished. They had merely been passing through but were taken aback by the spectacle of Jiang Bai's battle. Violent 1. What? What did I just witness? Violent 2. Is that some kind of GM testing the drop rates while in invincibility mode? Violent 3. Goodness. A level 4 player farming level 7 monsters? This is absurd beyond belief. Violent 4. Perhaps we should make our exit? I am truly apprehensive about being discovered by him, as he could swiftly eliminate me with a single arrow. Violence number 5. I am uncertain about his preferences regarding men. I am quite capable. After successfully rallying the group, Jiang Bai felt no further reservations and promptly led them on a circuit around the lake. The number of monsters encountered was consistently around 30, making the slaughter both efficient and safe. Originally, vanquishing 100 malevolent centaurs would have taken approximately 5 hours. Yet Jiang Bai accomplished this feat in just 3 waves of monsters, completing the task in about 20 minutes, including the time spent gathering the creatures. The rewards were unexpectedly generous. In addition to over 1,000 copper coins, he also acquired 2 pieces of basic equipment and a green magical ring, which Jiang Bai promptly sold for 5 gold coins to Detang Wuzue. After defeating over 80 monsters in 3 waves, the plunder skill astonishingly triggered 3 times, augmenting his attributes by 1 point each in Constitution, Agility, and Strength. With these 3 waves, he gained 3 attribute points, which is nearly equivalent to leveling up. This truly embodies the essence of boundless growth. Were it not for the task constraints, I reckon I would have reached level 6 after defeating these 100 monsters along with the previous boss. As Jiang Bai opened the skill enhancement interface, he retrieved the solitary skill enhancement scroll. Initially, he intended to utilize this precious scroll on the multi-shot skill, only to be abruptly aware that 1 scroll would be insufficient. It turns out that the number of scrolls required for skill enhancement is contingent upon the skill's level. The lowest E-grade skill requires 1 scroll for enhancement, D-grade necessitates 2, and so forth, with the A-grade skill, multi-shot, demanding 5 scrolls for a single enhancement. Damn, what a ripoff. Jiang Bai accessed the trading market, only to find that no skill enhancement scrolls were available for purchase. Are these items truly so rare? If so, my solitary enhancement scroll could fetch an exorbitant price. Never mind, I shall return to complete the task. With this thought, Jiang Bai shattered the return item. Chapter 18. Repairing the Ancestor's Hammer. Old man. It's time to hand over the task. Jiang Bai appeared once more in the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was hunched over, vigorously hammering a block of iron. Beads of sweat glistened on his bronze skin, resembling a red-skinned duck being roasted over a fire. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's voice, the blacksmith halted his motions, paused momentarily, and then slowly raised his head. When the old blacksmith beheld Jiang Bai, a look of astonishment crossed his face. You've completed it again? I have indeed. Jiang Bai replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Impossible. You can check the task progress yourself. Jiang Bai, uninterested in further explanations, showcased the task panel. The old blacksmith's countenance transformed into one of incredulity. This is astonishingly swift. I told you, old man, no more nonsense. Hurry and reward me for the task, Jiang Bai urged directly. Very well. After a brief silence, the old blacksmith nodded, his gaze towards Jiang Bai now imbued with a new spark. You have completed the hidden sequential task, the blacksmith's trial, receiving 6,000 experience points, 100 reputation, and 1 gold coin, unlocking the sequential task, the blacksmith's trial, too. Jiang Bai momentarily froze. Unlocking a task counts as a reward? Although no other items were granted, the overall reward was still quite substantial. The 6,000 experience points allowed Jiang Bai to rise 2 levels, reaching level 6, thereby compensating for the level suppression imposed by the tasks. Presently, his team was approximately within this range. As for the 1 gold coin, it was needless to elaborate on its value. It was indeed delightful. Regarding the unlocking of the sequential task, Jiang Bai scratched his head. It appeared that this series of hidden tasks formed a coherent system, likely comprising an entire storyline, with the final link promising a significant surprise. Those familiar with online games would recognize this pattern. In terms of difficulty, aside from himself, the challenge posed by this entire set of tasks was undoubtedly formidable. Merely triggering them out of sequence would be a feat few could achieve, and the prerequisite tasks alone would deter 99.9% of players. Thus, a question emerged. Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on the old blacksmith. What could the grand reward of such a convoluted hidden task be? The old blacksmith's expression grew unusually grave. Meeting Jiang Bai's gaze. Young man, having reached this point, you must realize that matters are not as simple as they seem. It appears not to be simple. Jiang Bai nodded. How many more tasks lie ahead? The old blacksmith disregarded Jiang Bai's inquiry, his attention drawn to the longbow on Jiang Bai's back. You should show me your weapon. This time, Jiang Bai did not resist. He sensed that to proceed with the next phase of the task, he would likely need to comply. With this thought, Jiang Bai carefully removed the longbow and handed it to the old blacksmith. The moment the longbow was grasped, the expression of the venerable blacksmith underwent a profound transformation. He gazed, oblivious to his surroundings, with an enthralled countenance fixed upon the ancient bow, as though it were the sole remnant of his world. I sensed the breath of the creator deity. Alas, however, the blacksmith shook his head with a hint of regret, returning the bow to Jiang Bai. This artifact is of too low a caliber. It will inevitably become a burden to you. Such a pity. Sigh. Observing the despondent blacksmith, Jiang Bai was not disheartened, but instead regarded him with a look of delight. It was evident that the blacksmith's final sigh indicated his ability to elevate the weapon's rank, though something was still lacking. Old man, do not wear a frown. To be frank, can you assist me in advancing this weapon? There is a way. The blacksmith's brow furrowed in a deep crease, but it cannot be done at present. The ancestral hammer is beyond repair. Do not say that. Tell me what is needed for its restoration. I will procure it, and we shall see if it can be done. Jiang Bai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Are you truly willing to attempt this? Young one, this endeavor could be perilous, the blacksmith warned, his gaze filled with concern. Just tell me what to do. I will undertake it. The outcome rests with fate. Please do not hesitate. Very well. With the blacksmith's words, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. You have triggered the hidden quest, the blacksmith's trial, repairing the ancestral hammer. Do you accept? Oh, this time at ISNTA mandatory acceptance? Jiang Bai paused for a moment before examining the quest description. The blacksmith's trial, repairing the ancestral hammer. Quest description. The formidable ancestral hammer was forged by the ancient race of the mountain giants. It possesses the power to shape all things and create the mightiest divine artifacts. Regrettably, during the War of the Gods 18 millennia ago, the ancestral hammer was damaged and remains irreparable to this day. Young one, do you possess the courage to seek out sufficient soul crystals to restore the ancestral hammer? Quest objectives: collect 200 pieces of magic crystal ore, 100 vials of blood from magic wolves, and 3 boss soul crystals. Quest rewards? These are indeed rare items. Although Jiang Bai didn't fully comprehend the quest objectives at the moment, he accepted the task without hesitation. For it pertained to the crucial matter of upgrading his weapon, and it was a segment of a chain quest that he needed to undertake to progress. He was genuinely curious to see the ultimate outcome of this series of tasks. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Bai recalled something. According to the description, if the ancestral hammer was a creation of the ancient mountain giants, then this blacksmith. His gaze once again fell upon the blacksmith, who had now bent over, commencing his hammering, no longer responding to Jiang Bai's inquiries. Magic Crystal Oregon. On the path of departure, Jiang Bai perused the item catalog and discovered on the 3rd page a particular item, the magical crystal ore, which is extracted from the enchanted caverns nestled within the Misty Valley. Within these caverns dwell the 89-level enchanted dwarf miners. So this is how it appears. As for the blood of the magical wolf, it is sourced from the enchanted wild wolves of the misty jungle, which are level 8 creatures. Engaging them should pose little challenge. However, before taking on any monsters, Jiang Bai did not rush. Instead, he opened the trading market once more and promptly purchased 8 ordinary necklaces of level 5, expending a total of 11 gold coins. Regrettably, The necklaces were the most expensive among all equipment slots. Presently, Jiang Bai's pouch still contained 1 gold coins. Although it pained him somewhat, such enhancements were indispensable. And there was no need to invest heavily in ancient gear, epic equipment sufficed. After some effort, a brand new epic grade item materialized before Jiang Bai's eyes. Deadly Spectral Pendant, Epic. Physical Attack, 20 Agility, for Strength, 2 Deadly, increases critical strike chance by 2. Splendid. With this, my critical strike chance now stands at 7. Upon observing these attributes, Jiang Bai felt that his expenditure of nearly 10 gold coins was well justified. During this initial phase of exploration, he must strive to widen the gap between himself and other players. After all, epic, ancient, and even legendary gear would not be lacking in the later stages of the game. At that point, his advantages would be swiftly neutralized. Thus, Jiang Bai must exploit this current advantage to establish an even greater lead. The better the attributes, the faster the pace at which he could engage groups of monsters. And the more frequently he could activate Plunder, which remains an advantage that other players cannot negate. Once he donned the pendant, Jiang Bai's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation at level 6. Old Dreams of the Empty City, level 6 class, Archer Race, Human Health Points, 900 Energy Points, 200 Physical Attack, 2773 Magical Attack, 11 Attack Strength, 40 Defense, 74 Attributes, Constitution, 20 Spirit, 10 Strength, 20 Intellect, 11 Agility, 46 Skills, Shock Shot, Aimed Shot, Multi-Shot, Titles, I Am Strong, Ancient Will, First Blood. Considering attack strength and true weapon damage, I can inflict approximately 350 damage against an opponent with 0 defense. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 19. The Enchanted Snow Wolf. The defense was somewhat lacking. If both the boots and leg armor were at level 5, it would likely enhance the defense by an additional 20 points without much trouble. The misty jungle lies a considerable distance from the novice village, and the surrounding monsters increase in level as one ventures further away. Traversing through the domain of the malevolent centaurs, a sunken valley unfolded before him. From afar, the valley was enveloped in swirling mists, and Jiang Bai was poised to descend, entering the misty jungle. The air here was damp, the vegetation towering, and the scent of decaying leaves permeated the atmosphere. One must admit, the realism of the holographic game was truly unparalleled. Shortly after Jiang Bai stepped into the jungle, the Enchanted Snow Wolf came into his line of sight. Enchanted Snow Wolf, level 8 attack, 80 defense, 40 health, 700. The magical wolf was adorned with silver fur, its robust physique and streamlined muscles exuding a captivating sense of strength. As Jiang Bai scrutinized the wolf, it turned its head and locked eyes with him. Its crimson gaze radiated ferocity, and its ivory fangs glistened with a chilling sharpness. Not to mention, the wolf was undeniably stunning. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Bai drew the longbow slung across his back. He unleashed a shockwave shot. 298. The level 8 magical wolf instantly lost nearly half of its health. With a fierce howl, the magnificent wolf charged towards Jiang Bai. However, the 20 speed reduction diminished its once proud advantage. Following this, Jiang Bai executed another aimed shot, dealing 336 points of damage. At this moment, the wolf was still more than half the distance away from Jiang Bai, yet its health dwindled to a mere 66 points, which Jiang Bai swiftly eliminated with a single basic attack. With its defenses breached, the situation became manageable. Jiang Bai's gaze fell once more upon the skill multi-shot. Faced with such defenseless melee monsters, it was an absolute delight to engage them en masse. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai began to attract the creatures while wielding his longbow. The aggressive enchanted wild snow wolves likely had a larger perception range than the malevolent centaurs. Some, despite being approximately 20 yards away, pursued Jiang Bai like rabid dogs. Due to their melee nature and sufficient speed, the wolves were not significantly slower than Jiang Bai, occasionally managing to nip at him as they followed closely behind. However, their damage output was rather pitiful, dealing either 1 point or missing entirely. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Bai glanced back. To his astonishment, at least 20 of them were in hot pursuit. Noticing that his health had diminished by over 100 points, Jiang Bai paused, turned, and unleashed a multi-shot, causing a flurry of damage numbers to erupt across the screen. The numbers 224, 40, 448, 40 seemed fundamentally normal. A single shot could deplete the health of a snow wolf by 268 points, yet there were more than 20 snow wolves to contend with. With Jiang Bai's 7 critical hit probability, landing a critical strike during a round of multi-shot was statistically likely. As he witnessed the cooldown of multi-shot reset to 0, Jiang Bai exclaimed with delight. This multi-shot was exceedingly exhilarating, almost akin to a divine skill for crowd control. After unleashing a barrage of multi-shots, the Snow Wolves, now afflicted by the frost debuff, slowed down significantly. Jiang Bai, having completed his volley, swiftly turned and continued to sprint forward, thus increasing the distance between him and the wolves, rendering them incapable of attacking him. This was the sheer brilliance of frost. As the cooldown for multi-shot expired once more, Jiang Bai executed another strike. The screen erupted with numerical displays, and several wolves that had previously suffered critical damage fell lifelessly to the ground, their health bars extinguished. This round also triggered another critical hit, prompting Jiang Bai to unleash a third multi-shot, with arrows raining down like a tempest. The last 10 or so snow wolves succumbed without exception, transforming into clusters of experience points that surged into Jiang Bai's being. What a thrill! Incredible! Achieving critical hits consecutively 3 times. Jiang Bai marveled at the rapidly multiplying experience points, despite his seemingly modest 7 critical hit probability. The sheer volume of targets, over 20 snow wolves, made critical hits nearly inevitable. You have slain demonic snow wolf and gained 40 experience points. The system notifications echoed continuously. Jiang Bai glanced at his experience bar, realizing that leveling from 6 to 7 required a staggering 6,000 experience points. Truly absurd. Even if he were to solo this challenge, he would need to slay 150 wolves to level up. If ordinary players were to team up for this, it could easily lead to disastrous outcomes. The leveling difficulty in this game was indeed extreme. Jiang Bai couldn't help but lament. However, it must be noted that everyone had their own quests to complete. With so many tasks in the novice village, the experience rewards were rather meager, and he had merely neglected to undertake them, given Jiang Bai's current abilities and level. Methodically completing those tasks seemed futile and would only hinder his progress. It was the hidden quests that truly warranted his attention. Jiang Bai began to survey the battlefield. Over 20 snow wolves had yielded less than 400 copper coins, along with some wolf pelts and fangs, materials with notoriously low drop rates, as expected, yielding no equipment whatsoever. As for the task material he required, demonic wolf blood, only 5 units had dropped. Damn it, the drop rate for task materials cannot be this low. Jiang Bai stared incredulously at the 5 vials of demonic wolf blood. Based on his previous gaming experience, task materials were typically guaranteed to drop, yet here he was, having slain over 20 wolves and receiving a mere 5 vials. This implied that to obtain 100 vials of blood, he would need to slay at least 500 demonic wolves. Good grief. Even if I can handle multiple foes, how long will this take? The process of battling hordes of monsters initially unfolds with exhilarating excitement. Yet as time progresses, it begins to feel somewhat monotonous. Jiang Bian estimated that over the course of an hour, he had dispatched more than 100 snow wolves, all reaching level 7. However, he had only obtained a mere 30 vials of wolf blood, rendering the drop rate utterly despairing. Fortunately, this peculiar task imposed no level restrictions. Otherwise, he would have lacked the motivation to continue. Jiang Bai speculated that once he collected 100 vials of blood, he would surely ascend to level 8. Despite the tedium, the slaughter of over 100 magical wolves yielded some rewards, 2 white items and a green necklace, bringing him a total of 6 gold coins. Intriguingly, he also stumbled upon a skill enhancement scroll, which was a delightful surprise. It appeared that the skill enhancement scroll was not impossible to acquire from lesser monsters, but rather, its drop rate was exceedingly low. As for the plunder skill, it activated only twice, but the fortunate news was that both instances enhanced his agility. Observing that his status values were nearing a decline of 10%, a somewhat weary Jiang Bai sought a relatively safe spot to log out of the game. As it was time for a break, players need not concern themselves overly with the intricacies of resting, for the game inherently possesses a sleep simulation feature, effectively fulfilling their bodily sleep requirements while engaged in the virtual world. Jiang Bai casually ordered takeout and opened the official forum. Chapter 20. An encounter with a powerful team. The most popular posts on the forum were, to some extent, related to Jiang Bai. He never anticipated that someone would record his fierce battle with the Yun City Guild and upload it to the forum, igniting a frenzy among the users. The title read, Mysterious Master Kongqing Jiaming battles the Yun City Guild. One man defeats 33 Yun City warriors. The headline was captivating, and the descriptive narrative was nothing short of exquisite. While the majority of comments speculated about his identity, could Kangxing Jiaming be a key figure in a super-influential guild? Otherwise, how could he have achieved such rapid progress? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles a lone player, given his solitary nature. What a ridiculous notion. Have you ever seen a solitary player advance at such a pace? As long as he isn't a foreigner, that's all that matters. I've heard that players from Sakura country are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to engage us in national warfare. They should hurry up and start the battle. I'll slay them all down to level 5. National warfare? When will it commence? I can hardly wait. As the discussion progressed, it veered off topic. Several subsequent posts were offers to reward information on Kangxing Jiaming. It seems there are quite a few who care about me. However, one post caught the attention of Kangxing Jiaming. Searching the world for Kangxing Jiaming. Help me level up. 100,000 RMB for 1 hour. Goodness, such wealth? Jiang Bai clicked into the post, where the author revealed her game ID. Weiweier. She appeared to be a female player. Indeed. The replies in the thread were even more entertaining. Hey, OP, I'll do it for 50,000. How about that? I'll do it for 50 at your service. You, up there, with your malicious competition, is there anyone as competitive as you? I'll even pay 50 just to keep the OP entertained. Jiang Bai quietly noted down this ID, intending to add her in the game. After all, his initial motivation for playing was to earn money, and making 100,000 in an hour was simply delightful. After finishing his takeout, Jiang Bai logged into the game and resumed his relentless monster grinding. As Jiang Bai grew increasingly adept, his efficiency soared. The number of monsters he defeated rose from 200 to 300. After vanquishing the 477th Snow Wolf, he collected the 98th vial of blood from the Magic Wolf, bringing him closer to completing his task. However, the snow wolves in that area had been fully cleared, leaving him to sit and await the next wave of monsters. Damn. At this moment, Jiang Bai was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his eyes glazed over, feeling as though he had become an emotionless monster hunting machine. This task was truly relentless. At this juncture, Jiang Bai had reached level 8, believing that leveling up had become exceedingly challenging. Yet, if other players were to discover this, they would likely go mad. To level up twice in a single afternoon? That's a concept akin to that of a deity, something ordinary players wouldn't even dare to dream of. As for the rewards, while they may not be considered bountiful, they were certainly substantial. An E-level mage skill, Thunderbolt, a priest skill, minor healing, along with 3 white quality items and a green dagger, had netted Jiang Bai a total of 8 gold coins. Just 5 hours prior, these items would have fetched no less than 10 gold coins. But as the levels of the main force continued to rise, the value of these low-level goods plummeted drastically. Consequently, Jiang Bai's total assets soared to 35 gold coins, equivalent to 350,000 RMB. The skill plunder also met Jiang Bai's expectations, factoring in the 2 points of agility previously acquired. He triggered it 7 times while facing nearly 500 monsters, earning 2 points of stamina, 1 point of strength, and 2 points of agility. Witnessing these rewards, all his efforts seemed worthwhile. As Jiang Bai lay sprawled on the ground, resting, he was suddenly drawn by the sounds of chaotic fighting and shouts emanating from the distant jungle. Could there be others here? He paused for a moment, realizing that only a few would possess the capability to venture here for monster grinding. After all, this was a zone teeming with level 8 beasts. Pondering this, Jiang Bai cautiously approached. Through the gaps in the leaves, he spied a battle unfolding not far ahead, one marked by a stark disparity in strength. On one side stood a complete 5-member team, seemingly composed of professional players, equipped with the standard configuration of 1 knight, 1 warrior, 1 mage, 1 rogue, and 1 priest. Their coordination was impeccable, and their combat skills were evidently refined. They were no ordinary players. Moreover, their levels were beyond what an average player could attain at this stage, with all members boasting level 6. Opposing them was an elite, enchanted snow wolf, currently at half health. The disparity in strength was evident, as 5 level 6 players found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by an 8-level elite monster. This elite snow wolf boasted a staggering 2,200 hit points, a feat not easily managed by an average player. It was clear that this team was well equipped, and their adept coordination enabled them to confront this elite snow wolf. Yet the battle was far from effortless. The priest was engaged in intensive healing, as even a momentary lapse could lead to the knight's swift downfall. The warrior continuously consumed potions, while the damage output from both the mage and rogue fluctuated between 30 and 40, indicating a gradual wear-down of their foe. Jiang Bai's gaze lingered on the graceful figure of the female priest. Her healing techniques were commendable, despite the perilous nature of the battle. Each healing spell was sufficient to keep the tank standing, demonstrating her precise control over her mana. A priest who can manage their mana effectively is indeed a valuable asset. Cease your spellcasting, or you'll draw aggro. Give the knight time to establish threat, commanded the player known as Carefree Breeze. His leadership skills were evident. Although the battle was arduous, hope was not lost. As the elite monster's health dwindled to below 20%, the fatigue etched on the faces of the team began to transform into excitement. Jiang Bai had no intention of seizing the monster, despite a flicker of temptation. Such morally reprehensible actions were typically beneath him. Yet, at that moment, the elite snow wolf unexpectedly underwent another mutation, gaining the prefix of frenzy alongside its bloodthirsty moniker. The situation took a dramatic turn. The knight, who had previously managed his health well, found himself abruptly overwhelmed as the frenzied snow wolf's attacks surged, leading to his swift demise. With the knight fallen, the tide of battle shifted instantly, the snow wolf lunging at the assassin who was relentlessly dealing damage. The already weakened assassin could not withstand the assault and soon joined the ranks of the fallen. The five-member team was swiftly decimated, on the brink of total annihilation. As the commander, the warrior known as Carefree Breeze gritted his teeth and charged forward. Moo, heal me with all your might, Xiaohei. Unleash your full power and ignore everything else. We're down to 17 health. Let us see if we can secure a kill. However, they clearly underestimated the capabilities of the frenzied snow wolf. Within half a minute, the priest's mana was entirely depleted. Carefree Breeze's health dwindled to a mere sliver, and the mage teetered on the edge of death. At this juncture, the snow wolf needed only a few effortless strikes to obliterate the entire team. Alas, it was a grim moment. The team leader, Carefree Breeze, resignedly shut his eyes, his face etched with frustration. Meanwhile, the adorable and gentle priest's eyes brimmed with tears. All their efforts were destined to evaporate into nothingness. Just as despair enveloped them and the fangs of the frenzied elite snow wolf were about to pierce Carefree Breeze's skull, a sharp sound of a piercing wind suddenly altered the trajectory of their fate. Chapter 21. The Carefree Squad. An arrow, imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, sliced through the air and, in a flash, pierced the skull of the rampaging elite snow wolf. In an instant, a spurt of crimson erupted forth, and the wolf appeared suspended in midair, a vivid red numeral floating above its head, 245. With its health reduced to below 200. The rampaging elite snow wolf was slain by Jiang Bai in a single shot. The arena fell into a hush as the astonishing damage left everyone awestruck. The trembling fletching of the arrow captured the gaze of all, and after a prolonged silence, Xiao Qifeng finally managed to swallow hard, his throat moving in disbelief as he turned to behold Jiang Bai, the one who had delivered the saving shot. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Good heavens. A one-shot kill. The assassin Xiao Shaokai stood frozen, staring vacantly at the lifeless body of the snow wolf. Such damage, it is simply overwhelming. The lovely priestess, Xiaoyao Mumu, gazed at Jiang Bai, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyao Qingfeng approached and bowed deeply to Jiang Bai. Fully aware of the significance of that arrow, it meant that none of them would suffer the humiliation of losing a level upon death. For them, losing a level was more painful than losing their lives. It's nothing, Jiang Bai waved dismissively. Having been deeply influenced by martial arts novels since childhood, he harbored dreams of chivalry, which inspired that fateful shot. This damage. Xiao Mumu seemed to have a sudden realization. Her large eyes fixed on Jiang Bai for an extended moment before she gasped and covered her mouth in shock. You can't possibly be the dream of an abandoned city, can you? The dream of an abandoned city. Xiao Qifeng was taken aback, his expression shifting into a complex mixture of emotions. Are you truly the dream of an abandoned city? That is of little consequence, Jiang Bai replied, lifting his longbow and preparing to depart. You all continue fighting. I am off to level up. Wait, brother. You're entitled to half of the spoils. Xiao Qifeng attempted to restrain Jiang Bai, but the latter was resolute in his departure. When the snow wolf fell, Jiang Bai had merely glimpsed the 2 white items and an E-grade skill book it dropped. Such trifles held no value for him. Thank you, brother. The Xiaoyao team called out to Jiang Bai's retreating figure. Perhaps his benevolent actions had garnered him some good fortune. For the remaining 2 portions of magic wolf blood were soon acquired. After slaying just over 10 of the beasts, he had even triggered a plunder event, gaining an additional point in agility. Ah, how fortuitous. It seems I should engage in more good deeds henceforth. Collecting the final portion of magic wolf blood and noting that his quest was complete with a tally of 100. Jiang Bai resolved to venture deeper into the misty jungle. The misty valley lay within, where the magical crystal ores awaited in a cavern. However, just as Jiang Bai prepared to set off, his eye caught a glimpse of a striking and formidable figure. Through the mist, the vision was somewhat obscured. Yet the silhouette unmistakably belonged to a snow wolf, its size nearly double that of an ordinary one. What on earth? Jiang Bai gasped, momentarily stunned. Could this possibly be a boss? Had he encountered his second boss in such a short span? Holding his breath, he cautiously navigated through the haze, and there, by the brook, a striking silver-white snow wolf was drinking water. Magic Snow Wolf Lord, rare variant boss, level 10 attack, 240 defense, 120 health, 6,000 skills, Frost Breath, Frost Claw Strike, Raging Charge, Savage Bite. Goodness, what a formidable boss! And a rare variant at that. In the game Genesis, such rare variant bosses are inherently stronger than their ordinary counterparts, and their loot is correspondingly superior. Its attributes were rather daunting and not easily manageable. Jiang Bai stared at the boss, contemplating his own stats. Currently, his health stood at 1020 points, defense at 80 points, attack at 330 points, with an attack strength of 46, summing up to a total attack of 376. Adding his weapons 40 points of real damage. He could inflict 296 damage after accounting for the boss's defense. However, the boss could strike him for approximately 140 damage per hit, a challenge indeed. After pondering for a while, Jiang Bai hesitated to take action, feeling uncertain. He decided to explore the trading market first. With over 30 gold coins in hand, he opened the trading market, knowing that wealth was undoubtedly the most effective means to enhance his strength. If all else failed, he could just forge 2 more pieces of ancient equipment. First, Jiang Bai swiftly purchased 20 large health recovery potions, each replenishing 100 health points available in the shop for 100 copper coins apiece. Some shrewd players hoarded them for resale in the market, often at prices exceeding 3 times the original cost. One might wonder, if the shop sells them, why buy them at such inflated prices in the market? Jiang Bai exemplified the answer. Caught in the wilderness without potions, he had no choice but to procure them through the trading market, showcasing the commercial acumen of these players. The 20 potions cost him nearly 1 gold coin, and taking advantage of the falling prices, he promptly acquired 16 level 5 whiteboard necklaces, spending 17 gold coins in total. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no pain parting with that amount. Yet Jiang Bai firmly believed that the rewards from this Wolf King would far exceed the 17 gold coins invested. Before the Wolf King, Jiang Bai forged an ancient necklace. Brutal lethal nether pendant, ancient, physical attack, 30 agility, 7 strength, for agility, 5 deadly, increases critical hit chance by 3, brutal, increases critical hit damage by 10. Goodness gracious. It was a dual attribute equipment. The necklace's attributes left Jiang Bai utterly astounded. The so-called dual attribute equipment typically features 2 distinct attributes in one affix, with the stipulation that these attributes will never duplicate. For instance, they may include strength and agility or intelligence and spirit, with one attribute invariably being the primary attribute. However, once the equipment reaches the ancient level, the number of attributes expands to 3, and the range of the third attribute becomes significantly broader. This third attribute may not only encompass additional attributes, but could also directly enhance base values or introduce other special effects. Take, for example, the ancient cloth armor worn by Jiang Bai, which boasts a third attribute that adds 200 health, while his weapon contributes a direct 2 critical hit chance, both commendable enhancements. Yet, the most remarkable aspect lies in dual attribute equipment, which, as the name suggests, includes a third attribute identical to the primary attribute. This classification of dual attribute equipment is undoubtedly an unparalleled tool for amplifying attributes, and such occurrences are exclusive to equipment of ancient level and above. The probability of generating dual attributes is exceedingly low. When it does occur, the resulting equipment is typically of exorbitant value. Furthermore, it adds an additional point of critical hit chance. Even more impressively, it enhances critical hit damage. Calculating this, each critical hit inflicts 5 times the damage. After donning the necklace, Jiang Bai's attack power has soared to an impressive 381 points, while his attack intensity has reached 50 points, culminating in a total attack of 430 points. Let us see how this unfolds. Jiang Bai's gaze turned towards the Snow Wolf Lord. Chapter 22. Battling the rare boss. Jiang Bai silently adjusted his position, precisely aligning himself at a distance of 30 yards. His right hand, filled with anticipation, drew the bowstring into a perfect crescent. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking the Snow Wolf Lord with astonishing speed. 342. 40. As the petals of blood blossomed at the Snow Wolf Lord's neck, Jiang Bai's initial strike delivered impressive damage. Unfortunately, the highly anticipated shock arrow failed to inflict the desired stun effect. The Snow Wolf Lord, wounded, let out a howl and turned its piercing gaze upon Jiang Bai. A palpable pressure emanating from its imposing white form as it surged forward like a bolt of lightning. What incredible speed! Even with the 20 slow debuff Jiang Bai had inflicted, the Snow Wolf Lord's velocity was astonishingly swift. Each powerful stride of its muscular limbs drastically closed the distance between them in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai released his second arrow, utilizing the 120 attack boost of aimed shot. 372. 40. At this moment, the Snow Wolf Lord was less than 10 yards away from Jiang Bai, prompting him to quickly stow his longbow and retreat. However, the issue lay in the fact that the slowed Snow Wolf Lord's speed was nearly equal to Jiang Bai's current pace. This meant that if Jiang Bai wished to continue his assault, the interval between his attacks would inevitably allow the Snow Wolf Lord to close in. With no way to create distance, Jiang Bai resolutely turned and unleashed a basic attack. 311. 40. Simultaneously, the massive form of the Snow Wolf Lord lunged toward him. Jiang Bai executed a swift roll, deftly evading the creature's attack. The authenticity of Genesis lies in the player's ability to utilize their agility to maneuver and evade. In simpler terms, it requires skill, a fundamental attribute for professional players. Although Jiang Bai may not consider himself a professional gamer, his experience in immersive online games afforded him a commendable level of proficiency. Having successfully dodged, the cooldown for aimed shot had concluded, and Jiang Bai sprang to his feet, releasing another arrow. 930. 40. What an astonishing critical hit! The arrow dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage to the Snow Wolf Lord, invigorating Jiang Bai and bolstering his spirits. Yet, the rare boss was far from ordinary. After enduring the pain of the arrow, the Snow Wolf Lord suddenly leapt into the air, diving toward Jiang Bai with ferocity. Raging charge! A fierce gale erupted as the Snow Wolf Lord surged forward with lightning speed, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Jiang Bai had yet to fully retract his longbow. The Snow Wolf Lord's claws glimmered with a chilling light, resembling a row of lethal daggers, as they slashed toward Jiang Bai's chest amidst a swirling aura of frost. Frost Claw Strike. By heavens, it can execute combination skills. With a piercing scream, Jiang Bai felt the Snow Wolf Lord's front claws carve deep, bone-visible gashes across his chest. 380 points. Goodness, is this skill truly that agonizing? Surely it boasts at least 100% attack power enhancement. In an instant, nearly 400 points of health were stripped away, and Jiang Bai finally comprehended the sheer terror of the Snow Wolf Lord's attacks and abilities. Rising to his feet, he attempted to retreat and create distance, only to find his movements unexpectedly sluggish. Raising his gaze, he discovered a slowing debuff displayed in the upper left corner. Damn it! It even comes with a slowing effect? A full 30 seconds of debilitation left Jiang Bai feeling utterly despondent. Escaping was one thing, but the real concern was that, under the influence of the slowing debuff, evading the Snow Wolf Lord's assaults would likely become impossible through sheer dexterity. As the Snow Wolf Lord lunged at him once more, Jiang Bai resolved to act decisively, unleashing an arrow the moment his shock shot cooldown expired. The damage read 342, 40, 17. The last number represented a 5 lifesteal effect. However, faced with the Snow Wolf Lord's formidable offensive capabilities, that 5 lifesteal seemed rather inconsequential. Simultaneously, the Snow Wolf Lord sprang towards Jiang Bai again. And despite rolling to evade, the slowing effect allowed the Snow Wolf's razor-sharp fangs to pierce his shoulder. 160 points. Blasted. Jiang Bai's health plummeted below half, leaving him with only 480 points remaining. It was clear that he needed to consume a potion. Thus, he quickly downed a health restoration elixir, bringing his health back up to 580. While the potion was indeed beneficial, it too had a consumption cooldown of 20 seconds, restricting his ability to drink more. To make matters worse, when Jiang Bai noticed yet another bleeding debuff affixed to him, despair began to wash over him. This too? It can inflict a bleeding debuff? In a moment of panic, he glanced at the description, losing 10 health points every 3 seconds. That amounts to 200 points in a minute. At this moment, Jiang Bai felt utterly frustrated, having finally realized that the disparity between rare bosses and ordinary ones was far greater than mere semantics. The difference was staggering. If players of the same level were to challenge this beast, I reckon they would need a minimum of a 10-person team. Damn it. Can shock shot not trigger a stun even once? At such a critical juncture, one would think it would deliver. Having failed to achieve a stun twice in succession only deepened Jiang Bai's vexation. Yet, in a fit of rage, a regular attack unexpectedly yielded a stroke of fortune. An ordinary arrow, upon striking a critical hit, triggered a 1 chance of frost, freezing the Snow Wolf Lord in place. 622, 40, 31. Look at that. Even a mere 1 frost chance exceeds your probabilities. Jiang Bai was suddenly elated, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks during the 3 seconds of freezing. Firing off 3 consecutive arrows. With a resounding strike, the 3 arrows unleashed a staggering damage of 933, 120, leaving the Frostwolf Lord with barely a third of its health remaining. Specifically, a mere 788 points. This also granted Jiang Bai a modest recovery of 45 health points. Although the Frostwolf Lord's health was dwindling, Jiang Bai's condition was far from ideal. The blood he had siphoned was nearly nullified by the bleeding debuff, keeping his own health hovering around 560. He could be struck down in no more than 2 hits. As the Frostwolf emerged from its frozen state, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a fan-shaped blast of icy frost towards Jiang Bai. The expansive reach of this icy breath left him no opportunity to evade. The piercing chill sinking deep into his bones, and once again a vivid red numeral appeared above his head, 240. How infuriating. Although this frost breath bore no added attack power, it astonishingly bypassed all defenses. With his health dwindling to 320 points, Jiang Bai hastily consumed another potion, raising his health to 420. He could withstand no more than 2 hits at this point. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full assault in hopes of vanquishing the beast before his demise. With this determination, Jiang Bai drew his bow and released a basic attack, reducing the Frostwolf Lord's health to below 400. In the same breath, he executed a rapid-fire skill, multi-shot. Chapter 23. The Grateful and the Ungrateful. Although this skill inflicts minimal damage, particularly against a solitary target, its instantaneous activation renders it effective for delivering explosive strikes. Damn it. No critical hit. Still 1148 health points. At this moment, Jiang Bai's slowdown buff dissipated, allowing him to roll adeptly to evade the claw of the Snow Wolf Lord. Rising swiftly, he unleashed a aimed shot. 372 damage, 736 health points remaining. With a stroke of luck, a critical hit could seal the deal. As the encounter progressed to its final phase, the priority became eliminating the boss with utmost urgency. Jiang Bai, resolved, ceased evading and braved the Snow Wolf Lord's onslaught. Seizing an opportunity for a basic attack. 311 damage, only 480 health points left. At last, the glimmer of victory appeared on the horizon, however. This strike came at the cost of his own vitality. As Jiang Bai initiated his aimed shot, the Snow Wolf Lord unleashed its 4th skill, Savage Bite, in conjunction with Furious Charge, dealing a grievous 280 damage to Jiang Bai. At that moment, he was left with a mere 177 health points. No longer could he endure further assaults. He sheathed his longbow and began to circle around. The Snow Wolf Lord matched his speed, and as long as he kept running, it would not catch him, especially since Furious Charge had just been employed and its cooldown was not yet complete. Jiang Bai was biding his time, waiting for the cooldown of his multi-shot. A basic attack would not suffice to diminish 480 health points. Failure to do so would result in his demise. Thus, he needed to unleash his sole instantaneous skill, multi-shot. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. As Jiang Bai counted down, anticipating his moment of reckoning, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the dense forest to his right. Startled, he feared an interruption in his battle. This was his most vulnerable moment. Brother, need some help? A familiar voice reached his ears, and turning to glance, Jiang Bai exhaled in relief. It was Xiaoyao Qingfeng and his companions, with whom he had previously crossed paths and aided. Thank goodness. While continuing to evade the boss, Jiang Bai called out to Xiaoyao Qingfeng, "Thanks, brother. But there's no need to trouble yourselves. I can handle this. Don't be like that, brother. With the boss here, we could share the spoils. And our priest can even heal you a bit." This remark struck Jiang Bai differently, stirring an ominous premonition within him. He forced down his rising emotions and replied, "Really? I'm fine. I can manage. I say, brother, don't mistake kindness for foolishness. Our leader genuinely wishes to assist you." A soft voice interjected. It was Xiao Xiaoyi's. At these words, a shadow darkened Jiang Bai's expression. The treachery of the wolves has become glaringly apparent. They are here to seize the boss. He turned to gaze at the carefree Qingfeng. Indeed, the expressions on the faces of the trio were notably complex, their eyes betraying an unmasked avarice. Betrayal in the face of kindness? Jiang Bai's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Come now, brother, must you speak so harshly?" Qingfeng stepped forward, his gaze never wavering from the bloodied snow wolf. "We are assisting you. This is a boss. Besides, we are brothers. Should we not aid one another and share in our fortunes? Am I to believe I have been so foolish as to associate with a brother devoid of shame? To speak so grandiosely while attempting to steal a creature? Where is your dignity?" As Jiang Bai maneuvered to evade the boss, a tempest of anger brewed within him. Nothing could be more repugnant than such a betrayal. He understood well that Qingfeng was still wary of the snow wolf's prowess. While he himself could dispatch the creature effortlessly due to his superior attributes, the remaining 480 health points posed no challenge for him. Yet, for Qingfeng and his companions, it was an entirely different matter that could not even breach the wolf's defenses. The priest lacked combat capabilities, and the only damage dealer, the assassin Xiaoka, could at most inflict a mere 30 points of damage in one strike. Thus, the snow wolf's remaining health was astronomical to them. "Brother, I surmise you shall be compelled to partake in this endeavor today. Do not blame me for Qingfeng's betrayal. In the face of greed, the world is indeed cruel. I am the leader of the Carefree Guild, and I need not elaborate on our strength. If you join us, I would be willing to appoint you as vice president. To be frank, my guildmates are en route, and I could easily wait for them to arrive before claiming the boss for myself. However, in light of your previous assistance, I propose we split this boss between us. I am already showing you leniency. Go ahead, try to take it if you possess the means." At this moment, Jiang Bai felt a profound revulsion towards his earlier altruistic actions. He never anticipated rescuing a treacherous wolf. It appeared the world of martial arts was indeed perilous, and he had been too benevolent. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. As regret seeped in, the moment had arrived. The reason Jiang Bai had engaged in such lengthy discourse was to buy time. With multi-shot now off cooldown, he grasped a large healing potion, intending to consume it before executing a double strike to claim the boss and then deal with Qingfeng and his cohorts. However, just as he retrieved the potion from his bag, he found himself suddenly frozen in place, unable to move. A dizzying icon appeared above his head, and at that moment, the concealed figure of Xiaoka gradually materialized beside him. "Damn it, kidney strike. You have been maliciously attacked by player Xiaoka, entering a state of legitimate defense." Jiang Bai silently lamented the dire situation. The kidney strike was a rogue-esque divine skill. While in a stealth state, the rogue could unleash a kidney strike on their target, resulting in a 5-second stun, during which any attack on the target would break the stun. Of course, the kidney strike was purely a control skill, devoid of any damage. After executing the stunning attack on Jiang Bai, the carefree Xiao Shaka refrained from action, instead standing at a distance, mocking Jiang Bai. "Heh, how audacious. This boss belongs to our Xiao Guild." Xiao Shaka had his sights set on the Snow Wolf Lord, and he knew that, without intervention, the 5 seconds would be ample time for the Snow Wolf Lord to bring about his own demise. Indeed, mere seconds after being stunned, a frigid wind howled as the Snow Wolf Lord's frost-laden claw descended directly toward Jiang Bai's forehead. "Xiao, I shall obliterate your entire guild." In the throes of inner turmoil and defiance, the Snow Wolf Lord's colossal claw struck Jiang Bai. Frost Claw Strike. Chapter 24. The Resurrection of Divine Skills 344. Instant kill. At the moment the damage was displayed, Jiang Bai collapsed to the ground. "Quick, catch the boss." As Jiang Bai fell, Xiao Qingfeng immediately entered the fray. Although his luck was notoriously poor, the combat proficiency of a professional player was undeniably formidable. He expertly seized the moment to engage the boss. With a full health of 660 points, the warrior Xiao Qingfeng capitalized on the cooldown of the Snow Wolf Lord's skills. Knowing that a standard attack would only diminish his health by approximately 200 points, under the fervent healing from Xiao Mumu behind him, along with a large potion in hand, Xiao Qingfeng could momentarily withstand the onslaught of the Snow Wolf Lord. "Mumu, heal me vigorously. Ignore Xiao He. If I can hold out for 2 minutes, Our brothers will nearly be here. With no intention of confronting the Snow Wolf Lord head-on, Xiaoyao Qingfeng opted for a kiting strategy. Despite the warrior's low agility, his tactical retreat while striking could indeed minimize damage taken by disrupting the Snow Wolf Lord's attack intervals. Additionally, he employed a targetless, charge skill. Such a deft maneuver made enduring for 2 minutes seemed quite feasible. At that moment, Xiaoyao Xiaohe, fearing he might draw aggro, refrained from unleashing his full damage potential. Relying on basic attacks that dealt around 10 points of damage, Xiaoyao Qifeng was in high spirits, astonished to have stumbled upon a rare boss during his grinding. This was an 8-level rare boss. It was unlikely that any guild in the world could defeat it, yet he had fortuitously secured such a monumental advantage. Haha. As he ran while drawing the monster, a broad grin stretched across his face. However, just then, a dark iron arrow, silent as the night, pierced through the air, striking down the priest Xiao Mumu. 393. 40. In one shot, it obliterated the fully healed priest. What? The instant Xiao Mumu fell, Xiao Qifeng was rendered speechless. And Xiao Xiaohe stood frozen in shock. What in the world just happened? When he witnessed the lifeless Jiang Bai unexpectedly appear behind Xiao Mumu's corpse, Xiaoyao Qingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell? Is this a ghost? In a flash, Xiaoyao Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his mind going blank as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired. You were supposed to be dead? A chilling smile crept across Jiang Bai's face, sending shivers down the spine. Xiao Qifeng, I will ensure you regret your actions today. Without requiring Jiang Bai's intervention, the Snow Wolf Lord, now behind Xiao Qifeng, executed an Frost Claw Strike, dealing nearly 500 damage and instantly eliminating Xiao Qifeng. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai aimed his arrow at Xiao Xiaohe. Damn it! Don't kill me! With a startled exclamation, Xiaoyao Xiaohong hastily prepared to enter stealth mode and flee. Yet, just as he vanished halfway, an arrow, akin to the Spear of Death, brutally forced him out of his semi-invisible state. The tremendous force pinned Xiaoyao Xiaohong firmly against the tree behind him, a number 722 hovering ominously above his forehead. Critical hit. Instant kill. After dispatching Xiaoyao Xiaohong, Jiang Bai wasted no time, seizing the moment when Xiao Qifeng succumbed and the boss momentarily lost its target. He unleashed a basic attack followed by an instantaneous, multi-shot, swiftly eliminating the severely weakened Snow Wolf Lord. Once tranquility returned, Jiang Bai gazed upon the corpses of Xiao Qifeng and his companions, as well as the luminous orb dropped by the Snow Wolf Lord. He felt rejuvenated and spat contemptuously at Xiaoyao Qingfeng's lifeless body. Resurrection, truly an extraordinary skill. Jiang Bai nearly forgot that his title, Ancient Will, possessed a resurrection ability, allowing him to revive at the spot upon death, restoring 80 of his condition with a cooldown of 24 hours. This skill was nothing short of a game-changer. At the Novice Village resurrection point, Xiao Qifeng and his companions stood, their expressions dark as thunderclouds. Who can explain why he is revived again? This can't be hacking. Can it? Xiaoyao Mumu quietly theorized. I suspect he must be carrying some sort of resurrection item or scroll. Otherwise, this situation is utterly inexplicable. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qifeng issued orders to Xiao Xiaohong beside him. Xiaohong quickly summoned the brothers heading towards the misty jungle back. We perished. And sending the remaining brothers is tantamount to delivering them as fodder. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Player Empty City Old Dream has become the first in the entire server to slay the rare mutated boss, Demonic Snow Wolf Lord, receiving the first kill reward, 100 reputation, 5 gold coins, and a mysterious reward. Upon hearing the system announcement, the world erupted in excitement. What the hell? Is this game even playable? A rare mutated boss. This guy is going to defy the heavens. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao Qingfeng and his companions were taken aback, their expressions darkening even further. CTM. Xiao Qifeng stamped his foot in frustration, witnessing his level plummet back to 5, an urge to spit blood overwhelming him. After pondering briefly, he turned to Xiaoyao Xiaohong once more. Xiaohong, contact the people from Cloud City. We must join forces to take down this empty city Old Dream. There is no possibility of resolving this grudge. It's either his demise or ours. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's gains exceeded his wildest expectations. Not only did he acquire top-tier boss materials, which were invaluable for crafting weapons and equipment, but the demonic Snow Wolf Lord also granted him a boss soul crystal. This item is of utmost importance. It is essential for the task at hand. So, does that mean I must defeat at least 3 formidable lords? The difficulty of the quest seems rather steep. Jiang Bai stowed away the soul crystal, and next came 3 pieces of equipment. Howling Flame Staff, Epic, Spell Attack, 76 Intelligence, 8 Spirit, 6 Howling Flame. Upon attack, there is a 5 chance to summon a Howling Fireball, dealing 100 spell damage to the target. Equipment level, 10. A Purple Staff. Jiang Bai was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling the urge to howl at the heavens. The exorbitant equipment had arrived. The Howling Flame effect, if put more simply, equates to a 5 critical hit chance, which is incredibly powerful. Snowwolf Helmet, Superior, Defense, 18 Constitution, 3 Agility, 2 Equipment level, 10. This helmet possesses attributes that align perfectly. I shall keep it for now and assess the situation later. No one can currently don level 10 equipment, and the rules of creation are rather vexing. Players have only 6 equipment slots before level 10, lacking a helmet slot. The 7th slot, the helmet slot, only unlocks after reaching level 10. Peel Ring, Superior, Spell Attack, 22 Intelligence, for Spirit, 2 Equipment level, 10. Another gem of a ring for spell lasting. These 3 pieces of equipment are worth a fortune. Jiang Bai could hardly estimate the value of these items. He could only surmise that the 17 exorbitant gold coins he spent to forge the ancient pendant had been entirely recouped. At this moment, the cash in Jiang Bai's pouch, supplemented by the 5 gold coins rewarded by the system, had once again reached a total of 22. As for the plunder skill, it directly granted Jiang Bai an additional 3 points in agility. 100 reputation points are indeed a rare treasure. Jiang Bai now possesses 200 reputation points, and 1,000 points will allow him to further upgrade the Heart of Creation. Moreover, Jiang Bai's experience bar surged from 8 level 17 to 8 level 68. Nearly half a level gained. However, the Paisida persistence of this bounty lies in the so-called mysterious reward. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Jiang Bai gazed into his pouch. Chapter 25, The Pet Egg? What could it be? Jiang Bai gazed at the package with eager anticipation, expecting it to contain some extraordinary item. However, this reward took him by surprise. It turned out to be a pet egg, pure white and roughly the size of a palm. A pet egg. Jiang Bai was momentarily stunned, his mind grappling with the unexpected revelation. Pet egg, item description. Upon hatching, it grants a randomly rare mutated pet. Hatching requirements: hunter class profession, mastery of the skill, beast taming. Jiang Bai stared at the pet egg, his expression gradually transforming into one of exaggerated astonishment. Rare and mutated? Anyone familiar with the mechanics of Genesis would undoubtedly comprehend the significance of these words. In the realm of Genesis, hunter-class professions indeed possess the capability to tame a pet to fight alongside them. Initially, all pets in Genesis are classified as the lowest tier, E grade. The differentiation in pet tiers arises from subsequent training. The levels range from E, D, C, all the way up to SSS, depending solely on the resources invested, with no inherent disparities. Thus, the only aspect that can create a gap from the outset is the pet's innate talent level. Genesis categorizes pet talents into 4 tiers: ordinary, rare, mutated, and rare mutated. Ordinary pets lack initial talents, while rare ones possess a single talent. Mutated pets have 2. And the legendary rare mutated pets boast 3 innate talents. This is the capital that can create a disparity right from the starting line. Although there are merely 4 levels, the chasm between each tier is akin to a vast gulf, and the difficulty of acquisition escalates exponentially. Each innate talent signifies an entirely new mechanism, and it is this mechanism that fundamentally alters the quality of items. For instance, Jiang Bai's A-grade area attack skill, multi-shot, would remain at a D-grade level without critical hit and instant cast mechanisms. Yet, with the inclusion of these 2 mechanisms, the A-grade rating could only rise. This guarantees the acquisition of a rare mutated pet and its value. Jiang Bai found himself utterly unable to estimate its worth. Presently, no player possesses the capability to hatch this pet egg. The hatching requirements clearly state that a hunter-class profession, which is a post-transition role, necessitates a level above 10. The term class is used because Genesis features an exceptionally rich subsequent profession system, with countless hidden professions for players to explore, including a myriad of roles within the hunter branch. Jiang Bai stared blankly at the pristine pet egg, for the first time contemplating his own transition profession. This item, once placed on the market, would surely incite a frenzy, especially among top-tier hunter class players. After stowing away the package and picking up the final spoils, skill enhancement scroll, Jiang Bai joyfully set forth on his journey to the magic crystal mine. During this period, Jiang Bai's private messages had already exploded, a situation he had long since become accustomed to. However, he felt compelled to respond to the direct message from Datang Wuzui. Brother, let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point, Datang Wuzui said candidly. I suspect today's transaction will require some financial sacrifice. Having grown accustomed to trading with Datang Wuzui, Jiang Bai rarely utilized the trading market except for worthless junk equipment. This was due in part to transaction fees, but also because Datang Wuzui was remarkably straightforward. He never offered prices that would disadvantage Jiang Bai. Sacrifice? Do you underestimate me, Tang? As Jiang Bai sent over the attributes of the Roaring Flame staff, Datang Wuzui was left momentarily speechless. The chat interface was silent for nearly 10 seconds before Datang Wuzui finally responded. Holy smokes! An epic staff? His tone deepened. Brother, I'm set on acquiring this staff. Name your price, and it's yours. Let us stick to the usual routine. You quote the price. To be honest, there are no level 10 epic staffs available in the market right now, so I have no idea what it's worth. If your offer seems fair, I'll accept. I don't have any use for it anyway. Jiang Bai pondered this for a moment before typing his reply. He claimed uncertainty. Yet internally he had a rough price range in mind. Currently, the best staffs on the market were several level 8 blue staffs, each priced over 10 gold coins. Hence, doubling the price for this level 10 purple staff seemed reasonable. Moreover, considering the excruciating difficulty of leveling in Genesis, it was evident that higher level equipment would retain its value longer. Just as Jiang Bai was contemplating the staff's worth, Datang Wuzui sent another message. Brother, I've estimated it. I assure you, I won't let you suffer a loss. How about 30 gold coins? Goodness. Jiang Bai mused as he read Datang Wuzui's message. Wealthy individuals truly operate differently. 30,000 gold coins seemed casual for them. This price left Jiang Bai with no room for disagreement, as it was essentially the maximum he could ask for. Deal. Your integrity is commendable. Jiang Bai thought once more that this guy was trustworthy. Soon after, Datang Wuzui sent a trade request, and at that moment, Jiang Bai suddenly had a thought and tentatively inquired, Do you have any boss soul crystals? The reason for his tentative approach was that such items were indeed rare. Not a single one was available in the trading market. It was evident that only major guilds, capable of defeating bosses, would possess such precious materials and would never consider selling them. Boss soul crystals? I happen to have one. But what do you need it for? I still haven't figured out its purpose, Datang Wuzui replied. Indeed, he had one. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he replied. If you find yourself momentarily unoccupied, how about selling it to me? You can set the price. He chuckled. Are you looking down on your brother? Datang Wuzui laughed heartily. If you need it, just take it. Discussing money feels rather sentimental. That won't do, Jiang Bai rejected. This item is quite valuable. I must reckon it at no less than 10 gold coins. If I am to negotiate a price for the items I sell, why should you be exempt? Datang Wuzui responded, It's different, brother. The priority purchasing right you granted me for your equipment transcends a mere 10 gold coins. Honestly, this is not unreasonable. If you're willing, you may take it. Otherwise, our transaction is off, and I shan't purchase the staff. As he spoke, a brilliant boss soul crystal appeared in Datang Wuzui's trading panel, while his gold coins remained unchanged at 30. Realizing he could not withstand Datang Wuzui's insistence and compelled by the needs of the task, Jiang Bai acquiesced to the trade. However, he was not about to let go of 10 gold coins without a counter. At the moment Jiang Bai clicked to agree, he placed the exquisite blue magical pearl ring on the table as well. Chapter 26. The utmost enjoyment of the horde. Subsequently, Jiang Bai swiftly completed the transaction, resulting in Datang Wuzui acquiring a staff and a rare blue magic pearl ring. What do you mean by this, brother? Datang Wuzui inquired hastily. Take it. No need for unnecessary chatter. The priority is to assist a brother in locating another boss soul crystal, Jiang Bai replied, promptly closing the chat interface, disregarding Datang Wuzui thereafter. Upon concluding the trade, Jiang Bai's assets soared to an impressive total of 52 gold coins, which equated to a staggering 520,000 RMB. With this thought in mind, Jiang Bai's spirits soared, and he unconsciously adopted a carefree demeanor, akin to a cow exuberantly frolicking in delight. Who was it that claimed gaming was a pursuit of idleness? Who asserted that gaming was a behavior befitting the downtrodden? And who stated that gaming could not yield financial gain? Ha ha. Before long, Jiang Bai found himself meandering along a narrow path. Arriving at the mouth of a mine. This must be the magic crystal mine, he mused, peering into the dimly lit cavern, faintly illuminated by a soft blue glow, which imparted an eerie yet exquisite beauty. As he ventured inside, he noticed patches of pale blue magic crystal ore embedded in the walls. However, lacking the mining skill, he realized that directly extracting the ore would have been a far simpler task. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of clanging echoed, presumably the miners at work. As Jiang Bai pressed on, he soon encountered a miner clad in tattered clothing, wielding a pickaxe. Foggy jungle miner, monster level, 9 attack, 90 defense, 42 health, 750. This was a substantial increase in strength compared to the level 8 snow wolf, particularly with an attack that surpassed it by a notable 10 points. An anomaly indeed. Generally, a single level difference would yield a maximum increase of 5 points. Jiang Bai pondered the miner's attributes, but fortunately, although his defense stood at 80 points, the additional 20 points from his armor rendered him impervious to this foe's assault. Theoretically, Jiang Bai could engage multiple foes at once. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to test the strength of this solitary miner first. With a swift release of shock shot, the miner, now slowed, clumsily raised his pickaxe in an attempt to strike Jiang Bai. 444. 40. This was considerably more manageable. With one arrow launched, Jiang Bai exhaled in relief, despite the miner's attack being 10 points higher than that of the snow wolf. The trade-off was a marked decrease in speed. Coupled with the 20 slowdown, kiting this creature posed no challenge whatsoever. This realization prompted Jiang Bai to once again marvel at the frost effect, which truly was a divine enhancement, yielding remarkable benefits. The more he contemplated this, the more reluctant he became to part with his level 1 ancient longbow, intensifying his eagerness to complete the task at hand and upgrade his weapon. With the second arrow swiftly vanquishing the miner, Jiang Bai decisively commenced to lure more foes. The number of monsters was approximately controlled at around 20. If there were too many, some would inevitably lose their targets. 20 was the optimal number for attracting foes. Multi-shot, an arrow was released instantaneously, resulting in a splendid display of damage numbers soaring across the screen. The exhilaration of that moment was indescribable. 323, 323, 646, 646. Indeed, after the critical hit enhancement, the difference in one-on-one combat was not as apparent, but during group encounters, the effects were vividly clear. Delightful, as the cooldown of multi-shot ended in an instant. Jiang Bai felt an overwhelming thrill. Undoubtedly, he had fallen deeply in love with the sensation of battling hordes. Multi-shot, another volley of stars filled the sky, while behind him, the miners afflicted by slowing effects were already toppling. With an 8 critical hit bonus, it was no longer a challenge for the second multi-shot to land a critical hit. As the third multi-shot was unleashed, the throng of miners behind Jiang Bai was entirely obliterated. You have slain Mist Jungle Miner, gaining 50 experience points. You have slain Mist Jungle Miner, gaining 50 experience points. The pillage skill was triggered, adding 1 point to strength. The cascading system notifications flooding the screen once again brought immense pleasure to Jiang Bai, especially when the pillage skill activated. Witnessing the attributes increase by 1 point was a truly delightful experience. Quite impressive, the drop rate for magic crystal ore was higher than I had anticipated. Jiang Bai surveyed the battlefield. The 21 miners had yielded 7 magic crystal ores, which was far easier to obtain than the blood of magic wolves. Next came the moment for Jiang Bai to relish alone. The thrill of battling groups of monsters only grew more addictive. Although the process involved the repetitive task of drawing and annihilating hordes, the sense of accomplishment and surprise was utterly incomparable. Particularly when a group of monsters perished in an instant, the experience bar surged, and a plethora of shimmering items appeared on the ground. That sensation was pushed to the extreme. For a solid 4 hours, he battled over 600 miners, exhilarated beyond measure. 200 magic crystal ores were perfectly collected, and his experience points rose to about 58 of level 9. The pillage skill activated 11 times, contributing 4 points to strength, 3 points to constitution, and 2 points to agility, along with a rather useless 2 points to spirit. This spirit increase left Jiang Bai quite vexed, as it was entirely a wasted attribute. The archer class, unlike spell-casting professions such as mages or priests, did not suffer from a lack of mana when not spamming skills. He managed to acquire 4 pieces of white gear and 2 pieces of green gear, all of which were level 10 equipment. Additionally, he obtained 2 E-rank skill books, the Assassin's Backstab and the Warrior's Charge. These low-level skills had become rather valueless. After deducting transaction fees, the 4 pieces of white gear and 2 skill books netted Jiang Bai less than 4 gold coins, while the 2 green items were swiftly purchased from him by Datang Wuzue for 8 gold coins, having surpassed the initial phase of exploration. The prices of equipment have gradually become more rational. Additionally, there remains a skill enhancement scroll. The drop rate of this item is astonishingly low, akin to the rarest of treasures. Jiang Bai, with utmost caution, stored the skill enhancement scroll and couldn't help but express his frustration. Thus far, he had only acquired a total of 4, insufficient even for a single enhancement of multiple shots. As for the final boss soul crystal, Datang Wuzue had assisted Jiang Bai in locating it, albeit it was obtained by another guild, making it impossible to acquire without cost. Ultimately, Jiang Bai purchased this boss soul crystal at a relatively reasonable price of 13 gold coins. While it was deemed reasonable, it slightly exceeded Jiang Bai's anticipated budget. However, given his urgent need for the item, he had no choice but to endure the expense. After tidying the battlefield, Jiang Bai, without a hint of nostalgia, shattered the return scroll, and amidst a flash of light, he reappeared in the bustling, vibrant novice village. "Old man, I'm here to complete the quest." With his gaze fixed on the industrious blacksmith still toiling away, Jiang Bai's heart surged with anticipation. This was the moment to elevate his weapon's level. What could be more exhilarating and eagerly awaited than this? Moreover, what would the next hidden quest entail? Could it possibly be the final chapter? Chapter 27, Conclusion of the mission. When the blacksmith laid eyes on Jiang Bai, his expression resembled that of a man who had encountered a ghost. He meticulously examined the task items Jiang Bai had presented, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. "You are truly remarkable, far exceeding my expectations," the blacksmith remarked, raising his gaze to meet Jiang Bai's, his look a tapestry of surprise, curiosity, and an unmistakable hint of admiration. "Enough chatter, let us see the rewards, old man," Jiang Bai urged. "This is your reward," the blacksmith replied, gesturing towards the longbow slung across Jiang Bai's back before turning to enter the shop. Jiang Bai hastily followed suit. From the outside, the blacksmith shop appeared to be an unremarkable structure, but when the old man unveiled a concealed door in the floor, Jiang Bai sensed that matters were far from ordinary. Beneath the hidden door lay a dimly lit stone corridor, flanked by flickering candles, with walls adorned by an array of weapons, presumably the fruits of the blacksmith's lifelong labor. It was evident that these weapons were of far superior quality compared to the shabby merchandise sold outside. As they reached the end of the corridor, a vast chamber unfolded before them, akin to the size of a basketball court. The adjacent walls displayed even more intricate weapons, while at the center of the room stood a furnace, towering to the height of a man. The flames danced and crackled, and suspended above the furnace was an exquisitely crafted, ancient-looking hammer. "Is this the hammer of ancestors?" Jiang Bai inquired earnestly, pointing at the hammer that emanated an air of authority. "Leave the items here. You may exit now," the blacksmith abruptly stated, turning to Jiang Bai. "What?" Jiang Bai was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. "Are you jesting with me, old man? If you didn't wish for me to enter, you should have said so earlier." The blacksmith turned back, his gaze reverently fixed upon the suspended hammer. "I brought you in merely for you to see." "I have not deceived you," he replied with sincerity. Jiang Bai felt a surge of frustration rising within him. The wait was undoubtedly excruciating. As he paced anxiously within the blacksmith's workshop, it felt as though a century had passed before he finally discerned the sound of the blacksmith's footsteps approaching. "Here it comes." As the concealed door opened from below, Jiang Bai's full attention was drawn to the longbow held in the blacksmith's hands. It was a beautifully crafted longbow, bathed in a soft blue hue, with an elegant yet simplistic design. Upon closer inspection, the bow seemed to shimmer with a faint glow. The ends of the bow were adorned with snowflake motifs, perfectly embodying the essence of frost. The limbs of the bow bore inscriptions in an unfamiliar script, and at the grip, there was an emblem resembling a cross arrow. Just the appearance of this bow suggested it was a valuable artifact. As Jiang Bai accepted the longbow, its properties materialized before his eyes. Ancestral Frostfang longbow, ancient, physical attack, 57 agility, 10 strength, 8 critical hit chance, 3 cutting, inflicts an additional 60 points of true damage upon attack, frost, ice attribute attack. Inflicts a 21 slow on the target, with a 1/5 chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. Equipment level, 5. With a heart full of anticipation, Jiang Bai felt a sense of calm wash over him after reviewing the attributes. The prowess of a level 5 ancient weapon far surpassed that of its level 1 counterpart. However, his lack of excitement stemmed from the expectation he had already formed. After all, this was merely an upgrade of a previous piece of equipment. The changes in values were commendable, yet the effects remained consistently familiar. Thus, he was quite satisfied with these attributes, though the surprise was somewhat diminished. If only the old blacksmith could assist him in elevating the longbow to level 10. Curiosity prompted Jiang Bai to voice this thought. As he was nearing level 10 and felt that a level 5 weapon was somewhat of a hindrance. Naturally, it can be done, with the power of the ancestral hammer. This is not a difficult task, the old blacksmith replied without hesitation. However, not at this moment. Your level is insufficient, and it requires a considerable amount of materials. Then tell me what materials I should prepare, Jiang Bai casually inquired. Let us discuss this once you reach level 10, lad, the blacksmith retorted with a disdainful glance. Just then, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. You have completed the Hidden Chain Quest, the Blacksmith's Trial, Part 2, earning 8,000 experience points, 100 reputation, and gaining the recognition of Blacksmith Brent, unlocking the final chapter of the Hidden Chain Quest. The final chapter quest. Jiang Bai abruptly lifted his head, noticing that the name of the blacksmith NPC had transformed in his view. Ancestral Hammer Guardian Brent. So this is your true identity, old fellow. What an impressive title. Enough chatter. For reasons unknown, the blacksmith exuded an air of authority in Jiang Bai's eyes at that moment. He continued, Congratulations, adventurer. You are the first in millennia to pass my trials. Now, there remains one final challenge. Do you possess the courage to accept it? Hey, old man. You know I came here precisely for that. Excellent. The blacksmith nodded in satisfaction. Follow me. With that, he turned and strode towards the door, disregarding the other players eager to complete their quests, leading Jiang Bai directly to the home of the old village chief. Upon entering the quaint wooden cabin, the elderly village chief, with hair and beard as white as snow and bearing the wisdom of ages, greeted the two with a gentle smile. Village chief. This fellow must be the one we seek, the blacksmith indicated, pointing at Jiang Bai. Very well. The village chief, clearly not one for superfluous words, scrutinized Jiang Bai before a quest interface materialized before him. You have triggered the final chapter of the Hidden Chain Quest. Open the door of hope. Hunt the Hellhound. Do you accept? I accept. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai accepted the task and subsequently opened the task details. Open the door of hope. Hunt the Hellhound. Task description. As a survivor of the ancient war, the villagers of East Town have guarded the ancestral hammer for generations. However, the malevolent demon army has relentlessly haunted them, led by the Hellhound, which covets the ancestral hammer, to protect the surviving inhabitants of East Town and the ancestral hammer. The greatest archmage in the town's history, Rabik, transformed his flesh into a barrier, keeping the demon army at bay for millennia. Yet, as long as the demon horde endures, the residents of East Town remain unable to escape this land and open a passage to the outside world. Great adventurer, go forth as the beacon of hope for East Town, and vanquish the demon army, slay the Hellhound, and allow the long-sealed town to bask in the light of day once more. Task objectives: slay the Hellhound, eradicate the demon army, and open the passage to the secondary main city. Task rewards: extremely generous rewards? What on earth? The task rewards are described in such abstract terms. How generous could they truly be? Chapter 28. A surge in strength. It was without a doubt that upon encountering this task, Jiang Bai was filled with exhilaration. This so-called final chapter task was entirely beyond his expectations. He had presumed that the concluding mission would merely be a more challenging personal endeavor with generous rewards. Yet the task's description indicated that it could potentially influence the entire progression of the game, creation. After accepting the task, Jiang Bai accessed the help menu of the creation system and activated the inquiry feature, uncertain if the system would respond to his questions regarding this matter. Contemplating, he tentatively asked, will my final chapter task of hunting the Hellhound affect the overall game progression? Indeed, the system promptly replied. Upon completion of this task, the demon army will invade the novice encampment earlier than scheduled. If players successfully fend them off, the second act and its gameplay will be unlocked, thereby accelerating the game's progression. At that moment, Jiang Bai felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, as if destiny had bestowed upon him a grand mission rather than a mere task. May I inquire, he continued, if I do not trigger this round of hidden tasks? Naturally, I will not receive this final chapter. How will the second act commence under normal circumstances? If the hidden task is not triggered, the system will initiate the demon army's siege activities according to the standard progression. And what constitutes a successful defense? Jiang Bai pressed further. The system currently lacks the authority to provide an answer, it replied. Jiang Bai pursed his lips, pondering the difference between an early invasion by the demons and a normal progression of the invasion. Wasn't he at all for the sake of advancing the game? The rewards differ. The system clarified. This revelation put Jiang Bai at ease. He would be disheartened if, after expending considerable effort, the rewards were identical in both scenarios. Revisiting his experience bar, which stood at 76 towards level 9, he resolved to reach level 10 before confronting the Hellhound, thus enhancing his chances of success. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bai returned to the crystal mine. Despite the dim lighting and less-than-ideal surroundings, the high density of monsters ensured a swift and efficient experience gain, particularly since no other players were currently in the vicinity. He prudently kept his monster count around 20 to 25, with each miner yielding 60 experience points. After dispatching a wave of foes, he estimated an experience gain of approximately 8 to 9. After about an hour, Jiang Bai successfully leveled up to 10, allocating his 2 free attribute points to agility. The plunder skill additionally granted him 2 points in constitution and 1 in agility. Most importantly, he unlocked the 7th equipment slot, specifically for a helmet. Equipping the helmet, Jiang Bai's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Empty City, Old Dream, level 10 reputation, 400 class, archer race, human health points, 1320 energy points, 320 physical attack, 50-15 magical attack, 15 attack strength, 70 defense, 118 attributes, constitution, 34 spirit, 16 strength, 35 intelligence, 15 agility, 81 skills, shock shot, aim shot, multi-shot, titles, I am strong, ancient will, first blood. It is estimated that I am the only player capable of achieving 500 attack points at level 10. Jiang Bai gazed with immense satisfaction at his attributes. His critical hit rate had reached 9. Should it ascend to 10, it would likely herald a transformative change. In truth, Jiang Bai had been somewhat conservative in his estimates. Compared to other players, even those who had pooled the collective strength of their guilds to create top-tier characters, the maximum attack under full offensive build would hover around 230, a rarity among the elite few. Moreover, even those full offensive players with an attack of 250 would find their health points scarcely exceeding 400, with their defenses peaking at a mere 50 points. This limitation arises from their complete focus on offensive stats. Jiang Bai's current health and defense, however, could put even the most formidable tank classes to shame. This is the source of Jiang Bai's terrifying prowess. It is inevitable, given that he possesses the plundering skill. Jiang Bai crushed the return scroll and opened the trading market's armor branch. To his dismay, he found that although level 10 armor existed, it was exceedingly scarce and exorbitantly priced. After all, the majority of mainstream players linger around level 7, with level 8 monsters being the sole providers of level 10 equipment. The remaining players capable of challenging monsters above level 8 are undoubtedly the core members of various guilds, and the gear they acquire is unlikely to be listed for sale in the market. Thus, the available level 10 equipment is both rare and exorbitantly priced. After some contemplation, Jiang Bai reluctantly purchased 24 pieces of level 5 armor. With the ongoing evolution of mainstream players and the increasing influx of equipment, the value of such items had plummeted significantly, costing merely 4,000 copper coins each. This expenditure amounted to a total of 10 gold coins for Jiang Bai. Initially, he intended to wait for the prices of level 10 armor to drop before making a purchase, but he recognized that without enhancement, overcoming the hellish three-headed hound would be exceedingly difficult, not to mention the impending invasion of the alien demons. Jiang Bai firmly believed that the returns from these 10 gold coins would be substantial. After a brief period of tinkering, a brand new piece of level 5 ancient armor appeared before Jiang Bai's eyes. Wind's evil corrosive leather armor, ancient, defense, 28 constitution, 10 agility, 8 additional defense, 15 wind. Increases attack speed by 10, blessing, when attacked. There is a 10 chance to enter a blessed state, recovering 0. 5 of maximum health per second for 20 seconds. Equipment level, 5, to his astonishment. Jiang Bai had unexpectedly rolled the gale, suffix. He felt a surge of delight at this unforeseen surprise. For the archer class, what attribute is the rarest and most vital? Without a doubt, it is attack speed. The acquisition of this attribute is notoriously difficult, and the probability of encountering the Gale suffix is unimaginably low. After donning the leather armor, Jiang Bai's defense soared to an impressive 145 points, although he had replaced his previous armor, resulting in a reduction of 20 points in damage mitigation. The increase in overall defense more than compensated for this loss. Clearly, this was a piece of offensive armor. His maximum health had diminished by 50 points, attributed to the loss of the previous 200 points health regeneration attribute. However, substituting this with a 10 increase in attack speed, Jiang Bai could only deem himself exceedingly fortunate. Let us go, hunt the hellhound. Drawing out the map gifted by the seasoned blacksmith Brent, Jiang Bai made his way outside the novice village. The location of the hellhound was known as Night Demon Valley, where there lay a cave inhabited by night demons, rumored to be surrounded by monsters of level 10 and above. Jiang Bai was eager to test the limits of his current attributes. Are you there, brother? While on his journey, Jiang Bai noticed a pop-up message from Datang Wuzue. I'm here. Just say what you need. Jiang Bai replied. Hee. Let me show you something splendid. Shortly after, a name of an item appeared in the chat interface. Explosive Shot, S-Grade. Chapter 29, the Cerberus, Explosive Shot, S-Class, Enhancement Level, 0 Skill Description. Execute 3 consecutive shots, inflicting 120, 130, and 150 physical damage to the target enemy. If the final strike results in a critical hit, an additional attack is guaranteed, delivering 170 physical damage to the target. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 1. Incredible! An S-Class skill. Jiang Bai was utterly mesmerized by the overwhelmingly powerful description of this skill. Such staggering damage. This is undoubtedly the most formidable single-target skill for archers. Jiang Bai gazed at the details of the skill, practically salivating. It is said that skills rated above S-Class come with supplementary mechanisms, and it appears this is indeed true, as it grants an additional 1 critical hit chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai exclaimed, Brother, name your price. The instant I laid eyes on this, it was destined to be mine. Hiki. Datang Wuzue chuckled. Hold on. Don't be so hasty. To be honest, I never anticipated such an exceptional item to emerge. This was dropped by an 8th level boss that our guild defeated. Frankly, I'd prefer to reserve it for my guildmates. Please, no? Jiang Bai interjected urgently. Though I may not be a member of your guild, I consider you a true comrade. I understand, Datang Wuzue replied. Among all the archers I know, you are the only one worthy of this skill. So, brother, join my guild, and this skill will be yours. Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Datang Wuzue to be so generous, offering an S-Class skill as an enticement. This is an S-Class skill, an item of immense value. I could easily envision someone willing to pay 100 gold for it. However, Jiang Bai was not particularly fond of guilds. They felt overly restrictive and stifling. He would never accept a gift, no matter how generous, even from his closest friends. The complexities of human relationships surpass even monetary value. A debt of gratitude cannot be quantified, especially when it pertains to an S-Class skill. This principle had guided Jiang Bai through years of gaming. No matter how enticing, he would never covet what did not rightfully belong to him. After drooling over this S-Class skill for quite some time, Jiang Bai exercised remarkable restraint and replied, Brother, I appreciate the offer, but I truly cannot afford this at this stage. If it's all right with you, perhaps you could let it be absorbed by a member of your guild. As he uttered these words, Jiang Bai felt a pang of regret, yet he did not lament his decision. An S-Class skill could always be sought again. But the intricacies of human relationships are far more challenging to navigate. Damn it. One remark had clearly frustrated Datang Wuzue. You're truly stubborn. This isn't something that should be so hard to convince you of. Hey, that's just how I am. Jiang Bai barely finished his sentence before another message from Datang Wuzue arrived. Never mind. I want to force you. Consider this skill as a gift for 50 gold. Even if I don't benefit, I must ensure my brothers receive their share. However, there is one condition you must agree to. Jiang Bai hesitated momentarily. What is it? If you ever decide to join a guild, you must prioritize our Tang Dynasty guild. That's not an issue, Jiang Bai replied without a hint of hesitation. After all, through their interactions, he had come to recognize the integrity of Tang Dynasty Wuzue. Without further ado, Tang Dynasty Wuzue promptly sent a trade window, offering that exquisite S-rank skill. I only have a little over 40 gold in my pouch. I'll give you 40 gold now, and I assure you I will repay the remaining amount soon. Due to his previous expenditure on armor, Jiang Bai was unable to produce the full amount at that moment. No problem. Inside the Tang Dynasty Guild, Tang Dynasty Xiao Tian exclaimed, "Boss, are you really giving away this S-rank skill just like that?" Tang Dynasty Wu Zue retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Did you not see that I sold it for 50 gold? Tang Dynasty Xiao Tian protested, "Come on. Do you really think this is worth it? He hasn't even agreed to join our guild." "Absolutely worth it," Tang Dynasty Wu Zue replied. "Do you think it's easy to recruit a skilled player? You know very well his capabilities. Look at the gear you're wearing. If I were to follow his words and sell it to one of our brothers, it would naturally distance us. Although this S-rank skill is powerful, it pales in comparison to him. Therefore, this 50 gold merely serves as a mutual concession." Tang Dynasty Xiao Tian sighed. "I understand the reasoning, but I still find it hard to accept. That is an S-rank skill." Tang Dynasty Wu Zue encouraged him, "Broaden your perspective a bit, my friend." After the transaction was completed, Jiang Bai stared blankly at the skill in his inventory. Though he was said to have sold it for 50 gold, it was undeniably a substantial loss. Previously, Jiang Bai had asserted that such an item could easily fetch over 100 gold in the market, which was no exaggeration. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that selling such a remarkable skill to an outsider compelled Tang Dynasty Wu Zue to provide an explanation to his guild brothers. Otherwise, he would lose their trust. As for the stipulation of prioritizing the Tang Dynasty Guild upon joining, it was merely a means for Tang Dynasty Wu Zue to offer Jiang Bai a way out. Thus, Jiang Bai found himself indebted. Yet, he could not resist the allure of this skill. "Thank you, my brother. I will repay this favor in due time." After learning the skill Explosive Shot, Jiang Bai resumed his journey towards the Night Demon Valley. His critical hit rate had finally reached double digits, attaining 10. The Night Demon Valley was indeed a considerable distance from the novice village, and at this stage, players lacked mounts and could only traverse on foot, which proved to be quite tedious. Jiang Bai walked for nearly an hour, fully immersing himself in the grandeur of the world of creation and its breathtaking scenery. Before him, a mist-laden valley materialized, shrouded in ethereal clouds. As Jiang Bai ventured into the Night Demon Valley, the light and visibility plummeted abruptly, creating an eerie contrast to the brightness outside, akin to day and night. Spectral creatures such as the Night Demon Siren, Night Demon Cavalry, and Night Demon Brute roamed the area, their levels hovering around 1011. While these minor foes may pose a challenge to ordinary players, for Jiang Bai, they were hardly a concern. He dispatched them effortlessly, often without sustaining any damage, allowing him to test his newly acquired skill, Explosive Shot. It must be said that the reputation of this formidable single-target skill was well-deserved, as a single shot could nearly deplete the health of these creatures. Regrettably, after numerous attempts, Jiang Bai's third arrow failed to trigger a critical hit, denying him the exhilaration of unleashing a fourth arrow. Delving deeper into the valley, Jiang Bai encountered a cavern towering over 3 meters high. The atmosphere was decidedly foreboding. From the cave's entrance, he beheld heaps of scattered bones, both human and animal. Upon entering the cave, silence enveloped him, devoid of any living beings. Guided only by the flickering light of his torch, he cautiously advanced, navigating through winding passages until a vast cavern emerged before him. Inside the cavern lay a colossal creature, seemingly slumbering. To his astonishment, Jiang Bai beheld a massive 3-headed hound. Towering to the height of a 2-story building, its sleek black fur shimmering under the dim light, with wings sprouting from its back and 3 heads resting on the ground, each facing a different direction, it was deep in slumber. Jiang Bai cautiously cast a detection spell. Hellhound, Demon Boss, level 10 attack, 450 defense, 200 health, 10. 000 skills. Evil Breath, Flame Breath, Lightning Breath, Wing Sweep, Goodness Gracious. Jiang Bai marveled at the attributes of the Hellhound, recognizing it as a veritable group boss. It was clear that a party of 5 would be insufficient. A team of at least 15 would be required to stand a chance. The attack power was alarmingly high, and with only around 200 health points, he could withstand no more than 3 or 4 hits. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he caught a glimpse of the superior health potions in his bag, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. These potions were remarkably potent, instantly restoring 200 health points with a 20-second cooldown, albeit at an exorbitant price. Jiang Bai had reluctantly purchased 20 bottles. Chapter 30. The most powerful single-target skill. It seems rather challenging. Jiang Bai glanced at the cooldown for Resurrection. Noting with dismay that there were still 13 hours remaining, he could not rely on it for the time being. Setting aside other considerations, a mere priest would suffice to take down this boss. After much contemplation, Jiang Bai resolved to attempt it himself first. He initiated with shock shot, hoping for that fleeting 2-second stun. As the fierce winds howled, a string of crimson text floated above the slumbering Cerberus. 35360 roar. With a roar that resonated throughout the cavern, Jiang Bai's fleeting hopes were dashed. The stun had failed to activate. As the massive Cerberus struggled to rise, Jiang Bai instinctively pressed himself against the wall, moving cautiously. In his impatience, explosive shot erupted forth. 385-60, 417-60, 12-02-60. Oh my goodness! Jiang Bai exclaimed in exhilaration. He had finally landed a critical hit. Under normal circumstances, his critical hits seldom exceeded 4 digits. Yet the astonishing addition of 50 critical damage made a significant difference. Was it possible that the numerous skill activations prior had been laying the groundwork for this momentous critical? In the instant of the critical hit, the 4th consecutive attack was unleashed. 546-60, a single explosive shot had obliterated 2,790 health points, an astonishing quarter of its total. This S-grade single-target skill was truly outrageous. Jiang Bai relished the thrill, but simultaneously, the wounded Cerberus let out another deafening roar, its massive wings descending from above to sweep toward him. With such a vast area of attack, Jiang Bai found no means of escape. As he was swept against the wall, a line of numbers materialized above his head. 488. Pain. Without a second thought, Jiang Bai consumed a potion, barely managing to raise his health to around 1,000. Damn it! With a defense of 145, how could this creature inflict damage beyond the upper limit? The skill enhancements must be extraordinarily high. After downing the potion, Jiang Bai continued to dash forward, casting an instant multi-shot without looking back, dealing another 25,760 damage. In this moment, the primary function of instant skills was to supplement firepower during the cooldown, where the magnitude of damage was less critical. Although he had a speed boost, the Cerberus was by no means slow, despite having been slowed down. It had not fallen too far behind Jiang Bai. After covering a distance of approximately 10 yards, he swiftly turned and executed a basic attack. With a 10 increase in attack speed, Jiang Bai's rate of fire was indeed noticeably enhanced. The true damage of the weapon does not factor into the 5 lifesteal calculation. As Jiang Bai executed a proficient roll to evade the Hellhound's vicious fangs, he barely escaped its ordinary attack. Most of the time was spent waiting for skill cooldowns. And given the ferocity of the Hellhound's strikes, Jiang Bai's basic attacks were infrequent. Once Shockwave Shot was off cooldown, he managed to weave in 3 basic attacks, aided by a 10 attack speed bonus. Without this boost, he would have likely only been able to deliver 2. At this moment, the boss had 5,600 health remaining. And Jiang Bai, having taken another ordinary hit, found his own health reduced to 805. It was still painful. Amidst his lament, Jiang Bai swiftly unleashed a Shockwave Shot. This time, the Shockwave Shot graciously granted him a moment of respite, stunning the Hellhound for 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai unleashed a rapid succession of shots. It must be said, the 10 critical strike chance proved formidable. The boss's health plummeted below 5,000. At this juncture, the Hellhound ceased its pursuit of Jiang Bai and, with its enormous wings stirring the air, ascended slowly. What was it planning to do? Just as Jiang Bai prepared to raise his longbow for another shot, he noticed the central red head of the Hellhound swell ominously. Subsequently, a violent blaze erupted from its mouth in a fan-shaped torrent. Jiang Bai instinctively tucked away his bow to evade, only to find that the fiery head spun in a full 360 degrees, rendering it an unavoidable area attack. While the damage coefficient of area attacks is typically low, the troublesome aspect of this skill was its burning effect. As flames ignited upon him, Jiang Bai found himself afflicted with a new debuff, Burn, losing 1 of maximum health every 2 seconds for 30 seconds. The prospect of health dwindling so rapidly left Jiang Bai in a state of alarm, as he was now down to a mere 470 health, unable to withstand such torment. Meanwhile, noticing that the 15-second cooldown for explosive shot had finally elapsed, Jiang Bai wasted no time in drawing his bow once more, unleashing his most powerful skill. Accompanied by a quick multi-shot, he executed a small combo that dealt 1780 damage to the boss while restoring nearly 80 points of his own health. Evidently, the explosive shot inflicted considerable pain upon the Hellhound, reducing its health to a mere 3,063 points, leaving it no opportunity for Jiang Bai to catch his breath. Just as the Crimson Head completed its skill, the Emerald Head emerged once more, unleashing a 360-degree breath of darkness that diminished Jiang Bai's health by 340 points. At this moment, Jiang Bai found himself on the brink of peril, with only 182 points remaining. In a stroke of fortune, the special medications, perfectly timed as its cooldown ended, illuminated before him. Jiang Bai promptly consumed another vial, restoring his health to 382 points. Simultaneously, he noticed a radiant golden aura enveloping his body, gradually replenishing his health. It turned out he had triggered the blessing effect of his attire, which restored 0.5 of his health every second for a duration of 20 seconds. Seizing the opportunity while the Hellhound was in the midst of casting its skill, Jiang Bai executed another aimed shot. After this strike, the boss was left with less than 2,000 health points. However, the dilemma was that all of Jiang Bai's skills had now entered cooldown. Otherwise, with a stroke of luck, a single, explosive shot could have potentially dealt the final blow. Chapter 31. Invasion of the Otherworldly Beast. Jiang Bai had anticipated that the infernal hound in the sky would promptly unleash its third breath, Thunder Breath, yet to his surprise, the creature folded its wings and descended instead. It was likely that after releasing 2 consecutive skills, its energy had reached its limit. Otherwise, if this formidable boss could continuously unleash such lethal breaths without restraint, even a 40-member team of players would stand little chance against it. With its descent, a glimmer of hope emerged. Seizing the moment as the Hellhound landed, Jiang Bai swiftly drew his bow and unleashed a double shot. This action dealt a substantial 642 points of damage to the boss and restored 32 points of his own health. He still boasted over 1,200 health points. In truth, Jiang Bai had only one opportunity to attack during this interval, but the additional 10 attack speed granted him the rare ability to execute this remarkable double shot. After releasing the arrows, Jiang Bai did not look back. He pressed against the mountainside and sprinted furiously. He merely needed to hold on a little longer until the cooldown of Explosive Shot expired. Behind him, the relentless Hellhound quickly closed the distance and prepared to sweep its claws. This time, Jiang Bai was fully prepared. The moment the boss raised its wings, he adeptly darted beneath the creature's belly, perfectly evading the attack. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai aimed an arrow at the hound's underbelly. 321, 60, 16. Its health dipped below 1,000. At the moment the Hellhound erupted in fury, Jiang Bai skillfully emerged from beneath its belly. He glanced at his skill bar. Explosive Shot had 6 seconds left on its cooldown. Just 6 more seconds. Initially, Jiang Bai believed that evading for 6 seconds would be manageable, yet the Hellhound ascended again, its leftmost head crackling with ominous electricity. In a moment of panic, he assessed his own condition, discovering he had only 420 health points remaining. As the air grew thick with electrical energy, the Hellhound's deafening roar echoed, and numerous bolts of lightning rained down, saturating the cavern. In an instant, the dim cave illuminated as if it were day, and Jiang Bai squinted against the blinding light. It was yet another devastating area attack. Realizing that evasion was futile, and with Explosive Shot finally off cooldown, Jiang Bai steeled his resolve. Bathed in the onslaught of lightning, he resembled a war deity as he drew his blue longbow to its full stretch. Damn it, here goes, he thought, releasing 3 arrows that soared through the air, piercing directly towards the Hellhound's head. For 110, this was the damage inflicted by the lightning upon Jiang Bai. However, following this wave of lightning, another surge struck. In that fleeting moment, the 3 arrows simultaneously penetrated the Hellhound's skull. In midair, the 3-headed Hellhound suddenly stiffened, then plummeted straight down. At the very moment the Hellhound fell, the bolt of lightning that had been hovering above Jiang Bai's head abruptly vanished. You have slain the Hellhound, evil boss, gaining 10,000 experience points. You have slain the Hellhound, evil boss, triggering the plunder skill, earning an agility boost of 3. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Jiang Bai collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Goodness gracious, this is unbelievable, he thought, gazing at his health bar, which flickered ominously with only 20 points remaining. His heart raced anxiously. If he were to perish now, where would he even lament his fate? Not only would the boss be gone, but he would also be demoted a level. Just as Jiang Bai prepared to rise and collect his spoils, the system announcement resounded once more across the server. Player Empty City Old Dream has become the first in the server to slay the evil boss, Hellhound, receiving the first kill rewards, 20 000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 100 reputation points, along with the unique achievement title, Demon Hunter. Good grief, why does Empty City Old Dream get such lavish rewards for the first kill? 20,000 experience points could elevate me by 3 levels. And those fools upstairs, does 20,000 experience even compare to 10 gold coins? That's worth 100,000 RMB. And for those 2 fools above, can any of this compare to that title? Do you even understand what it means to have a unique achievement title? In truth, players who achieve first kills on bosses have become a common sight, with such a vast game world as creation. It was impossible for Jiang Bai to claim every boss first kill. It could be said that every now and then, a first kill announcement would flood the screen. However, due to the high caliber of the bosses Jiang Bai defeated, his first kill rewards were indeed significantly superior to others. Before the discussions among the crowd could settle, another system announcement that shook the entire creation continent reverberated through the air. Player Empty City Old Dream has defeated the evil boss, Hellhound, accelerating the game's progression and triggering the early onset of the evil invasion. In 10 minutes, the system will enter maintenance mode for 30 minutes. Players may log in after maintenance is completed. 3 hours later, all novice camps across the server will initiate the evil invasion event. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. Upon this announcement, the world was left in utter bewilderment. Beautiful tomorrow? How can it lag so much? This is absurd. It can alter the game's progression? Your father, what on earth is the evil invasion? Ascended, something big is about to happen. Those who relished the excitement were rapidly flooding the world channel with messages, while the perceptive ones noticed a new icon for the evil invasion activity appearing in the upper right corner of their interface. Beneath the icon, a countdown was ticking away. Should one concentrate their attention, a brief segment of activity shall be elucidated. Demon Invasion, 3 hours hence, the Legion of Demons, gathered outside the novice encampment under the leadership of their chief, Slaughter Gansares, launched an assault on all encampments. Prior to the demise of the elder villager, Selt, the successful defeat of Slaughterer Gansares by the novice encampment shall be deemed a victory for the event. Conversely, should the elder villager Selt perish, the event shall be regarded as a failure. The victorious encampment shall have the privilege to activate the Level 2 main city teleportation array, thereby unlocking the second chapter of the Genesis game content and gameplay. Failure shall result in the Demon Invasion event being reset after 24 hours, persisting until victory is achieved. The first 3 novice encampments to vanquish Slaughterer Gansares shall reward all players with free attribute bonuses of 3, 2, and 1, respectively. During the Demon Invasion event, players do not lose equipment or experience upon death. Is this the precursor to the second chapter's content? Class Advancement. The time for class advancement must be approaching. I have yet to decide which profession to pursue, and I remain uncertain about how to transition to a hidden class. As more individuals comprehend the significance of the Demon Invasion event, the world is gradually becoming fervent with excitement. Chapter 32, Demon Hunter. At this moment, Jiang Bai was too preoccupied to glance at the world chat, as he was engrossed in his spoils. Otherwise, he would soon face forced logout in 10 minutes. This bounty could only be described as unprecedentedly bountiful. The 3 points of agility granted by plunder were self-explanatory. But what truly caught Jiang Bai's attention was the acquisition of his 4th title, Demon Hunter, Ancient. Health, 300 attack, 50 defense, 30 critical hit chance, 1 attack speed, 1 movement speed. 5 The attributes of this title were undeniably formidable, rivaling that of an ancient-grade equipment piece, and the 1 attack attribute provided infinite growth potential. The system's reward of 10 gold coins had automatically entered Jiang Bai's inventory. As for the materials dropped by the Cerberus, he had obtained a boss soul crystal, 2 skill enhancement scrolls, and a hellhound's head, which he needed to return for a quest. The equipment was the most delightful surprise of all. He had acquired 2 pieces of epic-grade gear, 1 exquisite piece, and 1 remarkable piece. Additionally, there was an A-grade warrior skill, Blade Storm, which could be deemed a warrior's ultimate area attack skill. Jiang Bai promptly listed the blue and green equipment on the trading market, as these items were becoming increasingly commonplace and held no rarity. Thus, he decided not to pass them on to Detang Wu Zue. As for the warrior skill and Blade Storm, Jiang Bai bundled them together and sent them via mail to Detang Wu Zue. The value of these 2 items combined was no less than 50 gold, essentially repaying the favor owed to Detang Wu Zue. The remaining piece of epic-grade equipment was perfectly suited for Jiang Bai, allowing him to replace his level 2 ring. Ring of the Deadly Empire, Epic, Physical Attack, 25 Agility, 8 Strength, 6 Deadly, Critical Hit Chance 2 Required Level, 10 as for the equipment he had replaced. While they could not be sold, Jiang Bai was reluctant to discard them, so he stored them in his warehouse. "Brother, what are you up to?" The Tang Wuzue must have seen Jiang Bai's email and sent a message in return. "Just equipping," Jiang Bai replied, and then he shattered the return scroll. Upon returning to the city, Jiang Bai finally noticed the barrage of messages flooding the screen. Most discussions revolved around the Demon Invasion event and the new content introduced in Chapter 2. Each alteration in the system's progress and the opening of new chapters represented a monumental shift for all players. For professional guilds and financial conglomerates, it heralded a significant opportunity. Thus, in the final minutes before server shutdown, nearly all guilds were preparing for the Demon Invasion event. Huadwa National Team, Longyan Guild. Longyan 01. Has there been any progress on Empty City, Old Dream? Longyan 02. No. As you know, the operation of real servers is not governed by the forces of Earth. Unless the system permits, it is nearly impossible to obtain player information through such means. Longyan 01. Even if we cannot find them, we must seek. The emergence of Genesis will undoubtedly reshape the world order anew. This Empty City, Old Dream is of paramount importance to our nation, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot allow foreign powers to come into contact with it. The national team of Sakura Country, the Grande Society. Great Japan, Baka. What the devil is this damned Chinese pig? Why does he keep surpassing us at every turn? Sano Nakaneo. The Sakura Squad is currently investigating this person's information, but it is proving quite challenging. Baka. The leader of Great Japan was instantly enraged, commanding, "Investigate. We must uncover the truth. If this individual cannot be of use to us, he must be obliterated." In the novice village where Jiang Bai resided, the leaders of the two major guilds, Yunqing and Xiaoyao, unexpectedly met in private. The Emperor of Yunqing wore a dark expression. "This kid is becoming increasingly arrogant. If we do not take action soon, we may truly be unable to restrain him in the future. I have a plan," he whispered to the Emperor of Yunqing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Bai, he hesitated as he gazed at the 5 skill enhancement scrolls in his bag. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to enter the trading market. Skill enhancement scrolls were indeed available for purchase, albeit at a steep price of 5 gold each. It was evident that merchants were engaged in this trade, as every skill enhancement scroll on the market was priced no lower than 5 gold. Any scroll listed for less than that was snatched up in an instant. At that moment, with only 11 gold in his possession, Jiang Bai reluctantly purchased one, not for any other reason, but to gather enough for a single enhancement of explosive shot. Upon receiving the mail, Jiang Bai opened the skill enhancement interface, selected the skill, Explosive Shot, and placed the 6 enhancement scrolls. The skill, Explosive Shot, was currently at enhancement level 0, and the next level required 1 enhancement with a success rate of 100. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. The 100 success rate somewhat diminished the thrill of the endeavor. After the enhancement succeeded, Jiang Bai scrutinized the attributes of Explosive Shot and felt that the investment of 6 skill enhancement scrolls, valued at 30 gold, was indeed worthwhile. Explosive Shot, S-grade, enhancement level, 1 skill description, fires 3 consecutive shots, dealing 125, 135, and 160 physical damage to the target enemy. If the final attack is a critical hit, an additional attack is guaranteed, inflicting 180 physical damage on the target. Cooldown time, 14. 5 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 1. Surprisingly, it even reduced the cooldown time. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the critical hit chance was not enhanced, which was quite vexing. Jiang Bai vaguely sensed that in the later stages of the game, the core mechanics of skills and Genesis would likely revolve around enhancement. After enhancing his skills, Jiang Bai hastily logged off, and after tending to his basic needs, he entered the game forum. At this moment, the creation forum was experiencing unprecedented activity, as all players had been forcibly logged out and thus congregated there. The posts on the forum's homepage were somewhat substantial. A few conjectures on the invasion of the. Some considerations for players upon the opening of Chapter 2. With Chapter 2 now open, how far can hidden professions be? Careful scrutiny, bold speculation. Who is the enigmatic Empty City Old Dream? Jiang Bai clicked on this thread, expecting the author to share some valuable insights. However, upon entering, he found it filled with unfounded conjectures, devoid of any substance. Post 1. The original poster is utterly nonsensical. Your claims lack any basis. Post 2. The original poster is talking nonsense. I am empty city old dream, come and worship me. Post 3. If the poster is empty city old dream, then I am his father. Post 4. Then I must be the grandfather of empty city old dream. Jiang Bai. Chapter 33. Concealed professional credentials. After perusing the forum for a while, Jiang Bai found it rather uninteresting. Stretching lazily, he resolved to descend to the community supermarket to procure some snacks. After all, he was now a modest tycoon worth several $100,000. The delectable treats he once hesitated to buy were now within his reach. Moreover, sending some money home would bring him joy. Jiang Bai's monthly living expenses were quite low, and due to the nature of his rented accommodation, he generally led a frugal lifestyle. Thus, this was a rare opportunity to indulge himself. As for why a university student would choose to rent an apartment instead of residing in the dormitory, that is a tale for another time. It seemed that the dream of mingling with glamorous models at a club was truly on the verge of realization. Dressed in shorts and wearing flip-flops, Jiang Bai dashed outside. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. It felt as though his movements had become surprisingly light. As a homebody, while his health was satisfactory, it was not exceptional. Yet, after only a few strides, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of buoyancy. What was happening? Could it be that after several days of gaming, his body had somehow improved? Or perhaps the gaming pod had some physical benefits? To verify this newfound vitality, Jiang Bai, residing on the 11th floor, contemplated taking the stairs down. And lo and behold, as he had surmised, his physical condition had indeed inexplicably enhanced significantly. From the 11th floor to the ground level, Jiang Bai practically flew down the stairs, his body free of fatigue or breathlessness. Such ease was unheard of. Typically, ascending from the 11th floor would leave him gasping for air. Incredible! This gaming pod genuinely seems to enhance physical fitness. Overjoyed by this unexpected boon, Jiang Bai decided to double his shopping budget from 100 to 200 yuan. How astonishing! He would surely struggle to spend it all. Moreover, as he carried a hefty bag of items, he noticed a remarkable increase in his strength, though he could not precisely quantify the improvement. Regardless, the weight of the bag felt negligible in his grasp. The journey back from the 1st to the 11th floor was once again accomplished with remarkable agility. He mused that with a little more gaming, he might just be ready to compete in a 100-meter dash. After indulging in his snacks, Jiang Bai, mindful of the time, entered the gaming pod, and the login screen of Genesis gradually materialized before him. Upon entering the game, he promptly sought out the old blacksmith, Brent. This time, Brent did not exhibit much surprise. Instead, he regarded Jiang Bai with a warm smile, resembling a sagacious elder. As Jiang Bai presented the head of the Hellhound to Brent, a delightful notification chime resonated in his ears. You have completed the series of hidden tasks, Hunt the Hellhound, earning 20,000 experience points, 200 reputation, and 10 gold coins, while unlocking a special equipment slot for medals and acquiring the unique item, Adventurer's Medal, along with the item, Brent's letter of recommendation for hidden class transition. Astonished, Jiang Bai found himself overwhelmed by the series of exceedingly generous and unexpected rewards. What exactly is this special equipment slot? Upon opening his character information interface, he noticed an additional equipment slot in the chest area. Is this the place for equipping medals? This implies that I possess an extra piece of equipment compared to others. How remarkable! Jiang Bai gazed at the gleaming medal nestled in his inventory. Adventurer's Medal, Epic, Upgradable, Evolving, Constitution, 5 Spirit, 5 Agility, 5 Strength, 5 Intelligence, 5 Cut. When attacking monsters of Lord rank or higher, there is a 1 chance to slice the target for 0.5 of their maximum health, ineffective against players. Purification. The wearer can actively use this to remove all control states and become immune to any control skills for the next 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Equipment level, 10. Goodness gracious. All attributes at 5, and a percentage cut. Moreover, it grants an active skill, Purification, which is nothing short of a PK God tier ability. This is truly terrifying. It is also a growth-type equipment, capable of being upgraded and evolved. After examining the medal, Jiang Bai finally understood the uniqueness of special equipment, which was indeed beyond ordinary imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, he equipped the medal, resulting in a significant surge in his attributes. However, after searching through his bag, He still could not find the class transition proof that was part of the system reward. Where's my class transition proof? Jiang Bai lifted his gaze and noticed the old blacksmith, Brent, smiling at him while holding a rolled piece of parchment. Brave adventurer, congratulations on passing my series of trials. This is the first letter of recommendation I, Brent, have penned in thousands of years. Take it and seek out the great Abilda, who will guide you towards your future. With great care, Jiang Bai tucked the letter into his belongings, noticing a line of small text at the bottom. Adventurer, seek the greatest Dark Ranger in the history of the continent of Genesis, Abilda, who will illuminate your path. A Dark Ranger? Could it be that the hidden class I am about to transition into is a Dark Ranger? Jiang Bai thought with eager anticipation. At this moment, with only 2 hours remaining until the demon invasion event commenced, nearly all players were preparing for this occasion. After all, it pertained to the possibility of entering the second act ahead of time, and no guild dared to be negligent. Unlike the usual bustling atmosphere, the entire novice village now exuded an unusual fervor and urgency. All major guilds were engaged in urgent discussions regarding this matter, while players were seizing the final 2 hours to enhance their capabilities, hoping to secure a greater share of the spoils during the event. According to the official announcement, the demon invasion would not only feature the formidable boss, Gonzalez, but also numerous lesser demons, whose drop rates surpassed those of ordinary monsters. Naturally, Jiang Bai was no exception. He spent 15 of his 22 gold coins to swiftly acquire 8 pairs of level 10 boots and 8 pairs of level 10 leggings. After a series of transactions, he successfully obtained 2 pieces of level 10 epic armor, swift wolfskin boots, epic, defense, 18 constitution, 8 agility, 6 swift, movement speed increased by 10, sturdy tiger leggings, epic, defense, 19 constitution, 8 agility, 6 sturdy, health points increased by 300. These seemingly unremarkable pieces of epic gear prompted Jiang Bai to replace his previous level 2 equipment. After donning this new attire, his attributes had reached an astonishing level: Empty City Old Dream, level 10 reputation, 500 class, archer race, human health points, 2180 energy points for 20 physical attack, 66,113, 2 magical attack, 50 attack power, 84 defense, 228 attributes, constitution, 56 spirit, 21 strength, 42 intelligence, 20 agility, 103 critical hit rate, 11 skills, shock shot, aim shot, multi-shot, explosive shot. Titles: I Am Strong, Ancient Will, First Blood, Demon Hunter. Chapter 34. The onset of the invasion of the otherworldly entities. This is truly astonishing. Jiang Bai gazed at his attributes, lost in reverie. At merely level 10, his various attributes had already surpassed the pinnacle of excellence. A typical tank class might possess around 2,000 health points, yet their defense would hardly exceed 150. Conversely, an all-out offensive class could potentially reach an attack power of 250. But their defense and health would undeniably be at a minimum. I have already become a super hexagonal warrior. Oh, wait. Jiang Bai suddenly recalled something and turned back to approach the blacksmith Brent. You still haven't informed me how to enhance my weapons level. Last time, you mentioned I would learn this at level 10. The blacksmith set down his heavy hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, so that is the matter at hand. It's actually not too difficult. You need to procure 10 boss soul crystals and 1 level 10 ancient crystal. What is an ancient crystal? Jiang Bai queried, utterly perplexed. Ancient grade equipment, when deconstructed, yields ancient crystals. The level of the equipment determines the level of the crystal obtained. Since you are upgrading level 10 ancient grade equipment, you will naturally require a level 10 ancient crystal. If it were legendary grade equipment, then a legendary crystal would be necessary. And so forth. Goodness, is it that complicated? Jiang Bai felt a surge of relief that he had not discarded the equipment he had previously replaced. It seems they are indeed useful. Can you deconstruct them here? Unfortunately, no. Brent shook his head. You will need to seek out a master deconstructor in a level 2 main city for that. I lack the capability. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Jiang Bai departed from the blacksmith shop. At that moment, the 3 major guilds at the Novice Outpost 33856, where Jiang Bai resided, were mobilizing all players throughout the city. On one hand, they aimed to absorb a significant number of casual players, while on the other, they sought to secure the first kill, or at the very least, contend for third place, necessitating the organization of their manpower. Among these 3 guilds, Jiang Bai was acquainted with 2. To be precise, he bore a grudge against them. One was the Carefree Guild, and the other was the Cloud City Guild, while the third, the Starry Sky Guild, had little connection to him. As for the Tang Dynasty's formidable presence, it did not reside in Jiang Bai's novice outpost, yet he frequently encountered references to the Tang Dynasty in forums, indicating the guild's considerable strength. Due to the higher-level monsters he had encountered while leveling up, Jiang Bai had seldom crossed paths with members of these two guilds. However, today was different. It was likely that the Carefree and Cloud City guilds would vie for the boss rewards, thus presenting ample opportunities for confrontation. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai deliberated, deciding that in the face of this event, which would determine the fates of all players in the novice village, it would be prudent to set aside personal grievances for the moment. Securing the first kill of the boss must take precedence. As Jiang Bai was preparing to step out for further training, a message from Tang Dynasty's No Crime arrived. What? Jiang Bai exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. Of course. It's the Demon Invasion event. Are you confident about the boss rewards? Well, what can I say? As a solitary player, I doubt I can contribute significantly during such a critical moment. Regardless, the first kill is ours to claim. I've inquired about those 3 guilds on your side. Their strength is rather lackluster. I also heard that Yunsheng and Xiao Yao have a vendetta against you. A minor grudge, nothing to worry about. Jiang Bai replied absently while slaying rabbits outside the novice village. Don't fret. Once we reach the second-tier main city, I'll help you eliminate those 2 guilds. After this rather unremarkable exchange, only an hour and a half remained until the demon invasion. Jiang Bai glanced at his experience bar. He needed 22 more to reach level 11. It seemed unlikely he would manage that in the remaining hour, so he returned to the village and began to daydream. People often feel most idle during such moments. While Jiang Bai was engrossed in the world chat, a private message from the Emperor of Yunsheng suddenly popped up. Are you there? I'd like to discuss something. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow at the message. Go ahead. The monster siege tonight is crucial for our entire novice base. Let us set aside our grievances for now, including with Xiao Yao. Securing the boss's first kill is paramount. Agreed, Jiang Bai replied without hesitation, surprised by the Emperor's perspective on the larger picture. Finally, amidst the anticipation of all players in the server, the clock struck 19:59. The system's thunderous announcement reverberated throughout the server. Demon Invasion event is now live. The moment the announcement concluded, an earth-shattering sound erupted outside the novice village. Countless demon creatures surged towards the novice base like a tidal wave, their overwhelming presence reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The dark horde drew nearer, with ominous clouds gathering above, and the ground tremored beneath them. Inside the novice base, players appeared flushed, each one poised and ready for the imminent battle. As the demons approached, Jiang Bai cast a detect spell. These were enhanced level 10 demon monsters, diverse in type, some melee, some ranged, some tanks, and others damage dealers. Their health typically exceeded 2,000, comparable to an ordinary elite monster. Indeed, the attributes of siege monsters had been amplified. At this moment, every player's quest log displayed an additional task, 10,000. This is the entirety of the novice village's requirement for eliminating the aberrant monsters. Within the span of 1 hour, one must vanquish 10,000 aberrant creatures for the event to transition into its second phase, where the formidable boss, Butcher Gonzalez, will make an appearance. Failure to do so will result in the event being deemed unsuccessful. Although the figure of 10,000 may seem daunting, it is not insurmountable considering the novice encampment can accommodate an average of 50,000 participants. Even a mere 5-member team could assemble countless squads to achieve the target. Despite substantial disparities in attributes, the absence of penalties upon death during the event allows players to resurrect infinitely. Thus, tackling the first phase should pose minimal difficulties. As the battle commenced, numerous players fell victim to swift eliminations, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the adversaries, particularly the fragile assassins. Subsequently, tens of thousands of players became entangled with the frenzied aberrant monsters, creating an utterly chaotic scene, where some fought valiantly, while others took advantage of the turmoil. And some even shamelessly seized opportunities for personal gain. Amidst this grand melee, Jiang Bai's contributions were limited. He could merely slay monsters while treading water, targeting the occasional isolated creature. Brothers, let us push ourselves. The sooner we eliminate 10,000, the sooner we can advance to the second phase, thereby increasing our chances of securing the first kill. Suddenly, amidst the fervor of battle, An exclamation reverberated through the world channel. Holy moly! A blue item dropped. At this moment, as Jiang Bai was immersed in his endeavors, a soft, melodious voice reached his ears. Brother, are you alone? Would you care to form a party? Chapter 35. Entering the second phase, alas. That soft, melodious voice penetrated deeply into Jiang Bai's heart, leaving him momentarily dazed. He turned his head to behold a sweet, youthful maiden, her charming face tilted upwards, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him. Jiang Bai found himself at a loss for words, as the instinctive refusal that arose within him evaporated in the presence of those enchanting eyes. A fleeting glance at the girl's ID revealed her name to be Xingqian Momo, an 8th-level priest, accompanied by 3 other members of the Xingqian Guild. Is there something you need? He inquired. Nothing at all. Xingqian Momo replied with a delightful smile. Our party consists of only 4 members, and we noticed you battling alone. Why not join forces? We'll split the loot evenly. Surely, 5 players can defeat monsters more swiftly than 1. With that, her moon-like gaze bore into Jiang Bai, rendering him unable to refuse. Jiang Bai was not the type to be easily swayed by the presence of a woman. However, to dismiss such a pure-hearted invitation from a girl like her seemed rather disheartening. Are you waiting for your teammates? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. No. Then why hesitate? Let's team up. As she spoke, a party invitation popped up on Jiang Bai's interface. To be candid, Jiang Bai instinctively resisted the idea of joining a party, particularly after the previous incident with Xiao Qi Feng and his companions. He had vowed never to trust anyone within the game again. Come on, join us, buddy. Why are you hesitating? Urged Xingqian Momo's male mage companion, Xingqian Xiaobei, stepping forward. Perhaps it's best to pass. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Jiang Bai ultimately declined. He was simply too accustomed to flying solo, and his negative impression of guilds, largely influenced by Xiao and Yunqing, lingered. Why not? Xingqian Momo's large eyes remained fixed on Jiang Bai, curiosity evident in her expression. Is there another reason? It's not that. I'm about to log off soon, as a friend is waiting for me. Jiang Bai offered an excuse that even he found unconvincing. With that, Jiang Bai slipped into the crowd, leaving Xingqian Momo and her companions staring blankly in his wake. Such a peculiar individual, Xingqian Momo mused, her gaze lingering on the spot where Jiang Bai had vanished. This is a classic case of someone who doesn't know how to appreciate a gesture. With our configuration, there are others who would surely wish to join our party, yet he acts as if he is a deity like Kongqing Judream, grumbled the warrior of the team, Xingqian Daba, indignantly. How dare he reject our Lady Xingqian's invitation, utterly ungrateful. Come on, Daba, don't speak so harshly. As 10 minutes passed, the battle had escalated into a frenzied state. The players have become utterly consumed by the thrill of battle. Upon dying, they revive and plunge back into the fray with reckless abandon, repeating this cycle so often that some have lost count of their own deaths. Meanwhile, the horde of beasts has launched a full-scale assault. Everywhere one looks, combat erupts within their line of sight. Some players, immersed in the experience, have mistaken this for a genuine battlefield, shedding tears at the sight of their comrades falling in battle. In such an atmosphere, it is difficult not to feel one's blood surge with excitement. Moreover, Jiang Bai has keenly observed a notable tension between the members of Yun City and the Xiao Guild, who seem to have a palpable animosity towards the Xingqian Guild. Members of these 2 guilds consistently and inadvertently seize the monsters that the Xingqian Guild has painstakingly weakened, particularly those that are on the brink of defeat. Faced with the combined strength of the 2 rival guilds, the Xingqian Guild appears to be at a disadvantage, with many members harboring their frustration in silence, as the 3 guilds had previously agreed to refrain from player killing during this event. Yet, the unsuspecting Xingqian Guild has been slyly undermined by Yun City and Xiao. As the progress of the demon invasion quest escalates rapidly from 1,000 to 2,000. From 2,000 to 5,000, the frenetic numbers stimulate every player's nerves. Within 20 minutes, the task count reaches 5,000. After 30 minutes, it approaches 8,000. By the 37th minute, the task count finally surpasses 9,000. Brothers, let us keep pushing. In just 5 more minutes, we shall enter the second phase. A shout in the world channel acts like a shot of adrenaline, deeply resonating with every player. However, at that moment, the system announcement caught everyone off guard. Congratulations to Novice Base number 101 for being the first to complete the Demon Invasion, Phase 1 task, and successfully entering Phase 2. Seriously? That quickly? Are they even human? Come on, brothers, let us give it our all. This announcement also astonished Jiang Bai. Indeed, there are always greater mountains and more remarkable individuals beyond the horizon. At this juncture, determined to keep pace, Jiang Bai could no longer afford to hold back, unleashing his skills with reckless fervor. When the task count reached 9,300, the second novice base to enter Phase 2 emerged, novice base number 8555. At 9,500, the third novice base followed suit. Yet, at this moment, no one cared about those developments, as their own novice base was on the verge of entering Phase 2. 9,700, 9,800, 9,900. At the moment the task count flickered to 10,000. The myriad of otherworldly demons vanished in an instant, as if the entire world had been forever frozen in that fleeting moment. Players stood in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Congratulations to the 856th Novice Encampment for completing the first phase of the Demon Invasion quest and successfully advancing to the second phase. The second phase is now underway. Players who perish will be temporarily unable to resurrect until the conclusion of the event. While the first half of the system prompt stirred a sense of excitement, the latter half left everyone in a state of shock. So, during the boss battle, do all players possess only one life? This seems excessively cruel. Who would dare to engage? Some might still attempt to strike the final blow. This regulation took Jiang Bai by surprise as well. It wasn't merely about resurrection, but rather the implications of such a rule. Those who perish bear the consequences, and the first to engage would be deemed foolish. Yet, players speculated that the system would have considered this as well. When a boss icon materialized in the upper right corner of every player's screen, they finally noticed a line of small text below. Upon the demise of the siege boss, in addition to the normal drops for the final strike, the system would also allocate additional rewards based on damage rankings across various classes. Healers would be ranked by the amount of healing they provided, while defensive classes would be ranked by the damage they absorbed. All participants in the boss battle would receive varying degrees of rewards. This seemed quite rational. Upon reading this, Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief. This mechanism was indeed logical. If one desired rewards, one must exert their utmost effort. There was nothing more to discuss. As for the final blow on the boss, the majority of players would hardly dwell on that matter, as it was likely to be claimed by a major guild. Moreover, with tens of thousands of players involved, the prospect of seizing the final strike appeared rather implausible. Just as the players were engaged in lively discussions, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble violently. Chapter 36. The Butcher Gonzalez Thud. 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 The resounding footsteps echoed from the horizon, striking the hearts of all present like the relentless blows of a heavy hammer. The crowd turned to discern the source of the sound. In the distance, a colossal shadow loomed closer. It was an orc warrior clad in tattered chainmail, wielding a massive iron hammer, its stature towering 3 stories high, majestic as a mountain. Each step reverberated through the earth, while its crimson eyes, akin to the gaze of hell itself, swept over every player. The emergence of this boss stunned all players in attendance. Butcher Gonzalez, Bronze Tier Abyssal Boss, Level 18 Attack, 1000 Defense, 250 Health, 1,000,000 Skills. War Roar, Heaven-Splitting Strike. Bloodstorm, Beast in a Cage. The appearance of Gonzalez left the players in utter awe, and the sheer magnitude of his attributes rendered them speechless. 1,000,000 health points. What an unfathomable concept. 200 defense. How could anyone breach that? Let us focus on the critical aspect. 1,000 attack points. Who could withstand such a force? Except for those tank classes. In a fleeting moment, the enormous shadow enveloped the players, and the overwhelming pressure left everyone gasping for breath. Standing before this monstrous boss, the players felt as insignificant as ants. Bang! Gonzalez had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the players. Before they could fully process the shock, his iron hammer descended from the heavens, claiming the lives of dozens of players in an instant. This was merely a basic attack. Damn it! What are you all waiting for? Charge, brothers! We need to secure our damage rankings. With a commanding shout from the leader of the Cloud City Guild, thousands of players surged forward, their cries echoing through the air. The members of the Carefree Guild followed closely behind. Although the ranks of the Starry Sky Guild were noticeably fewer, they too bravely charged into the fray. With the leadership of the 3 major guilds, countless solo players and smaller guilds joined the battle. A fierce conflict was about to erupt once more. Jiang Bai noticed that with the onset of the battle, a rectangular damage ranking list appeared on his left interface. The top 100 players were prominently displayed. However, this list changed at an astonishing pace, with countless players rising and falling from the ranks in mere moments. This small leaderboard created a palpable atmosphere of tension. Each swing of the boss's hammer claimed swathes of players, yet the damage inflicted by the players upon the boss was dismally meager. 1, miss, 5, 12. After a round of skills had been unleashed, Jiang Bai observed that the player inflicting the highest damage had managed a mere 56 points against the boss. However, what is fortunate is the immense number of players involved, with tens of thousands of participants, each dealing merely a point of damage. The cumulative impact of a single round of attacks results in significant damage, often amounting to tens of thousands. Thus, in the early stages, the boss's health diminishes rapidly, with a single assault capable of inflicting nearly 50,000 points of damage. Many players, upon witnessing this, seemed invigorated. Yet numerous individuals overlooked the fact that the ranks of players were steadily dwindling, as the casualties among players continued to rise. The rate at which the boss's health was depleted correspondingly slowed. In the initial moments, players managed to whittle down the boss's first 100,000 health points in a mere 3 minutes, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. However, as the boss's health plummeted to 800,000, the rate of decline became noticeably slower, and the boss began to unleash its skills in a cyclical manner. With a furious roar, the enraged half-orc warrior, Gonzalez, released a shockwave that visibly spread across the battlefield, affecting a substantial portion of the novice encampment. Within this radius, thousands of players were simultaneously stunned by the sound wave, rendered momentarily incapacitated. This skill, known as War Cry, inflicted no damage, yet its dominance lay in the 3-second stun it imposed on all within its reach, rendering it a nightmarish crowd control ability. As players succumbed to the stun, the butchering Gonzalez brandished his colossal hammer and began to whirl violently. In an instant, he became akin to a tornado spanning the heavens and the earth, leaving no one unscathed in his wake. The battlefield erupted in cries of anguish. And when Jiang Bai noted that the boss had directly siphoned away 1,100 points of his health, he was compelled to consume a potent healing potion, barely restoring his vitality above 50%. Was this not excessively formidable? Jiang Bai cast a glance behind him and realized that, in just a couple of moments, this boss had already claimed at least 3,000 players. Prior to this, Jiang Bai had refrained from aggressive action, having observed that the Emperor of Cloud City and several key members of his entourage, along with a few from the guild, remained hidden, biding their time. It was likely they aimed to seize the final blow or to discreetly accumulate a modicum of damage, ensuring their standings remained neither too lofty nor too low, ultimately waiting for the climax to reveal themselves, maximizing their chances of survival. Thus, Jiang Bai, too, had kept his hands relatively clean, believing that his damage output would suffice to compete for the top rank. He nestled within the crowd, occasionally inflicting small amounts of damage, a distinct advantage of ranged professions. It was evident that 2/3 of the top 100 in the damage rankings were ranged classes. The boss's health decreased from 90 to 80% over the course of nearly 5 minutes, a deceleration of 1.5 times. Moreover, this rate would only continue to diminish. As the boss's health fell below 60%, player casualties had approached 1/3, and a glance at the battlefield revealed a glaring decline in population density. This was untenable. Jiang Bai scrutinized the battlefield, discerning the subtle machinations of the guilds of Shaodao and Cloud City. As time progressed, the players from these two guilds exhibited increasingly unscrupulous behavior. While they appeared to charge into battle, they were, in truth, merely taking advantage of the chaos. Most of the casualties were casual players and members of the Star Guild, who remained blissfully unaware of the machinations at play. During this tumultuous encounter, Jiang Bai caught sight of the previously encountered soft-spoken girl, Star Momo, who was fervently healing the knight, Star Left Bank, stationed at the front line. This individual was the leader of the Star Guild, and it was evident that he bore commendable equipment, with his health nearing 1,800. Were the members of the Star Guild truly so oblivious? Did they not realize that Yunqing and Xiaoyao were conserving their strength? They fought valiantly, with even the guild leader himself engaging in the fray. Jiang Bai couldn't help but ponder this. Star Momo's healing techniques were impressively skillful, clearly surpassing those of the surrounding priests by a significant margin, as reflected in the healing leaderboard where she held the top position. Under the relentless efforts of countless players, the boss's health had dwindled to nearly 50%. Yet the player casualties had surpassed half, particularly among the disorganized casual players who had become mere cannon fodder. Jiang Bai glanced at the damage leaderboard. Noting that the player in first place, Yunqing A Fei, a level 9 mage, had amassed a cumulative damage of 3 for 100. Jiang Bai, having contributed little to the damage output, found himself with less than 3,000, resulting in a low ranking. The Star Guild had suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of their core players eliminated. In contrast, Yunqing and Xiaoyao maintained a robust presence with their main forces intact. Damn it! Jiang Bai exclaimed in frustration, what a despicable and shameless tactic. At that moment, he grasped his longbow, ready to unleash his full might. With the increasing number of fallen players, the boss's health was declining at a sluggish pace. Jiang Bai raised his hand and executed his most powerful single-target attack, Explosive Shot. Chapter 37. The Pain of Existential Doubt. At present, Jiang Bai's attack power stands at 674 points, with a formidable strength of 84 points, culminating in a total assault of 758. Given that the boss possesses a defense of 250, the inflicted damage remains substantial. With a single strike, he dealt a staggering 2,313 points of health reduction to the boss, simultaneously restoring over 400 health points to himself. The boss's health plummeted below 50. Congratulations! You have triggered a critical hit and received a lucky gift pack. The system's notification was a delightful surprise. Previously, Jiang Bai had observed numerous players in the world chat boasting about their lucky gifts, feeling somewhat disheartened by his own misfortune. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. In that moment, Jiang Bai's damage soared to the top of the leaderboard, creating a significant gap between him and the second-place contender. His astonishing burst of damage left all present players in awe. How did his damage suddenly escalate to such heights? Wow! The master of Empty City Old Dream has made his move. Incredible, truly worthy of being a super deity. That instantaneous damage surpasses 2,000. Akin to 2,000 players combined. As the chat channel buzzed with excitement, the sudden rise of Empty City Old Dream to the top of the leaderboard reignited the motivation among players. However, not everyone was pleased. Within the ranks of the Cloud City Guild, the Emperor of Cloud City, basked in admiration, furrowed his brow. He discreetly signaled to the distant Xiaoyao Qingfeng, and the two engaged in a somber private conversation. The damage he inflicts is excessively high, far beyond the realm of an ordinary player, lamented the Cloud City Emperor. Indeed, it exceeds my expectations, Xiaoyao Qingfeng replied, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed as he fixated on Jiang Bai. Why fear? The greater his damage, the more it signifies he possesses a super artifact. If we can seize it, it will be ours. Besides, no matter how formidable he is, he remains only one person. Can he withstand the combined assault of our two guilds and numerous brothers? Your words hold merit. A shadow flickered in the depths of the Cloud City Emperor's eyes. Meanwhile, the boss, in agony, raised its massive hammer and began to rampage, claiming the lives of hundreds of players with a few resounding blows. With no intention of holding back, Jiang Bai unleashed, aimed shot, followed by an immediate, multi-shot, directed at the boss. 610 60 912 60, a critical hit. Jiang Bai swiftly executed another multi-shot. 912 60 goodness. Another critical hit. These consecutive critical strikes left even Jiang Bai astonished. Though an 11 critical hit rate is indeed significant, this felt almost surreal. This time, there was no critical hit, but a cascade of purple data suddenly erupted above the boss's head, utterly astonishing the thousands of players present. 5,000. Oh my goodness. The moment this seemingly impossible number appeared, it left everyone in the arena utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. My dear, come quickly. The divine has appeared. Surely, I cannot be mistaken? Is it truly the divine? Some players frantically rubbed their eyes. Yet the number 5,000 appeared both surreal and strikingly real. This is monumental. Could it be that the old dream of the empty city is indeed the work of the GM himself? Indeed, this figure had completely surpassed the current understanding of the players. Weapons. It must pertain to some extraordinary weapon. We must seize that weapon. The Emperor of Cloud City yelled out in excitement, fixated on the longbow in Jiang Bai's hands. Meanwhile, the distant figure of the carefree breeze, gripping his sword, felt his fingers turn white from the intensity of his grasp, his eyes filled with greed and exhilaration. The old dream of the empty city, I must claim you. This is undoubtedly a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. At that moment, Jiang Bai heard the system notification chime in his ears. Congratulations, you have triggered the cutting skill. Butcher Gonzalez has lost 5,000 health. Goodness. Even Jiang Bai couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. That 0.5 seemed trivial. Yet the impact of the damage was overwhelmingly intense. The formidable damage drew the boss's ire, causing the half-orc warrior to pivot and charge at Jiang Bai with its massive hammer. Realizing the peril, Jiang Bai swiftly retreated, thinking to himself, "No way I can withstand that." Just then, however, the seemingly insignificant starry left bank, like an ant, executed a charge followed by a taunt, successfully redirecting the boss's aggro back to him. "Bro, you can unleash your attacks without worry. If the boss even glances at you, consider me, left bank, worthless. Got it, buddy." Jiang Bai gave starry left bank a thumbs up and resumed his assault. With Jiang Bai's powerful onslaught, the excitement among the other players surged once more, and the entire battlefield reached a new crescendo as the boss's health visibly plummeted. The damage leaderboard displayed Jiang Bai's rapidly escalating numbers, leaving spectators in awe and questioning their own abilities. While others saw modest increases in single or double digits, Jiang Bai's damage surged by at least 500 each time, sometimes even starting at 1,000, creating an astonishing contrast. The second highest damage barely broke 5,000, while Jiang Bai's figures soared to a staggering 18,000 truly. It could only be described as terrifying. Is this the aura of the world's greatest master? I feel as though we are engaged in entirely different games. At this moment, the main forces of Xiao Dao and Yunqing began to enter the fray in waves, and the numbers of casualties surged rapidly. However, both Xiaoyao Qingfeng and the Emperor of Yunqing remained somewhat reserved. As the boss's health dwindled to 34, Jiang Bai received a second fortunate gift package. Yet, before he could revel in his good fortune, a sudden announcement echoed across the server, catching all players off guard. Congratulations to the No. 101 Novice Outpost for becoming the first in the entire server to breach the boss's 30 health threshold. An official announcement has been made, and all players of the No. 101 Novice Outpost will be rewarded with 1 gold coin and 1 point of free attributes. Moreover, the top 30 Novice Outposts in terms of progress, with the boss's health below 30, will be featured on the progress leaderboard. As the system's announcement faded, a new rectangular box appeared on the right side of every player's interface, adjacent to the damage leaderboard. Within this box was only the name of the No. 101 Novice Outpost, along with the current health status of the boss. Goodness! Upon the release of this announcement, all players across the server erupted in excitement. Such a reward exists. Who was the master behind the number 101 Novice Outpost, achieving such swift progress, including the players from the number 33856 Novice Outpost? Where Jiang Bai resided, the initial shock soon gave way to a profound sense of dismay. It was evident that this was a significant blow to the other outposts. At this juncture, Xingqian Zuolan was infuriated. He turned around and unleashed a torrent of curses. Xiaoao and Yunqing, I curse your mothers. Chapter 38. What an exhilarating experience. Are you two guilds even human? In the face of such a significant event, all 856 brothers are risking their lives to progress. Yet you two guilds are merely indulging in your petty schemes, striving for the final blow and damage, while shirking your responsibilities and trying to reap the rewards without effort. You even covertly undermine our Starry Shores members. I could tolerate this if it weren't for your substantial lag in progress. Yet here you are, idly floating along? If I weren't so preoccupied at the moment, I would have already dealt with you two scoundrels. The indignation from Starry Shores instantly garnered the support of all players. Following Starry Shores, numerous independent players began vocally expressing their outrage. Indeed, I have long seen through these two guilds' true nature. Brothers, let's not engage any further. I would rather fail to defeat this boss than be used as mere pawns by others. It's utterly disgusting. Damn it. I can no longer stand this, treating us like fools. I'm done. Let's disband. Let these two foolish guilds play their little games. Instantly, the sentiment of apathy began to spread like wildfire, causing Xiao Qifeng and the Emperor of Yunqing to panic. The two exchanged glances, and Xiao Qifeng quickly shouted, Wait, brothers. We from Xiaoyao and Yunqing have been putting in effort. Have you not noticed that our two guilds have only over 3,000 members left? Don't throw in the towel. Hey, Starry Shores scoffed. We at Starry Shores have less than 500 left. Now look at who your two guilds have lost and who remains. Do you genuinely believe everyone here is blind? The truth of the matter caused the faces of the Emperor of Yunqing and Xiao Qifeng to flush with embarrassment, and realizing their guilt, they ceased to argue. They exchanged determined looks and fervently declared, "Brothers, the boss is nearing defeat. We absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste. Today, our Yunqing and Xiao brothers are prepared to risk it all. Let us fight." To be honest, their words lacked any real passion. It was only when the true elite of Yunqing and Xiaoyao joined the battle that the complaints subsided and the fight continued. Ultimately, no one was willing to give up. "Heh, do you think you can feast alone so easily?" Jiang Bai's gaze swept over Xiao Qifeng and the Emperor of Yunqing, revealing a hint of a cold smile. As the number 101 novice camp entered its final stage, more camps began to follow suit. In just a couple of minutes, the progress leaderboard filled its 30 positions. Yet Jiang Bai's number 33, 856 novice camp was conspicuously absent. It is worth noting that they did not enter the second phase late. Yet, their progress has fallen behind. This is largely due to the lackadaisical efforts of the two guilds, but with their elite teams now engaged in battle, the efficiency has significantly improved. In the damage leaderboard, Jiang Bai's damage output remains unparalleled, surpassing 40,000, while the second place barely exceeds 6,000. As for the Emperor of Yunqing and the Carefree Breeze, their relentless dedication to battle propels them swiftly up the ranks. At this moment, the novice base 33,856 experiences a brief yet genuine unity. The boss of the last-ranked novice base 027 has its health at 27, while Jiang Bai's base has already reached 28. Upon reducing the boss's health to 25, the novice base 33856 finally enters the top 30 on the leaderboard. Keep it up, brothers. We made the list. The entire base erupts in jubilation. Subsequently, base 33,856 rapidly surpasses one novice base after another. With the boss's health dwindling to 20, 33,850 SIXS rank ascends into the top 20. It is evident to all that the lion's share of this success belongs to Jiang Bai. His damage, exceeding 50,000, is equivalent to the contributions of 500 players, which is the foundation of their relentless pursuit. Of course, Jiang Bai could not achieve such a high score solely through his own damage. His strength lies in the percentage cut mechanism, which, despite its meager one chance, can unleash 5,000 damage with a single trigger. Who can withstand that? This cutting mechanism, targeting maximum health, is akin to a divine assassination technique. When the boss's health drops to 15, base 33856 has entered the top 10. At this juncture, there are only two. For behind the leading novice base 101, with the boss's health reduced to the final 100, 33856 has climbed to 5th place, now trailing the first place by a mere 1.3. However, by this time, the number of surviving players in 33856 has dwindled to fewer than 5,000. Undoubtedly, this rapidly ascending novice base has captured the attention of the entire world. While speculation surrounds base 101, they too are pondering the enigma of base 33856. Dragon Flame 1. What is happening with this 33,856 base? How are they advancing so swiftly? Dragon Flame 2. I've uncovered it. Base 33856 is the stronghold of Empty City Old Dream. Dragon Flame 1 contemplates for a moment, then decides to check the total personal damage of Empty City Old Dream. Brothers, only 10 remains. Victory is within our grasp, they exclaim. Who is this formidable deity at base 101? They are incredibly fierce, and we have the Empty City Old Dream deity on our side. Including Jiang Bai, they remain unaware that novice base 101 houses the most elite national team of Huagua. How could they not be formidable? 9. 8. The battle has reached its climactic final moments, and at this juncture, the gaze of players from across the globe is fixated on the boss and the progress leaderboard of the various novice outposts. 6. Novice Outpost 33856 has ascended to the second position on the leaderboard, trailing the first by a mere 0.8. Long Yin number 1 commanded. Order all to attack with full force. We must not relinquish our top position. 5. 4. 3. As the boss's health dwindled to 30,000, Outpost 33856 finally equalized the gap with 101, with the rankings of the two outposts ascending in alternation. The competition is intensely fierce. Hiss. What is the origin of 33,856? It is indeed on par with 101? It seems a formidable player is present. Rumor has it that Empty City Old Dream is in 33856. Truly impressive, with personal damage exceeding 80,000. What the heck? Are you saying he single-handedly dealt 8 of the boss's damage? Meanwhile, among other outposts, players privy to the inner workings of 101 stared gravely at the top 2 positions on the progress board, lost in contemplation. 2. The gap between 33856 and 101 has closed. The names of the 2 outposts continue to alternate, indicating that 101 possesses its own trump card. Otherwise, at the previous pace, 33856 would have already widened the lead. Brothers, the boss is about to perish. We must secure first place. This is exhilarating. It is truly exhilarating. Some players felt their hearts racing to their throats. All players from 33856 were consumed by fervor. Their fallen comrades from earlier battles now holding their breath, their eyes glued to the rapidly changing battlefield. The gaze of the entire world is collectively directed toward these 2 fiercely competitive outposts. Who will emerge victorious? 1. The final 10,000 health. Outposts 33856 and 101 nearly entered the last 1 phase simultaneously. At this moment, Jiang Bai is equally exhilarated, observing the cooldown of his most powerful single-target skill, Explosive Shot. As he anxiously licks his lips, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his skill. However, at this critical juncture, just as the 2 outposts are about to determine their fate, Jiang Bai suddenly realizes he is unable to move. Chapter 39. Utterly insidious. What on earth is happening? A chilling sensation surged up Jiang Bai's spine. An incident had occurred. Indeed. When Jiang Bai beheld the dizziness icon above his head alongside the system's notification, the realization struck him. You have been maliciously attacked by player Yunqing Zhangfei. Entering a state of legitimate defense, you have sustained a kidney strike attack, entering a dizzy state, lasting for 5 seconds soon after. Jiang Bai witnessed a rogue materializing from the void, a triumphant expression plastered across his face. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly horrified Jiang Bai was the sight of at least dozens of rogues simultaneously entering stealth mode, completely encircling him. They were intent on rendering him helpless. The potency of the rogue's kidney strike lay in the prolonged state of dizziness it induced. As long as one remained unscathed by external attacks, the dizzy state would persist. Clearly, this was a premeditated scheme orchestrated by the 2 guilds, Yunqing and Xiaoyao. At the very moment the rogue launched his assault, the core tanks of both guilds recklessly unleashed their skills upon the boss, swiftly drawing aggro in a matter of seconds. Damn it! An inferno of rage ignited within him. However, in his current dazed condition, Jiang Bai found himself utterly powerless. Emperor of Yunqing. Was it not previously agreed that peace would prevail during the event? Although he was dazed, Jiang Bai could still engage in conversation. Ha ha ha! The Emperor of Yunqing laughed triumphantly. Are you some fool sent by the Jade Emperor? Only you could believe such nonsense. Do you think I would be so magnanimous as to allow you to seize the boss without reason? You, devoid of any wit. Wielding high damage yet merely serving as my laborer. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Qi Feng then appeared beside the Emperor of Yunqing, shrugging his shoulders with a smug expression. Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for being so shameless. From the very beginning, my gaze has not strayed from that bow and arrow in your hands, he uttered, unable to conceal his avarice. Had you not acted so pretentiously and instead aligned with our guild, allowing me to claim the boss, perhaps you would have been offered a morsel of the spoils. Now, however, you shall merely linger, watching us vanquish the boss, and once the event concludes, my guild's brothers will ensure your demise. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Let us see how long you can hang on. Ha ha. Jiang Bai glared fiercely at the 2, choosing silence, for speaking at this juncture would prove futile. Whenever the dizzy spell neared its end, assassins would promptly arrive to maintain control, a dozen or more assassins ensuring no interference from skill cooldowns. This sudden turn of events astonished all players outside the 2 guilds. However, as they launched their assault on Jiang Bai, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Only the players from the 2 guilds, Xiaoyao and Yunqing, were seen shifting their focus from the boss to target other players. The already vulnerable solo players and smaller guild members were swiftly decimated. Indeed, at that moment, the true nature of the 2 guilds was fully revealed. Yunqing Emperor, I curse your entire family. The level of deceit displayed by these 2 guilds was astonishing. How despicable! The Xiaoyao Guild had long been notorious for their misdeeds, and it was indeed shocking to witness their true colors. May all members of your guild meet a dire fate. A solo player, who had managed to survive until now and ranked among the top 60 in damage, found himself slain by his own comrades just as victory seemed within reach. The profound resentment and bitterness he felt were beyond description. Such scenarios unfolded in every corner of the battlefield. In an instant, all the solo players erupted in curses, including those from the Xingqian Guild, who were already weak and now reduced to merely a handful. Yet, the more they cursed, the more delighted the members of Yunqing and Shao became. Curse us. Keep cursing. The Yunqing Emperor reveled in the display of their impotent fury, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the boss was securely held by over 100 knights from both guilds, supported by 2 to 3 times that number of priests fervently healing them. Yunqing Emperor, Xiao Qifeng, once this event concludes, I will be the first to declare war on your guild. The Xingqian Guild shall not rest until we are avenged. Xingqian's Wunan howled to the heavens. Yet at that moment, he found himself powerless to change the tide. Go ahead. Declare your war. The Yunqing Emperor wore a disdainful expression, eager to see how Emir Xingqian would contend against the alliance of Yunqing and Xiaoao. You two guilds. Their interference had caused delays, allowing the competition to surge ahead, with the number 101 now leading the pack. Upon this realization, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of the Yunqing Emperor and Xiao Qifeng, prompting them to abandon their banter and refocus on the boss. At that moment, the battlefield was predominantly occupied by the forces of Yunqing and Xiaoao, with only a few hundred players remaining, mostly from the former guilds, while the solo players had been nearly wiped out, leaving only a small contingent from Xingqian fighting desperately. However, they could no longer stir up any significant resistance. As for Jiang Bai, as Xiao Qifeng had indicated, they could not eliminate themselves, opting instead to control the situation until the event's conclusion, at which point they would rally thousands of guild brothers to finish the job. A feat even Tin Jiang Bai could not withstand. On the boss's front, the remaining 10,000 health points proved torturous, as the few hundred players, excluding priests, could collectively deal no more than 500 damage per second, causing the boss's health to decline at a sluggish pace. Thus, in this final phase, the progress of 856 lagged approximately 0.2 behind the leading 101. Meanwhile, the boss was left with only 5,000 health points remaining. Damn it! As the deadline loomed ever closer, the carefree Qifeng, frustrated, stamped his foot, lamenting that it seemed impossible to catch up to the progress of 101. It matters not, the Emperor of Yunqing remarked nonchalantly. It is merely a difference of 1 point in free attributes. How far can it take us? Acquiring the loot is what truly matters, my friend. As the boss's health dwindled below 5,000, the entire novice village gradually fell silent. Even the players who had been vociferously cursing and excited were now captivated, their attention entirely seized by the boss. Despite knowing that the drops would not belong to them, curiosity was insatiable. This was a siege boss, after all, a creature felled by tens of thousands of players. The drop rate was simply unimaginable. 4,000. 3,000. In this final phase, the boss became increasingly challenging to defeat as the number of players dwindled sharply. Meanwhile, on the side of 101, the boss's health plummeted below 2,000. 2,500. The moment the boss's health dipped beneath 2,000, all eyes were fixated, waiting for the creature to collapse. At that instant, the thousands of players stationed at the novice outpost held their breath, hearts racing in their throats. Even the assassins, who were fixated on Jiang Bai, appeared momentarily distracted. Qifeng and the Emperor of Yunqing were particularly animated, their eyes gleaming with fervor, resembling famished beasts. Just at that critical juncture, beneath the sun, 3 arrows shimmering with blue ice crystals suddenly soared silently from the crowd. With a mournful whine, the rapidly spinning arrows cut through the air in a graceful arc, piercing directly into the right eye of the slaughterer, gaunt sails. Chapter 40. Revenge commences now. With a single strike, the boss's health plummeted by an astonishing 506 points, causing its health bar of 2,000 to be instantaneously obliterated. What transpired? In that fleeting moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood frozen, their minds blank, haunted by the terrifying numbers that flickered in their thoughts as the boss met its demise. The mage's spell was still in its casting phase, the warrior's blade poised midair, and the priest's healing incantation only partially released. Both the carefree Qifeng and the Emperor of Cloud City were gearing up for action. All of this was eternally captured in that singular instant. Those seemingly inconspicuous 3 arrows altered the entire dynamics of the battlefield. Indeed, they transformed the very world itself. Only Jiang Bai, after employing the metal skill, purification, utilized a brief 5 seconds of immunity to decisively eliminate dozens of assassins with a swift succession of multi-shot. This was largely due to their overconfidence. Believing they had Jiang Bai permanently incapacitated, they had grown careless, abandoning even the pretense of stealth. Boom. As the boss, a colossal figure, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The tremors of the earth pulled everyone's attention back to the scene. Simultaneously, the system's announcement reverberated throughout the server. Congratulations to the 101 Novice Base for achieving the first kill of the boss, Slaughterer Gansairs. All members of 101 received 3 free attribute points, 1 gold coin, 20,000 experience points, and a mysterious gift package. The announcement, repeated thrice in bold red letters, left everyone envious. If only it had been a little different. Jiang Bai sighed with a hint of regret. Had he anticipated a critical hit, he would have acted sooner, perhaps securing the first kill for himself. Following the announcement from 101, the notice for Jiang Bai's base, 33856, was revealed. As the second base to slay the boss, all members received 2 free attribute points, 10,000 experience, and 5,000 copper coins. But alas, no mysterious gift package. This represented a significant loss for all players within the base. With the rewards distributed, the system notified that the Demon Invasion event for Novice Base 33856 had concluded, and the second act commenced, naturally accompanied by the disappearance of related buffs. As everyone finally grasped the gravity of what had transpired, their gazes converged upon Jiang Bai, instantaneously inflicting 500 damage? Surely, I must be mistaken. Such damage is beyond comprehension. Only a skill with a minimum 3-second cooldown could yield such extraordinary results. How astonishing. Meanwhile, the faces of the Emperor of Cloud City and Qingfeng turned ashen. You worthless fools. You cannot even control a single person. Consumed by an overwhelming surge of anger and despair, the Emperor of Cloud City turned to the band of assassins, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, his words faltered, abruptly coming to a halt, for around Jiang Bai, there lay a sea of lifeless bodies. Hey, brother, Jiang Bai said, as he collected the spoils dropped by the boss. Raising his gaze to the Emperor of Cloud City with a devilish grin, you are finished. Following this declaration, Jiang Bai unleashed his first announcement to the entire channel since entering the game. A mere gold coin for each shout. The vengeance has officially commenced. Bold crimson letters flashed before the eyes of all present. In that moment, both Xiao Qifeng and the Emperor of Cloud City wore expressions of grave concern. Damn it, Xiao Qifeng thought, resolutely pointing at Jiang Bai. Brothers, charge. While he is still occupied with the loot, trap him and eliminate him. Today marks the time of reckoning between Xiao and this scoundrel. It is either his demise or ours. For the honor of Xiao, let us fight. It was evident that those who survived were Xiao Qingfeng's loyal subordinates. Fully aware that advancing would likely lead to their own demise, yet none of them faltered. Nearly 200 players from the Xiao Guild simultaneously launched their assault on Jiang Bai. 17 miss. The damage was minimal, yet the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming. Simultaneously, over 150 players from the Cloud City Guild joined the fray against Jiang Bai. Facing an army of hundreds felt akin to confronting the world itself, yet Jiang Bai stood resolute. In an instant, his health plummeted dramatically, from a substantial 2180 to a mere 1,500 in mere seconds. Jiang Bai scoffed, unperturbed. He understood that with the combined might of these two guilds, even a single drop of their collective saliva could suffice to bring about his demise multiple times over. However, escape was not an option. He remained locked in combat and unable to utilize any return items. Thus, Jiang Bai had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. But so what? I have already profited immensely, he mused. After all, my equipment cannot be lost. I might as well take down one enemy for every life I lose. It's all profit and no loss. With that thought, Jiang Bai unleashed a barrage of multi-shot arrows. In an instant, countless arrows erupted into dazzling brilliance under the sun, raining down upon the clerics of both guilds. 488, 914, 407. A cacophony of wails filled the air, as the fragile clerics could not withstand the ferocity of Jiang Bai's assault. Over 20 clerics fell in an instant. With the critical hit activated, Jiang Bai unleashed another multi-shot, creating yet another vacuum amidst the tightly packed ranks of clerics and mages. After 2 rounds of multi-shot, Jiang Bai had taken down at least 40 foes. The 50 individuals, inflicting over 20,000 points of damage, restored Jiang Bai's health to full instantaneously. The vampiric attributes proved most terrifying during group assaults. Such terror rendered the members of the two major guilds utterly despondent. How can we possibly contend with this? After decimating the opposing healing forces, Jiang Bai fixed his gaze upon the Emperor of Yunqing, his longbow drawn to its full tension. The moment he was targeted by Jiang Bai, the Emperor of Yunqing trembled violently, gripped by an icy dread. With no intention of continuing the fight, he turned to flee. Though he had yet to take a single step, whoosh, 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 3 arrows, swift as the wind, pierced through the Emperor's chest. Instant death. In the realm of Empty City's old dream, I shall annihilate your entire family. The Emperor cried out in the channel as he met his demise. Incredible! The Great One is truly remarkable. Empty City's old dream is my father. My true father. Witnessing the Emperor of Yunqing fall to Jiang Bai's arrow, many players, accustomed to oppression, felt a surge of vindication. Meanwhile, the quick-witted Xiao Qifeng recognized the peril as the Emperor sensed the impending doom and attempted to flee. He regrettably found himself still within Jiang Bai's range by the time the latter drew his bow again. The shock shot not only depleted more than half of Xiao Qingfeng's health but also inflicted a stunning effect, followed immediately by a second normal attack from Jiang Bai that sealed his fate. At the revival point, newly resurrected and having lost a level, the Emperor of Yunqing and Xiao Qingfeng wore expressions of fury akin to that of a pig's liver, teeth clenched in rage. Damn it! Today, I shall expend all my resources to eliminate this Empty City's old dream. I refuse to believe that with my thousands of brothers in Yunqing, we cannot kill him. Today, I will not back down. The Emperor of Yunqing began frantically rallying his forces. All brothers of Yunqing, gather for me. Let us strike this Empty City's old dream with fervor. We must ensure his demise. We have thousands. We will overwhelm him. On the other side, Xiao Qifeng had completely lost his composure, his eyes ablaze as he bellowed in the guild channel. Everyone, all of you, assemble at the main gate of the village, now, immediately. Gather for me. Let us take down that Empty City's old dream. Go forth. Attack. Chapter 41. You may profit. But I shall never suffer loss at this moment. Jiang Bai was in the throes of battle. Following the boss fight, the remnants of the 200 soldiers were utterly incapable of withstanding his ferocity. Each arrow he loosed brought death, as if he were a deity of war. His arrows screamed like the wails of the reaper, and his relentless thirst for blood rendered him an immortal god, leaving onlookers breathless and their hearts racing with terror. Simultaneously, a fierce conflict erupted in the novice village of 33,856 as more and more novice villages fell to the boss slayer, Gossales. The system's announcements echoed throughout the server, and as the second act commenced, the long-sealed teleportation arrays within the novice villages regained their former glory. This connection between every novice village and the secondary main city meant that members of other novice villages could now traverse to different ones through the main city. However, Jiang Bai had no time to contemplate these developments. In a mere 5 minutes, nearly 200 players from Xiaoyao and Yunqing had met their demise at his hands. The ground beneath Jiang Bai was littered with corpses and equipment, and he was seemingly consumed by bloodlust. Unbeknownst to him, a growing army from Xiaoyao and Yunqing was rapidly gathering at the entrance of 33,856. Led by the Emperor of Yunqing and the clear wind of Xiaoyao, a vast, dark mass of guild members filled the plaza before the novice village, numbering in the thousands. With eyes ablaze, the Emperor of Yunqing and clear wind of Xiaoyao fixed their gaze upon Jiang Bai, their formidable army radiating an aura of coldness and menace that deterred ordinary players from approaching. Yet, despite the torment Jiang Bai had inflicted upon them, they were seasoned guilds, with a majority comprised of professional players, figures so distant from the average player that they seemed almost unattainable. Old dreams of an empty city. Let my father perish, roared the furious Emperor of Yunqing, his fury rendering him devoid of reason. At that moment, Jiang Bai, resembling a god of war, slowly turned. Upon seeing nearly 10,000 players from Xiaoyao and Yunqing arrayed against him, he suddenly grinned. Come on, if you can make me lose even a single piece of equipment, I shall take your surname. Regardless, he mused, you may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. He planted his feet firmly, calmly gazing at the vast army before him, as the dying rays of the sun bathed his armor in a blinding brilliance. 1 versus 8,000. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. With such a display, any discerning eye would recognize that something monumental was about to unfold in 33856. Almost all the other players in 33,856 paused their activities, standing at varying distances, transfixed by the battlefield in Jiang Bai. Something significant was on the horizon, brothers. One player, visibly agitated and flushed, could not discern whether it was tension or fear that gripped him. It seems Xiaoyao and Yunqing are fully committed to driving this old dream of an empty city out of the game. The object beneath the waste. Nonsense. The second chapter has already been released. If we do not suppress them now, they will never have another opportunity. Professional sewer expert for 20 years, if empty city. Old Dream is indeed just a solitary player. Today is undoubtedly the end. How can one contend against 8,000? Little Star, Woo, my idol. Your mother, how unfortunate. Damn it, these two guilds do not contribute anything worthwhile. Empty City, Old Dream truly has encountered misfortune by crossing paths with these two worthless guilds. In an instant, discussions erupted, and the fervor of the situation escalated. Some players have already begun streaming the game live. Such a grand spectacle is a rare sight. At this moment, the official streaming platform of Creation saw a surge of hundreds of simultaneous live rooms showcasing the battle at Novice Village 33,856. With the most popular room boasting a particularly elaborate title, 1 vs 8,000, witnessed the birth of a new deity, Empty City, Old Dream. Merely the 4 characters of Empty City, Old Dream are sufficient to draw immense traffic, as the viewership of this room soared at a rapid pace, reaching into the thousands. Of course, within these streaming rooms, there were also arrangements made by Xiaoyao and Cloud City. This was precisely the effect they desired. Meanwhile, in the chat channels of several major guilds across the server, at the Novice Station number 101, Dragonflame Guild, Dragonflame number 8, quickly, everyone head to the live room, Empty City. Old Dream is about to engage in a PK against 2 guilds simultaneously. Hurry up and watch. Dragonflame number 11. What the hell? I love a commotion. Dragonflame number 1, though not participating in the chat, silently opened the most popular live room. At Novice Station number 777. Death Omen Star Guild, Death Omen Star Darkblade. Is this the Empty City, Old Dream? Rather spirited. Death Omen Star Little Red. Hee, seems quite manly. 1 vs 8,000. Death Omen Star White Wind. You guys don't get it. Haven't you noticed that Empty City, Old Dream hasn't he even joined a guild? Find a way to recruit them, damn it, and you're all just here watching the fun? How's the live stream? Meanwhile, the Emperor of Cloud City inquired of the players nearby. Rest assured, boss, the viewership is skyrocketing. Currently, over 100,000 people are watching simultaneously, replied Cloud City Little Wildcat. Good. The Emperor of Cloud City nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that today, he would showcase to all players worldwide how Cloud City strides towards glory over Empty City, Old Dream. The Emperor of Cloud City was in high spirits. Naturally, Xiaoyao Qingfeng felt the same. As the atmosphere reached its peak, the Emperor of Cloud City raised his longbow, surveyed the surroundings, and declared, Today, we, Cloud City, shall join forces with Xiaoyao to eradicate Empty City, Old Dream. I do not wish for anyone else to interfere. If I discover anyone daring enough to disrupt this, even if it's just a mere touch, I, the Emperor of Cloud City, swear to pursue you to the ends of the earth until you withdraw from the game. I feel the same way. Xiao Qifeng stood side by side with the Emperor of Cloud City, daring anyone to challenge them. I, Xiao Qifeng, possess ample means to eliminate you and erase your accounts. Think carefully, he proclaimed. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, seemingly stunned by the imposing aura of the duo. While the Emperor of Cloud City and Xiaoyao Qingfeng surveyed their surroundings, evidently satisfied with their intimidating presence. Fools, dream on. At that moment, Xingqian Zuohan led the members of the Xingqian Guild into the fray. In truth, they were not alone. Several thousand independent players followed closely behind, their expressions aflame with excitement. Seize the day. Today, we, the Xingqian, will engage with you and see if righteousness prevails over evil or vice versa. Those under the command of the Emperor of Cloud City and Xiao Qifeng have long taken advantage of their power. The leader of the independent players, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, It is one thing to oppress us in our daily lives, but to ambush us while we slay bosses? Who do you think you are, brothers? No more restraint. Today we shall avenge our grievances and take down these 2 despicable guild members. As one voice rose, more rallied to join. And soon a growing number of independent players entered the fray, blaming the 2 guilds for their many transgressions. In an instant, the expressions of Xiao Qifeng and the Emperor of Cloud City darkened. The gathering of adversaries matched, if not exceeded, the total number of their guild members. Chaos ensued. 33856 was thrown into disarray. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 42. The plans of the left bank of the stars. Meanwhile, a brilliant flash of golden light surged from Jiang Bai, enveloping him in a warm, invigorating energy. He noticed that his primary attribute, agility, had increased by 5 points. Perplexed for a moment, he then observed an additional buff appearing in the upper right corner of his interface. Blessing, player's primary attribute increased by 5 points, lasting for 30 minutes, bestowed by player Xingqian Momo. Xingqian? Jiang Bai abruptly turned his head, realizing that the endearing, soft-spoken young girl had come to stand a short distance behind him. Behind Xingqian Momo, a priestly squad of around 30 members had gathered. Noticing Jiang Bai's gaze, Xingqian Momo looked up and met his eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Hee, let us form a party, big brother. With that, she waved her staff, casting another buff. Resilience, player's defense increased by 15 points, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Momo. Xingqian Momo waved her staff once more. Calamity, player's damage output increased by 5, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Momo. Simultaneously, the 30-member team behind her raised their staffs, and in an instant, golden rays of light cascaded towards Jiang Bai. The sounds of buffs echoed continuously as the buff slots in the upper right corner filled up rapidly, spilling over into a second row. Furthermore, other players capable of bestowing buffs began to enhance Jiang Bai as well. True word, player gains a shield worth 10 of maximum health, capable of absorbing any damage, granted by player Xingqian Shalov. Roar, player's health limit increased by 250 points, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Zhu Ti. Strong strike, player's attack power increased by 5, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Desire. Brutality, player's critical hit chance increased by 3, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Xiaobai. King's Blessing, player's attributes increased by 5, lasting for 30 minutes, granted by player Xingqian Laodai. In an instant, Jiang Bai found himself adorned with numerous buffs, and his attributes fluctuated with each enhancement. To be candid, Jiang Bai had never learned any buff skills, as he rarely required them during his solitary endeavors. Thus, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden influx of enhancements. The left bank of the stars called out to Jiang Bai, "Brother, I have assembled the most elite priest team from the stars for you. They all possess the Holy Shield technique, so unleash your strength." It was common knowledge that in this battle, conquering Old Dream was the linchpin. Moreover, the left bank of the stars had its own ambitions. The current position of the Star Guild was precariously balanced, caught between the pressures of Cloud City and the Carefree Guild. To rise above, they must break through this constraint. Without a doubt, today is the most opportune moment. As they stand united with the remnants of the past, garnering a substantial number of independent players, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Consequently, Starry Left Bank has temporarily suspended membership reviews, allowing all applicants to gain immediate entry, thereby significantly bolstering their ranks with thousands of independent players in a short span, ensuring that their own will not be harmed when the battle commences. At this moment, the Emperor of Cloud City wore a sinister expression, pointing at Starry Left Bank and demanding, "Starry Left Bank, are you truly courting death? Do you believe I cannot scatter your forces within 3 days? Huh, court death?" Starry Left Bank retorted, brandishing his great sword. "Even if I do not strike, you and your allies, Carefree and Clear Breeze, would refrain from attacking us? How did you conduct yourselves during the boss battles? How have you bullied us in the past? This anger has been simmering within us for far too long. Then prepare to disband your forces." Carefree and Clear Breeze, losing patience, gestured grandly, and thousands of melee players surged forward simultaneously. "Fight!" Starry Left Bank roared, charging into the fray as a knight should, leading the charge against the vast army. "Fight!" Thousands of independent players followed suit, plunging into the chaos of battle. The battlefield erupted into utter disarray, with players engaged in fierce duels in every corner. Every moment saw players turning into streaks of light, returning to their resurrection points. More terrifyingly, the myriad of skills unleashed painted the sky in vivid colors. Amidst this melee, Jiang Bai, once the target of many, became less conspicuous. Without the concentrated fire of hundreds, he was invincible in small skirmishes. Drawing his bow, each arrow he loosed claimed a life, and with the vampiric properties of his weapon, his health remained in an enviable state. As the conflict intensified, both sides became utterly bloodthirsty. After 10 minutes of combat, the average level of players on the battlefield had plummeted by 1. In such large-scale skirmishes, eliminating each opponent individually was an impossibility. So Jiang Bai's gaze remained firmly fixed on the Emperor of Cloud City and carefree clear breeze, as Jiang Bai locked onto the Emperor's form. His longbow thrummed with fierce intent, vibrating with energy. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was released, his fervent blood surged through him, as if breaking through the confines of his skull, soaring skyward. Amidst the mournful whispers of the wind, the arrow was unerringly aimed at the Emperor of Cloud City. Executing a burst shot, the Emperor, acutely aware of the danger, hastily sought refuge among his allies. Yet, how could he evade the targeted onslaught of the burst shot? 3 arrows struck true, pinning the Emperor firmly against a nearby tree. In the next instant, his lifeless form transformed into a streak of white light. Retreating to the resurrection point, instant death. Old dreams of an empty city, I curse you. Gazing at his diminished rank, the Emperor of Cloud City felt his heart bleed. Alas, the leader has fallen once more. How pitiful the leader truly is. Oh, the tragedy of your demise, dear leader. I lament for you, my spicy companion. The Emperor of Cloud City scowled and cursed, lamenting in vain. Go and fulfill my dreams of an empty city. Meanwhile, numbers erupted above Jiang Bai's head in a frenzy. 1, 2, miss. The minuscule damage figures recklessly floated away, bolstered by various buffs. As Jiang Bai's health cap soared to 3,400, his attack surpassed the formidable threshold of 700, and his defense approached an alarming 300. These players were evidently incapable of breaching his defenses. Hence, the single and double-digit damages scarcely caught Jiang Bai's attention. After swiftly dispatching the Emperor of Cloud City, Jiang Bai relentlessly pursued the carefree Qi Feng. With the enhancement of his movement speed, Qi Feng stood no chance of escaping Jiang Bai's striking range. Run? Where could he possibly flee? Jiang Bai scoffed coldly. A single, aimed shot inflicted nearly 1,000 damage, obliterating Qing Feng's health bar, and Jiang Bai followed up with a basic attack, successfully eliminating Qing Feng. Chapter 43, Brother, enough of the groping. Go slay 2 people. The battlefield was increasingly chaotic and the intensity of the conflict heightened. Amidst the turmoil, there were those who sought to take advantage of the disarray. A certain mage exclaimed, "What the hell? Which wretched assassin has stripped me of my trousers?" A priest, perpetually incapacitated by a debilitating strike, remarked, "Brother, enough of the groping. Go slay a couple of foes." An assassin chuckled, "Hee. When it comes to lewdness, the profession of assassin comes second to none." As for the Emperor of Cloud City, who had died twice and resurrected, he had learned to be cautious. He stood at a distance behind the main forces, ensuring that Jiang Bai could not reach him before he began to issue commands. In such a chaotic scenario, he hastily assembled several small teams specifically to target Empty City, Old Dream. Range Team 3. Focus your fire on the little priest behind Empty City, Old Dream. Eliminate the healers first. Team 2 of the carefree assassins followed suit, demonstrating their adept command experience. These little priests, some organized by Shingshin Momo and others gathered spontaneously, played a crucial role in the team battle by providing healing. Shingshin Momo had a clear objective, to protect Empty City, Old Dream. As the 2 teams directed their attacks toward Shingshin Momo and their comrades, some disarray ensued among the small teams. Meanwhile, the protective squad of 100, prearranged by Shingshin on the left bank, found themselves somewhat beleaguered due to the significant numerical disadvantage. Jiang Bai, blinded by rage, remained oblivious to the chaos behind him. With the Emperor of Cloud City and Carefree Breeze reappearing on the battlefield, his focus was unerringly fixed on the 2. Hey, does hiding even help? A sinister smile crept across his lips like that of a hunter as he raised his longbow, angling it at 60 degrees upwards. A dazzling light coalesced at the arrowhead, resembling a brilliant little sun from afar. Eagle Eye shot. With a swift whoosh, the slender arrow soared skyward, tracing an exquisite arc across the azure sky. It then plummeted with alarming speed, the spinning arrowhead emanating an aura of death, rapidly magnifying in the horrified gaze of the Emperor of Cloud City. At that moment, to the Emperor, it was no longer merely an arrow but the spear of death itself. With a sickening thud, the obsidian arrow penetrated the right eye of the Emperor. Exiting through the back of his skull, the immense force pinned him to the ground beneath. 1,201. Instant kill. Beside the Emperor, Carefree Breeze's expression turned to one of sheer terror, his composure shattered, trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! He stared blankly at the immobile corpse of the Emperor. then raised his gaze in confusion towards the distant Jiang Bai, beginning to question his very existence. Is this for real? Am I being pranked? Hacks. This scene far exceeded Carefree Breeze's comprehension, for they had concealed themselves at the rear of the main forces, with at least 50 yards separating them from Jiang Bai. What was once perceived as an utterly safe distance. Isn't the archer's attack range capped at 30 yards? As Jiang Bai gazed at him with a smile reminiscent of a demon, Xiao Yao Qing Feng, without a moment's hesitation, took flight in retreat. Protect me. Everyone. Come to my aid. Priest, cast the holy shield upon me. He was not keen on losing 2 levels. Jiang Bai chuckled. It is no wonder that the boss drops such splendid loot. The eagle-eye shot was indeed a treasure bestowed by the boss. And as Jiang Bai hastily picked it up, he noted it was a B-grade skill for archers, which he promptly learned. Little did he know that it would prove invaluable at this moment. Eagle-eye shot, B-grade, skill description, inflicts 150 single target damage on the target. Upon using this skill, the user's attack range is doubled, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Although the damage of this skill is not particularly high, its mechanics are remarkable. Jiang Bai discovered that the skills of Genesis are quite distinctive. None excel in damage alone, but rather, they elevate gameplay through their mechanics. Consequently, Jiang Bai's skill count reached its limit of 5. To learn more skills, he would need to change classes and level up. After slaying the Emperor of Cloud City, Jiang Bai paid no heed to Xiao Yao Qing Feng. One reason was the distance, and the other was that he had become acutely aware of the situation behind him. The little priest lacked self-defense capabilities, and with the entry of mages and assassins, their numbers dwindled significantly. Sensing a palpable decline in healing, Jiang Bai casually consumed a potion and turned, raising his hand to unleash a multi-shot. Since Xingqian Momo had activated team mode and included Jiang Bai, he had no concerns about harming members of the Xingqian Guild with his area of effect skills. In such a densely packed area, a single multi-shot targeted no fewer than 30 foes. And in an instant, a flurry of crimson numbers danced across the screen, with critical hits occurring more than once. Exhilarating. At that moment, Jiang Bai couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of multi-shot. It was undeniably a skill designed for team battles. The second multi-shot also landed critical hits. Jiang Bai observed that as long as he maintained a stable target count of over 20, critical hits were virtually guaranteed. After 3 successive multi-shots, even Jiang Bai could not suppress his exhilaration. Those 3 shots collectively dealt over 10,000 damage, and his health was instantly replenished. With those multi-shots combined with the output from other members of the Xingqian Guild, they effectively alleviated the immediate crisis faced by the priest team. And the fallen priests swiftly made their way back to join the fray upon revival. What does player versus player combat within the game entail? It is not a matter of life and death, for players can swiftly resurrect and return. Rather, it revolves around resources, equipment, and levels. Fortunately, the game Genesis features a rather realistic mechanism wherein the cooldown for respawning extends with each consecutive death within an hour. This system bears a resemblance to the online game League of Legends, which Jiang Bai had previously played. Upon the first death, one could respawn in just 1 second. But a subsequent death within 30 minutes would elongate the respawn time to 10 seconds, with no upper limit to this duration. In this scenario, Xingqian Zuohan not only exhibited valor, but also possessed exceptional verbal prowess. Observing that the frightened Xiao Yao Qing Feng was cowering in the safety zone, unwilling to show himself, Xingqian Zuohan boldly declared, "Why do you still fight for Xiao Yao? Have you not noticed that your leader is hiding in the safety zone, too afraid to emerge? Is such a person truly worth your efforts?" Xingqian Zuohan's taunting was particularly effective. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Yao Qing Feng, seeing that his guild members were genuinely affected, reluctantly activated the priest's 3-second invulnerability shield, Holy Shield, and dashed into the fray. "Damn it! Attack!" he commanded. "All priests, do not cease the Holy Shield." Thus, Xiao Yao Qing Feng timidly rejoined the battle. Is holding a shield truly sufficient for safety? A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Chapter 44, Reinforcements? In the realm of team battles, it is well understood that the priority should be to eliminate the opposing healing classes. At this moment, behind the carefree Qing Feng, there was a contingent of no less than 100 priests, ensuring that his sacred shield remained intact. The sacred shield grants 3 seconds of invulnerability, but with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Maintaining its presence on his person necessitates a rotation of at least 100 individuals, all of whom must execute their roles flawlessly. Yet, In the chaos of large-scale combat, perfection is an unattainable ideal. The instant Xingfeng entered the fray, the forces of Xingchen Zuiyin seamlessly redirected their main strength towards the priest station behind him. Dozens of assassins slipped into stealth, launching their attacks with shield strike, while Jiang Bai unleashed his multi-shot alongside the mage's fire rain. In an instant, the priestly formation behind Qifeng fell into disarray, and his sacred shield vanished within a minute. Damn it! The sacred shield! Someone, get me the shield back! Qifeng bellowed, his voice rising in urgency. Just as he was about to utter the next syllable of shield, a piercing arrow struck through his brow. 2,321. A critical hit. He was obliterated instantly. Holy crap! The boss has been taken out again. This is outrageous. The boss has even dropped 2 levels. Jiang Bai's arrow left the members of the Carefree Guild in sheer disbelief. Impressive. Xingchen Zuiyin regarded Jiang Bai with newfound admiration, feeling increasingly vindicated in his choice of ally. For the second time, Jiang Bai, with calm demeanor, retracted his longbow, pivoted, and began searching for the whereabouts of the Emperor of Cloud City. Considering the passage of time, he surmised that the Emperor should have respawned by now. However, Jiang Bai would find it challenging to locate the Emperor, as the latter had been resurrected for several minutes, scowling at the resurrection point, until Qifeng materialized beside him. The Emperor of Cloud City cast a glance at Qifeng. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Damn it. Were you just waiting for me to die? Qifeng erupted, frustration boiling over as he realized he had dropped to level 7. The Emperor's ire was similarly ignited by Qifeng's outburst. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. Then let us go. I've never feared anyone in my life. Qifeng declared defiantly. Let us see how long they can endure. If it comes to it, I'll drop to level 5. With determination, Qifeng surged forward without a backward glance, and the Emperor of Cloud City promptly followed suit. The two, having died twice, felt a sense of reckless abandon. 3 minutes later, at the resurrection point, the two stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a shared resolve. Emperor of Yunqing, you have finally arrived. Carefree Breeze, I have finally come. Emperor of Yunqing, I have reached level 6. Carefree Breeze, I too have attained level 6. Emperor of Yunqing, do you have anything to say? Carefree Breeze, there is nothing to say. I merely wish to obliterate Empty City, Old Dream. 5 minutes later, the two, stripped of their gear, reunited at the resurrection point. Emperor of Yunqing, I believe we have made progress. Carefree Breeze, what do you mean by that? Emperor of Yunqing, we endured for 5 additional minutes, indicating that Empty City, Old Dream is on the verge of collapse. Carefree Breeze pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. There was truth in his words, my brother. 10 minutes later, after reviving, the two, now devoid of equipment and reduced to level 5, charged forth in their bare state. With nothing left to lose and their levels already at the lowest point possible, Emperor of Yunqing, unafraid of death, stood boldly in the battlefield clad only in his triangular shorts, raising his arms and shouting, forsaking all dignity. Brothers, strike for me. Hit with all your might. They have dwindled in numbers. Today, we must vanquish Empty City, Old Dream, even if it means descending to level 5 or losing all our equipment. Whatever the cost, I shall compensate you all. The battlefield was nothing short of brutal. There was no need to elaborate on Emperor of Yunqing and Carefree Breeze. They had been reduced to mere shadows of themselves by Jiang Bai. Initially, the two guilds boasted nearly 10,000 players, but as the resurrection times lengthened, no more than 5,000 remained on the battlefield, the rest awaiting the long revival process. On the side of stars and freelancers, their numbers were similarly diminished, with even fewer remaining after accounting for those merely taking advantage of the chaos. The others were beyond resurrection, having lost their combat effectiveness. Yet neither side showed any intention of retreating. An hour had passed. In the live stream, the audience was growing increasingly larger, with concurrent viewers surpassing 200,000. One-handed Ferrari driver. Is this 33,856 person insane? Still fighting? King of the pipe. Passion. This is true passion. It's making me want to see it for myself. Strike me once, die to my mother. The problem is, Empty City, Old Dream hasn't died even once, has he? He must have slain tens of thousands. Curse me once, die to my father. Indeed, this is terrifying. One wonders what gear this individual possesses. Such ancient-level equipment is extraordinarily powerful. Is it Kiki, the two fools above? Do not dare discuss my husband. James MVP. Oh, when did I acquire a daughter-in-law? When will you come home for me to take a look? Strong man can also tire. Oh, when did I gain a granddaughter-in-law? When will you come home for me to see? Maxie is not see. Oh, when did I have a great-granddaughter-in-law? When will you come to let great-grandfather have a look? The beauty of the sewers, madam. I trust you wouldn't wish for the old dream of the empty city to be aware of this matter, would you? If Jiang Bai were to glimpse these words, he would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. The barrage of comments was lively, yet the battlefield was fraught with unexpected turmoil. The Emperor of Cloud City had somehow summoned a legion of reinforcements, a guild named Defiance, who poured forth from the teleportation point in a steady stream. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Upon witnessing the dark mass of nearly 3,000 players from the Defiance Guild, the Emperor of Cloud City, clad in his baggy shorts, found his spirits rejuvenated. Were the players from other strongholds able to teleport as well? Jiang Bai was taken aback. This altered the very nature of the conflict. It was no longer an internal affair of 33,856. It should be feasible. I've heard that as soon as one passes the boss teleportation array, it becomes activated. They should be able to teleport here. Damn, they can actually bring in reinforcements. With this influx of fresh blood, the scales of victory tipped dramatically. While the sheer number of 3,000 was impressive, it was crucial to note that the members of 33,856 were in a compromised state. Their levels had significantly dropped, and their equipment was mostly unusable, leaving nearly half of them fighting in their bare essentials. In stark contrast, the newly arrived Defiance Guild members were at full capacity and in peak condition. How could they possibly contend? In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a one-sided affair. The Defiance Guild swept through like autumn winds scattering leaves. Haha. Seeing this, Xiao Qifeng was in high spirits, thanking the brothers of Defiance. After today's battle, all loot that fell would belong to them as a gesture of gratitude. Ha ha ha. The fierce dragon of Defiance laughed heartily. It was nothing, merely lending a hand. ID heard tales of the prowess of 33856 the old dream of the empty city, but it appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Brothers, let us go. Whoever secures the equipment of the old dream of the empty city will receive a reward of 50 gold. Xingqian Zuan, Xiaoyao Qingfeng, you traitorous scoundrel. Have you no shame left? What need have I for shame? Athahaha. The old dream of the empty city, today you shall not escape your demise. The Emperor of Cloud City seemed to have been revitalized, leaping with vigor. Jiang Bai paid them no heed, for the situation had indeed worsened considerably. At some point, his health had not returned to full. His life force lingered around 30, unable to be restored as healing fell short. Jiang Bai was acutely aware that survival today was impossible. Yet, it mattered little. Losing a level was a trivial concern. Turning his head, he caught sight of Xingqian Momo, whose health had plummeted to 7, furtively consuming a large potion. Upon sensing Jiang Bai's gaze, she suddenly lifted her head, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Why are you sneaking glances at me, brother? Before Jiang Bai could finish his thought, calamity struck. Suddenly, a dizzying emblem appeared above the head of Xingqian Momo, followed by the emergence of a robe behind her. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, and in a swift motion, he struck down, instantly eliminating the already weakened Xingqian Momo. She fell. The news of the demise of the esteemed 33856 first priest reverberated across the battlefield, while morale plummeted on Xingqian's side. The spirits soared among Xiaoyao and Yunqing. They were acutely aware that the pivotal figures were none other than Kongqing Jiyue and Xingqian Momo. In a fit of rage, the usually silent Jiang Bai erupted, his crimson gaze fixated on the rogue who had slain Xingqian Momo. Ignoring the rogue's paltry health, he raised his hand and unleashed a burst shot. The rogue from the Against Heaven Guild collapsed instantly. Yet, the tide of battle remained unaltered. With Xingqian Momo's fall, her priest team was nearly obliterated in an instant. Jiang Bai's health bar plummeted like a roller coaster, decimated by a barrage of skills. The Against Heaven Guild had meticulously organized a team of 500 to specifically target Kongqing Jiyue. At this moment, Jiang Bai's condition was perilous. All eyes were fixed intently on his dwindling health. 4, 3, 2. As the final one approached, the tension in the arena became palpable, suffocating, causing bodies to tremble and eyes to widen in disbelief. Kongqing Jiyue was on the brink of death. Would he drop the artifact he held? Just as Jiang Bai's health was about to be extinguished in a flash, a sudden golden light enveloped him in a holy shield, unexpectedly shielding him from all skills and damage. Following this, a series of healing spells surged forth, restoring his health to above 50. From behind, a powerful and resonant voice thundered, commanding the battlefield. Daliang's forces, direct your fire at Yunqing, Xiaoyao, and the Against Heaven members. Unleash your fury upon them. Chapter 45. The Great Tang. As if drawn by an invisible force, throngs of players surged forth from the safety zone, transforming the landscape into a sea of black in mere moments. Their presence exuded a fervor reminiscent of a well-drilled army, even more ferocious than the combined might of the two guilds from the recently assembled Xianyu city, which boasted tens of thousands. The Great Tang. Upon the utterance of these two characters, a collective astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the information regarding the Great Tang began to crystallize in their minds. Every countenance in the vicinity underwent a dramatic transformation. What the heck? Is it truly the Great Tang? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting hushed whispers and fervent discussions. Surely this cannot be the Great Tang Guild sponsored by the Tang Industrial Group? I've heard that Great Tang possesses professional teams. Incredible! They have secured the Great Tang. My idol is among them. The Great Tang. It is indeed the Great Tang. I see both Great Tang Wuzue and Great Tang Xiaodian. So this empty city-old dream is actually the backdrop of the Great Tang? Huh, I thought. How could such formidable players possibly be mere casual gamers? It turns out they are backed by the Great Tang. Now it all makes sense. This spells doom for Xianyu and Yunqing. How could these local guilds possibly contend with the Great Tang? The expressions of Xianyu Qifeng and Yunqing Emperor at that moment revealed everything. Within mere seconds, their faces transitioned from confusion to astonishment, then to sheer terror, vividly illustrating their psychological turmoil. The Great Tang? Upon seeing Great Tang Wuzue, Yunqing Emperor's hands began to tremble. How could this be? The sword in Xianyu Qingfeng's grasp clattered to the ground. Their reactions were hardly surprising. The Great Tang Guild is a name familiar to anyone who keeps an eye on the gaming scene. While it may not be the pinnacle of gaming teams in Huaxia, the Great Tang has certainly brushed against the realm of professional gaming guilds. They maintain their own professional teams, along with a distinct reputation and business acumen. In simpler terms, guilds like the Great Tang are more specialized, focusing primarily on gaming as their main enterprise. In contrast, local guilds like Xianyu and Yunqing may possess notoriety in certain regions or cities, but before a guild of the caliber of the Great Tang, they are akin to insignificant entities. How can we possibly compete? The moment the Great Tang emerged, the live stream, initially poised to draw millions of viewers for this battle, saw its audience numbers double in an instant. The Great Tang? This guild seems somewhat familiar. They must possess considerable strength, right? Comparatively speaking, the Great Tang stands as a more professional guild, though this is merely relative. If the Against Heaven guild of 3,000 is akin to elite soldiers, then the 5,000 elite troops of the Great Tang are as fierce as ravenous wolves. Their formidable presence seemed poised to devour everything in their path. The dynamics of the battlefield had once again shifted dramatically. In this moment, the Emperor of Cloud City and the carefree Qifeng appeared as pallid as liver, utterly at a loss. It was at this juncture that the formidable Kualong began to discreetly rally within our guild channel. Brothers, all brothers. Those who can disengage from battle, do so immediately. Those who cannot, flee at once. Everyone, return to the city at once. This battle is unwinnable. In utter astonishment, the Emperor of Cloud City and Qifeng watched as the newly arrived 3,000 elite troops remained silent. Those who could disengage promptly produced their return stones, while those unable to escape sought every means to do so. This is quite inappropriate, my brothers. As the Kualong basked in the radiance of his return, the Emperor's heart bled, for this rebellious guild was summoned by a friend from reality, and he had promised a reward of 1 million, with 500,000 already dispatched. It was as if the money had vanished into thin air. Get lost. Kualong spat vehemently. Are you taking me for a fool? Why didn't you inform me in advance that the opposing side had ties to the Tang dynasty? Did you want me to come and die in vain? You scoundrel, perish. In his wrath, Kualong struck down the now level 5 Emperor of Cloud City with another blow. This marked the end. The remaining remnants of the army were utterly powerless against the elite forces of the Tang dynasty. No one anticipated that the tide of battle would be so dramatically reversed. At this stage, from any perspective, both Qifeng and the forces of Cloud City seemed devoid of any hope for a turnaround. With the weight of an extensive respawn timer upon them, most could not rejoin the battlefield after their demise. Meanwhile, the formidable Tang Wuzue showcased his prowess. Supported by Jiang Bai, he unleashed a barrage of area of effect spells, igniting the battlefield into a sea of flames. In an instant, the center of the battleground transformed into a blazing inferno, with players traversing the fire losing health by the segment. Curse it. If only I had chosen a mage, Jiang Bai lamented, watching Tang Wuzui's impressive display of area attacks with envious tears. Within 20 minutes, without even needing Tang Wuzui's direct intervention, the flames of war were completely extinguished. As for the Emperor of Cloud City and Chief Feng, after being slain once more and faced with the bleak prospect of victory, their faces darkened, and they logged off without a word. They had been utterly crushed. Jiang Bai had initially intended to corner these two wretches for further eliminations, but they granted him no opportunity. Both the Cloud City and Qingfeng guilds suffered significant losses. The Guild of Starry Left Bank also endured heavy damage, yet they emerged victorious. They had not only gained renown but also retained a portion of the thousands of transient players who had temporarily joined their ranks. Was that not a delightful outcome? As for Jiang Bai, he found the entire affair somewhat surreal. He had prepared himself for a noble demise on the battlefield, only to be unexpectedly aided by Tang Wuzui. This was an occurrence that Jiang Bai had never anticipated. He had not expected the Tang Guild to be so formidable. It appears that cultivating friendships in daily life indeed bears its rewards. Thank you, brother. Jiang Bai stared in astonishment at the elegantly attired mage, Tang Wuzui, standing before him. He had not envisioned that his first encounter with Tang Wuzui would transpire in such a manner. The man was middle-aged, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his unkempt beard lending him a rugged masculinity. Tang Wuzui gently patted Jiang Bai on the shoulder and, with a hearty laugh, remarked, "Having supplied me with such excellent equipment, it is only natural for me to come to your aid when you are in need." Jiang Bai opened his mouth, a warm current flowing through him, and humbly replied, "What aid? To speak candidly, it is merely a matter of reciprocal benefit. Assistance would be an exaggeration. No, brother, do not be so modest," Tang Wuzui said earnestly. "The equipment you provided, if sold directly in the market, would fetch a far higher price, and I might not even be able to acquire it. You have indeed rendered me a great service. There is no need for humility. Thus, I must lend you this small assistance. We have just defeated the boss, and since we have some free time, let us engage in a bit of combat, haha." Chapter 46, Epilogue of Act 1. Thus, the battle in the Novice Village has come to a definitive close. The guilds of Cloud City and Carefree Breeze suffered devastating defeats, their ambitions thoroughly thwarted. They failed to secure the boss, Jiang Bai eluded death, and not only did they incur significant losses, but they also tarnished the reputation of their guilds. One could only describe their situation as catastrophic, as what were once meticulously planned guilds ended in a dismal farce. Yet, from another perspective, the concept of winning and losing is somewhat trivial in the realm of gaming. After all, death is merely a temporary setback, equipment can be reclaimed, and levels can be regained. Jiang Bai understood well that the Emperor of Cloud City and Carefree Breeze would undoubtedly return, which is precisely the allure of the game. What man has not yearned for the exhilarating life of vengeance and camaraderie in a martial world? It is this very essence that renders the game engaging. It is evident that for a considerable duration henceforth, these two guilds will likely remain subdued. Following today's confrontation, it is probable that at least one-third of their players may choose to withdraw. Meanwhile, Starry Left Bank can hardly contain its excitement. They had placed their bets wisely. At this moment, the influx of membership applications to the Starry Guild has surged dramatically. More importantly, this fierce conflict has yielded millions worth of equipment. In gratitude for the support from Starry Left Bank and the unfettered Tang, Jiang Bai chose to forego most of the spoils, allowing the members of both guilds to gather the fallen treasures. He only claimed 2 finely crafted pieces of equipment dropped by the Emperor of Cloud City and Carefree Breeze, which still hold some value. The rest, he scarcely glanced at. This battle proved to be a lucrative venture for him. While the independent players suffered greatly and are in dire need of equipment to recuperate their losses, in truth, the unfettered Tang also held little regard for such items, as they allocated the majority of the spoils to the Starry Guild and the independent players. Consequently, not only did they recover their losses, but they also turned a considerable profit. After the tumultuous battle, Jiang Bai, along with the unfettered Tang, Starry Left Bank, and Starry Momo, found a shaded spot beneath a tree to converse. "I genuinely appreciate your assistance today," Jiang Bai expressed sincerely, glancing at the 3 beside him. Although the Starry Guild had their own motives, they undeniably came to his aid when Cloud City and Carefree Breeze targeted him. Let us dispense with unnecessary words. The unfettered Tang waved his hand. "Just ensure you bring me some good equipment." Of course, Starry Left Bank replied as he shook hands with Jiang Bai, marking their formal introduction. I have long harbored disdain for those two guilds, and today was the final straw. Turning to Starry Mo, the girl was lost in thought, her demeanor serene. Sensing Jiang Bai's gaze upon her, she lifted her head and smiled gently, her unassuming beauty dimming the world around her. Brother, let us not waste words. Take me level grinding sometime. The unfettered Tang also took the opportunity to formally acknowledge Starry Left Bank, holding him in high esteem. During the live broadcast, I noticed you. Quite bold, indeed. Hee. I hope Brother Tang will take good care of me in the future. Xingchen Zualan nervously rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. How did you get here? Can we really teleport now? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Bai voiced his curiosity. Yes, we can teleport, replied Datong Wuzue, nodding. After the boss battle, the teleportation array was activated, allowing us to travel directly from our location to the level 3 main city, and from there to any novice settlement. Did you not know this? I didn't know, Jiang Bai replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. After defeating the boss here, we hardly had time to rest, let alone venture to the level 3 main city. He then curiously asked, have you experienced the content of the second chapter? Experience? Not at all. Datong Wuzue mumbled through a blade of grass in his mouth. Currently the level 3 main city is merely an empty shell. Aside from the teleportation array, there is nothing else. The officials Haven T had the chance to update it yet. Some settlements Haven T even completed their boss battles in about half an hour. A comprehensive server update will take place, at which point the content of the second act will finally be released. I've heard that various leaderboards will also be launched alongside it. Furthermore, the officials will unveil the second act content on their official website during the update. That being said, I have grown accustomed to this novice village, but the level 3 main city is indeed magnificent. I was utterly astonished upon entering. Is there truly no information released about the content of the second chapter? Jiang Bai asked, slightly disappointed. None at all. Datong Wuzue shook his head. The current level 2 main city is just an empty shell. We must wait for maintenance. However, I heard through the grapevine that the second chapter will introduce new gear with impressive capabilities, though the specifics remain unclear. Congratulations to Novice Settlement 11241 for successfully defeating the Butcher Gonzalez and achieving victory in the Demon Invasion. Event congratulations to Novice Settlement 83885 for successfully defeating the Butcher Gonzalez and achieving victory in the Demon Invasion. Event as they conversed. A continuous stream of novice settlements triumphantly toppled the boss, erupting in cheers. Following this, Datong Wuzue fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Bai, his eyes filled with yearning, sending a shiver down Jiang Bai's spine. What? Jiang Bai stepped back, feeling a chill from Datong Wuzue's stare. Bro, why are you looking at me like that? Datong Wuzue kicked Jiang Bai playfully. Don't pretend to be oblivious. You know why I'm here. Spare me the banter. What treasures did the boss drop? Undoubtedly, Jiang Bai reaped the most rewards from this boss battle. Upon defeating the boss, he directly received 2 agility and 1 vitality points, and as the second killer, he acquired an additional 2 free attribute points, thus gaining a total of 5 attribute points effortlessly. Jiang Bai allocated the 2 free points to agility. In terms of experience, the boss battle elevated Jiang Bai to level 11. The timely emergence of the Tang dynasty averted his descent into death and degradation. Naturally, other players also reaped substantial rewards. The 2 points of free attributes were coveted treasures, and some even obtained the coveted Lucky Strike treasure chest. Upon the demise of the boss, each participant received a kill reward package, though the contents of these packages were contingent upon one's fortune. As for Jiang Bai, he exclusively enjoyed the spoils of the boss's drops. This was the main event. In the haste of the moment, Jiang Bai had not taken the time to discern what had been dropped. Now, with a mind to inspect his inventory, he was taken aback by the myriad of golden glimmers within. Truly, this was a siege boss. The drops were nothing short of extraordinary. Stop dawdling in silence. Quickly see what has emerged, urged Tang Wuzue and Xing Zhuan, unable to contain their impatience. Chapter 47. Flames of Hell. The fortunate treasure chest bestowed upon him 2 items, while the first in damage awarded him a supreme chest. The final strike granted Jiang Bai yet another title, God of Last Hits. God of Last Hits, Ancient, Constitution, 5 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Intelligence, 5 Spirit, 5 Last Hit. When the target's health drops below 10, damage is increased by 5. Focus, increases attack range by 5 yards. What a remarkable title! To think it enhances attack range. Jiang Bai was elated. This attribute was indeed rare. Although a mere 5 yards may seem insignificant, it proved exceptionally practical. At times, the ability to kite an enemy hinged upon those few yards of attack range. As for the 5 damage increase, while it appeared promising on paper, its true effectiveness could only be gauged in actual combat, given its conditional nature. Of course, this title was not unique across the server. Many others remained undiscovered by Jiang Bai. The world of creation was rich in elements, with countless intriguing achievements and titles awaiting exploration by players. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Bai might find that his lifetime achievements paled in comparison to a fraction of what creation had to offer. He recalled a system announcement where a player miraculously survived a fall from a lethal height, earning the title Accidental Fall. There were even more eccentric players who, out of sheer boredom, targeted defenseless chickens raised by novice villagers, ultimately earning the grotesque achievement of Chicken Slayer after slaying 1,000 of them. Rumor had it that the title bore commendable attributes, perhaps even a delightful surprise, leading one to ponder the mental state of such individuals. Did the system truly endorse such deviant behavior? Consequently, a wave of slaughter swept through novice villages worldwide as players indiscriminately killed livestock, sheep, pigs, cows, and horses, leaving no survivors. Corpses littered the ground within mere seconds of respawning, instilling fear among the innocent NPCs, who found their lives consumed by trepidation. The sight of red-eyed players mercilessly butchering livestock was nothing short of horrific. Yet, there was only one achievement, Chicken Slayer. No titles like Cow Slayer or Horse Slayer existed, leaving one to wonder why. Jiang Bai had longed to pursue that grotesque achievement himself, curious to see just how outrageous the title could be. Yet he found himself unable to carve out the time, relegating it to a later endeavor. What impressed Jiang Bai the most was the fact that the NPCs in creation possessed a degree of autonomy. A player, whose appearance was presumably handsome, had managed to woo the village elder's granddaughter, earning the title Charismatic. The entire world was astonished, and soon the threshold of the elder's home was trampled by admirers. Such is the allure of this game. Having reviewed the titles, Jiang Bai temporarily set the treasure chest aside and shifted his gaze to the loot from the boss in his bag. Firstly, there were the striking gold coins. Before the battle commenced, Jiang Bai possessed merely 7 coins, but now that number had surged to 22, indicating that the boss had bestowed upon him a remarkable 15 coins. That equates to a staggering sum of 150,000. Jiang Bai suddenly realized that he had indeed accrued considerable wealth since entering the game. The total gold he had amassed was likely in the 3-digit range. However, he struggled to retain his earnings, as his expenditures were exorbitant. The Heart of Creation's equipment fusion was undeniably powerful, yet it was underpinned by an immense wealth of resources. As a casual player without substantial financial investment or access to the Heart of Creation, Jiang Bai found himself unable to compete with the capital of a guild. Thus, he was never reluctant to spend money. Upon glancing at his materials inventory, Jiang Bai noted that the boss had directly granted him 3 soul crystals, 5 skill enhancement scrolls, and the head of the Butcher Gone Sales, a quest item that triggers a hidden quest upon use, usable at level 15. Additionally, he discovered a new material he had never encountered before, 15 magic crystal ores, item description, material for the second act, currently unknown. Oh, Jiang Bai was bewildered by the air of mystery surrounding this item. Why was it so enigmatic? Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. Judging by the quantity dropped, it did not seem particularly valuable. There was another material that left him even more perplexed. Creation fragment, item description. Goodness. This was even more mysterious than the magic crystal ore, shrouded in question marks. Jiang Bai could only sigh in exasperation. But any sensible person could discern that this item was anything but ordinary. Could it possibly be related to the Heart of Creation? After all, the first 2 characters were identical after pondering for a long while without reaching a conclusion. Jiang Bai abandoned his investigation of these peculiar items and decided to upgrade the Heart of Creation using his reputation points. Originally, he had 500 reputation points, and defeating the boss had granted him an additional 500, bringing his total to exactly 1,000 reputation points, sufficient for an upgrade. What would the 4th attribute be? Filled with anticipation, Jiang Bai selected the option to upgrade the Heart of Creation, only to be met with a system prompt that left him speechless. The content of the second act has yet to be unlocked. The Heart of Creation cannot be upgraded at this time. What the heck? Jiang Bai was utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that the fourth attribute of the heart of creation was linked to the content of the second act? With no other choice, he turned his attention to the 3 skill books neatly arranged in his inventory. To be precise, for books, since he had already learned Eagle Eye Shot. The first was an A-grade area attack skill for assassins, Blade Fan, a grade, skill description, instant cast, immediately hurl your weapons at all targets within an 8-yard radius, inflicting 85 physical attack damage. Behold the assassin, truly the epitome of a high-damage vocation. Jiang Bai gazed at the skill description of the thief and could not help but exclaim, while both possess an A-grade area attack with an 80 damage increase. The assassin enjoys an additional 5. It seems the system has its favorites. Jiang Bai promptly tossed this A-grade skill to Xingqian Zuian, offering a little support for the assassins in your guild, as they have certainly met their demise today. Jiang Bai then turned his attention to the next skill. The hue was instantly of a different caliber. Hellfire, S-grade, class requirement, mage skill description, summons a searing wall of fire that inflicts 80 magical damage to all targets within an 8-yard radius, applying a burning buff that lasts for 30 seconds, causing the targets to endure 2 of the caster's magical attack damage each second. Passive attribute, intelligence increase of 1. Goodness gracious, is this not celestial? If a mage were to acquire this skill, would they not be capable of obliterating all in their path? Moreover, a passive 1 increase in intelligence is simply remarkable. After perusing the skill description, Jiang Bai turned his gaze towards Datong Wuzue, a sly smile gracing his lips. Chapter 48. A refreshing mood. Jiang Bai directly posted the skill description of Hellfire. Bro, dear brother. At the moment he saw the skill description, Datong Wuzue leaped onto Jiang Bai. Haraha. Take it. Instantly, everyone shared a knowing smile. Jiang Bai, however, did not initiate a trade with Datong Wuzue. Instead, he casually tossed the S-rank skill onto the ground. What are you doing? Datong Wuzue was perplexed by Jiang Bai's actions. What's this, brother? I'm giving it to you. Jiang Bai scratched his head. I just dropped the skill here. If you want it, take it. If not, wait for the system to remove it. Wow, you rascal. Datong Wuzue was no ordinary person. His astute mind immediately grasped Jiang Bai's intention. A hint of complexity appeared in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Bai. It was evident that Kanqing Zhou had no intention of receiving any payment. If a trade were to occur, he would undoubtedly have to pay. If he placed money in the trade window, Kanqing Zhou would certainly refuse the transaction, leaving them at an impasse. The same logic applied to mailing. Mail could be refused, and Kanqing Zhou could reject his gold coins, which meant he could also refuse the skill book. Thus, Datong Wuzue pondered how to acquire this skill book from Kanqing Zhou without taking it for free. He never expected Kanqing Zhou to make such an unexpected decision. Brother, this is inappropriate. It's too precious. What is inappropriate about it? Jiang Bai said nonchalantly. Just take it. It's merely a game item, far less valuable than your support to me. Datong Wuzue was not one to linger on such matters. Seeing Jiang Bai's resolve, he slowly picked up the heavy skill book and raised it towards Jiang Bai. Brother, I won't waste words on pleasantries. I'll remember this kindness. Stop being so cheesy, brother. Jiang Bai shot Datong Wuzue an exasperated glance. This scene did not go unnoticed by Xingqian Zuian and Xingqian Momo. When Xingqian Zuian beheld the S-rank skill, his eyes widened in disbelief. And when he witnessed Kanqing Zhou effortlessly gifting away an S-rank skill, his eyes nearly popped out. Wow, an S skill, and I've never seen one until now. And he just gives it away. From that moment on, Xingqian Zuian regarded Jiang Bai with newfound admiration, increasingly convinced that he had not supported the wrong person or misjudged his character. This was truly a friend worth having. Meanwhile, the obedient Xingqian Momo, sitting beside them, lifted her head and quietly observed Jiang Bai, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. What about me, brother? She pouted playfully. I worked so hard to support you. As the conversation hung in the air, Xingqian Momo suddenly realized she might have misspoken. She quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, exuding an undeniable charm. Jiang Bai handed her another skill book. Holy word, when used on an ally, it dispels all negative buffs from the target and restores 120 of their spell attack as health. The healing can critically strike if a critical hit occurs. It restores an additional 130 of spell attack health, and if it critically strikes again, it continues to restore 150 of spell attack health, up to 3 times. When used on an enemy target, it deals 150 spell attack damage. If it critically strikes, it deals an additional 160 damage, and if it strikes critically again, it continues to deal 180 damage, also up to 3 times. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Passive skill, 1 spell critical hit chance. Upon reading the skill description, Shinshin Momo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, followed by a sense of bewilderment. She shared the skill description and then stood up, looking somewhat helplessly at Shinshin Zuiyan. Clearly unsure how to assess such a precious item, Shinshin Zuiyan licked his parched lips, recognizing the desire hidden in his sister's eyes. This was undoubtedly the most formidable single-target healing and damage skill available to priests at this stage. The value of this book far surpassed that of the previous, Hellfire. Should we not take this skill book? It's too valuable. It's not for you. Why are you getting all sentimental? Jiang Bai said as he handed the skill book to Shinshin Momo, expressing gratitude for her earlier healing. However, Shinshin Momo resolutely shook her head. I don't want it. It's too precious. Just consider my earlier words as a jest. Let's not be coy. Name your price, Jiang Bai remarked, finding her adorable demeanor irresistible. We can't afford it. Our small guild doesn't have that kind of money. My brother and I together only have 10 gold coins. You should put it up for auction. All right, it's a deal at 10 gold coins. Shinshin Momo lifted her head, staring at Jiang Bai in astonishment. Hurry and learn it. And remember, if you learn it, it's not for free. You'll have to support me in the future. Yikes. Shinshin Momo's face reddened once more, yet she did not shy away from Jiang Bai's intense gaze. Instead, she boldly met his eyes. A hint of mischief sparkling between her bright eyes and pearly teeth. Brother, could you speak a little less lewdly? It's not me who is lewd, but rather your filthy thoughts, Jiang Bai chuckled. The so-called skills were merely an appetizer. The true treasures lay in the subsequent 3 pieces of equipment. As expected, the event-level demon boss presented Jiang Bai with an ancient-level bow. The Fallen's reverse feather flame longbow, ancient, physical attack, 121 agility, 18 strength, 14 attack damage, 3 flame, fire attribute attack. Inflicting an additional 5 physical attack fire damage upon hitting the target, Windbreaker. Every critical hit increases attack speed by 10, lasting 6 seconds, and stackable up to 5 layers. Gazing upon the attributes of this longbow, Jiang Bai could hardly contain his excitement. It was a weapon that diverged significantly from his current longbow. Its exceptionally high attributes spoke for themselves. Unlike his existing weapon, this longbow leaned heavily towards offensive capabilities. Both the Flame and Windbreaker effects were decidedly aggressive. Flame effectively countered cutting, while Windbreaker and Frost were incomparable. One focused on control through slowing, the other on augmenting attack speed. Both were splendid attributes, leaving Jiang Bai to ponder his choice. However, a slight regret lingered. The longbow bestowed a mere 3 attack damage rather than 3 critical strike chance. Since Jiang Bai intended to pursue a critical hit build, parting with this longbow would mean relinquishing that coveted 3 critical strike. If only the attributes of these 2 longbows could be amalgamated. After much deliberation, Jiang Bai opted not to equip this exceptional longbow, instead placing it in his storage for future contemplation. In addition to the ancient weapon, he had acquired 2 pieces of epic gear, a mage's cloth armor and a knight's shield, both boasting outstanding attributes. The shield required no further elaboration, as Jiang Bai promptly gifted it to Shinshin Zuiyan, while the cloth armor was bestowed upon Shinshin Momo. Thus, it appeared that Jiang Bai had gained little from the entire boss encounter. The items he had given away were worth no less than 200 gold coins each. Yet, he felt that the value of his gains transcended mere currency. Shinshin Zuiyan had mobilized the full strength of the guild, sacrificing without hesitation to shield him, serving as a bulwark. Shinshin Momo, the top priest at rank 33856, had succumbed 3 times, losing her position. In this dire moment, Datong Wuzue galloped forth with 5,000 brothers at his back. Such acts were beyond repaying, immeasurable by any monetary standard. After all, there were many days ahead, with excellent gear yet to be acquired and fortunes yet to be made. Crucially, as Jiang Bai distributed these treasures, an inexplicable joy surged within him, a profound sense of satisfaction. And was he truly left with nothing? Setting aside the ancient longbow for the moment, the final blow had granted him 500 reputation points, elevating his standing to 1,000, enabling another upgrade of the Heart of Creation. Jiang Bai's gaze fell upon the last item dropped by the boss, nestled within his satchel. Chapter 49. Hidden Occupational Clue. A black envelope icon appeared. Hidden Occupational Clue, Quest Item, Item Description. Upon opening the envelope, One randomly receives a clue pertaining to a hidden occupation. What holds the greatest value? Particularly at this juncture, as the second act is poised to commence, unveiling a rich tapestry of hidden occupational systems. Even ancient-grade equipment pales in comparison to this slender missive. Equipment will eventually become obsolete, whereas the worth of hidden occupations only ascends. The distinction between the two is clear to even the most naive. Jiang Bai was uncertain whether every siege boss at the novice outpost dropped such an envelope, yet even if it were a guaranteed drop, with billions of players worldwide vying for a mere tens of thousands of these envelopes, what does that signify? This could very well represent the inaugural batch of hidden occupation players on the server, a distinction of immense honor and prestige. Given the exorbitant value of this envelope, Xingqian Zuiyin and Momo declined to accept it, fully aware that their friendship could not yet withstand such a precious gift. As for Datong Wuzue, he cryptically informed Jiang Bai that the boss in their village was also defeated by him, and he too received an envelope. So, does this imply that it is indeed a guaranteed drop? Jiang Bai inquired with curiosity. No, Datong Wuzue refuted. To my knowledge, it has a probability of dropping not high, but certainly not negligible either. At that moment, the system announced an impending maintenance update, indicating that players would be forcibly ejected from the game in 10 minutes. It appeared that the demon activity had concluded, resulting in mixed emotions among players, surprisingly. One-third of the novice outposts had failed to defeat their bosses, an astonishingly high failure rate. Jiang Bai, however, was in no rush to log off. Instead, he retrieved 2 lucky treasure chests. Lucky treasure chest, gold, item description. Upon opening the chest, players will randomly receive 199 coins. Jiang Bai felt a chill upon reading this description, as seasoned players of Penguin Games could vividly recall the dread associated with such phrases. The supposed 199 coins came with a staggering 999 chance of winning just 1 coin. The rest were mere illusions. One could only wonder if Genesis shared this dubious trait. As Jiang Bai opened the chest, a small lottery machine materialized before him, its numbers whirling rapidly, finally settling on the number 28 after nearly 10 seconds. Not bad. It was within acceptable limits. Jiang Bai, not overly greedy, cheerfully accepted the 28 coins, instantly raising his total to 50 coins. The second lucky treasure chest was a materials chest, which yielded 1 skill enhancement scroll. Indeed, the goddess of fortune only graced him once. He inevitably fell prey to the 999 curse. The main event remained the damage first supreme treasure chest. Despite the system's frugality, the first treasure chest, earned through the efforts of tens of thousands of players, could not possibly be subpar. As Jiang Bai opened the chest, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations on unlocking the supreme treasure chest. You have acquired 8 gold coins and 4,883 copper coins. Based on damage conversion, 1 damage equals 1 copper coin, along with a randomly assigned weapon chest corresponding to your profession's level. Another chest? Level 10 weapon chest, supreme, item description. Upon opening, you may randomly receive 1 piece of level 10 epic ancient grade weaponry. Remarkable. Starting from the minimum epic tier, one could potentially obtain an ancient grade weapon. Filled with excitement, Jiang Bai opened this weapon chest. Congratulations on unlocking the level 10 weapon chest. Supreme, you have acquired the ancient grade weapon, the serpent's venomous stinger, ancient. He had indeed received an ancient grade item. Overjoyed, Jiang Bai glanced at his reputation, which stood precisely at 1,000. If all went as expected, he would soon be able to synthesize legendary grade equipment with the next level of the Heart of Creation. That meant orange grade gear. Serpent's venomous stinger, ancient, physical attack, 127 agility, 18 strength, 16-2 physical attack, bleeding. When attacking a target, there is a 5 chance to inflict a bleeding state, causing a loss of 2 of physical attack health per second for 30 seconds. Ambush damage is increased by 10 when striking from behind. The coveted equipment of every assassin. Jiang Bai had no doubt that this item would fetch a minimum of 50 gold coins on the market, yet he had no intention of selling it just yet, as he would soon be able to forge legendary equipment. For now, it was best to hold on to it until after the maintenance update concluded. After tidying everything up, Jiang Bai noticed the system's impending shutdown notification in red text. In the final 2 minutes before closure, after much deliberation, he withdrew 18 gold coins, equating to 180,000 RMB. His inventory still contained 40 gold coins, reluctant to part with it, especially since it represented his hard-earned savings. He reminded himself that earning money through gaming was ultimately meant for spending. After paying a one-transaction fee, Jiang Bai's bank account reflected a deposit of 178,200 yuan, raising his balance to 178,255.64 yuan. Goodness, he mused with a wry smile. Who would have thought that just a day ago my entire fortune amounted to merely 55 yuan? Upon logging off, Jiang Bai emerged from the gaming pod. While leisurely pacing around his room, he began repaying his debts via his phone. He quickly settled the 17,822 yuan owed to a lending service, and then cleared the 9,544 yuan debt from another. After eliminating these burdensome debts, he felt an immense sense of relief. The weight of installment payments was indeed a heavy load to bear. Subsequently, Jiang Bai transferred 6,000 yuan to his landlord, covering a year's worth of rent. He decided it was time to treat himself to a splendid meal. After all, the maintenance period for this game will last a full 6 hours, suggesting that a substantial update is in store. Meanwhile, in the Muse Bar of City S, beneath the dim lighting and amidst the thundering music, a myriad of vibrant individuals are unabashedly releasing their youthful exuberance. In a shadowy booth, a man with a pompadour is engaged in conversation with a buzzcut man adorned with earrings. The demeanor of the two suggests that the pompadour man occupies a significantly lower status, displaying a demeanor of obsequiousness throughout their exchange. As the conversation reaches a fervent point, the buzzcut man furrows his brow and interrupts. Are you certain that the artifact in his possession can inflict 5,000 damage? Absolutely, the pompadour man exclaims with enthusiasm, saliva flying as he speaks. There are videos of this online, and we even live-streamed our raid. Didn't you watch, brother you? Humph, the buzzcut man scoffs dismissively. Do I have the energy to concern myself with players of your caliber? Only old dreams of an empty city piques my interest. Elaborate further. At this, the pompadour man animatedly elaborates. Throughout the discussion, the buzzcut man maintains an air of indifference. As the narrative concludes, he nods slightly and takes a deep drag from his cigarette. Thus, when the server launches, you shall merge into our subordinate guild, allowing me to assess this old dreams of an empty city. I find that artifact quite intriguing. Certainly, certainly. The pompadour man nods vigorously. However, brother you, do exercise caution. This individual seems to have strong ties with the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty? A flicker of disdain crosses the buzzcut man's face. What worth does the Tang dynasty hold? Chapter 50. Bidding farewell to the past. Jiang Bai's residence was situated just outside the university in a bustling urban village. Although this village thrived due to the proximity to the school, it was a quaint yet complete place, bustling with life. On a midsummer night, nothing was more delightful than indulging in beer and barbecued skewers, a plan Jiang Bai had in mind. As he walked, he noticed that nearly everyone was engrossed in discussions about Genesis, indicating that its popularity had reached national acclaim. Just yesterday, scientists from various countries confirmed that playing Genesis could indeed enhance one's potential and physical attributes. It was rumored that some individuals experienced a doubling of strength. Jiang Bai had heard of this and felt a slight sense of it himself. What could be the reason? Is the national encouragement to engage with Genesis tied to this? Perhaps. Yet, one must trust the nation's judgment. Whispers of a grander secret behind it all lingered in the air. Who could say for certain? Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Jiang Bai felt a profound sense of introspection. The enhancement was becoming increasingly evident in him. Not only was his strength surging, but his speed had reached extraordinary levels. Before adapting, everything around him appeared to unfold in slow motion. Even the fluttering wings of flies were vividly clear. This sensation was quite surreal, akin to a transcendental experience. Wandering to the barbecue stall, Jiang Bai settled alone in a corner, absorbing the lively chatter as he placed a few side dishes and 2 bottles of beer before him. A bittersweet smile crossed his face as he scratched his head. Is dining alone on barbecued delicacies the pinnacle of solitude? Yet, he found it rather comfortable. The young man lowered his gaze to the glistening beer, and the vibrant clamor around him starkly contrasted with his own solitude, casting a shadow over his eyes. Memories surged within him. 2 years prior, Jiang Bai was an ambitious freshman, filled with dreams of a bright future. He and his childhood sweetheart, Jiang Weiwei, had both been admitted to this prestigious university, and life seemed destined for a harmonious journey. However, reality often defies our aspirations, especially when it comes to the captivating beauty of Jiang Weiwei. Half a semester later, she caught the attention of Wang Ku, a classmate. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. laden with cliches and melodrama. Wang Ku relentlessly pursued Jiang Weiwei while simultaneously undermining Jiang Bai. He employed every despicable tactic imaginable: intimidation, coercion, and bribery, ultimately culminating in the humiliation of Jiang Bai. Though Jiang Bai endured these trials, he ultimately succumbed to betrayal from those he once trusted the most, his roommates. Wang Ku secretly bribed them, leading to a false accusation of exam cheating against Jiang Bai, resulting in his expulsion from the university. The cost of shattering a promising student's future amounted to a mere 10,000 yuan. This incident plunged Jiang Bai into a state of near despair. His mother had always advised him that treating others kindly would eventually yield rewards. Thus, Jiang Bai was always the most diligent and cheerful person in the dormitory. Yet, reality often proves to be darker than one's imagination. In due course, he came to realize that Jiang Weiwei had secretly become entangled with Wang Ku. After being expelled from school, Jiang Bai found himself in utter despair. However, he could not return home. How could he face his parents? How could he explain this situation? In his helplessness, Jiang Bai rented a small apartment near the school, pretending to be still enrolled, while he lived a life shrouded in darkness. The extent of Jiang Bai's despair during that period was beyond description, and even now, he finds it difficult to let go. Well, at least things are going well now. Awakening from his reverie, Jiang Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that his fate had indeed been altered by Genesis. Just as Jiang Bai picked up his chopsticks to serve himself, his actions froze mid-air upon the entrance of two individuals, Jiang Weiwei, Wang Ku. Staring in astonishment at the couple embracing at the door, Jiang Bai's expression reflected his shock. It was clear that as Jiang Bai noticed Jiang Weiwei, she too had seen him. The undeniably beautiful Jiang Weiwei hastily turned her head away after a few seconds of eye contact, her eyes betraying her panic. Naturally, Jiang Bai did not greet her. Instead, after a moment of silence, he set down his chopsticks and stood up, preparing to leave. He desired no further entanglement with the painful memories of the past. Let bygones be bygones, for he had something to strive for now. Yet, just as Jiang Bai reached the door, a sharp voice pierced through the air behind him. "Oh, isn't this the wild dog? I'm quite surprised. I never expected to see you again." With that, Wang Ku, bearing a donkey-like visage, dragged Jiang Weiwei to stand before Jiang Bai, tilting his head in mockery as he scrutinized him. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You've got quite a thick skin, haven't you? It's been over a year since you were expelled, and yet you still linger at the school? What is the matter? Afraid to go home? You've truly become a wild dog with no one to care for you? Ha ha." At this, Jiang Bai lowered his head, his expression devoid of emotion. His voice cold and hoarse. "Get lost. What did you say?" Wang Ku leaned closer, feigning ignorance as he pretended to clean his ears. "I can't understand what a dog is saying. Would you kindly repeat that?" Instantly, Wang Ku's antics drew the attention of several patrons nearby. Looks like Wang Ku is about to start a fight again. Wait, this guy seems familiar. Didn't he get beaten up by Wang Ku before? Whispers of speculation floated into Jiang Bai's ears. "You better show me some respect." Jiang Bai's voice grew increasingly icy. "Respect? A wild dog deserves my respect? Ha ha." Wang Ku yanked Jiang Weiwei closer, grinning. "Let me guess, you're still clinging to the dreams of your beloved while lingering here like a wild dog, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Now open your eyes wide and behold your dream lover right here. How does it feel? Does it hurt?" Jiang Bai slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting no trace of emotion in the morning light. "I shall say this one last time. Get lost. Have I given you the privilege to speak?" Bang. Suddenly, a loud crash violently interrupted Wang Ku's words. Upon closer inspection, Wang Ku, struck by Jiang Bai's fist, was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, his face bloodied. Enduring no more, Jiang Bai had reached his limit. Some individuals are simply not worthy of being regarded as human. Jiang Bai had afforded him numerous chances. Now, consumed by rage, Jiang Bai strode towards the dazed Wang Ku, gripping his collar with one hand while the other formed a fist, striking Wang Ku's head with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The successive blows left onlookers aghast, and after the third punch, the bloodied Wang Ku lay unconscious. "Jiang Bai, enough." Just as the fourth punch was about to fall, a shrill scream pierced the air. Jiang Weiwei's voice echoed. "Don't you think you were going too far?" Jiang Bai froze beside Wang Ku, then slowly rose and turned. That statement ignited a tempest within Jiang Bai. "Too far? You dare speak of excess to me?" Suddenly, his voice escalated, bellowing at Jiang Weiwei. "When Wang Ku called me wild dog, Why didn't you deem that excessive? A year ago, when Wang Ke nearly beat me to death in front of you, where was your sense of propriety then? When he framed me and I was unjustly dismissed, why didn't you call that excessive? That was all in the past. Can't you be more magnanimous? Jiang Weiwei's voice lacked conviction, her gaze averted, unable to meet Jiang Bai's eyes. Past. Nonsense. You have destroyed my future, and you expect me to be magnanimous? Do you comprehend the despair I endured during that time? You want me to be magnanimous? Have some decency. Get lost. Chapter 51. Official Preview, Third Update. As he emerged slowly from the barbecue restaurant, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Bai felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration within. It was as though the pent-up frustrations, entanglements, and animosities that had accumulated over the past year were swept away in the wake of his earlier outburst. Never before in the past year had he experienced such clarity and ease of spirit as he did today. On his journey home, Jiang Bai's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he found himself smiling to himself. This smile signified his complete liberation from the painful memories of the past year. Ahead lay a brand new path awaiting his exploration. Upon returning home, he discovered that the official website had been updated. Eagerly, Jiang Bai opened the site, and indeed, the contents of the second chapter slowly unfolded before the player's eyes. There were several key highlights. First and foremost was the hidden profession. To be precise, the hidden profession in Genesis is more aptly referred to as the free profession. It is entirely open, liberated, and random. Unlike other games where hidden professions are limited to a select few, in Genesis, players possessing hidden professions are exceedingly rare. The expansive world and rich historical backdrop of Genesis provide a vibrant array of hidden profession systems, with clues possibly concealed within the drops of a hidden boss, nestled in the mind of an NPC found along the great roads, or perhaps resting within the coffin of a long-buried elder. In essence, the official site merely presents the hidden profession as a tantalizing feature. Acquiring one requires players to embark on their own quest of discovery. However, this does not imply that every player will attain a hidden profession. Ultimately, it remains a matter of probability. The secondary main city still offers standard career transitions, and for the average player, barring any extraordinary encounters, they may find themselves limited to these conventional roles. The most significant distinction between hidden and ordinary professions is that every hidden profession, regardless of its merit, possesses its own unique talents, whereas ordinary professions do not. Secondly, there is the imminent opening of the tertiary main cities and the 4 major alliances. The 4 alliances will serve as the primary gameplay mechanics of the second chapter. These alliances are Wandering Sands, Imperial State, Dragon's Lament, and Cold River City. Each of these alliances represents one of the 4 distinct factions within the Huagua region, and naturally, these factions exist in a state of rivalry. This means that players from different factions will find themselves in adversarial relationships. The 4 alliances encompass a total of 432 tertiary main cities, with each alliance controlling 108 such cities. Each player, upon entering a tertiary main city, must bind themselves to one of these cities, thereby designating themselves as a member of that alliance. The same applies to guilds. Upon entering a tertiary main city, they will automatically join the alliance associated with that city. Initially, the leadership of the alliances will be managed by NPCs, but following the first hunting war, the primary guild of each alliance will be determined, with the leader of this guild naturally assuming the role of the alliance's head. The deer hunt battle is essentially an internal guild war within the alliance, while beyond it lies the Ascension battle, which symbolizes the utmost honor. The Ascension battle is a conflict among the 4 major alliances, with the victorious alliance attaining supremacy in the Central Plains, basking in unparalleled glory. Just reading these descriptions stirs the soul and ignites one's passion. It is evident that the second act will unfold with a tumultuous clash among heroes, shrouded in smoke and fervor. Of course, this is still somewhat distant. The deer hunt battle will only commence after players have sufficiently developed their skills. Now, we arrive at the Pi C de Assistance, the honor system. In simple terms, it is the Royal City PK, where the victor reigns supreme. Players can earn honor by vanquishing adversary alliances, which is just one aspect. Honor points can be exchanged for professional insignias, which is another. The precise utility of these insignias has not been disclosed by the officials. However, it has been hinted that they can be enhanced and evolved, which is indeed the crux of the matter. Those familiar with gaming know that enhancement systems often become insatiable pits, devouring resources and serving as the bane of extraordinary equipment. From what has been revealed about the enhancement system in Genesis, it appears to be no exception. While the specifics of insignia evolution remain unclear, the officials have announced the enhancement mechanics. Enhancing equipment necessitates the expenditure of currency and magical crystals, with the quantity required escalating in accordance with the equipment's level, quality, and enhancement tier. Presently, the officials have not disclosed the probabilities of enhancement success, only a few enhancement details. When the enhancement level of an insignia reaches 13, failure incurs no repercussions aside from the loss of materials. At level 46, failure results in a 1-level downgrade. At level 79, failure may randomly decrease the enhancement level by 13 points. When enhancing from level 9 to 10, failure resets the enhancement level to 0. For insignias at level 10 and above, failure results in complete destruction, necessitating a fresh exchange. The maximum enhancement level of an insignia is capped at the player's current level. Goodness, I can hardly contain my astonishment. Having read through these 3 pivotal points in one breath, Jiang Bai took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous heart. Undoubtedly, the collective gameplay of the second act revolves around Royal City PK, which promises to be exhilarating. In terms of individual gameplay, aside from equipment, the professional insignia adds another layer. The attributes of the professional insignia, its application, the effects of enhancement and evolution, as well as the associated costs, remain shrouded in mystery. With the officials revealing nothing, it seems that only within the game can such experiences be fully grasped. Jiang Bai believes that after reading this update, the vast majority of players will be unable to suppress their restless spirits, eager to dive into the game at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Bai is no exception. However, with over 4 hours remaining until the game launches, sleep eludes him. Thus, he turned to the game forum. The first thing that caught his eye was a highly popular thread regarding the update content. In the Imperial City, where victors reign supreme, which of the 4 grand alliances will you choose to join? As for hidden professions, I wonder how many players have unearthed clues regarding them. Feel free to sign up. Regarding the profession nameplate, is it truly the artifact that allows ordinary players to rise against all odds? Herein lie 8 intriguing speculations about the profession nameplate. Upon encountering this thread, Jiang Bai could not suppress his curiosity and clicked to explore further. Yet, within mere minutes, he found himself scowling, cursing as he closed the post. Speculations, endless speculations, merely marketing drivel devoid of substance. The pre-maintenance fervor surrounding the hidden profession clues dropped by the major siege bosses is undeniably at its peak. Following closely are the announcements from various guilds seeking members. Those who have perused the official announcements surely understand that the essence of Chapter 2 revolves around player versus player combat. And what is the foundation of such combat? It is the population. Just as he was about to exit the page, an intriguing post caught Jiang Bai's attention. With soaring gold prices, is this the dawn of universal prosperity? An anonymous user remarked, this discussion revolves around the gold prices in creation. The officials have confidently established a fixed exchange rate of 1 copper coin to 1 RMB. Does this not signal an era of wealth for all? With equipment fetching thousands, one must wonder if the officials are truly naive? Another user, Young Aubin, chimed in, I couldn't care less. After all, creation is my father. Since the launch, aside from acquiring a single white item and an E-grade skill, I've pocketed 10,000. Tonight, I'm taking my beloved streamer to the carnival. Little Wolf, a meat lover, expressed his concerns, but can such a ratio be sustained? I don't love grinding chimed. Withdraw, withdraw. My classmate has made a fortune, cashing out left and right. The initial pages of this thread were filled with users boasting about their earnings until Jiang Bai reached the final layer of comments. Traveler number 38 commented, Heh. Let me be blunt. No matter how high the gold price, those who withdraw are fools. Trust me, hoard your coins. Those who doubt will soon lament. Let the matter rest here. Those who understand will know, and those who do not should refrain from further inquiries. Is this, for real? Gazing at these words, Jiang Bai found himself deep in contemplation. Could it be that such a high gold price ratio harbors ulterior motives? The certainty with which this user spoke, combined with their peculiar username, left him pondering. In a top-tier laboratory situated 1,000 meters beneath the earth, a colossal screen illuminated the room where the world's foremost scientists and leaders stood. What is the status of the integration progress? An elderly man inquired, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating data on the screen. As of now, 64. 11 of the global population has entered the game. We anticipate that within a month, the occupancy rate will exceed 70. Initially, we expected the overall progress to be around 1.3 at this juncture. However, due to players prematurely initiating the Demon Siege, the content of Chapter 2 has been unlocked ahead of schedule. We estimate that post-maintenance, the progress could reach approximately 1.8 to 2.0. The old man pondered for a moment, gently massaging his temples. We must hasten our pace. Time will not wait for us. The swifter we move, the greater our hope. Chapter 52, Act 2, commence. After spending 4 long hours observing a group of fools engage in a futile argument on the forum, Jiang Bai finally awaited the moment the game servers would launch. He soon realized that, no matter how swift he was, there would always be others who entered the game before him. Evidently, the once bustling novice village had transformed into a desolate space, as most players had likely migrated to the third-level main city. Jiang Bai, however, remained unperturbed. He opened his character-s equipment interface and, as expected, discovered an additional vacant equipment slot in the lower left corner, designated for the class emblem. The official website had stated that the honor system would only activate post-class transfer, allowing for the exchange of class emblems. Thus, he needed to expedite his progress. In the upper right corner of the system interface, the leaderboard had indeed been activated, featuring rankings for levels, guilds, and honors, though currently, these lists were confined to players within the borders of the Huaxia region. Jiang Bai silently accessed the level leaderboard, filled with anticipation as he searched for his name, only to find himself at the very bottom. What? Not even in the top 100? Staring at the rankings, Jiang Bai was left dumbfounded. Despite his rapid leveling, he had not made the cut. The current leader had reached level 12 with 78 experience, while he remained at level 11 with merely 53. Although the difference was only 1 level and 20 of experience among the billions of players in Huaxia, a mere 10 could reflect a gap of dozens, if not hundreds, of positions. He had thought his advantage in solo play would render him unmatched in leveling, but it seemed he had underestimated the competition. While he had yet to encounter any top-tier players with exceptional talents, it was undeniable that such players would be formidable beyond imagination. Moreover, he was but one individual, while they likely had guild resources backing them. There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and Jiang Bai knew he must not let pride cloud his judgment. The chilling reality of the leaderboard instilled in him an inexplicable sense of urgency. Thus far, Jiang Bai had not come across any truly powerful players with top-tier talents, indicating how scarce such players were. He recalled having heard from Datong that he was a holder of a third-tier talent, which provided a permanent 1 increase in intelligence. It appeared he needed to hasten his leveling efforts. Jiang Bai pondered that he must at least break into the first tier. While he was lost in thought, a small group chat window unexpectedly popped up before him, revealing a conversation among Datong Wuzue, Xingchen Zhuanan, Xingchen Momo, and himself. Xingchen Zhuanan, quickly, which guild shall we choose? Xingchen Momo, I think the name Hanjiang City sounds quite pleasant. Datong Wuzue, I cast my vote for Yulongyin. Kanching Judream, I suggest we draw lots. On the left bank of the stars, as the 4 individuals remained locked in a stalemate, they debated this utterly pointless question for half the day. Ultimately, the formidable Datang Wuzue decisively settled on the name Yulongyin. Xingchen Momo remarked, the name is quite pleasant. Xingchen Zuoyan added, 1 for Kanching Jiyue. Having chosen the alliance, they then deliberated on which level 3 main city to pursue. With 108 level 3 main cities, all bearing melodious names and distinctive characteristics, the discussion led them to select Kunlun City. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. At this moment, Jiang Bai had much on his plate. He opened the world channel and, as expected, merchants from across the realm were fervently seeking hidden profession clues and various other sought-after materials. He observed infinite purchases of skill enhancement scrolls for gold each, with no deceit involved. Hurry to save on transaction fees. He hesitated, unable to join in. Seeing offers like infinite purchases of hidden profession clues, 100 gold each. Once this village is passed, this shop will be gone. Sellers, come forth. Traders, step aside. A certain enthusiastic individual from Qingcheng High School commented, the person above, you two unscrupulous merchants, with the current market prices being what they are, how can you still buy so cheaply? This is a scam against novices. Another chimed in, desperately seeking hidden profession clues, offering the highest price in the entire server. Sellers, hurry forth. Traders, step aside. Watching the bustling world channel, Jiang Bai chuckled. Merchants are indeed merchants. Typically, those genuinely seeking to buy would head to the trading hall. He then accessed the trading hall, where only 9 hidden profession clues were available, all being sold via auction. The lowest bid had reached 220 gold, while the highest had exceeded 300. As Jiang Bai contemplated a reasonable approach to sell his clue to Tang Wuzie, he was unexpectedly met with a trade window from the latter. Without further ado, Tang Wuzie demanded, "Sell me the clue for 250 gold. Not a penny less." Jiang Bai placed the clue up for trade, a knowing smile spreading across his face. 200 gold. I want to sell for a penny more. If outsiders were to witness this exchange, they would be perplexed by the unusual nature of the transaction, selling at a reduced price while the buyer insisted on a higher one. Ultimately, Jiang Bai conceded, "Fine, 200 it is." Tang Wuzie wasted no time, promptly agreeing to the trade for 200 gold coins. Jiang Bai immediately spent 45 of those coins, swiftly acquiring 9 boss soul crystals. He then expended another 12 coins to snatch up 24 of the cheapest level 10 white equipment boots. At this juncture, purchasing such equipment was ideal, as the value of these level 10 white items had plummeted significantly with the advent of Chapter 2. His purpose was to synthesize an ancient piece of equipment. Attributes were of little concern. What mattered was the ancient crystal that could be derived from the disassembly. Once all was completed, Jiang Bai set forth on his journey to the level 3 main city, teleporting to Kunlun City. After a moment of darkness, as Jiang Bai gradually regained his vision, he found himself profoundly astonished despite his mental preparation. Before him stood the towering gates of a white jade city, and beneath this monumental archway, he felt as insignificant as an ant, hardly larger than a single brick. On either side of the gate were intricately carved dragons, coiling upwards, their heads turning to gaze downward with an air of majestic authority that inspired awe. Remarkably, Jiang Bai could only encapsulate his feelings in 2 words: magnificent. As he stepped into the city, he observed that many players wore expressions of haste and excitement, bustling between various NPCs. A few leisurely players and sightseers meandered about, savoring the immersive experience that bore striking resemblance to real-world tourism. Following the map's guidance, Jiang Bai arrived at the master decomposer, Knock, and presented the newly crafted ancient grade boots. 1 gold. Knock, a plump figure reminiscent of a butcher, muttered without lifting his gaze. "What did you say? 1 gold. Are you going to decompose it or not?" Jiang Bai exclaimed, incredulous. Knock raised his voice, laden with impatience. "Decompose, decompose." Reluctantly, Jiang Bai surrendered the 1 gold fee. He genuinely wished to inquire why Knock, who could easily seize his item, would bother to assist him in decomposing an equipment piece. 30 seconds later, a pink crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, appeared in Jiang Bai's inventory. Without delay, he activated the teleportation array, returning to the novice station number 33856. Each teleportation cost 100 copper. The game's developers were quite merciless. Upon returning to the old blacksmith brand, Jiang Bai was overtaken by a sense of nostalgia. The blacksmith continued to forge iron ingots, yet the once bustling village now lay desolate, evoking a wave of melancholy. As Jiang Bai laid out the prepared materials, the old blacksmith quickly discerned his intent. Without further exchange of words, nearly 5 minutes later, the level 5 frost longbow had been upgraded to level 10. The cost was the materials plus a fee of 20 gold. "Go forth, adventurer," the blacksmith said as he handed the longbow back to Jiang Bai. Noticing Jiang Bai's hesitance to speak, the blacksmith seemed to pierce through his thoughts. "You wish to inquire about the Dark Ranger Abadal, do you not? I only know he often roams the desolate marshes. The rest is up to you." With a farewell to the blacksmith, Jiang Bai commenced the upgrade of the Heart of Creation using 1,000 reputation points. This was the most anticipated and crucial phase. What would the 4th special effect of the Heart of Creation be? Jiang Bai, filled with tension and excitement, anxiously rubbed his hands. After an interminable wait, the Heart of Creation erupted with a brilliant array of colors. It is accomplished. Chapter 53. The Chosen One, Heart of Creation, C grade. Upgradable. Special Effect 1. Infinite Inventory Special Effect 2. The bearer possesses the fusion skill, enabling the combination of 2 pieces of equipment of the same slot, quality, and level into a higher quality item. The fused equipment will be bound and cannot be sold or traded. At this stage, it can fuse to legendary level equipment. Fusing above ancient level equipment results in a 3-in-1. Special Effect 3. The player gains the Plunder ability upon slaying a target of equal or higher level. There is a minuscule chance to acquire 1 random attribute. Killing a boss of Lord level or higher guarantees the acquisition of 13 random attributes. Special Effect 4. When players enhance items, they may consume triple the materials, avoiding penalties in the event of failure. Upgrade Requirement 10. 000 Reputation Creation Quest. First ring in single-player mode. Slay 10, 000 monsters of equal or higher level. 010, 000. Note: this is a unique system item, indestructible, non-discardable, non-tradable, and will not drop upon death. Upon reaching C grade in the Heart of Creation, players must complete 10 rings of the Creation Quest, otherwise the Heart of Creation cannot be upgraded. Goodness, this task seems a bit daunting. Jiang Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without a price. This is evidently a long-term quest. One must take it slow. Jiang Bai then turned his attention to the special effects. To his surprise, the effects were related to enhancement. The power of the Heart of Creation is undoubtedly formidable. However, the class insignia has yet to be accessed, rendering it impossible to assess the true value of this effect. Who knows what bonuses this so-called insignia may confer? What Jiang Bai values most at the moment is, of course, the enhancement of synthesizable equipment. Indeed, it can synthesize legendary-level equipment. With that, Jiang Bai retrieved the Fallen 1's Reverse Feather Flame Longbow and the Phantom S Vengeful Sting from his storage, along with the weapon that had just reached level 10, making for 3 in total. Here we go. Jiang Bai's heart began to race. The first legendary-level weapon in the entire server, an orange-tier item. Carefully, Jiang Bai placed the longbow he held as the primary weapon in the central slot, while the remaining 2 weapons were positioned in the secondary slots. Let us do it. At the moment he pressed the synthesis button, a brilliant crimson light soared into the sky, and the 3 weapons gradually vanished, transforming into a longbow of a striking blood-red hue, seemingly crafted from crystal. Gasp. The moment he gripped the longbow, an overwhelming force and aura enveloped him, and Jiang Bai nearly struggled to maintain his grip. The design of the longbow was exquisite and unique. Overall, it resembled a phoenix spreading its wings. The blood-red wings of the phoenix formed the upper and lower arms of the bow, while the gripping section prominently featured the head of the phoenix. At the arrow rest, the mouth of the phoenix's head was agape, serving as the point from which arrows would be loosed. The entire longbow emanated a faint red glow, signifying its elevated rank. In the form of a phoenix, this was something Jiang Bai never anticipated. It was exquisite. The Frost Phoenix Feather Longbow, legendary, boasted a physical attack of 167, agility of 28, strength of 24, and a physical critical rate of 4. The Breaking Wind attribute allowed each critical hit to increase attack speed by 10 for 6 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. The Frost effect caused attacks to inflict a 25 slow on the target, with a 2 chance to freeze the target for 2 seconds. When a critical hit occurred, the slow effect intensified to 40 for 5 seconds, with a cumulative duration. The Phoenix Feather ability had a 0.5 chance to summon a crystalline phoenix upon attack, centered around the attacker, dealing 200 true damage within a 50 by 50 range. The equipment level was 10, and it was exceptionally powerful. Jiang Bai was so elated that he danced with joy. Indeed, the Breaking Wind attributes were included, along with an incredibly formidable area damage skill. 200 true damage. Was there anything more exhilarating? The 90 gold coins spent were undoubtedly worth it. After gradually calming his excitement, Jiang Bai equipped the legendary longbow. As expected, the surprise came promptly. The player Kong Chung Jiomeng became the first in the entire server to equip a legendary item, and his title of Ancient Will advanced to Chosen One. Chosen One, legendary, achievements, first player in the server to possess legendary level equipment. Achieved, health cap, 2 attack power, 1 strength, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 spirit, 10 constitution, 10 lifesteal, absorbs 8 of damage dealt as health. Rebirth upon death. The player can resurrect at the location and regain 90 health, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Protection, 10 damage reduction. While surprised, Jiang Bai felt a hint of astonishment. He glanced at his title bar, and indeed, there was the new title, Chosen One, while the previous title, Ancient Will, had vanished. The attributes of Chosen One appeared to be an upgraded version of Ancient Will, featuring 2 additional percentage attributes, undoubtedly enhancing his prowess significantly. However, the title from the previous epic equipment, I Am Strong, remained. Was it possible that subsequent titles existed in an upgrade format rather than standing alone? What was going on? Jiang Bai opened the system assistant to voice his confusion. The system's response was clear and straightforward. Titles from equipment achievements for epic and lower tiers exist independently, while titles of ancient and above are covered in an upgrade format and do not exist separately. Well then, Jiang Bai turned his head to ponder this. Upon reaching titles of an ancient level or higher, each title must be accompanied by no fewer than 2 distinct characteristics. If each title were to exist independently, the total number of characteristics from ancient to mythical would exceed 10, allowing players to achieve invincibility solely through these attributes. Such a notion is indeed quite reasonable. Meanwhile, the server-wide announcement regarding the Chosen One has once again stirred significant commotion. Chaos Zhou remarked, "Emperor, it appears that the individual you mentioned has undergone further evolution." The Emperor of Cloud City responded, "Indeed, brother Yu. This fellow has acquired a legendary orange item. Just imagine, previously, that ancient weapon could inflict 5,000 damage with a single strike, now with legendary orange equipment. Brother Yu, do you not have any thoughts on this?" Chaos Zhou chuckled. "Let us see which alliance he has joined." The Emperor of Cloud City noted, "According to the information on the level leaderboard, he has joined the Dragon's Roar, which is not the same alliance as ours, brother Yu." However, Chaos Zhou suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, Dragon's Roar? That makes things even more manageable." After all was said and done, the spoils of the boss battle were reflected in Jiang Bai's overall attributes. Empty City Old Dream, level 11 reputation, 0 class, archer race, human health points, 257, 051, 2, energy points, 660 physical attack, 94, 128, 3, magical attack, 32 attack strength, 140 defense, 254 attributes, constitution, 69 spirit, 33 strength, 70 intelligence, 32 agility, 137 critical hit rate, 12 attack range, 305 skills, shock shot, aim shot, multi-shot, explosive shot, 1, eagle eye shot, titles. I am strong, Chosen One, First Blood, Demon Hunter. Master of Last Hits, Chapter 54, Explosive Shot. Within the depths of his bag lay approximately 140 gold coins. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Bai chose not to invest in upgrading his equipment. Instead, he expended a substantial 60 coins to procure 12 skill enhancement scrolls. Coupled with the 7 scrolls already in his possession, he now had a total of 19. In terms of equipment, aside from his weapon, which necessitated an upgrade to legendary status, the priority for enhancing the remaining gear paled in comparison to that of his skills. After all, at level 15, he would be replacing a batch of equipment, whereas skills remained a constant. Thus, from a linear growth perspective, Jiang Bai deemed that enhancing his skills offered a superior cost-benefit ratio. He accessed the skill enhancement interface. The current level of Explosive Shot, previously at 1, now required 7 scrolls for enhancement, and the success rate had diminished to 80%. This increase in resource consumption, coupled with the uncertainty of probability, indicated that the late-stage enhancement of skills presented a geometric escalation in costs. Damn it, even enhancing a skill requires dealing with probabilities. Jiang Bai could not help but exclaim. For although an 80% success rate appeared favorable, who could assure him he would not fall within that 20% failure margin? Should he fail, those 35 gold coins would be lost in vain. As he clicked to enhance, the system's prompt resonated. Would you like to consume triple the materials to avoid failure penalties? What a ridiculous proposition, Jiang Bai retorted, for enhancing skills differed from upgrading equipment. While the former could indeed fail, there were no punitive repercussions, as the materials for skill enhancement were exceedingly precious. After declining the offer, the enhancement process commenced. The outcome affirmed that perhaps Jiang Bai's luck was not as dire as he had feared. Progressing from level 1 to level 2 was relatively stable. Explosive Shot, S rank, enhancement level, 2 skill description, fires 3 consecutive shots, inflicting 130, 140, and 170 physical damage to the target enemy. If the final attack is a critical hit, an additional attack is guaranteed, dealing 190 physical damage. Cooldown time, 14 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 1. The first 2 attacks saw an increase of 5 in damage, while the third and additional attack boasted a 10 increase, and the cooldown was reduced by 0.5 seconds, rendering it quite advantageous. Following this success, Jiang Bai hesitated not for a moment and promptly retrieved 8 more enhancement scrolls, though this time the success rate had plummeted to 60%. In that fleeting moment of enhancement, Jiang Bai appeared nonchalant, yet internally he was in a state of turmoil. Despite the absence of penalties for failure, those 8 scrolls represented a value of 40 gold coins. As a flash of golden light enveloped him, Jiang Bai once again emerged unscathed from the ordeal. Explosive shot, S rank, enhancement level, 3 skill description, fires 3 consecutive shots, inflicting 135, 145, and 180 physical damage to the target enemy. If the final attack is a critical hit, an additional attack is guaranteed, dealing 200 physical damage. Cooldown time, 13. 5 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 2. The recent transformation of Jiang Bai was indeed unexpected. The enhancement at level 3 surprisingly granted an additional point of critical hit. What a delightful surprise. Could it be that enhancements also augment the mechanisms of skills and passives, albeit requiring a certain level of enhancement? Does this mean that if I elevate my enhancement to level 6, I could further increase my critical hit by another point? At this moment, Jiang Bai's critical hit rate has already accumulated to 13, which is undeniably formidable. With everything in place, Jiang Bai embarked on his journey to the desolate marshes. The immediate priority is to change his class, and he also has a pet egg awaiting hatching in his inventory. The desolate marshes lie a considerable distance from Kunlun City, aside from the vicinity of the 4 major cities, which are patrolled by guards. Beyond this range lies a neutral zone. As the name suggests, it is an area where no one governs. To put it more plainly, it is a battleground. Thus, from the world map, it is evident that the vast majority of regions belong to the neutral area. And the desolate marshes to which Jiang Bai is heading are indeed part of this neutral zone. Throughout his journey, players are nearly omnipresent. Those in non-neutral areas primarily focus on leveling up, while in the neutral zones, half of the players are engaged in player versus player combat, either vying for territory or competing for monsters. Consequently, the lengthy journey was far from tedious, and the landscapes of creation are exquisitely crafted. I wonder when mounts will be introduced. As the only city within this neutral zone, Kinga is now in sight, and Jiang Bai intends to activate the teleportation point before proceeding. Although the core gameplay revolves around the 4 major cities, the neutral zones also harbor numerous cities, large and small, to cater to the player's needs. Activating teleportation points is paramount. Otherwise, traversing back and forth would severely diminish the gaming experience. Upon exiting Kanga, Jiang Bai continued eastward for approximately 15 minutes. The ground beneath him began to grow increasingly slippery, and the surrounding vegetation thickened. Congratulations. You have discovered a new map, the Desolate Marshes. As Jiang Bai officially stepped into the realm of the Desolate Marshes, the wild creatures before him transformed into level 13 swamp monsters. Swamp Crocodile, level 13 health, 3000 attack, 180 defense, 170 skills. Bite, Swamp Treant, level 14 health, 2700 attack, 210 defense, 130 skills, root attack. To be frank, Jiang Bai observed that once a monster's level surpasses 10, the increase in attributes is markedly more pronounced than before level 10. This ordinary level 13 crocodile boasts attributes even stronger than those of level 10 elites. At this moment, Jiang Bai was disinclined to engage in combat. Apart from the monsters that attacked him, he refrained from provoking any, instead spending nearly an hour exploring every nook and cranny of the desolate marshes. Yet, he still could not find any trace of the Dark Ranger Abital. Could it be that the old blacksmith has deceived me? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, deeming it rather improbable. Could it be that this fellow had ventured out on some errand? Perhaps he had yet to return to the desolate marshlands? Uncertain, Jiang Bai resolved to linger here a while longer, both to wait and to engage in monster slaying to level up. He discovered that the barren swamp was quite conducive to his training. The crocodiles were inherently sluggish, making them easy to kite, while the tree spirits offered ranged attacks that could not breach his defenses, proving effortless to manage. Having made up his mind, Jiang Bai ceased his search and instead sought out areas densely populated with monsters to commence his assault, maintaining a wave of approximately 25 creatures. He observed that the numbers were sufficient and swiftly unleashed a multi-shot. The screen erupted with a dazzling display of damage. 767, 767, 1917. With Jiang Bai's current critical hit rate, as long as fortune did not forsake him, the initial barrage would likely yield a critical strike. As the cooldown for multi-shot reset, Jiang Bai turned once more to unleash another shot. After this volley, The crocodile, having been struck twice critically, succumbed to the ground. Should the remaining crocodiles still be numerous, the most efficient course of action would be to continue kiting while awaiting the cooldown for a third multi-shot. If critical hits persisted, the consecutive 3 shots would likely eliminate 2/3 of the foes, leaving only the remainder to be dealt with through basic attacks. Though the process appeared simple, it demanded exceptional skill and swiftness. Without the enhanced movement speed from his boots and the slowing effect of his weapon, Jiang Bai might have struggled to kite effectively. Through this repetitive cycle, his experience points surged, with each monster yielding approximately 130 points. To ascend to level 12, Jiang Bai required 80,000 experience points, meaning he would need to vanquish over 600 monsters to achieve this milestone. Given his current pace, accounting for respawn times, he could reliably accrue 20,000 experience points in an hour. Progressing swiftly in levels, the advancement of the Genesis quest was also steadily increasing. Surely, he must strive to secure a position within the top 50 of the leaderboard. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the exceptional equipment he possessed. Chapter 55. Who would write a diary? However, reality often unfolds more swiftly than anticipated. Merely 2 hours later, Jiang Bai's experience bar surged to an impressive 11 levels and 98%, with promotion tantalizingly close at hand. Today, the plunder skill activated unexpectedly frequently within those 2 hours. He encountered over 300 monsters, and astonishingly, the skill triggered 8 times, perhaps due to the crocodile's substantial health and low attack power. Those 8 activations of plunder yielded Jiang Bai 7 points in vitality and 1 point in strength. Is fate conspiring to transform me into a tank-like figure? At this moment, Jiang Bai's health had reached an astonishing 2,800, and his defense approached 270, attributes typically associated with the most elite of tank classes. The spoils of his conquest were equally bountiful. The advantages of solo play ensured that all treasures belonged solely to him, unclaimed by anyone else. A skill enhancement scroll materialized among the loot, though the drop rate remained dismally low, akin to the odds of a miracle. However, he amassed a substantial quantity of magic crystal, or over 140 pieces after just 2 hours. Upon perusing the trading market, he discovered that these crystals held little value, each fetching a mere 10 copper coins. With such a high yield, one could only surmise that their consumption must be considerable. As for equipment, he managed to acquire items of an excellent grade, collectively worth just a few gold coins, a standard return. The only anomaly in this otherwise routine haul was when Jiang Bai unexpectedly retrieved a tattered purple diary. Goodness, even crocodiles keep diaries? Clearly, this was no ordinary crocodile. What respectable crocodile would engage in such a pastime? Jiang Bai grasped the diary and realized he had underestimated its significance. A birder's research log. Item description. This tome chronicles a birder's research insights. Upon opening, one may accept a quest from the Dark Ranger, a birder. Oh, it appears this is the research log of my esteemed mentor, a birder. I had my suspicions. Indeed, only a person of substance would commit their thoughts to paper. In Jiang Bai's mind, he had already regarded a birder as his mentor. He gently opened the diary. Page 1. I never anticipated that such a desolate swamp would harbor the essence of aberrant magic. I plan to investigate further. Page 2. The situation is more dire than I imagined. The local fauna has already succumbed to the influence of aberrant magic. Page 3. If the essence of aberrant magic has infiltrated this area, then there must be a nest nearby. Jiang Bai swiftly perused the diary, which comprised a mere 10 pages. In essence, it detailed a birder's accidental discovery of the presence of aberrant magic while traversing the continent, prompting him to embark on an investigation. The final page outlined a quest, indicating that a birder required 100 samples of crocodile blood tainted by aberrant magic. Would you accept a birder's quest to collect 100 samples of crocodile blood? As Jiang Bai finished reading the last page, the system prompt arrived promptly. Naturally, he would accept. Jiang Bai found it quite intriguing that the system had gone to such lengths to locate a birder. After accepting the quest, he wasted no time and began to engage in battle. Following a wave of monsters, Jiang Bai discovered that the drop rate for contaminated crocodile blood was approximately 25. This meant that a continuous 2-hour session would likely suffice to complete the task. The thrill of battling hordes of monsters was delightful yet monotonous. The sight of shimmering items scattered across the ground after each group fell was exhilarating. However, the act of drawing monsters was a rather depressing endeavor. as it required a certain finesse and was undeniably tedious. Had he known that such mass battles could be so enjoyable, he would have chosen the mage class from the outset. As he drew monsters, a twinge of regret lingered in Jiang Bai's heart. Undoubtedly, mages were the kings of crowd control, yet the average mage lacked Jiang Bai's exceptional ability to engage enemies of higher or equal levels. Unfortunately, he was a hunter. He wondered if, after acquiring a pet, he could utilize it to draw or tank monsters. While pondering this, he mechanically unleashed multi-shot. To his surprise, after this particular multi-shot, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Jiang Bai suddenly found himself immobilized. He was attacked by the player Chaotic Xiaodong and entered a state of self-defense. Following this, a dizzy icon appeared in his status bar. Goodness, another assassin. Jiang Bai was taken aback. This was in the midst of the wild where he was completely unprepared. And it could truly be fatal. Damn it, I can't even level up in peace. I can't even complete a quest without interruptions. The unnamed fury left Jiang Bai feeling a sense of suffocation. He never sought to provoke others, nor did he partake in senseless killings. Yet he found himself constantly plagued by bothersome individuals. With a familiar voice, the carefree Chi Feng appeared, accompanied by a group of followers. Carefree Chi Feng, can't you engage in something worthwhile? You really are insufferable. Although Jiang Bai was dizzy, it did not hinder his ability to chat, and he couldn't help but curse at Carefree Chi Feng. Haraha, look at you, so flustered and enraged. Carefree Chi Feng seemed to revel in Jiang Bai's distress, relishing the sight of his frustration. What? Do you dare to confront me? It appears I haven't killed you enough, you scoundrel. At that moment, the dizzy status was lifted, and seeing that Jiang Bai could not escape, Carefree Chi Feng refrained from having anyone execute kidney strike on him. If you wish for me to leave you be, it's simple, just remove all your equipment. And I guarantee no one will dare to bother you in creation from now on. Just then, a cold voice emerged from behind Carefree Chi Feng, followed by the slow appearance of a pale-skinned man with a grim expression. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a warrior. His name was Chaos Zhou, and he fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Bai. Are you the one known as Empty City's old dream? Chaos Zhou scrutinized Jiang Bai, pausing in contemplation before speaking. Surely you have heard of the name Chaos? Jiang Bai remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave. It was impossible for him to be unaware of the Chaos Guild, especially as it had recently claimed a spot within the top 100 in the newly released guild rankings for the Huaxia region, a remarkable achievement indeed. It is worth noting that the illustrious Tang of Tang Wuzue does not even rank. Observing Jiang Bai's silence, Chaos Zhou maintained a stoic demeanor, continuing to speak as if discussing a matter of little consequence. I shall not indulge in further trivialities. You are undoubtedly aware of the consequences of opposing us. Thus, I present you with two choices. Either you willingly relinquish your equipment, and you may propose a price, or I shall take the liberty of sending you back in defeat, leaving you with no future opportunity to step beyond the safety zone. Chapter 56, Phoenix Feather. Jiang Bai was thoroughly amused. So, you're the game SGM. And you want to even allow me to leave the safe zone? How foolish. Seeking death. Chaos Zhou's expression instantly darkened. It appeared he was unaware of the name of the Chaos Guild. Today, he would be enlightened. Before his words could fade, a troop of nearly 50 individuals emerged behind him, representing various classes. To be honest, Xian Yao Qing Feng had previously advised Chaos Zhou to bring more people. Yet Zhou stubbornly believed that no one could withstand the concentrated fire of 50. Moreover, these 50 were the core members of the Chaos Guild. Before Jiang Bai could take action, a rogue, who had already concealed himself and was poised to strike, landed a kidney shot on Jiang Bai, rendering him unconscious once more. Following that, the rogue and the 40-odd members simultaneously launched their assault on Jiang Bai. The sounds of clashing skills filled the air, dazzling the onlookers. However, the damage numbers appearing above Jiang Bai's head left Chaos Zhou utterly astounded. 9. 3. Miss. 33. It was essential to note that all the individuals Zhou brought with him were above level 10, with each having at least 200 in attack attributes. Yet, very few could breach his defenses. Is this really it? What the hell? Especially as the concentrated fire from dozens of players caused Jiang Bai's robust health bar to decline at an excruciatingly slow pace, Zhou began to doubt his existence. Is this really a marksman class? Zhou regretted bringing too few people. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai wasn't about to grant him the luxury of regret. Multi-shot erupted amongst the fragile classes opposite him, instantly eliminating 7 priests and mages, particularly the mages, who were all offense-oriented. had devoted their attributes entirely to intelligence from levels 1 to 10, possessing minimal defense and a meager health pool, barely crossing 500, let alone 1,000. How could they withstand Jiang Bai's onslaught? Even more astonishing was the fact that with an 8 lifesteal from his skills, Jiang Bai's health surged significantly. Upon witnessing this, Chaos Zhou Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. He raised his hand and slapped himself. Slap. Brother Yu. Xian Yao Qing Feng, covering his face, turned around in shock, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Brother Yu, why are you hitting me? Damn it. It's you I'm hitting. Chaos Zhou Yu slapped him again. Are you trying to sabotage me? Why didn't you inform me that this kid was so overpowered? You let me bring 50 people to their doom. Are you an undercover agent? Damn it, Brother Yu. The carefree breeze carries the weight of grievances, leaving the egg shattered and eyes brimming with tears. Brother Yu, I truly said it. I indeed said it. This kid is incredibly formidable. We, over 100 of us, cannot contend with him. But you would not listen. Enough with the nonsense. With a swift motion, Zhou Yu delivered a resounding slap, declaring, If you have not spoken, then do not speak. Keep babbling, and I shall make you regret it. Before he could finish his words, both were struck dumb. In that fleeting moment, the dark, desolate marsh transformed into a vibrant inferno, the oppressive flames immersing them as if they were in a furnace. Dumbfounded, they lifted their heads to witness a blinding crimson light ascending into the sky. A resounding phoenix cry echoed from the heavens, and in the next instant, a phoenix descended, its left wing ablaze with fire and its right wing emanating an intense frost. Goodness! This is terrifying. This is astonishing. Jiang Bai could not help but take a step back, awestruck by the monumental phoenix he had summoned. In that instant, the atmosphere erupted. The phoenix, with its wings of both fire and ice, was breathtakingly majestic, overshadowing all around it. Another cry of the phoenix resonated as the immense creature flapped its wings, releasing a cascade of phoenix feathers around Jiang Bai. The red and white feathers intertwined in a dazzling display, captivating and alarming all who beheld it. Within a radius of 50 yards around Jiang Bai, the phoenix feathers began an indiscriminate assault. 1948. 1948. 1948. You have slain the player Chaos Great Sage, earning 5 honor points. You have slain the player Chaos No Light, earning 5 honor points. You have slain the player Chaos Black and Hard, earning 5 honor points. Oh my goodness, this is beyond incredible. This is exhilarating. For the first time triggering the 0.5 probability, Phoenix Feather, attack, Jiang Bai felt all 36,000 pores of his body open in sheer delight. Who could withstand this 200 true damage? The only class capable of enduring such might would be the tanky Blood Cow character, endowed with all attributes and high defense. Yet, it no longer mattered. After one round of Phoenix Feathers, fewer than 10 players remained standing, all severely injured, and most were left in a daze. Jiang Bai swiftly collected all of them, earning himself 5 honor points. This legendary weapon was astonishing. To be honest, one would not know until they experienced it. It was truly a revelation. Before ever encountering this skill, Jiang Bai could not have fathomed its explosive power. The stunning Icefire Phoenix, its spectacular entrance, and the extraordinarily high damage with its indiscriminate attack range surpassed even the most fantastical of films. If legendary weapons were this formidable, then what heights could the next tier? The divine equipment reach? Surely it could challenge even the Game Master. However, amidst all this chaos, one individual remained unscathed: Chaos Zhou Yu, which surprised Jiang Bai. It was not that this individual withstood the onslaught of the Phoenix Feather damage. Rather, he had audaciously placed the carefree breeze of Shiyo upon his head, allowing it to absorb a wave of harm on his behalf. It was precisely during this moment of distraction that Chaos Zhou Yu managed to escape the attack range of Jiang Bai, crouching low and holding his breath, stealthily utilizing a return stone behind the trunk of a tree. Are you really going to go this far? A sudden remark startled Chaos Zhou Yu, causing him to jolt upright. He lifted his gaze to behold Jiang Bai's seemingly harmless smile, which struck him with profound terror. Nonetheless, being a person of substance, he remained composed in the face of impending doom. Rising to his feet, Chaos Zhou Yu addressed Jiang Bai. Are you truly prepared to eliminate me? You should consider the consequences of such an action. Oh, so you believe I should spare you? Jiang Bai's question rendered Chaos Zhou Yu speechless. No longer seeking to defend himself, Chaos Zhou Yu merely offered a cold smile. Heh, then prepare yourself to bear the wrath of the entire Chaos Guild. While Chaos Zhou Yu exhibited a commendable spirit, Jiang Bai showed no inclination to relent. With a swift succession of 3 shots, the enhanced explosive shot, was sufficient to instantaneously obliterate Chaos Zhouyu. In the fleeting moments before his demise, Jiang Bai imparted a final message. As I brace for the fury of the Chaos Guild, I hope you are equally prepared to endure my wrath. It was at that very instant of Chaos Zhouyu's death that a system announcement caused Jiang Bai's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 57. The first class-changing player. Congratulations to the player Death Star Killer for successfully transitioning to the hidden class Shadow Assassin, earning the unique achievement title, Shadow Slayer. The moment the announcement appeared, the world erupted in a frenzy. A hidden class has emerged. It has finally surfaced. The title Shadow Assassin sounds exceptionally formidable. What a striking name for a profession. Truly, the Death Star Guild is impressive. It is said that upon transitioning to a hidden class, growth attributes will undergo another transformation, with an overall star rating exceeding 15 stars. I wonder how the growth attributes of this so-called Shadow Assassin will manifest. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai felt a tinge of wistfulness. Indeed, the hidden class has finally made its debut, and he yearned to witness it firsthand. The pace is astonishingly rapid. I haven't even encountered an NPC yet. Despite his musings, Jiang Bai felt no significant regret. After all, with billions of players across the server, it is unrealistic for him to claim the top spot everywhere. Moreover, he wasn't particularly invested in such pursuits. Living his own modest life was far more fulfilling. After clearing the battlefield, Jiang Bai hastened his progress on the task. An hour and a half later, he finally gathered 100 vials of blood, and his level reached 12, with an experience percentage of 11. Within a minute, the system announcement for the players of Kunlun City resonated. The number of players in Kunlun City had reached 1 million, and the level rankings, guild rankings, and honor rankings were now open. Jiang Bai opened the level leaderboard. Not bad. He finally saw his name on the Kunlun City list, ranking 13th, which was quite commendable. Seeing this figure, Jiang Bai could roughly estimate his standing in the world. Among the players in the entire Huaxiao region, diluted through 432 main cities, he ranked 13th. After completing his task, Jiang Bai pondered where to find Abidal, but unexpectedly, the task provided a prompt. Proceed to the depths of the desolate marsh. Where the lotus blossoms flourish, Abidal awaits you there. Oh, this is rather fitting, a place adorned with blooming lotuses, seemingly untainted by the surrounding mire. Jiang Bai felt fortunate that he had stumbled upon this. It turned out that seeking Abidal was indeed a task requiring a preceding quest. Had it not been for his accidental discovery of the envelope and the subsequent task that granted him this hint, he might never have found Abidal in his lifetime. Master, you have hidden well. As Jiang Bai ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, and the monsters became denser. Yet, this posed little challenge for him. In about 10 minutes, he truly found a pristine, blooming lotus amidst the mire. The visual impact was striking. It was indeed a pure and enchanting white, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dark sludge. However, the issue lies in the desolation of this place. There is not a soul in sight, nor a single respectable structure. Jiang Bai finds himself helplessly wandering in circles, surrounded only by wild creatures, with not a ghost in sight. Where are the people? Where are the ones that were promised? In a state of growing agitation, Jiang Bai turns anxiously. Just as he is grappling with confusion, he suddenly notices a towering tree nearby, its trunk nearly 2 meters in diameter. Beside this great tree lies a heap of crocodile bones. The presence of these bones suggests that a human was involved in their demise. Could that individual be Abidal? Soon, Jiang Bai observes a considerable hollow at the base of the tree, ample enough for a person to pass through, with the crocodile bones piled beneath the opening. Could it be that something resides within? Crouching down, he peers inside, seeing nothing but darkness. Yet he is certain that the hollow is quite deep. He must investigate. Jiang Bai then squeezes himself into the cavity. Initially, the narrowness of the tree hollow makes it difficult for him to breathe, but soon the sloping tunnel opens up, and he finds his feet landing on a surface that emits a crisp sound. Surely a slick stone pathway beneath him. What a hidden marvel. Before Jiang Bai stretches a corridor crafted from blue stone slabs, standing over a meter high, flanked by ever-burning torches. He proceeds cautiously, and after traversing a distance of approximately 20 meters, the scenery before him unfolds dramatically. At the end of the corridor lies a spacious secret chamber. In the center of this chamber rests a rectangular table, its lacquer peeling, piled high with various odds and ends, as well as the organs of unknown beasts, emitting a pungent odor. Opposite him, at the table, a middle-aged man is bent over, engrossed in his task. Clad in a black robe and with a dark longbow slung across his back, his long hair cascades down, framing a square face adorned with stubble. His deep-set eyes gleaming with a violet hue. Despite his unkempt appearance, his striking features convey a sense of depth and weariness. It is unmistakably Abidal, an adventurer. As Jiang Bai scrutinizes Abidal, the man lifts his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he gazes at Jiang Bai. How did you find this place? Abidal inquires, setting aside his work, his brow furrowing slightly. What is your purpose? A barrage of questions hangs in the air, yet no answers are forthcoming. Jiang Bai merely stares blankly at Abidal, until suddenly, he exclaims, Master. His voice, filled with longing and sorrow, echoes like a monkey. Long suppressed beneath the Five Elements mountain, finally seeing the monk after 5 centuries. Master. Abidal stares at Jiang Bai in confusion. Who are you? Why do you call me Master? Master, I am the old dream of empty city from the shores of Daming Lake, Jiang Bai replies. Daming Lake? Abidal furrowed his brow even deeper. Pondering the significance of Daming Lake, it appeared that you had not seen my fair princess. Jiang Bai composed himself and stated earnestly, I am here to deliver a task, 100 vials of crocodile blood. As he spoke, Jiang Bai handed over the items to Abidal. Oh, Abidal suddenly realized. The adventurer had indeed found my journal. With a smile, Abidal accepted the 100 vials of crocodile blood, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed. You have completed the task, Abidal's research, earning 16,000 experience points and 3,000 copper coins. Really? Could there be a chain quest? Before Jiang Bai could fully process the task rewards, the prompt sounded again. You have triggered the task, Abidal's research too. Do you accept? Accept. Though he agreed. Jiang Bai's mind was solely focused on class advancement. Once he achieved that, everything else would be manageable. Consequently, Jiang Bai produced a letter of recommendation and placed it before Abidal. Master, do you recognize this recommendation? Brent sent me to you for my class change. However, Abidal remained oblivious, standing before the wooden table as if absorbed in examining the crocodile blood. Master? Master? Jiang Bai could not help but call out twice in frustration. Dear adventurer, have you gathered my blood? No, I came to seek a class change. Jiang Bai exclaimed, growing agitated as he waved the recommendation around. Look at this, master. Yet, Abidal completely disregarded the document and urged, Dear adventurer, please assist me in collecting more blood. Damn it. Jiang Bai was infuriated. So it seemed that without completing the task, he would not receive any attention. Helpless, Jiang Bai opened the task description. Please collect 200 vials of contaminated crocodile blood for Abidal. Seriously, are you drinking crocodile blood, master? Chapter 58. Is it never-ending? Surely, one cannot only change professions after completing this series of intricate tasks, can they? A somewhat disheartened Jiang Bai emerged from the tree hollow, devoid of direction. And this chain of tasks represented his sole avenue for advancement. Ugh, 200 samples of crocodile blood. Is this not enough to drive a person to madness? To gather 200 samples, one must hunt at least 700 or 800 crocodiles. Can this truly be considered a human endeavor? Congratulations to player Jiang Ing for successfully transitioning to the hidden profession of necromancer. This system notification, akin to a relentless specter, urged Jiang Bai to hasten his task completion in order to expedite his career change. Fine, I shall do it. After Jiang Bai departed, Abidal casually discarded the item in his hand and retrieved a novel from beneath the table. He delved into its pages with great enthusiasm. Darn it. These bothersome adventurers compel me to feign seriousness before them, hindering my study and enjoyment of literature. Truly exasperating. The scene then shifted to the advertisement on the cover of Abidal's novel. Family banquet, those earning 50,000 a month seated at one table. Those with 100,000 at another, and those with 1 million at yet another. Yet the impoverished son-in-law inquires, at which table does one with 10 billion sit? A full 800 crocodiles, enough to overwhelm Jiang Bai to the point of despair. Initially, he attempted to keep track of his kills, but as time wore on, he became utterly desensitized. His eyes glazed over, his expression stiff, followed perpetually by a cacophony of chattering crocodiles. What was once an exhilarating endeavor had devolved into an exceedingly monotonous assembly line of slaughter. After one wave of monsters was dispatched, he would immediately summon the next, continuing until the area was utterly devoid of life. Jiang Bai sprawled on the ground, awaiting the respawn time of the creatures, repeating this cycle ad infinitum. After an entire night of grinding, Jiang Bai felt thoroughly exhausted, reeking of crocodile. He finally amassed the requisite blood samples. However, the spoils were indeed plentiful. He collected no fewer than 10 pieces of white and green gear, 2 blue items, and even defeated an elite crocodile. Though it yielded nothing of value, merely goods destined for the trading market. At this moment, the most beneficial item for Jiang Bai was the skill enhancement scroll. After slaying over 800 crocodiles, his wallet had grown notably fatter, with his gold reserves surpassing 3 digits, reaching a total of 108 coins. The first phase of the Genesis Heart quest had progressed to 1255-10,000, a promising development. The activation of the Plunder skill was infrequent, occurring only 11 times. Yet it had bestowed upon Jiang Bai an increase of 3 points in agility, 4 points in constitution, and inexplicably, an additional 4 points in intelligence. Am I truly so lacking in intelligence? Jiang Bai glanced at his experience bar. With just 14 remaining, he would ascend to level 13. Furthermore, he had finally broken into the top 10 of the leaderboard, securing the 9th position in the Kunlun City rankings. Among the top 8, 5 individuals have already undergone the transition to hidden professions. It appears that the enhancement after this transition is indeed significant, as the pace of leveling up has markedly accelerated. Jiang Bai couldn't help but ponder that if it weren't for the task at hand, he would have long since ventured to higher realms to battle monsters. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle with these crocodiles? Inside Aberta's laboratory, Jiang Bai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, wearily handed over the blood sample to Aberta, instantly feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Could he proceed to the next phase now? Thank you, adventurer, Aberta's voice resonated, and with it, the third phase of the quest materialized. You have triggered the quest, Aberta's research. 3. Will you accept? How many phases could there possibly be? Jiang Bai felt utterly disheartened but still acquiesced to the quest. He anticipated some alterations in the task. Indeed, there were slight changes, yet. Quest description, upon analysis. The crocodile's blood seems to hold little research value, and Aberta intends to study the crocodile's heart. Please collect 100 specimens of crocodile hearts for Aberta. What on earth? Staring at Aberta, who was still engrossed in his work, Jiang Bai seethed with frustration. Master, let us cut to the chase. How about I bring you 100 crocodile corpses for your dissection? Do you have any questions, adventurer? Seemingly sensing Jiang Bai's ire, Aberta turned around and inquired with curiosity. No, Jiang Bai gritted his teeth. He was completely done with hunting crocodiles. Even more maddening was the fact that the drop rate for crocodile hearts was even lower than that of the blood. Jiang Bai was seething with pent-up frustration. With no outlet for his rage, he figured that from now on, just the sight of crocodilian monsters would make him want to retch. Just a moment. Just a moment. Jiang Bai was, after all, only human. Unable to endure any longer, when the quest progress reached 61, he sprawled out on the ground. Taking advantage of the lull before the monsters respawned. Pulling up the virtual interface, Jiang Bai logged into the game forum, seeking some humorous posts to lighten his mood. To be honest, the top posts turned out to be quite enlightening. The great reveal of hidden professions. The growth attributes of the Shadow Servant have been disclosed. Come and see. What? Jiang Bai's interest was piqued as he clicked into the post. This time, it was not merely another marketing ploy, but rather a genuine informative thread. It straightforwardly presented the growth attributes of the Shadow Servant. Shadow Assassin Career Direction. Level 2 Assassin Career Rating. Second class. 23 total stars. Career growth. Health growth potential. Energy growth potential. Physical attack growth potential. Magical attack growth potential. Attack strength growth potential. Defense growth potential. Career talent. Unknown. What an astonishing revelation. With a total star rating of 23 and an exceptional growth potential of 8 stars, could this be anything short of extraordinary? Jiang Bai gazed at the Shadow Assassin's growth potential, salivating with anticipation. This post not only collates the growth potentials of the Shadow Assassin, but also gathers data on most of the hidden professions currently present in the game. According to the data analysis, the hidden professions collected thus far are categorized into third class and second class based on their ratings. The growth potentials of third-class hidden professions fluctuate between 16 to 20 stars, while second-class hidden professions range from 21 to 25 stars. At present, the majority of hidden professions are of third-class caliber, with only 3 achieving second-class status: Shadow Assassin, Death Whisperer, and Polar Swordsman. Among them, the Shadow Assassin boasts the highest growth potential at 23 stars. As for career talents, all remain unknown, as insiders reveal that even within the same hidden profession, Different individuals may exhibit varying career talents upon acquisition. The official ratings for career talents have not been disclosed, implying that there is no hierarchy, only suitability to the individual. However, one must ponder, if there are second-class and third-class ratings, how could a first-class hidden profession not exist? What form does a first-class hidden profession take? No one knows. Yet all await with bated breath. Jiang Bai is certainly no exception. What level will my Dark Ranger attain? The anticipation is palpable. While Jiang Bai was engrossed in perusing the post, he suddenly felt someone kick him twice. Hey, kid, stop dozing off. Find another place to sleep. Chapter 59. Unaccustomed to your odious habits, suddenly jolted from his immersion in the forum by several kicks. Jiang Bai felt his previously uplifted mood shatter into oblivion. Annoyed, he closed the interface, furrowing his brow as he rose to his feet. Before him stood a young man of similar age, sporting a scruffy beard and an impatient expression, glaring at him with an air of aggression. His ID read, "I bought a watch this year." The dragon symbol accompanying his ID indicated he was affiliated with the guild Yulanjian. Behind him trailed a woman and two men, evidently comrades from the same guild. "Did you kick me?" Jiang Bai inquired. "What of it?" the bearded youth retorted, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of his actions. "Apologize to me," Jiang Bai replied coldly. "Apologize my foot," the bearded youth exclaimed, drawing a long sword from his waist, clearly preparing for a confrontation. "Hey, Zhang Bin, don't escalate this. Let us resolve this amicably and avoid any unpleasantness." The woman stepped forward, offering Jiang Bai an apologetic smile. We need to level up here, so could you please move along and find another spot to battle?" Jiang Bai scrutinized the woman. Truth be told, she was indeed quite attractive, and her voice was melodious. However, he found her request rather displeasing. "I'm certainly not leaving. My quest isn't finished, and why should I?" After a moment's contemplation, he decided that it would be unnecessary to be overly confrontational in a public space. He took a step back and pointed towards a nearby stream. "How about you fight on the other side of the river? The area is cramped here, and I can handle it alone." "That's probably not feasible," the woman replied, her rejection surprisingly firm. "Brother, I've been quite patient in speaking with you. It would be best if you just relocated." "No," Jiang Bai countered. "Isn't there a principle of first come, first served?" He found himself perplexed by their line of reasoning. "Why must I change locations?" "Because we need to level up here," the woman stated, her demeanor exuding a sense of entitlement. "What sort of logic is that? Is this swamp yours? Are these crocodiles your pets? What has become of people's manners? Leveling up necessitates monopolizing the area? What next? Must you strip down to battle so we can't observe? How can you be so unreasonable?" The woman grew agitated, feeling her goodwill had been met with obstinacy. "If I speak to you politely, must I then act like a lapdog, obeying your every whim?" Jiang Bai's brow furrowed further. Who had indulged such repugnant behavior? "How dare you speak to us like that?" With that, the trio, including the bearded Zhang Bin, encircled Jiang Bai. "Kid, don't you possess any semblance of manly decorum? Must men always yield to women? Alas, it seems I have encountered sycophants." Jiang Bai sighed internally, realizing the unfortunate predicament he found himself in. "Do you not know Fei Fei? She is the belle of our school," one of the buzzcut men proclaimed. "Many have yearned for a mere word with Fei Fei, and for her to converse with you so amiably is already a testament to your worth. And yet," Jiang Bai found amusement in the trio of sycophants, chuckling at their absurdity. "What does her being the belle have to do with me? Will that enable me to engage in an intimate encounter? Or does her status as the belle demand the world to bow before her?" "You rogue," the woman cried out, stamping her foot, tears welling in her eyes, seemingly aggrieved. "Quickly apologize to our Fei Fei, kneel and beg for forgiveness. Damn it, let us take him down. Hey, let us not resort to violence. We can resolve this peacefully." The woman continued to plead from behind, yet Jiang Bai could discern a glimmer of satisfaction in her gaze. Ironically, the men became increasingly emboldened by her encouragement. "I shall not relent until he is vanquished." With that, the bearded man drew his sword and lunged at Jiang Bai, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. "What?" The bearded man glanced at his sword and then at Jiang Bai, doubt creeping into his mind. "You have been maliciously attacked by player last year. I bought a watch," entering a state of justifiable defense. Subsequently, the other two sycophants, a mage and an archer, also launched their assaults on Jiang Bai. One cannot deny the mage's attack was quite formidable, managing to breach defenses. "You have been maliciously attacked by player last year. I bought a watch," entering a state of justifiable defense. You have been maliciously attacked by player the year before last I bought a watch, entering a state of justifiable defense. What? The pitiful damage left the trio momentarily dumbfounded, as if they had stumbled upon an unsolvable enigma. However, realization dawned upon them that they had indeed struck a hard surface. Just as a flicker of misgiving and regret surfaced within them, they lost all chance for remorse. As their names turned crimson, Jiang Bai acted without hesitation, knocking an arrow to his longbow and unleashing a flurry of multi-shot, followed by explosive shot, and another multi-shot, instantly dispatching all three. The world fell silent. Sycophants surely meet their demise. Jiang Bai finally comprehended why these mindless sycophants incited such disdain. They flaunted their pretentiousness to their own detriment. Yet, he chose to spare the woman. What do you intend to do? The woman stared at the slowly advancing Jiang Bai in sheer terror, rendered speechless. I have kept you here to convey a message. Not all men are sycophants. I will not indulge your foul habits. Before his words could fully resonate, Jiang Bai unleashed his longbow in a fiery display, sending the little priestess back with a single arrow. Comforting. After defeating the 4 adversaries, Jiang Bai found his previously agitated spirit considerably soothed by the completion of this relentless quest. It seems that life ought to encompass a few unexpected interludes. Delighted, he picked up the long sword that had been revealed by the bearded foe and resumed his monster-slaying endeavors. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai stood once more before the Dark Ranger Abidal, clutching 100 crocodile hearts. His grip was firm around the longbow at his waist. Jiang Bai vowed that should Abidal dare to request further collections of crocodile hearts or even their claws, he would immediately retaliate, even if it meant earning the notorious title of betrayer of his mentor. Jiang Bai possessed his own dignity. He could not allow this exasperating task to drive him to despair. If need be, he would cease his endeavors entirely. Who cares? Abidal examined the table laden with crocodile hearts, nodding with satisfaction. Turning towards Jiang Bai with a beaming smile, he remained oblivious to the tension and agitation radiating from Jiang Bai at that moment. Well, esteemed adventurer, if it is not too much trouble, I fear I must implore you to collect another 100 crocodile eyes. In an instant, the confined chamber turned ominous. A chilling aura emanating from Jiang Bai, his eyes now a fiery crimson. Noticing Jiang Bai's silence, Abidal's expression shifted to one of confusion. Esteemed adventurer, do you harbor any doubts? Yet, Jiang Bai remained mute. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere saturated with palpable tension. Chapter 60. Abidal's ultimate test. In a moment when the atmosphere reached its nadir, Jiang Bai's expression suddenly shifted. All right, master, let us procure some eyes for you. It was a jest. Jiang Bai was certainly not blind. Upon witnessing Abidal's level displayed as question marks, along with his health points equally shrouded in mystery, he had ample reason to believe that a mere breath from this being could obliterate him. What a fool I am. As Jiang Bai engaged the monsters, he reflected on the entire chain of quests. Despite the extreme vexation this task brought him, Jiang Bai firmly believed in the principle that existence is justified. Since the system had dispatched such a convoluted and repugnant task, the rewards must surely be substantial, right? This belief had become his sole motivation to persist. Fortunately, the eyes did not appear overly difficult to obtain. When Jiang Bai's level reached 13 with 9 experience, he had collected all the required eyes. Remarkably, upon changing his class, he ascended 2 levels in one go. Jiang Bai could not help but exclaim in wonder. A glance at the leaderboard revealed he had surged to the 8th position in the Kunlun City rankings. Progressing further seemed a daunting task, as among the top 10, he was the only player yet to advance to a new class. The others had all embraced their respective professions. Without a class change, his attributes fell significantly short. Moreover, he was currently battling low-level monsters, when he could at least be facing creatures of level 15 or higher. Jiang Bai gazed at the leaderboard for a considerable time, finding it quite intriguing. Each player listed was accompanied by their respective guilds and alliances. Naturally, the alliances were self-evident. All players from Kunlun City belonged to the Yulanjian. As for the guilds, aside from himself, everyone else was affiliated. The top guild, named Fenglun Tiantang, bore a rather nostalgic title. Jiang Bai then opened the guild leaderboard. As expected, the foremost guild in Kunlun City was Fengyun Guild, alongside Datong Wuzue from the Tang Dynasty and Xingchen Zuan from the Starry Shore. Jiang Bai, however, found no mention of himself within the top 10. Well, it matters little to me, he thought, dismissing the irrelevant pages as he crawled back into the tree hollow. This time, Under Jiang Bai's almost lethal gaze, Abidal finally refrained from proceeding with the quest. He offered Jiang Bai a faint smile. At this moment, he appeared more human, devoid of the previous mechanical and foolish demeanor. Excellent, adventurer, you have passed my preliminary test. With that, Abidal extended his hand. Now, please present me with old Brent's letter of introduction. Wow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief as he retrieved the letter. So, Master, you were aware of this introduction letter? If that is the case, why the elaborate charade? Abidal waved his finger at Jiang Bai, clarifying, do not misunderstand. This was Brent's idea, not mine. Wow. Indeed, it was that old rascal. Jiang Bai could almost envision Brent standing before him, grinning mischievously. However, if it were my idea, the task would undoubtedly become more arduous and cumbersome. You should express your gratitude to him, Abidal remarked. Grasping a handful of keys from the table and striding towards the depths of the secret chamber. Indeed, I have always regarded Brent as a benevolent soul, amiable and kind-hearted. I find myself greatly missing him. Jiang Bai followed closely behind Abidal, maintaining a composed demeanor as he spoke. To be candid, you are the first adventurer in millennia to have garnered Brent's favor. It is evident that he holds you in high esteem. Ah, Master, you flatter me. Jiang Bai beamed with joy, akin to a child weighing 200 pounds. Do you know why I had you repeatedly gather these items? Brent stood before the stone wall of the secret chamber, making no discernible movements, yet the wall split asunder with a dull sound, parting to reveal a square dark door. Approximately 2 meters wide and high. There is indeed more than meets the eye. Jiang Bai's heart raced with excitement. Master, what a question to pose. If I knew the answer, I would have become the game master. Who is GM? Abidal turned, fixing Jiang Bai with a serious gaze. Ah. It is a little dog I have, perpetually mischievous. I scold it daily. Oh. Abidal nodded thoughtfully, returning to the topic at hand. Yet you must still care for small animals. Jiang Bai followed Abidal through the dark door, descending a staircase that led into the boundless darkness. With each step Abidal took, the torches embedded in the walls ignited. After nearly 10 minutes of descent, Jiang Bai surmised they were at least 100 meters underground. They finally reached the cavern's lowest point, suffused with a primal essence. The ground beneath them was uneven rock, and faintly, the sound of an underground river could be heard. In the center of this open space stood an oval altar, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Under the flickering firelight, Abidal's expression appeared turbulent as he approached the altar. To be honest, Jiang Bai could not decipher the symbols adorning the altar, which was etched with a complex and massive sigil, each stroke forming grooves that interconnected. For this reason, Abidal produced a small cylindrical glass vessel containing approximately 2,918,3324 milliliters of a purple liquid. This is what was extracted from the materials you gathered. What is it? Jiang Bai inquired curiously, observing closely. The purple liquid even emitted a faint glow, remarkably beautiful. The power of the aberrant. Abidal poured the purple liquid onto the grooves of the altar, and it swiftly flowed along the etched symbols. The creatures of the desolate marshes have been tainted by the essence of the aberrant, and to collect sufficiently pure aberrant power, this method of extraction is essential. Oh! Jiang Bai suddenly realized, upon Abidal's words, that his undertaking of these tasks held considerable value. Pointing at the sacrificial altar beneath him, he observed that the violet liquid had filled all the grooves, forming slender strands reminiscent of hair, radiating a brilliant purple light. Beneath lay a sealed aberration. Abidal fixated intently on the altar, and at the moment when the violet liquid completed its circuit and converged with the starting point, a sudden eruption of purple light surged skyward, illuminating the dark cavern as if it were midday. In the next instant, a creaking sound echoed, and the altar began to part slowly in two. Accompanied by this, an elliptical purple portal materialized atop the altar. Jiang Bai gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, his eyes brimming with confusion. Meanwhile, Abidal, with a beaming smile, regarded Jiang Bai and said, "Adventurer, if you wish to become a true Dark Ranger, then please accept the genuine trial bestowed by Abidal." Chapter 61. The Destroyer, Archimanding. Do you accept the quest, Abidal's ultimate trial, defeat Archimand? Accept. It has arrived. It has finally come. Jiang Bai, without a moment's hesitation, opened the quest description. Abidal's ultimate trial, defeat Archimand, quest description, a century ago. The demon lord Archimand seized the desolate marshes and tainted all living beings within. To this day, the entire desolate marsh remains shrouded in deathly stillness. In a bid to purify the demonic aura of the marsh, Abidal imprisoned Archimonde. However, Abidal soon discovered that the Archimonde here was merely a fragment of its true self, utterly devoid of value. Thus, Abidal confined this fragment as a trial. You are tasked with defeating Archimonde within 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in mission failure. Note: Archimonde's fragment possesses only 1/10 of its original power, and players may challenge it repeatedly until successful. It seems that I must face a boss. Jiang Bai steadied his mind, pondering what attributes this boss might possess. If it was on par with my level, then a solo boss encounter should not pose much difficulty. Previously, during the frantic monster farming, Jiang Bai had slain 337 crocodiles in the 4th ring quest, triggering plunder 6 times, which further augmented his stats by 2 points in strength, 3 in agility, and 1 in constitution. Do not inquire why Jiang Bai remembers the numbers so vividly. It is due to the system's statistical assistant. Currently, Jiang Bai's physical attack has reached an impressive 1062 points, with an attack intensity of 152 points, totaling 1214 in attack power, truly monstrous. For a player of the same level who has not undergone a class change, even with a full set of level 10 blue gear, their attack value would likely hover around 320, which is not particularly high. However, the reality is that, given the current equipment prices and drop rates, very few players can assemble a complete set of blue gear. So, Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on Abidal. Should I step in and give it a try? After all, I can challenge it repeatedly. Certainly. Abidal nodded with a smile. Jiang Bai then stepped into the portal, and after a brief moment of darkness, he found himself in a realm of purple hues. It was an ethereal world, reminiscent of the cosmos, with purple clouds drifting languidly, imparting a dreamlike sensation. Before Jiang Bai, approximately 100 yards away, a colossal beast lay in slumber. Jiang Bai struggled to articulate its appearance. It resembled a crocodile magnified several times over, yet more accurately. It bore the likeness of a stegosaurus from the late Jurassic period. With its robust limbs, thick armored skin, and a row of massive bony plates along its back, the creature was entirely dark, exuding an air of formidable vitality. Avatar of the Destroyer Archimonde, Black Iron level Demon Boss, level 15 health, 90. 000 attack power, 600 defense, 550 skills, wild charge, blade rend, spiked defense, good heavens. I can hardly contain my astonishment. Upon reviewing the boss attributes, Jiang Bai felt as though the world around him had faded to black, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Is this truly a boss that can be vanquished within 10 minutes? Or is it merely a solitary endeavor? While the attack power is not particularly daunting, the sheer volume of health and defense is staggering. An attack power of 600 is inconsequential, but how long must one battle to whittle down 90,000 health? The defense value of 550 far surpasses that of the previous siege boss. For the first time, Jiang Bai was uncertain if he could prevail without a struggle. To conquer it effortlessly would render the quest far too simplistic. Thus, he steadied his resolve, intending to gauge how much he could accomplish within the allotted 10 minutes. As he adjusted his position, he waited until he was within 70 yards, at which point the skill Eagle Eye Shot illuminated. This ability indeed serves primarily as a preemptive strike, inflicting minimal damage with a somewhat prolonged casting time. As Jiang Bai drew back the blood-red longbow, a crimson energy arrow coalesced, its sharp tip radiating a blinding brilliance. With a swift release, he exclaimed, "Fly forth." The resplendent arrow sliced through the air, descending in an elegant arc to strike Archimonde squarely in the back. The moment the damage of 996 erupted, the timer in the upper right corner of Jiang Bai's interface began its countdown from 10 minutes. The absence of urgency prior was now replaced with a palpable tension as he observed the frantic numbers. Roar! The slumbering Archimonde let forth a furious bellow, evidently enraged by the interruption of his dream. His eyes flared open, and the bony plates along his back rose like daggers, his robust limbs exuding a surge of power as he advanced toward Jiang Bai with remarkable speed. Goodness, what swiftness! Jiang Bai inwardly marveled, even under the 25 speed reduction. Archimonde's pace rivaled his own. This battle would not be easy. His ability to kite monsters was predicated on speed, yet Archimonde, despite his bulky appearance, moved with surprising grace. At 60 yards, 50 yards, as the distance rapidly diminished to 35 yards, a series of skills in Jiang Bai's arsenal illuminated in succession. Shock arrow. The sharp arrow flew true, striking Archimonde in the head. 730. No stun was achieved. Jiang Bai felt a twinge of disappointment and promptly unleashed aimed shot. 797. Explosive shot. 896. 962. 2988. A critical hit. Jiang Bai felt a sudden thrill. He vaguely sensed that the final strike of the skill, explosive shot, might possess a concealed critical hit attribute. Otherwise, the critical hit probability of the last blow felt rather excessive. With an enhancement of 180 attack power, combined with the 5 times critical effect, the damage soared to nearly 3,000. The fourth arrow whistled forth. 1,328. A single, explosive shot inflicted an astonishing 6,174 points of damage, undeniably monstrous. Breaking Wind was triggered. Jiang Bai glanced at his buff bar, noting the addition of a layer of the Breaking Wind buff. However, the situation was far from optimistic. Approximately 45 seconds had elapsed, during which Jiang Bai had only dealt 8,697 damage. At this efficiency, he should theoretically achieve 70,000 damage within 10 minutes. Yet, reality told a different story. This was due to Jiang Bai's utilization of skill cooldowns to reach a state of maximum burst damage, a theoretical pinnacle. Now, as the skills entered their cooldown phase, Jiang Bai was left with only basic attack capabilities. Additionally, he had to constantly maneuver to maintain distance, which would inevitably lead to a drastic decrease in damage output unless another burst round was initiated. Archimonde's speed was astonishingly swift. After releasing explosive shot, the distance between them shrank to less than 15 yards. Under the effects of Breaking Wind and a dual 10 attack speed boost, Jiang Bai managed a rapid basic attack. 664. He then withdrew his longbow and began to retreat. Jiang Bai leveraged the enhanced frost buff during a critical state, inflicting a 40 slow on Archimonde, thereby widening the gap between them once more. Subsequently, he executed another basic attack followed by multi-shot, totaling 1195 damage. Still no critical hit. Watching the 6-second duration of the Breaking Wind buff vanish, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of regret. He simply had accumulated enough critical hit chances. At this moment, he had inflicted 11,356 damage, but just over a minute had passed. This creature still had nearly 80,000 health remaining, while explosive shot had indeed crit. Jiang Bai could not guarantee that every shot would land a critical hit. More accurately, crits from explosive shot were a rare occurrence. Should he fail to achieve a critical hit, his damage would undoubtedly suffer, as the majority of his output derived from explosive shot. Moreover, Archimonde had yet to use any skills. Chapter 62. The unsightly duo. As Jiang Bai contemplated his next move, the colossal figure of Archimonde suddenly surged forward with alarming speed, akin to a landslide. The ferocity of this assault was beyond Jiang Bai's capacity to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, Archimonde was upon him, revealing every crease and fold of his formidable form. With a resounding force, Wild Charge erupted, propelling Jiang Bai into the air. The impact, though not excruciating, given Jiang Bai's substantial health pool of 3,000, rendered him utterly devoid of control, leaving him unable to evade Archimonde's subsequent strike. Indeed, Archimonde opened his cavernous maw, his elongated, razor-like fangs aiming directly at Jiang Bai. The pain was palpable. A shock coursed through him as he let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. While the game was not reality, the sensory experiences felt remarkably vivid. The psychological terror of such an assault on his vulnerable self was overwhelming. To make matters worse, this relentless onslaught had stripped away a staggering 1,000 points of health. With the Chosen One title granting him a 10% damage absorption, he begrudgingly acknowledged the pain was indeed real. Upon landing, Jiang Bai swiftly consumed a potion that restored 200 health points. Simultaneously, he rolled to the right with remarkable speed, narrowly evading Archimonde's third strike, a massive, powerful hoof. Boom. With a misstep, Archimonde's foot found only air, allowing Jiang Bai to regain his footing and unleash a fully recharged explosive shot. The damage rolled in 896, 962, 1,195. Without a critical hit, this sequence resulted in a total of 3,053 damage, simultaneously restoring him by 280 health points. The timer now read 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Blood-sucking remained potent. Jiang Bai continued to fight and retreat, managing to kite Archimonde effectively as long as the beast refrained from unleashing further skills. Shockwave shot. 1460. With the critical hit, Jiang Bai activated a 3 chance for stunning. The state of windbreak emerged. Seizing this opportunity, bolstered by a 20 attack speed increase, Jiang Bai stood firm and maximized his output within 3 fleeting seconds. 797, 664, 1328. His basic attacks yielded a critical strike. Energized, Jiang Bai realized he now possessed a cumulative 30 increase in attack speed from 2 stacks of windbreak. Once more, 664, 450. Astonishingly, he triggered a slicing effect. Though pleasantly surprised, Jiang Bai recognized that against a solitary boss, this 0.5 slicing effect held little significance. Thus, Jiang Bai found himself irrevocably entrenched in a grueling battle. The skill release frequency of Akmand is exceedingly high, with a staggering barrage of knockups and bites occurring almost every half-minute, inflicting a staggering 1,000 hit points of damage, and at times even triggering critical hits. This despicable combination is utterly shameless, lamented Jiang Bai as he cradled his wounds. While dealing damage, Jiang Bai found himself in a constant struggle to reposition, as Akmand's charge and swift movement hindered his ability to kite effectively. His health steadily dwindled. Since the first onslaught, his hit points had never fully recovered, barely reaching 500 or 600 before facing yet another brutal assault, which was quite disheartening. With 5 minutes remaining, Akmand still possessed 62,000 hit points. Victory seemed unattainable, and to add insult to injury, the creature activated Spike Defense when its health dropped to 50. Its bony plates transformed into an impenetrable armor, enveloping Akmand and sacrificing some mobility for a daunting 30 seconds of 60 damage mitigation. This situation was indeed despairing. Ultimately, when the 10 minutes elapsed, Akmand still had 24,000 hit points remaining. It was evident that Jiang Bai's current damage output was insufficient to vanquish the creature within the time limit. Moreover, an instance of Phoenix Feather had been triggered, suggesting that Akmand would have been even more formidable otherwise. Disheartened, Jiang Bai exited the dungeon, initially hoping that with a few lucky runs, he could achieve a few thousand damage points within the 10-minute window. However, the over 20,000 hit points remaining were clearly beyond mere fortune's reach. Upon leaving, he discovered that Abadal had departed. Following his previous route, Jiang Bai emerged from the secret chamber. Abadal reclined on his dilapidated, dust-laden sofa, cradling a dirty cup filled with a pale red liquid. Noticing Jiang Bai's despondent demeanor, Abadal offered a slight smile and waved the cup. "Care for a drink?" "No, master." Jiang Bai replied, shaking his head. "I need to find a way to deal with Akmand first, or I won't be able to grow stronger." With a slight tipsy chuckle, Abadal advised, "Sometimes, there's no need to rush. I never intended for you to defeat Akmand on your first attempt. Choosing to become a Dark Ranger means embarking on a path more arduous than that of others, and this is no trivial endeavor. Isn't the Dark Ranger more powerful compared to other classes?" Jiang Bai inquired with newfound interest, sensing that Abadal hinted at the potential for his class to reach elite status. If that were indeed the case, the sacrifices made would be well worth it. However, Abadal merely shook his head slightly, stating, "There are no inherently superior classes, only more formidable practitioners." Having exited the secret chamber, Jiang Bai resolved that he would not spend the 90 gold he possessed until he had conquered Akmand. Pondering deeply, Jiang Bai accessed the trading market, deliberating whether to allocate his funds towards enhancing his equipment or refining his skills. "Right here, boss. This is where that individual eliminated us in an instant. 4 of you against 1, and not only did we perish, but we even failed to learn the name of our opponent? How infuriating. That fellow concealed his ID, rendering it invisible to us." As a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, a group of individuals chattered animatedly. "Oh, is vengeance upon us? It is evident they have come seeking retribution. Surely, it must be the reinforcements summoned by those 3 sycophants from earlier." Jiang Bai's irritation grew, having failed the task, coupled with the incessant buzzing of these bothersome flies. His composure felt on the verge of erupting. "You were truly..." Jiang Bai lifted his gaze, and in the instant their eyes met, he was momentarily taken aback. The expression on the face of his counterpart similarly froze, indicating that both parties had stumbled upon an utterly astonishing predicament. Chapter 63. The fury of Jiang Bai. The moment of shock arose from the familiarity of the 2 individuals leading the charge. They were well acquainted with Jiang Bai. "Jiang Bai, Jiang Bai." Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei stared at him in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. "What? Boss, you know them? The subordinate beside Wang Ke instantly felt a surge of anxiety. If these were indeed the boss's acquaintances, might he not be courting disaster? Jiang Bai, too, had not anticipated encountering this troublesome couple within the realm of the game. How unfortunate! After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the expression on Wang Ke's face contorted into one of rage and malice. Jiang Bai, you wretched son of a dog, I've scoured the world for you. And you dare to play games? You dare to appear before me? If I do not annihilate you today, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Brothers, encircle him. Surround him tightly. At this moment, Wang Ke gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing nothing less than to devour Jiang Bai whole. Indeed, it was a monumental disgrace for such a wealthy young master to be knocked out by Jiang Bai in public. Yet, Jiang Bai remained unfazed by Wang Ke's fury. For the latter's relentless search for him after Jiang Bai had left school was utterly futile. No one knew he had merely rented a room in a nearby village. Jiang Bai, confined to his gaming, had become a ghost to the outside world. Wang Ke's ability to locate him was nothing short of miraculous. Does your face still ache? Jiang Bai smirked at Wang Ke, remarking that his earlier punishment had evidently been too lenient. Heh, Jiang Bai, do you truly have the gall to play games here? Jiang Weiwei suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, seemingly mocking him. What do you mean? Jiang Bai queried, perplexed as he turned to her. Oh, nothing much. I simply believe your ailing mother shouldn't be deceived by her own son. Out of our shared village ties, I've spread the news of your expulsion from school far and wide. I suspect the entire village is now abuzz with gossip. And your poor mother must be beside herself with worry, yet you still have the audacity to engage in gaming? Truly, what a devoted son you are. Ah ha ha. Well done, my dear, Wang Ke exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Jiang Weiwei. Her sharp laughter painted a vivid picture of her malice and treachery. Jiang Bai stood frozen for a moment, expressionless. In the next instant, rage surged through him like a tidal wave. Jiang Weiwei, you wretched creature. At that moment, Jiang Bai felt as though his head had exploded. How could you call yourself human? Not to mention the kindness my mother showed you in your youth. You are aware of her heart condition and know I've concealed this from her, fearing the truth. Why must you drag my mother into our grievances? Why? So you blame me for your expulsion? Jiang Weiwei shrugged dismissively, her demeanor exuding indifference. Gazing intently at Jiang Weiwei, Jiang Bai felt an unprecedented wave of revulsion surging within him. He believed he had utterly blinded himself, having spent years pursuing Jiang Weiwei as though he had gouged out his own eyes. Suddenly, thoughts of his mother invaded his mind, her hair, a mix of black and white, and her face etched with the burdens of life. He could hardly fathom the anxiety and sorrow his mother would feel upon learning of his expulsion. Yet he understood that, for her, his dismissal from school was akin to the sky collapsing. For the entire village, Jiang Bai had transformed from a source of pride into a symbol of disgrace. How could he have concealed such a monumental issue for an entire year, only to have it obliterated in an instant? The very thought made his teeth grind together audibly. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he longed to rend Jiang Weiwei into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Weiwei, he uttered, his tone as frigid as ice, sending shivers down the spine. If anything were to happen to my mother, I, Jiang Bai, will obliterate your entire family. You shall pay for this. In a state of utter madness, he disregarded any consequences, unleashing a furious roar as the longbow in his hand erupted with flames of wrath. Multi-shot, explosive shot. All his skills poured forth in an instant, and before him, over a dozen players fell in quick succession. Quick! Attack him! Kill him! Wang Ke, witnessing this, began to retreat while directing his minions to besiege Jiang Bai. Wang Ke had gathered a squad of about 40. Yet Jiang Bai had swiftly dispatched more than 10 of them. The explosive damage left Wang Ke and Jiang Weiwei speechless with astonishment. However, their shock soon morphed into avarice. This fool possesses extraordinary equipment. They exchanged glances, exhilarated by the prospect. Wang Ke bellowed at his subordinates assaulting Jiang Bai. Damn it. Everyone, unleash your full power. We must extract his equipment. Whoever succeeds will earn a reward of 10 gold from me. Do not fear for your lives. We shall overwhelm him. I will summon all nearby guild members to support you. To his surprise, he was faring quite well in the game. Standing beside Wang Ke, Jiang Weiwei scanned Jiang Bai with a hint of disdain. Haha, not bad. Wang Ke laughed heartily. In 5 minutes, his gear will be mine. Even if we cannot extract it, I will guard his corpse until he uninstalls. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, wielding his longbow, seemed to claim a life with each arrow he loosed. Truth be told, the attributes of Wang Ke's players were abysmally weak. Few could breach his defenses, and none could withstand Jiang Bai's onslaught. Jiang Bai first targeted the ranged classes, and with an attack power soaring to 1200, those priests and mages simply could not endure even a single basic attack from him. The cooldown, multiple shots, often unleashes its fury upon the melee classes before them, leaving little chance of survival for anyone other than pure defense rolls after just 2 rounds of fire. With a 15 increase in movement speed, he is adept at swiftly distancing himself from these melee players, subsequently capitalizing on the temporal gap to eliminate ranged classes. This sequence of events renders the 30-plus individuals utterly helpless against Jiang Bai. The staggering 8 lifesteal keeps Jiang Bai's health consistently above 80. Within a mere 2 minutes, Wang Ku's 40-member squad is reduced to a mere 12 or 13, most of whom are tanks with minimal offensive capability. It is at this juncture that Wang Ku realizes the situation is far more complex than it initially appeared. The smiles on his and Jiang Weiwei's faces gradually solidify before fading away, replaced by a profound sense of confusion. Is it truly absurd that 40 individuals cannot take down a single opponent? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei instinctively begin to retreat. Chapter 64. I am no saint. Once the last assassin fell to Jiang Bai's multiple shots, an overwhelming fury consumed him as his gaze fixed menacingly on Wang Ku and Jiang Weiwei in the distance. The palpable aura of murderous intent left the two gasping for breath. Oh no! Realizing the impending danger, a terrified Wang Ku shoved Jiang Weiwei aside and hurriedly fled. Damn it, Jiang Weiwei, your foolishness has entangled your father in this mess. I just leveled up to 12, and I certainly do not wish to regress. My love, how could you abandon me? Jiang Weiwei looked in disbelief at Wang Ku, who had forsaken her, her face a canvas of disappointment and astonishment. Ah, Jiang Weiwei, is this truly the person you would betray me for? Jiang Bai paid no heed to Wang Ku. Their reckoning could wait. At that moment, his singular desire was to eliminate Jiang Weiwei, the wretched woman. Jiang Bai, please listen to me. Jiang Weiwei, realizing escape was futile, desperately began to plead. It wasn't my intention, it was Wang Ku. A resounding slap abruptly silenced her, leaving Jiang Weiwei stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Jiang Bai. This strike was a culmination of the 3 years of my youth that I had sacrificed. Jiang Bai, you hit me? Another sharp slap brought her fully back to reality. That one was for my mother. Let me be clear, Jiang Weiwei, should anything happen to her. My previous words were no jest. Now get lost. With that, Jiang Bai drew his longbow, poised to deliver the fatal shot to Jiang Weiwei. Jiang Bai, come face your demise. I have returned. To his astonishment, Wang Ku, who had fled, unexpectedly reappeared, flanked by a throng of over 100 individuals. Are you not quite skilled? Let us see how you fare this time. Wang Ku, invigorated, pointed at Jiang Bai with bravado. You think you're tough? This time, I have 200 brothers. We shall overwhelm you. Jiang Bai turned his gaze to Wang Ku, noticing that behind him stood a legion bearing the emblem of Zhonghai University, his own institution. Indeed, the whispers among the crowd began to circulate. Isn't that Jiang Bai? The wild dog opposing young Master Ku? Who would have thought he would bring his death wish into the game? Didn't that wild dog drop out? How does he still have the audacity to play? At that moment, a rotund individual named Zhang Chao from Zhonghai stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Bai. It seems I was too lenient when I dealt with you before. Seeing that our young Master Ku stands unbowed, you still dare to fight? Do not engage with this wild dog. As Shao Ku stated, this wild dog possesses an inexplicable character and is adorned with impressive equipment. If I do not expose him today, I shall not depart. A group encircled Jiang Bai, and the faces of the foremost individuals were familiar to him. These individuals were indeed the lackeys of Wang Ku, and Jiang Bai remembered each one of them clearly, having been bullied by them in the past. You worthless trash. Jiang Bai gazed steadily at Wang Ku's minions, while the flames of rage within him surged vehemently. He had thought he had bid farewell to his past. Yet with the reappearance of these people and the resurgence of their harsh words, he quickly comprehended that the wounds one endures will forever leave a prominent scar, ever a reminder of one's suffering. Thus, hatred lies in wait, and the sole means of releasing this hatred is through vengeance. I am no saint. My only desire now is to eliminate these fools. In an instant, Jiang Bai's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The longbow in his grasp seemed to possess a spirit of its own, trembling ever so slightly, resonating with his intense emotions and fierce battle intent. So let them perish. At his sudden roar, the resplendent crimson longbow let out a piercing cry. As the arrow soared skyward, An enraged phoenix's cry echoed from the heavens, akin to the toll of death's bell. In that moment, the world transformed, and all eyes were drawn upwards, witnessing the azure sky morph into a sanguine hue. Do you sense my fury, brother? As the Icefire Phoenix emerged from its rebirth, surveying the myriad of beings below with the authority of a supreme ruler. Jiang Bai gazed at the crimson longbow with gratitude. It seemed to resonate with his emotions. The manifestation of the Icefire Phoenix left the gathered crowd in stunned silence. Amidst their astonishment, the sky was soon filled with the wrathful feathers of the Phoenix. Damage notifications erupted around Jiang Bai, and within a 50 by 50-yard radius, vegetation was utterly obliterated. Even those who stood at the forefront, mockingly deriding him, and who had once oppressed Jiang Bai, had their smiles wiped away in an instant. Reduced to ashes. What the hell? Run. What kind of incredible skill is this? In an instant, cries of terror filled the air. As nearly 50 out of a 200-strong contingent met their demise, while the remaining souls were paralyzed with fear, exhibiting a frantic desire to scatter and flee. Fear. Utter. Unadulterated fear. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ke had stealthily retreated to the rear of the crowd, cursing vehemently to mask his own shock and terror. This is merely a skill. Doesn't he have a cooldown? Why are you all so terrified? As the Icefire Phoenix vanished, Wang Ke was suddenly elated. Such a formidable skill could not be unleashed frequently. Strike them down. To the utmost. Who dares to flee? I shall be the first to expel him from the guild. Not only banishing him, but also ensuring he is hunted down across the globe until he abandons the game. Wang Ke's furious tirade proved effective as the crowd, upon witnessing the vanishing of that extraordinary phoenix, finally mustered the courage to launch an assault against Jiang Bai. After all, there were over 100 of you. What is there to fear? A mere spit from each of you could drown him. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei began to rally her spirit, consumed by an intense hatred for Jiang Bai. No matter what, she could not allow herself to accept that the once insignificant loser she had discarded was now faring better than she. He must be annihilated. Brothers, let us go. After swiftly eliminating nearly 50 opponents, Jiang Bai unleashed a barrage of skills. His successive multi-shot attacks rendered him akin to the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these players. Whenever critical hits ceased, Jiang Bai focused on the fragile classes with low health, often taking them down with a single arrow. Soon, nearly 30 players lay lifeless. Yet, at the same time, the challenges Jiang Bai faced became increasingly apparent. This situation was exceedingly perilous for him. Chapter 65. The tenacity of Abadal. There lies a lack of endurance. Jiang Bai had faced scenarios of 1 against 100 before, during the boss battle. He confronted over 200 members from the Yun City and Xiaoyao guilds. However, the two situations were markedly different. In that chaotic encounter, although there were indeed more than 200 adversaries, they were mostly at the brink of defeat, lacking full abilities, and their focus was not solely on Jiang Bai, allowing him to dispatch them with relative ease. Additionally, he had allies supporting his health regeneration. This time, however, the circumstances diverged significantly. The opposing team of 100 players had completely zeroed in on Jiang Bai. While he was not overly concerned about the damaging skills due to his exceptional defense, the control skills posed a considerable challenge. The purification skill from his metal could dispel control effects, but its lengthy cooldown presented a dilemma. In terms of evasion, maneuvering amidst the onslaught of over 100 players was futile. The sheer numerical advantage rendered any attempts at dodging ineffective. Most critically, among this multitude, several players had already upgraded their classes. Although they had merely transitioned to ordinary professions, their attributes and skills had received tangible enhancements, making them significantly more formidable than first-tier classes. The damage output from some could inflict dozens of points of health loss on Jiang Bai, which was increasingly untenable. Consequently, Jiang Bai's health rapidly diminished. Despite possessing a robust 3,000 health points, the overwhelming number of opponents made it exceedingly difficult for him to recover any health through the meager 8 lifesteal. Wang Ke astutely noted this and exclaimed, "See? This guy won't last long. He has so little health left, we can take him down by piling on the pressure, like ants gnawing at an elephant." The members of Zhonghai University were steadily losing players, while Jiang Bai's health plummeted. From 100 to below 50, the descent occurred in a mere 20 seconds. Even as the number of opponents dwindled to below 100, 40, 30, 20, finally, down to 10. Even Wang Ke, who was observing from a distance, joined the fray, shouting, "Brothers, hold back. I want the final blow. I want to personally take down this wild dog for our amusement." Here, Even as Jiang Bai's health teetered on the brink of death, his expression remained utterly undisturbed. It was nothing but confidence. He calculated meticulously, knowing that when he fell, the opposing team would be left with at most 70 players, unaware of his resurrection skill. Upon revival, those 70 would become mere lambs for the slaughter. 5. 3. Wang Ku was so exhilarated that his heart raced to his throat. Give me some loot. I want the gear. In the final moment of one, Wang Ku launched a frenzied assault on Jiang Bai, unleashing every skill with reckless abandon. While Jiang Bai, utilizing the brief window before his demise, executed one last multi-shot. As Wang Ku summoned a colossal fireball, it was mere inches from Jiang Bai. In that critical instant, just as Jiang Bai prepared for resurrection, time seemed to come to a halt. Everything here is firmly frozen in that singular moment. Skills swirl in the air, suspended mid-flight, while a blazing fireball halts before Jiang Bai, refusing to advance. What is happening? Suddenly, all players are bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. It is not until a middle-aged man emerges slowly from the gaping hole of a towering tree behind Jiang Bai that the mystery begins to unravel. Clad in tattered and filthy black robes, with a seemingly unremarkable wooden bough slung over his shoulder, the man possesses unkempt long hair and a scruffy beard that, while disheveled, astonishingly complements his handsome features. He exudes a languid and untidy aura, yet is imbued with an air of profound experience. This is the impression he leaves on the crowd. His brown eyes lazily scan the surroundings before he offers a faint smile. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, all skills aimed at Jiang Bai vanish in an instant. Who is this? Where did my skills go? Is this an NPC? Ignoring the buzzing voices of the onlookers, Abdul turns his gaze to Jiang Bai, gently shaking his head. Adventurer, it seems you are still far from becoming a true Dark Ranger. With drooping eyelids, Abdul slowly draws the longbow from behind him. The great Dark Ranger does not kill clumsily like you. The unremarkable wooden bow, upon being pulled taut, suddenly erupts with ink-like black mist. Watch closely. Whoosh. The arrow, charged with energy, transforms in an instant into a 5-clawed dragon, entirely as dark as ink. With a resounding roar, the dragon twists and soars. In the next moment, all life in the dragon's path is obliterated. Hundreds of players, including Wang Ku, meet their untimely demise beneath the shadow of the dragon, or rather, as soon as the dragon envelopes them, they are reduced to mere data, returning to the resurrection point. Goodness, this move leaves Jiang Bai utterly dumbfounded. Not only is this skill incredibly striking, but it is also overwhelmingly powerful, a super area attack. Most astonishingly, NPCs in this game can act at will against players. This is simply terrifying. Does this imply that players can freely attack NPCs as well? The degree of freedom cannot be that high. Jiang Bai glances again at Abdul's nameplate, suddenly realizing that Abdul's name is displayed in yellow, indicating he is a neutral NPC, not affiliated with any faction, and thus permitted to engage players. This has been previously mentioned in the official background of certain NPCs. Those neutral NPCs often straddle the line between good and evil, exhibiting a high degree of personification. This is absolutely astonishing. I have embraced the might of a colossal figure. Master, was that maneuver of yours also a skill of the Dark Ranger? Jiang Bai inquired cautiously. Indeed, Abdul nodded without hesitation. May I learn it? Abdul turned around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. First, you must become a Dark Ranger. This statement ignited a fervent fire within Jiang Bai's eyes. I am determined to transform into a Dark Ranger and acquire that skill. It is simply extraordinary. Within the resurrection point, dozens of individuals who revived simultaneously exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What exactly transpired just now? Only Wang Ku, filled with ire, stamped his foot in frustration. Witnessing the golden opportunity slip away, he was consumed by rage. How infuriating. That NPC actually assisted that wild dog. Otherwise, I would have already defeated him. Did you catch the NPC's name and attributes? The fellow named Zhang Chao from Zhonghai tentatively nodded, then shook his head. It was too swift, boss. I couldn't quite see clearly. Regardless, he was a neutral NPC. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted against us. It matters not. I have memorized the location. Wang Ku smirked coldly, cursing under his breath. How dare that insolent NPC act against his father? Once my level rises, I shall undoubtedly lead a group to take him down. And that wild dog, Jiang Bai. Chapter 66. The Life System after completing the recent battle. Jiang Bai hastily logged off without attending to anything else. The equipment dropped by Wang Ku and the others was of little value. So Jiang Bai simply sold it at the trading market. His condition in the game had already dipped below 5, and had it not been for Wang Ku's skirmish, he would have likely logged off much earlier. Nearly 9 hours had passed since Jiang Bai entered the gaming pod. Upon awakening and unlocking his phone, Jiang Bai found an abundance of missed calls, over 10 from the same person, his mother. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated too much, otherwise he could only imagine how anxious she might have become. After some contemplation, Jiang Bai opted not to call her immediately. Instead, he transferred a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan to her account before finally dialing her number. Hello? Mom? Son, what on earth is going on? I've called you so many times. I'm almost frantic with worry. After 10 minutes of conversation, Jiang Bai finally hung up, exhaling a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart had finally lifted. Wishing to keep his romantic troubles from his mother, he fabricated a story about having secured a job. Although his mother expressed her dissatisfaction, at least there was an explanation. Particularly after she saw the 100,000 yuan he had sent, which led her to believe that her son's job seemed promising. Yet, she still worried whether Jiang Bai might have strayed onto a path of crime, a concern he reassured her he would never pursue. Mom, I'm still young. I would never choose a life of crime. After concluding the call with his mother, Jiang Bai did not rush back to the game. Instead, he took a shower, dined out, and enjoyed a bottle of beer before leisurely returning home to prepare for his gaming session. However, upon reaching the login screen, he was taken aback to discover he could not access the game. A large maintenance announcement left him stunned. Another maintenance? Wasn't there just one? Leaving the gaming pod, Jiang Bai navigated to the official game forum, where he found a newly posted announcement from just half an hour prior. It detailed the introduction of a new life system. A life system? Jiang Bai paused for a moment, continuing to read to grasp the full implications. It turned out that the purpose of this update was to enhance the game's realism. Following the implementation of the life system, players would experience a game hunger, which could be alleviated by consuming food within the game. Additionally, players could restore their character's status by resting in-game. In essence, with the introduction of the life system, the game would become more akin to real life, allowing players to manage their basic needs within the game world, eliminating the previous necessity to log off every few hours for such mundane matters. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Bai discovered an announcement at the bottom of the page, revealing that numerous prestigious global dining brands, hotel chains, and leading enterprises within the food industry had entered the game. The sheer volume of brands, amounting to thousands filling an entire screen, was utterly overwhelming. This was undeniably a colossal opportunity. Jiang Bai was left in awe, contemplating the sheer brilliance of the marketing team at Genesis, who had ingeniously crafted a living system that attracted major brands from the real world into the game. Just how many opportunities could this generate? How much profit could ensue? It was no wonder that Genesis had the audacity to offer a currency exchange between game currency and real currency with a fixed exchange rate. They had evidently prepared for this moment. As Jiang Bai skimmed through the list, he noticed that most of the brands were well-known. The range of hotels was extensive, encompassing everything from high-end establishments like Hilton, Marriott, and Four Seasons, to budget chains such as 7 Days and Home Inn. However, Jiang Bai was curious whether these hotels were only established within the safety zones of cities or if they also operated in the wilderness. Moreover, the living system did not imply that only these brands could engage in business activities. All players within Genesis could venture into entrepreneurship or seek employment with these brands to earn wages. This meant that the game's degree of freedom and openness would be considerably enhanced, allowing not just combat players to thrive, but also many lifestyle players to discover paths more suited to their preferences. This added an intriguing dimension to the game. After reviewing the information, Jiang Bai felt a flicker of anticipation, for he was about to immerse himself in a more authentic world. The newly introduced living system appeared vast, yet the maintenance time was relatively short, with the game set to resume in just 1 hour. Upon re-entering the game, Jiang Bai found himself back in the desolate marsh. Within the dimly lit chamber of a birder, the figure remained languidly reclined on a tattered sofa, legs crossed, exuding a facade of elegance while awkwardly swaying a filthy wine glass in his hand. "Master, you seem to enjoy your wine," Jiang Bai remarked. A birder cast a fleeting glance at him, sighing with a hint of regret. Wine is indeed a fine thing, but alas, this land is too barren to produce quality red wine. "Oh, master, Please savor your wine at your leisure. I must now procure some equipment, Jiang Bai replied. Opening the trading post, he noticed that an increasing number of players had transitioned to new classes. If he did not accelerate his progress, he risked falling behind. Jiang Bai assessed his gear, realizing that what he most urgently needed was a level 10 ring, as these two items were offensive equipment that could enhance his capabilities swiftly. As for defensive gear, given Archimonde's attacking prowess, it was not a priority. Jiang Bai promptly entered a frenzied shopping mode, acquiring a total of 16 level 10 rings. Fortunately, as the main player base leveled up, the market value of level 10 equipment plummeted, particularly for white-tier items. The price of common level 10 jewelry had already dipped below 1 gold coin. What is truly valuable are those rings imbued with color and attributes. Even among the level 10 rings, the prices for the rare green ones are often thrice that of the white variants, and the prices escalate even further for higher quality. High-quality equipment is seldom found, and exquisite jewelry is even rarer. After much effort, 2 pieces of level 10 ancient jewelry finally came into existence. The Deadly Eagle Eye Apocalypse Ring Ancient boasts physical attack, 40, agility, 14, strength, 10, and a critical hit rate of 2. The attribute, Deadly, enhances the critical hit rate by an additional 3. The skill, Eagle Eye, when activated, raises the critical hit rate by 15 for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Required level for equipping, 10. Astounding. The double critical hit attributes are remarkable. Moreover, there exists an active skill, Eagle Eye, which is immensely powerful. Jiang Bai immediately donned the ring, and his critical hit attribute surged to 16. If he activated Eagle Eye, his critical hit attribute would momentarily soar to 31. How terrifying that is. Meanwhile, as Jiang Bai adorned the brand new ring, a birder cast a puzzled glance at him. How strange. Why did the aura of this adventurer suddenly seem so formidable? Chapter 67. My irreconcilable conflict with gambling and drugs. The enhancement provided by this ring is undoubtedly substantial. However, it still falls short of what is required to vanquish Archimonde. At present, Jiang Bai possesses 96 gold coins and has accumulated 8 skill enhancement scrolls in his backpack, all gathered from his prior conquest of over 1,000 crocodiles. The necessity to enhance skills looms large. Jiang Bai perused the listings for skill enhancement scrolls, and the prices left him utterly astounded. 5 gold coins? Is this a jest? What an outrageous price. Jiang Bai was taken aback. He had assumed that these items would depreciate in value, yet they have increased. Are these prices within the reach of the common folk? Pondering this, he found it hard to comprehend. Yet, the reasoning is quite straightforward. As a pivotal factor that significantly widens the gap between the affluent and the ordinary, skill enhancement is the second pursuit of the wealthy, aside from equipment. As the wealthy elevate their levels and the quality of their skills improves, the demand for skill enhancement scrolls will only soar, and consequently, the prices will rise correspondingly. Thus, at this juncture, skill enhancement scrolls have become a form of hard currency, though 5 gold coins per scroll may seem exorbitant. This perspective is solely from the viewpoint of common players. For the true elite, who recharge millions upon millions, such an amount is trivial. And how many affluent players exist worldwide? One could scarcely count them all. Therefore, skill enhancement remains an unattainable luxury for the common populace. Moreover, it appears that skill enhancement is a bottomless pit. A post on the forum recounted how a wealthy player recklessly spent 5 million renminbi overnight to acquire over 100 enhancement scrolls in a bid to bolster his skills. Yet, after this significant expenditure, he achieved merely a level 6 enhancement. Reflecting on this, Jiang Bai sent messages to both Xingchen Zuoyin and Datong Wuzue. Could you do me a favor, brothers? Help me gather some skill enhancement scrolls. I'll purchase them at the rate of 5 gold coins each. If I lack sufficient funds, I'll owe you, but I will repay. After dispatching the messages, Jiang Bai nervously rubbed his hands together, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He had seldom engaged in such borrowing and was uncertain of his chances. 1 minute passed without a reply from either party. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. After an anxious wait of approximately 5 minutes, seeing his messages disappear into silence, Jiang Bai abandoned the notion. Just then, Datong Wuzue's transaction window appeared. This item is currently quite precious. I managed to find 44 scrolls within the entire guild, so take these for now. The price went unmentioned by Datong Wuzue. All right, I'll owe you 220 gold. Thank you, brother. Jiang Bai did not hesitate and promptly accepted the transaction. Forget about debts. Among these, 7 belong to me, while the remaining 37 are from the brothers. We are family, and I will find a way to resolve the matter of their funds, so do not worry. Should you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Just as Datong Wuzue's transaction window closed, the transaction window from Xingqian Zuiyin popped up. In our small guild, we managed to acquire merely 22 enhancement scrolls. Do not dismiss their scarcity, my friend. Should you bring up the matter of money, I shall be compelled to withhold them from you, as I still possess authority over the guild's inventory. A warm current surged through Jiang Bai's heart. He exchanged no further pleasantries and accepted the 22 enhancement scrolls from Xingqian Zuiyin. Although neither party mentioned the issue of payment, Jiang Bai had already noted down the value of 5 gold pieces per scroll. When one finds themselves in a predicament, it is an immense favor when another is willing to lend assistance. It would be unreasonable not to repay such kindness. Furthermore, Jiang Bai was acutely aware of the current worth of enhancement scrolls. For anyone, a collection of such scrolls is invaluable. Just as he was about to commence the skill enhancement process, Xingqian Momo unexpectedly initiated a trade window. Brother, what about enhancing your skills? I have secretly stashed away 2 more for you. Consequently, the total number of scrolls increased from 66 to 68. Let us do this. Jiang Bai opened the skill enhancement interface, still focusing on enhancing explosive shot. The skill, already enhanced to level 3, was set to advance to level 4. The required number of enhancement scrolls changed from 8 to 9, while the success rate plummeted from 60 to 40. The system was truly relentless. This would cost 450,000. At that moment, Jiang Bai finally comprehended why there were no penalties for failed skill enhancements. Such precious materials are simply too costly to endure a downgrade upon failure. Even for the wealthiest among us. Here we go. At the moment he clicked to enhance, Jiang Bai instinctively covered the enhancement interface, unable to bear the anticipation, as this matter was far more exhilarating than anything else. A flash of golden light lingered for what felt like an eternity before Jiang Bai slowly withdrew his hand. The skill enhancement was successful. Incredible! Jiang Bai slammed his hand on the table, venting his exhilaration. What was happening? Beside him, Abadal could not comprehend Jiang Bai's actions. Explosive shot, S rank, enhancement level, for skill description, fires 3 consecutive shots, inflicting 140, 150, and 190 physical damage on the target. If the final shot is a critical hit, it guarantees an additional attack, dealing 210 physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 13 seconds. Passive attribute, increases critical hit chance by 2. Aside from the numerical enhancements, there were no other alterations. Jiang Bai examined the attributes with a calm demeanor. It seemed that a critical hit would only increase by 1 every 3 levels. Transitioning from level 4 to 5 posed a significant challenge, with the success rate dropping to 30 and the required scrolls increasing to 10. Do not be misled by the seemingly modest 30. This success rate is alarmingly low, as each enhancement is an independent event, meaning that one cannot simply assume a 90 success rate after 3 attempts. Those with misfortune may fail 7 or 8 times, while those favored by fortune might succeed on their first try. As for Jiang Bai's initial attempt to enhance from level 4 to 5, it unsurprisingly resulted in failure. Not unexpected, he accepted this with equanimity. The second attempt also ended in failure. Veins began to throb on Jiang Bai's forehead. Surely, the third attempt could not fail as well. Skill enhancement failed. WCNM. Jiang Bai erupted in frustration, spewing expletives. 3 times. Consecutively 3 times. Can a mere 30 probability lead to such repeated failures? Surely, the system is conspiring against me. Some say that enhancing equipment is akin to gambling, and this notion holds merit. At this moment, Jiang Bai, blinded by rage, unthinkingly invested another 10 enhancement scrolls. By the heavens above, I shall not coexist with this treachery. Grant me success. Whoosh. A radiant golden light flashed as the skill enhancement succeeded. On the 4th attempt, the golden glow reappeared, and the skill finally reached level 5. However, Jiang Bai could not muster any excitement. The cost was exorbitant. A staggering 40 enhancement scrolls yielded but a single success. That amounts to 200 gold, mind you. To be frank, Jiang Bai felt he had incurred a loss, an egregious loss. Yet, upon witnessing the enhancement level of explosive shot reach 5, his expression gradually transformed. This it can actually be like this? This system, it is truly a relentless source of despair, yet simultaneously a wellspring of unexpected delight. Chapter 68. Super Buff, Eagle Eye, Jiang Bai had never anticipated that the mechanics of skills could be altered through enhancement. The current level 5 explosive shot serves as a prime example. Explosive shot, S rank, enhancement level, 5 skill description, unleashes 3 consecutive shots, inflicting 145, 155, and 200 physical damage to the targeted enemy. If the final attack results in a critical hit, an additional strike is guaranteed, dealing 220 physical damage. Should a second critical hit occur, a subsequent attack is triggered, dealing 230 physical damage. Cooldown time, 13 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 2. What a value! 2 million spent wisely. Not only does this enhance attributes, but it also introduces a new mechanic. Consecutive critical hits trigger an additional attack. The implications of this enhancement are far more profound than they appear at first glance. Jiang Bai calculated meticulously, realizing the sheer terror of this skill. Assuming he could inflict 1,000 points of damage, the third attack, with its 200 bonus, would yield 2,000 points. If a critical hit occurs, this could escalate to 5,000 damage. Moreover, with the subsequent additional attack dealing 220, that adds another 2,200 damage, and if that too is a critical hit, it becomes 5,500 damage. The second additional strike, with a 230 bonus, would account for another 2,300 damage. The sum of these figures could easily exceed 10,000 damage in an instant. Fearsome indeed. An existence capable of obliterating anything in its path. Jiang Bai gasped with excitement, yet remained composed. Whether he could achieve such damage ultimately hinged on luck. Alas, critical hits are often dictated by chance. Certainly, the S-rank skill is immensely powerful, but such staggering damage relies heavily on robust critical hit attributes. To reach the aforementioned damage threshold, Jiang Bai must land 2 consecutive critical hits. The probability of this is not insignificant. Moreover, it is crucial to note that after enhancing to level 5, this multiple strike mechanism, while seemingly formidable, is backed by the over 2 million he had invested. Who among the ordinary could afford such an expenditure? Thus, skill enhancement at this stage is not something the average person can easily engage in. Thus far, Jiang Bai had utilized 48 skill enhancement scrolls, leaving him with 20. He hesitated between saving them or continuing to enhance. Logically, an enhancement level of 5-4, explosive shot, would suffice. Advancing from 5 to 6 requires 11 scrolls with a mere 20 success rate. In moments of indecision, impulse often overrides reason. As Jiang Bai's breaths grew heavier and his heartbeat quickened, his trembling hands could no longer restrain themselves. Damn it! Indecision leads to defeat. Decisiveness must prevail. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Bai cast the 11 skill enhancement scrolls into the fray. Let us take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. With a 20 probability, let fate decide. Here we go. In that fleeting moment of dazzling brilliance, Jiang Bai felt his heart leap into his throat. Subsequently, the detailed attributes of the enhanced skill materialized before his eyes. Explosive shot, S rank, enhancement level, 6 skill description, fires 3 consecutive shots, dealing 150, 160, and 210 physical damage to the targeted enemy. The first 2 attacks will not trigger critical hits. However, if the third attack triggers a critical hit, it will guarantee an additional attack, dealing 230 physical damage to the target. Should a further critical hit occur, a second additional attack will be triggered, inflicting 240 physical damage. Cooldown time, 12. 5 seconds. Passive attribute, critical hit chance increased by 3. Marvelous! Jiang Bai exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, his voice reaching a crescendo as he leaped in elation. What are you so excited about, empty city old dream? Abidal, startled, set down his goblet and stood, gazing quizzically at Jiang Bai. Don't say anything, master. I must confront that Archimond again, right now? Abidal tilted his head, contemplating Jiang Bai's fervor. Are you certain, empty city old dream? I am absolutely certain. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bai stood once more before Archimond, who was still ensconced in slumber. As before, Jiang Bai positioned himself at a distance of 70 yards. Initiating with eagle-eye shot, an arrow pierced the air, embedding itself into Archimond's head. 1064. At 70 yards, Jiang Bai was well prepared, and as Archimond charged forward, the moment explosive shot illuminated, he unleashed his attack. Eagle Eye. As Jiang Bai activated Eagle Eye, the 3 arrows from explosive shot were simultaneously released. Meanwhile, his critical hit attribute surged to 32. 1,064, 1,134, 3,545. Critical hit. Then, the fourth attack soared forth. 4,076. Another critical hit. The fifth attack, dealing 240 damage. Unfortunately, did not trigger another critical hit. 1,701. With a single, explosive shot, he obliterated 520 hit points from the boss. How exhilarating. Jiang Bai could not contain his joy, and the benefits derived from those two critical hits were far from trivial. With the two critical hits, Windbreaker stacked to 2 layers, equating to a 20 increase in attack speed, while the boss's movement speed decreased by 40, a truly formidable advantage. Jiang Bai still had ample distance to inflict damage. A range of 305 was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Eagle Eye state still had 7 seconds remaining. Jiang Bai then unleashed a trio of attacks: Shock Shot, Ink Shot, and Multi-Shot, further whittling down the boss's health. 780, 851, 1,134. With a critical strike chance enhancement of 32, the Multi-Shot triggered another critical hit, instantly resetting its cooldown. At this moment, the Shock Shot finally activated the stun buff. Once more, 1,134. With 2 consecutive critical hits, Jiang Bai unleashed a third multi-shot. 567. The Windbreak had stacked to 4 layers, and combined with the attributes of his attire, Jiang Bai now enjoyed a remarkable 50 increase in attack speed, while the boss remained incapacitated in a state of stun. Furthermore, with an additional 40 slow effect, the creature could hardly approach him. Seizing the opportunity presented by the 40 attack speed boost, Jiang Bai unleashed a barrage of arrows, the sound of whistling arrows filling the air. 709, 709, 1,418. With the Windbreak stacked to 5 layers, the 10-second Eagle Eye finally faded. Undeniably, this buff was truly extraordinary for Jiang Bai. Just then, the boss broke free from the stun. Injured and enraged, it charged forward with a ferocious double bite. Unfortunately, it was too far from Jiang Bai to close the distance. Taking advantage of the boss's lingering 40 slow buff, Jiang Bai deftly retreated, and with a 60 attack speed boost, he unleashed another 3 consecutive strikes. 709, 709, 709. Without the Eagle Eye, reality struck hard. Critical hits became elusive. To this point, Jiang Bai had depleted a total of 177 points of the boss's health, and barely 20 seconds had passed. At last, the boss closed in, executing a standard bite. Jiang Bai rolled away to evade and followed up with a basic attack. He continued to retreat, delivering another basic attack. Experiencing the 60 attack speed boost for the first time, Jiang Bai had never felt so fluid. It was as if he were soaring. Chapter 69, Job Change. Dark Ranger. As the second basic attack failed to trigger a critical hit, Jiang Bai's Windbreak buff dissipated, leaving him with a tinge of regret. What if it could stack to 100? Wouldn't that be extraordinary? Yet, such musings were merely fanciful for now. Jiang Bai needed to focus intently on the boss. Once the cooldown of his skills concluded, Jiang Bai seized the opportunity as the boss completed a series of charges and bites, creating distance to unleash another barrage of skills. However, luck did not favor him this time. His explosive shot failed to trigger a critical hit, but did activate the Phoenix Feather effect. Yet, in this one-on-one scenario, the Phoenix Feather, typically a devastating force in team battles, proved less impactful. After a round of skills, Jiang Bai had managed to whittle down the boss's health by nearly 8,000 points. The interval between skills allowed for a delicate dance of evasion. Jiang Bai had become adept at dodging the boss's normal attacks, managing to evade approximately 1 out of every 3. However, the tricky 2-hit combo was far more challenging to avoid, primarily due to the floating mechanism that left Jiang Bai with little maneuverability. Nonetheless, with his high burst damage every 20 to 30 seconds, Jiang Bai could regain some health through lifesteal, keeping his vitality in relatively good condition. Thus, after a 2-minute tug of war, the cooldown for Eagle Eye concluded, and the boss was left with just over 49,000 health points. "Embrace the deluge," he exclaimed as he activated Eagle Eye. In an instant, 3 explosive shots were unleashed. This time, a critical hit was triggered once, which was already impressive. Coupled with his other skills, Jiang Bai inflicted 12,000 damage within 10 seconds, further diminishing the boss's health. Indeed, it was all about having the Eagle Eye skill, Jiang Bai mused. Had he possessed such an active skill during his previous attempt, he likely would have succeeded then. From the first minute onward, he had sensed that overcoming Archimonde was no longer a formidable challenge. His prior failure was primarily due to insufficient damage output. While he felt some pressure in terms of damage absorption, it was manageable, especially since he still had over 500 health points remaining after 10 minutes of battle. With the boss's health plummeting below 50, it activated its spiked defense. In this phase, the boss sacrificed its mobility for formidable damage reduction, prompting Jiang Bai to play cautiously, timing his damage skills for the moment the spiked defense dissipated. At this point, having deciphered the boss's mechanics, Archimonde posed no further threat. The instant the spiked defense faded, Jiang Bai unleashed another torrent of attacks, driving the boss's health below 40,000. Remarkably, only 3 minutes had elapsed. It appeared that he would not need the full 10 minutes after all. Jiang Bai consumed a calming pill, and indeed, the solo trial boss was significantly weakened. Had it been in its complete form, its abilities would never have been so feeble, and its strength could not possibly have been as it currently stood. Jiang Bai was acutely aware that the difficulty of this boss trial was formidable, but its challenge lay primarily in Archimonde's exceedingly high health and defense, testing the player's output rather than other aspects. If the output were sufficient, Archimonde would pose no threat. Thus, nearly 3 million in skill enhancements proved exceptionally worthwhile. With the prospect of soon transitioning to the Dark Ranger class, Jiang Bai felt invigorated. As time reached 5 minutes and 41 seconds, Eagle Eye cooled down once more. Jiang Bai's health had just been reduced to about 50 by the boss, while the boss's health was down to approximately 32,000. Crucially, during this round of attacks, Jiang Bai inflicted a freezing buff, granting him an additional 3 seconds of immobilization, which provided substantial opportunities for output. After this round of skills, the boss's health dwindled to a meager 18,000, with just over 5 minutes remaining, ample time for Jiang Bai. The boss's health steadily declined, and the dawn of victory became increasingly apparent. This prolonged, intense battle continuously honed Jiang Bai's agility and awareness. At 4.5 minutes, Archimonde, with less than 4,000 health remaining, activated his spike defense once more. Jiang Bai patiently awaited the expiration of this defense. As the clock struck 4 minutes, the spike defense dissipated, and Eagle Eye was activated again. When the 3 segments of explosive shot erupted in a dazzling display, Archimonde's massive form finally crashed to the ground. The timer in the upper right corner of the interface forever halted at 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the trial boss, Avatar of Archimonde. Task, Trial of Abyddal completed. Splendid! Jiang Bai uttered this exclamation with a weary voice, having reached the brink of exhaustion. This was the longest, most taxing, and most focused battle he had engaged in, aside from the siege warfare. The system notified him that he would be teleported out of this space in 1 minute. Yet before that, he needed to collect the glimmering treasures dropped by Archimonde. It was time for rewards. Although this was a trial boss, the Avatar of Archimonde was, in fact, the hidden boss of the Desolate Marsh. Upon receiving the system prompt, Jiang Bai learned that until someone completed the Dark Ranger series of class transition tasks, which involved defeating Archimonde, the boss in the Desolate Marsh would not spawn. Prior to Jiang Bai's appearance, that individual could have been any player. But it was now evident that this player was Jiang Bai himself. Following his defeat of Archimonde, the boss in the Desolate Marsh would randomly respawn for other players to challenge. This also clarified why Jiang Bai had previously vanquished all the crocodiles in this area without encountering the boss. It appears that I am indeed the savior of this little map, am I not? Naturally, having invested so much, the rewards are bound to be extraordinarily generous. However, Jiang Bai found himself pressed for time, hastily collecting items before exiting the dungeon. Come, master, crown me as king. Oh, upon seeing Jiang Bai, Abyddal's eyes sparkled with surprise. You have remarkably triumphed over Archimonde so swiftly, exceeding my expectations. Ding. With a melodious system prompt, a brilliant golden light enveloped Jiang Bai. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Abyddal's ultimate trial, and successfully transitioned to the hidden class of Dark Ranger. Meanwhile, the striking announcement in bold letters captured the attention of all players. Congratulations to the player Empty City Old Dream for successfully transitioning to the hidden class of Dark Ranger. Wow. The moment the announcement was made, the World Chat channel erupted in excitement. Chapter 70, 28 stars. To be candid, Although Jiang Bai's progression in his class change has been rather sluggish, and despite the absence of any verbal acknowledgement, the majority of players in Kunlun City have been eagerly anticipating the class change announcement for Empty City Old Dream. He remains one of the top 10 players on the level leaderboard who has yet to transition. His name shines with a captivating brilliance, making him one of the most talked about players to date. While he may not be officially recognized as the supreme deity of the game, the sheer volume of high-traffic videos and live streams featuring him has imbued his name with considerable notoriety. Thus, the community is rife with speculation regarding why this enigmatic Empty City Old Dream has delayed his class change. Cloudy, he has finally changed classes. I was wondering why Empty City Old Dream had been silent for so long. Lustful silk stockings. Goodness, I am curious to see the growth attributes of this Dark Ranger. Unruly, don't bother looking, the attributes may be appealing, but they pale in comparison to your silk stockings, haha. Adorable bunny, ha. I always knew my brother would eventually unlock a hidden class. I'm rooting for you, brother. I'm waiting for your proposal. Proud one, you can all roll out. Empty City Old Dream is my husband. Love will vanish. That is my husband. You lot should all leave. In the Cold River City Alliance, the prestigious guild Forgetting River convened. Forgetting River Zine. Holy Maiden, please investigate the class attributes and ratings of this Dark Ranger. Forgetting River Jiasha Holy Maiden. Don't waste your effort, boss. It's not possible to find out. All hidden classes discovered by players are listed on the official website. And just a moment ago, the name Dark Ranger has only just appeared in the class overview. Forgetting River Tianmao. Boss, think about it. Given how quickly Empty City Old Dream previously gained traction, the prolonged duration of this class change suggests that it must be extraordinary. Forgetting River Jiasha Holy Maiden, I say. Little cat, spare us the chatter. Class ratings are categorized into 3 tiers. Considering Empty City Old Dream's prowess and approach, where do you think this Dark Ranger will fall? Forgetting River Tianmao, by heavens. Forgetting River Tianmao. Could it possibly be a first-tier rating? I need to personally gather more information. In the Imperial State Alliance, the Grand Guild Daxia Guild Leader, Daxia Longke, glanced at the official list before slowly closing the webpage, letting out a deep sigh. If his assumptions were correct, this should indeed be a first-tier rated class. Daxia Dashan. It's hard to say, but there is a possibility. Daxia Longke clenched his fists. I must find a way to succeed in this class change quest today. In the Chaos Guild, as Chaos Shoyu was engaged in his class change quest within a dungeon, his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the system announcement. Damn it, this scoundrel. He actually managed to change classes before me. I refuse to accept this. Empty City Old Dream, just wait for me. In the Wanlisha Alliance. Long Yen number 1. Oh, has Empty City Old Dream finally changed classes? Number 2. Do we have any information on the Dark Ranger? Dragon Flame no. 2. Not at all. Hee. Dragon Flame number 1. Keep an eye on this individual. He is truly talented. In summary, Jiang Bai's job change information may appear to be mere excitement on the World Channel, but within the major guilds throughout Huaxia, it is akin to a monumental revelation. Naturally, upon successfully transitioning his profession, Jiang Bai received heartfelt congratulations from several friends, including Xingchen Zhuahan, Xingchen Momo, and Datong Wuzue. However, at that moment, Jiang Bai was utterly engrossed in the growth attributes of the Dark Ranger. Dark Ranger, Professional Direction, Secondary Archer Class Professional Rating, Elite, 28 total stars, Professional Growth, Life Growth Potential, Energy Growth Potential, Physical Attack Growth Potential, Magical Attack Growth Potential, Attack Strength Growth Potential, Defense Growth Potential, Professional Talents, Eagle Eye LV1. Passive increases attack range by 1 yard for every 50 points of strength, current cap, 10 yards. Windbreaker LV1. Passive increases attack speed and movement speed by 1 for every 50 points of agility, current cap, 10. Deadly LV1. Passive increases critical strike chance by 1 for every 100 points of agility and strength, current cap, 5. Gazing at the professional attributes of the Dark Ranger, Jiang Bai was overwhelmed with exhilaration, rendering him breathless. An elite class rated at 28 stars. Though he had envisioned this countless times, when the moment truly arrived, it felt surreal and almost inconceivable. In the entire realm of creation, among billions of players, there are scarcely a handful of elite-rated professions. Yet just a few days prior to the launch of creation, Jiang Bai was merely an unemployed dropout, often referred to as a loser. Upon entering the game, despite lacking a unique talent boost, Jiang Bai, with the heart of creation and this hidden class, accomplished a remarkable turnaround in his life. With a staggering 10-star growth in physical attack, this was undeniably extraordinary. The talents are 3 passive skills, all following a percentage growth curve. Though my attributes are currently low, the benefits are not yet apparent. However, as the game progresses, my attributes will become increasingly formidable, signifying that my rewards will soar exponentially. At this moment, as he glanced at his personal attribute panel, he recognized an utterly transformative change had occurred. Empty City. Old Dream. Level 13 Reputation 100 Class Dark Ranger Race. Human Health Points 470,094. 2. Energy Points 1080. Physical Attack 187,156. 3. Magical Attack 37. Attack Strength 400. Defense 466. Attributes: Constitution 88. Spirit 36. Strength 80. Intelligence 37. Agility 159. Critical Hit Rate 17. Attack Range 306. Attack Speed 13. Movement Speed 18. Critical Damage 50. Titles: I Am Strong. Chosen 1. First Blood, Demon Hunter, Master of Last Hits. Universal Skills: Shock Shot, Aimed Shot, Multi-Shot, Explosive Shot, Eagle Eye Shot. Class-specific skills: None. The defensive capabilities have nearly doubled. Health has surged by 1.5 times, and the attack power approaches 2,000, reaching nearly 2,500 when considering the attack strength. Jiang Bai repeatedly marveled at the disparity before and after the job change. It was truly a chasm akin to a mortal who has toiled for years, finally breaking through a bottleneck, undergoing a metamorphosis, and entering the realm of cultivation. A significant upgrade indeed. However, if we regard the 28-star rating as elite, it seems May 28th not be the pinnacle. Could the upper limit of class growth be 30? Jiang Bai strongly suspected this to be the case. The developers would not establish a non-integer upper limit. Currently, among the known class growth attributes, his 28-star rating stands as the highest, with glimpses of others' attributes providing further insight. The third-tier growth attributes range between 1620, while the second tier lies between 2125. Naturally, the first tier cannot merely be 2,628, it can only be 2,630. The reason he hesitates to assert that the first tier upper limit is 30 is simply that no one has yet achieved that number, not even 29. In saying this, he realizes he is yet to attain a full rating. Jiang Bai shook his head with a hint of regret, but then pondered whether he was being overly demanding. He had already reached the highest known growth attributes. What more could he desire? Of course, Jiang Bai was acutely aware that following the job change, while the overall strength of players may not be as extraordinary as his own, it undoubtedly results in a qualitative transformation. Those with attributes just 1 or 2 points lower than his must also possess formidable capabilities. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect lies in the 3 class passives. To deem them powerful is to acknowledge their strength underpinned by robust attributes. Yet, if deemed weak, for players without the means to invest, these passives could be rendered utterly useless. Everything possesses duality, and I happen to have the Plunder passive. Though its probability is exceedingly low, theoretically, my attributes could grow infinitely. It remains unclear how the passive levels of these professions can be enhanced. Just as Jiang Bai was lost in contemplation, staring at the attribute panel, the system notification chimed once more. Chapter 71. Perfect World. You have successfully transitioned to a new class and are now granted an opportunity to adjust your skills. Players may selectively forget previously acquired universal skills. Please make your choice. Jiang Bai suddenly realized that this was not surprising. He had seen discussions on the forum indicating that after a class change, while skills are categorized into universal and class-specific ones, both types still coexist and share the player's skill slots. Consequently, players who had filled their slots prior to the transition might find themselves lacking available slots, which is why the system provided this opportunity. Skill slots become exceedingly precious in the later stages of the game. After reaching level 10, players gain an additional skill slot only after every 5 levels. The high degree of freedom in Genesis is clearly demonstrated in the class transition process. After successfully changing classes, the previous universal skill system remains intact and effective, with high-level and high-intensity universal skills still becoming available, allowing transition players to continue learning universal skills. In a sense, universal skills ensure a baseline for players. Conversely, class-specific skills are not acquired through mechanical learning from NPCs as in other games. Rather, players must continue to explore. They can obtain random quests through interactions with NPCs, fulfill certain hidden conditions, or even have a minuscule chance of acquiring them from wild monsters, or through treasure hunting. Among other possibilities, there are no limits to what one can conceive, only the system's capabilities impose constraints. Thus, the methods of acquiring class-specific skills are more unpredictable, and the difficulty of acquisition is significantly higher. Some players have already validated this. For instance, a player on the forum managed to acquire their first class-specific skill by lavishly bribing their class mentor. Others, attempting to mimic this approach without understanding their mentor's temperament, resorted to monetary bribery or even seduction, only to provoke their mentors into ignoring them. Jiang Bai clearly faced this dilemma. After much deliberation, he chose to forget aimed shot, as it dealt minimal damage and possessed no special effects, rendering it rather useless. This decision granted him an additional skill slot. But the question remained, how would he acquire his first class-specific skill? Jiang Bai couldn't help but recall Abadul's spectacular black dragon attack that had saved him, such a breathtaking display of power. If he could learn that, he would truly dominate the game. Master, Jiang Bai said, gazing eagerly at Abadul, who smiled back at him, as the esteemed heir of the Dark Ranger lineage, striving to restore the glory of the Dark Rangers and return to the path of Genesis with determination. Could you impart a few class-specific skills to aid your disciple in conquering the Genesis continent? Abadul let out a cold laugh, seemingly having discerned Jiang Bai's thoughts. He turned and returned to the tattered sofa, lifting the grimy cup once more. I must say, empty city dream, given your current capabilities. You might struggle to make an impact. Let us just hope you don't tarnish the reputation of the Dark Rangers. Damn it. Jiang Bai was nearly left breathless by Abadul's remark. Master, I have 100 gold coins, you. To his surprise, Abadul waved his hand dismissively, saying, In the realm of empty cities and old dreams, do you perceive me as a man in need of money? Jiang Bai was truly tempted to retort. Considering the dilapidated sofa, the grimy wine glass, and the cramped, dingy little room they were in, he thought. He glanced around, and suddenly, with a hint of mischief, he suggested, Well, Master, I know of a newly opened bar in our area. The ladies there are quite lively. How about tonight? Abadul once again gestured him to silence, choosing instead to smile at his own thoughts. What does that mean, Master? In this realm of empty cities and old dreams. Are you blind? Jiang Bai was bewildered. Do you think with my looks, I need to worry about such trivialities? Jiang Bai was utterly speechless, at a loss. He helplessly gazed at the wine glass swaying slowly in Abadul's hand, its motion rendering him dizzy. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash that filthy glass. Wait, a wine glass? Suddenly, a phrase Abadul had once uttered flashed through Jiang Bai's mind. Wine is a splendid thing, but alas, this place is too barren to produce good red wine. Wine. He loves wine. This is simple enough. With that thought, Jiang Bai promptly retrieved the teleportation item. Master, I'm heading home. This marked Jiang Bai's first return to Kunlun City since entering the desolate marshes. To be honest, in just a day or two, the entire main city had undergone a dramatic transformation. This change was primarily due to the introduction of a living system. Now, the once empty streets were bustling with various street vendors, and countless players were venturing into entrepreneurship. Some showcased their ancestral braised meat skills, hawking various meats in the game as delicacies. Elderly players had set up simple stalls selling cold beverages and cigarettes. The fact that tobacco was introduced into the game struck Jiang Bai as absurd. Meanwhile, the previously vacant rooms along the streets had been renovated into shops and restaurants of various calibers, as well as hotels of differing star ratings, where players could rest and recover their fatigue. Recruitment ads filled the air. The clamor of the streets made Jiang Bai feel as though he had been instantly transported back to the real world. Various leisure and entertainment venues were opening in succession. The Dazue Bar was hiring dancers, bartenders, and resident singers, with salaries negotiable starting at 1 gold coin, promising satisfaction and higher pay for fulfilling special requests. Yunshui Yao Foot Spa was seeking technicians, offering a base salary of 1 gold coin plus commission, guaranteeing a monthly income of over 2 gold coins. Jiang Bai could hardly believe it, nearly diving headfirst into a bathhouse. Having just vanquished a formidable foe, I hurried to a bathing center to indulge in a rejuvenating soak, followed by a delightful Thai massage with a lovely attendant. How could one not ascend to bliss? This encapsulates the essence of a perfect gaming world. Genesis has seamlessly integrated nearly half of our tangible reality into its virtual realm. Contingent upon one crucial stipulation, all life experiences within the game mirror those of the real world with astonishing fidelity. This fact has been validated by countless players. However, it is worth noting that the in-game prices have inflated considerably compared to reality. For instance, the pack of cigarettes I usually purchase, priced at 15 in the real world, has transformed into 30 copper coins within the game, a rather significant inflation. I also indulged in a variety of snacks, not only for their delectable taste but also as sustenance to replenish my hunger points. I procured a few packs of cigarettes as well, before stepping into what appeared to be a rather reputable liquor store. "Dear warrior, what libation do you seek?" the attendant inquired. I boldly slammed my longbow onto the table and declared with gusto, "Wine. Red wine. Bring me the cheapest red wine available." The young sales assistant, initially taken aback by my dazzling attire, had presumed I was a wealthy patron, hoping to make a handsome profit. 5 minutes later, I emerged, thoroughly satisfied, clutching 2 bottles of red wine, and made my way towards the desolate marshes. Chapter 72, Blood-Packed in the Desolate Swamp, Abadul's Little Black Room. As Jiang Bai entered the small room, carrying 2 bottles of unlabeled red wine, Abadul's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly approached, his gaze fixated on the bottles. Overcome with joy. "What is this?" he exclaimed. "Come on, master, one mustn't be too pragmatic," Jiang Bai murmured with a hint of dissatisfaction. "When have you ever greeted me with such enthusiasm? Is it merely the sight of 2 bottles of red wine that has you so entranced?" "Ah, how could you say that?" Abadul replied, his face reddening. "It's just that I haven't had good wine in quite some time. And you know I have a penchant for it. Come, this is the finest red wine we have, an 82 Lafite. Do you understand? 82 Lafite?" Abadul pondered, slowly shaking his head, evidently unfamiliar with it. "Master, you truly are a bit of a bumpkin," Jiang Bai chuckled, setting down the bottles while twisting the corkscrew. "The 82 Lafite is a renowned brand back home. The name refers to a master vintner named Lafite, who, on a stormy night, was struck by inspiration and crafted a batch of wine that astonishingly matured for 82 years. Goodness, this wine emerged after 82 years, astonishing the world with its unparalleled quality and taste, which is why it's so celebrated. Master, I exerted considerable effort to procure this for you." Jiang Bai began to weave an elaborate tale. "Is that so?" Surprisingly, Abadul seemed to accept this narrative wholeheartedly. After savoring a glass, Jiang Bai was astonished to hear Abadul bestow high praise upon the wine. It appeared that he truly had not indulged in fine wines before. Observing Abadul's slightly intoxicated expression, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, this was one of the more affordable wines. Yet due to its esteemed brand and guaranteed quality, the 2 cheapest bottles had cost Jiang Bai nearly 1,000 copper coins, several hundred for each bottle, ensuring that it was indeed of commendable caliber. "Master, you are too unfortunate," Jiang Bai thought to himself. "It matters not the few coins spent. I shall continue to procure good wine from Master in the future." After reveling in the wine for quite some time, Abadul finally set down his glass, appearing quite satisfied and slightly flushed. Having enjoyed the wine, it was only fitting to discuss important matters. Abadul was well aware of the purpose behind the visit regarding the empty city and old dreams. Clearing his throat, he spoke with gravity. "Empty city and old dreams. There is a matter you need to understand." "Please, master," Jiang Bai replied eagerly, sensing that Abadul was about to impart some valuable insights. "The Dark Ranger is the most illustrious profession in the realm of Genesis, unparalleled in its greatness. You have endured trials that seemed nearly insurmountable to attain the status of a Dark Ranger, and you must comprehend the profound significance of this accomplishment, as well as the honor that accompanies it." "I understand this, master," Jiang Bai nodded repeatedly. Indeed, considering the difficulty of such trials, it is likely that few in the world can accomplish what Jiang Bai has achieved at this stage. "No, you do not truly understand," Abadul's voice rose sharply. "You fail to grasp that the Dark Ranger is a genuine 30-star elite profession." "Ah?" Jiang Bai scratched his head, perplexed. "How should I interpret this?" Abadul smiled subtly, gently tapping Jiang Bai on the head. In that moment, a faint glow shimmered, and Jiang Bai felt an inexplicable surge of power within him. "Now, you are a complete Dark Ranger." Before Abadul's words could fully settle, a system notification resounded. "Ding! You have mastered the Dark Ranger exclusive skill, Blood Pact." "What?" In an instant, Jiang Bai's heart raced wildly. The first exclusive skill of his profession had arrived. He opened the skill interface, gazing at the description of Blood Pact. His mouth agape in astonishment. Blood Pact, SSS, enhancement level, 0 skill description. Upon mastering Blood Pact, the player may voluntarily choose to establish a blood bond with a pet. Once the bond is formed, the pet will accompany the player for life and cannot be replaced, dismissed, or released. 3S? No. This. Jiang Bai repeatedly scrutinized the succinct skill description, his bewildered gaze darting towards Abidal in confusion, as if his eyes were about to pop out. His mind swirling in a tempest of emotions. How could it be rated at 3S? The 3S skill rating caught Jiang Bai off guard. What does 3S signify? It represents the pinnacle of skills in the entire Genesis, a mythical achievement that is both rare and coveted. Yet, when staring at this brief skill description, it is hard to conceive that it could belong to a 3S skill. At most, it would warrant an E rating. Jiang Bai was utterly flabbergasted. Was there a glitch in the system? Or was this an unexpected delight? Master, how could it possibly be rated 3S? Haha. Abidal laughed heartily. The Dark Ranger is indeed a 30-star profession, but 2 of those stars belong to your companion. These 2 stars will be the most crucial in your professional journey. As for Blood Pact, you must explore it on your own. It is truly a 3S skill and the very essence of being a Dark Ranger. Remember, once you establish the blood bond, you will become one with your pet, indistinguishable from one another. That is the hallmark of a true Dark Ranger. Abidal spoke a convoluted array of words and abruptly seized the wine bottle from the table, leaving Jiang Bai in a state of bewilderment. This felt rather surreal. The Dark Ranger, categorized within the secondary professions, belongs to the hunter class, a fact Jiang Bai was acutely aware of. The hunter's skill for nurturing pets is termed beast taming. This ability is not exorbitantly priced. It is an E-grade foundational skill that simply grants hunter class players the capacity to summon companions, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Such skills abound in the trading market, and Jiang Bai had initially intended to purchase one. However, unexpectedly, Abidal provided him with Blood Pact, which boasts the same effect yet is an impressive 3S grade skill. Jiang Bai had fantasized countless times about his first class-specific skill, yet he could never have anticipated that it would be this. What, then, distinguishes Blood Pact from beast taming? The disparity in strength from the lowest E grade to the highest 3S grade is undeniably vast. Thus, what accounts for this difference remains unclear. Presently, he cannot discern any of its attributes. How could it possibly be rated 3S? After pondering for quite some time, Jiang Bai found himself at a loss. Never imagining that his inaugural 3S skill would not be a combat ability, but rather a supportive one. Nonetheless, the designation of 3S must have its rationale. The game mechanics cannot be erroneous. It appears imperative to delve deeper into this. If his assumptions are correct, the 3S potency of Blood Pact requires gradual development rather than being served up fully prepared. This is rather agreeable. Once he embraced this concept, a faint smile graced Jiang Bai's lips. Such intricacies certainly enhanced the enjoyment of the game. He glanced towards the pet egg that had lain dormant in the warehouse for several days. Chapter 73. The Mage is the Favored Son. However, before proceeding, Jiang Bai intended to take stock of the drops from Archimond. He had been preoccupied with the matters concerning Abidal and had not had the chance to examine the loot. The drops included the typical items such as the Boss Soul Crystal and Skill Enhancement Scrolls, but this time there were some new materials as well. Fragment of Fortune, Item Description. 10 fragments can be synthesized into an item, Basic Talisman of Fortune. What use does the Basic Talisman of Fortune serve? Jiang Bai was utterly unaware. He presumed its utility could only be discerned post-synthesis. Fragment of Protection, Item Description. 10 fragments can be synthesized into an item, Basic Talisman of Protection. What purpose does the Talisman of Protection serve? Jiang Bai was equally clueless, and he found these 2 items rather perplexing. Aside from these materials, the most delightful surprise was a skill book, a class-specific skill book. Frost Rain, S rank, restricted class. Frost Guardian skill description. Instant cast, summons a rain of frost. Inflicting 85 magic damage every second to all hostile targets within a fixed 15 by 15 yard area for 5 seconds, applying a 50 slow to all targets within range. With a 15 chance to freeze affected targets for 3 seconds, guaranteeing a critical hit on frozen targets, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. Jiang Bai was utterly astounded by the potency of this S-rank skill. He mused, how could one argue against the notion that the mage is the favored class? Although the damage was not outrageous, as his own A-rank multi-shot only dealt 80, it was still within reason. The real issue lay in the mechanics. An expansive 15 by 15 area of effect, a powerful 50 group slow, and a 15 chance to freeze, with guaranteed critical hits on frozen targets. Perhaps the game should be handed over to the mages. Jiang Bai momentarily exited the interface to peruse the official website's hidden class overview. Indeed, the Frost Guardian was a secondary class of the mage, rated as a second-tier profession. He attempted to estimate the value of this skill but found it challenging. If it were a generic S-rank skill, it would typically fetch no less than 100 gold, and considering the skill's strength, an additional 50 gold seemed reasonable. Furthermore, given its rarity and the increased difficulty of acquisition, doubling that price would not be excessive. Jiang Bai understood well that with the exceedingly low drop rate for exclusive class skills and the highly random nature of their acquisition, each exclusive skill book held a certain value but was often unavailable on the market. Although it appeared that few individuals possessed the same hidden class, competition would not be significantly high. The crux of the matter lay in the uncertainty of acquiring exclusive skills. Missing out on such a skill could very well mean a permanent loss. Thus, the owner could easily dictate the price. Jiang Bai stowed away this formidable skill and continued to inspect further. There was also an A-rank universal knight skill, Holy Radiance, which would guarantee a minimum profit of 30 gold. This profession is still rarely played. Had it been a mage or an assassin's skill, it would have fetched no less than 50 gold. The equipment did not yield an ancient piece, but instead produced a 15-level epic weapon, a mage's staff. Staff of the Charged Grand Mage. Epic, spell attack, 122 intelligence, 18 spirit, 14, charging. Every 120 seconds, the weapon automatically charges. Upon reaching 100 charge, the next attack will deal an additional 50 damage. In other words, every 2 minutes, one can unleash an attack at 5 times the usual power, if timed properly. Wielding the most potent attack skill post-charge would undoubtedly elevate the damage output to a higher echelon, a true treasure for any mage. Jiang Bai deftly accessed the trading market. And indeed, given the high drop rates in Genesis, there were merely a handful of 15-level epic mage weapons available across the entire market, with the lowest already fetching over 150 gold. He mused to himself about equipping an exquisite mage. He decided to retain the staff and skill, while discarding the remaining A-grade skill and 2 pieces of fine gear, along with 1 green 15-level item into the trading market. He also cast a hidden class clue into the marketplace, as this item was currently in high demand. Let them bid for it. As the majority of the team neared level 15, the 15-level colored equipment was in a particularly fervent phase, with prices soaring. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Bai received a total profit of 50 gold, 39 gold from the knight skill, 14 gold from the 2 fine pieces, and around 2 gold from 1 green item. After deducting transaction fees, it amounted to about 50 gold. Although it may seem modest, in the real world, that translates to 500,000. Coupled with the gold accrued from the boss drops, his total gold now stood at 155. Notably, the major profits had yet to be realized, and the hidden class clue had already reached a bidding price of 120 gold, still climbing. Calculating this, Jiang Bai felt that his investment of over 300 gold in enhancing explosive shot was now justified. He had practically recouped his expenses. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai noticed a new slot in the lower right corner of his personal equipment panel, a square rectangular space designated for a class emblem. He then opened the honor maul. Prior to class advancement, this maul was inaccessible, but it became available post-transformation. Currently, the honor maul offered only 1 item, the class emblem, priced at 1,000 honor each. Jiang Bai scanned the attributes, and a realization dawned upon him. Class emblem, common, white, enhancement level, 0 constitution, 0 spirit, 0 agility, 0 strength, 0 intelligence, 0. This indicated that the class emblem was intended to enhance the 5 primary attributes. The question then arose, what would be the method of enhancement? How much would each level of enhancement yield? How might the enhancement of attribute plates manifest? This is a question that Jiang Bai must continuously explore. However, at present, he glanced at his honor points, which amounted to just over 200, insufficient for any exchange. Quite intriguing. Jiang Bai closed the maul page. It is needless to say that this feature is undoubtedly a bottomless pit, a veritable money-making machine. More importantly, its introduction will inevitably widen the gap between the affluent and the common folk. Of course, the players with good luck and exceptional character are exceptions, as is well known. No amount of wealth can withstand the whims of fortune when it comes to enhancements. After closing them all, Jiang Bai promptly shared the detailed description of the skill Frosty Rainstorm in the World Channel. Given its narrow application, few are aware of it if placed silently in the trading market. Therefore, he decided to announce it first before listing it for auction, letting others bid to their heart's content. Indeed, the moment the information was released, dozens of messages flooded in. Name your price, brother. You set the price. I'll take that skill off your hands. Brother, don't treat this as a treasure. Few can afford it. I kindly offer you 10 gold for it. If you're interested, message me. It seems there are quite a few players of this profession. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, initially intending to refrain from responding. However, a particular private message soon caught his attention. Chapter 74, Winds of Change, brother. I desire that skill for 300 gold. If that is insufficient, I shall raise my offer. I will always bid the highest. What audacity! Jiang Bai recalled the name Winds of Change, the leader of the foremost guild in Kunlun City, renowned for its position atop the city's ranking. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai initially intended to auction the skill through the marketplace. However, the offer from Winds of Change was undeniably substantial. Engaging in an offline transaction would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than an online auction house, considering that a 300 gold transaction incurs a hefty 30 gold fee. At that moment, Tang Wuzue sent Jiang Bai a message. Winds of Change messaged you, didn't he? Indeed. Do you know him? Jiang Bai replied. Naturally. One ought to be acquainted with a guild in the same city. Winds of Change was a formidable guild, backed by the publicly listed Tianyu Group. Ranked over 300 in the world, a powerhouse in its own right. Furthermore, I have found him to be quite honorable. He has expressed a desire to meet you. It would not be amiss to seize this opportunity for an introduction. Oh, have you begun to play matchmaker? Jiang Bai quipped, realizing the implication. Go to hell. I merely made a casual introduction. Whether you wish to engage is entirely up to you. Additionally, I am struggling with my class transition quest, having failed twice in succession. Could you lend me a hand in the coming days? Absolutely. Once I complete my current tasks, I will reach out to you. As Jiang Bai concluded his conversation with Tang Wuzue, he prepared to respond to Winds of Change. Although Tang's words were lighthearted, the underlying message was clear. Ignoring Winds of Change would not only undermine a brother's face, but also seemed unwarranted. After all, he was not a Navi maiden, hesitant to establish connections. One must always honor the god of wealth. Jiang Bai took his time before replying, continuing to peruse his private messages. Offers were steadily flowing in. With most bids hovering around 200 gold, only one individual was willing to bid 250, while Winds of Change remained the sole contender at 300. The price offered was indeed attractive. With a clearer understanding, Jiang Bai responded, Are you the Frost Guardian class? Winds of Change replied almost instantaneously, My brother is. Which makes this skill book of utmost importance to me. Then, do take a look at this. As he spoke, Jiang Bai sent over the attributes of the staff of the arcane mage. Approximately 10 seconds later, Winds of Change replied, The staff skills are bundled at 450. What do you think? Deal. The offer from Winds of Change perfectly aligned with Jiang Bai's expectations, even exceeding them slightly. Although a level 15 epic weapon is indeed costly, only a few can fetch as much as 1.5 million. Moreover, this arrangement spared him a 45 gold transaction fee. Just as Jiang Bai was about to initiate a remote transaction with Winds of Change, another message arrived from him. Brother, if time permits, let us meet in person at a restaurant within the game, as it would be a good opportunity to familiarize ourselves. I believe Tang Wuzue has mentioned you briefly, and I hope you would be inclined to accept this invitation. If so, please suggest a time, and I shall take care of the rest. Fenggan Tianxia maintains a humble demeanor, especially considering I am the president of the largest guild in Kunlun City. Of course, brother, I am available at any time. The venue is up to you. Jiang Bai replied with enthusiasm, embodying the notion that the customer is king, and there is nothing that should impede a meeting. Fenggan Tianxiu Jikai remarked, Brother, for 150 gold? Is it really that simple? There is at most a 50 gold premium involved. Fenggan Tianxiu retorted. Is that all you see in this? Do you have any idea how many other guilds have been probing for news about him lately? The only one on the Kunlun City leaderboard without a guild. There are countless guilds willing to offer him annual salaries in the tens of millions, let alone 50 gold. Fenggan Tianxiu Jikai inquired, So what do you mean, brother? Feng Yin Tianxia cast a glance at his subordinate and responded, what else could it mean? Of course. It's about winning him over. At 7 p.m., they gathered at the prestigious Taiji Hotel in the Yulangjian main city, specifically in the Jiashan room. The room hosted 5 individuals, Jiang Bai, Detang Wuzue, Feng Yin Tianxia, and 2 of Feng Yin Tianxia's subordinates, Feng Yin Tianxiu Ji Kai and Feng Yin Yabu Gizu. The atmosphere was filled with the clinking of cups and a plethora of pleasantries, though Jiang Bai found himself somewhat out of his depth in such social settings. The transaction was complete. 450 gold had already been secured, while the hidden profession clue was sold for 170 gold, netting 153 gold after fees. In total, this boss had yielded over 600 gold in profit for Jiang Bai. How could this not be astonishing? This is the advantage of being at the forefront. During the evening, Feng Yin Tianxiao extended an invitation for Jiang Bai to become the vice president of Feng Yin Tianxiao with an annual salary of 20 million. However, Jiang Bai politely declined. While 20 million was an impressive sum, something he would have never dared to dream of in the past, it was no longer out of reach for the current Jiang Bai. Simply from this single boss, he had already amassed over 6 million in earnings. And this was merely the early stages of the game. Though Jiang Bai remained modest, he was acutely aware of the brilliance that lay ahead. Therefore, compared to the freedom lost by joining a guild, tens of millions held little significance for him. Feng Yin Tianxiao was also a man of stature. Upon Jiang Bai's expression of his intent, he refrained from bringing the matter up again, demonstrating a high level of conversational skill and professionalism. Engaging with such a person is genuinely pleasant. Regardless of whether they could collaborate, I have decided that you, my brother, are someone I wish to befriend. Before parting, Feng Yin Tianxiao, a man with a square face and broad nose, grasped Jiang Bai's hand and said, brother, should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. And if you come across any good equipment, remember to sell it to me first. After bidding farewell to Feng Yin Tianxiao and others, Jiang Bai gazed into his bag, which contained over 700 gold coins. He promptly repaid 100 gold to Xingchen's Wuran and 200 gold to Dedong Wuzue, sending the payments via email without the option of refusal. After settling these debts, Jiang Bai found himself with a substantial sum of over 400 gold coins remaining, an impressive sum indeed. Slightly tipsy from the drinks, he decided to book a hotel room that cost 4 digits. Observing the rising fatigue levels, he prepared to take a much-needed rest. Meanwhile, within the Feng Yun Guild, Tian Xiuji, a talented member, exclaimed, boss, that guy is incredibly formidable. Is it truly possible to reach such heights without any backing? It's hard to believe. After all, which of these big shots isn't supported by a financial conglomerate? That is what makes him so impressive. After the others had departed, Feng Yin Tianxia, still devouring his meal, mumbled indistinctly, so for him, 20 million isn't too much. He'll take his time. At that moment, a line of bright red system notifications caught Jiang Bai's attention. Congratulations to player Chaos Zhou for successfully transitioning to the hidden class, Demon Swordsman. Ah, this fool has changed classes as well, Jiang Bai scoffed with disdain. When will this fool come looking for me? I could use some honor points. I'm in need of someone to slay. With that, having just finished his shower and wrapped in a towel, Jiang Bai settled onto the sofa, solemnly unwrapped his parcel to reveal the pristine white pet egg within. Chapter 75. The mutated little snow wolf, both blood-packed and beast-taming, serve a fundamental purpose, the domestication of pets. As Jiang Bai activated the blood-packed, the pet egg that had lain dormant for many days began to exhibit signs of life, with cracks slowly appearing upon its surface. When these fissures eventually enveloped the entire egg, a crisp sound echoed, and a snow-white, fluffy little head emerged from within. Its large, watery eyes gazed curiously at the world around it. Ah! Jiang Bai looked at this adorable, snowy head with great affection. Was this not the offspring of the Ice and Snow Wolf King? He recalled distinctly that this pet egg had indeed fallen from the Ice and Snow Wolf King, and he had speculated whether it would hatch into a snow wolf. It appeared his conjecture was correct. With a soft whimper, the little snow wolf trembled as it clambered out of its eggshell. Its entire body was a brilliant white, adorned with a dark nose on its tiny face, resembling a miniature husky. Jiang Bai found himself quite enamored. The pup's appearance was certainly on par with its father's, and he imagined that once matured, it would be as handsome and majestic as the Ice and Snow Wolf King. Mutated Snow Wolf, rare mutation, hunger level, 50 level, 1 growth potential, E grade, 7 stars, refinement progress, 0 life growth potential, physical attack growth potential, speed growth potential, magical attack growth potential, defense growth potential, attributes, life, 20 attack, 10 defense, 1 speed, 1 magical attack, 1 critical hit chance, 15 constitution, 1, affects life value. Defense, strength, 1, affects attack power, agility, 1, affects speed. Critical hit chance, intelligence, 1, affects magical attack, spirit, 1, affects energy value, skills, none talents, greed, increases free attributes by 2 points with each level gained. Strong strike, enhances attack damage by 10. Berserk, increases critical hit chance by 5. Upon critical hits, delivers an additional attack, which may continue in succession if critical hits are repeated. As Jiang Bai reviewed the attributes of the little wolf, he had to admit that it was currently in an exceptionally weak state. The grading of its potential indeed aligned with the system's assertion that all pets begin with an E rating, fluctuating between 5 to 7 stars. Nevertheless, the little wolf had reached the upper limit of E grade at 7 stars, which provided Jiang Bai with a modicum of comfort. To elevate its rating, it would rely solely on postnatal cultivation, the specifics of which Jiang Bai would need to further explore. This was likely tied to the refinement progress. Notably, the 3 passive talents were quite remarkable. Talents were the sole aspect that could create a disparity based on innate conditions, and the little wolf, being of the highest rare mutation level, possessed 3 talents from the outset. The first talent is of an extraordinary caliber, equating to a level up that is akin to 2 levels gained by other pets. Generally, it is understood that each level advancement for a pet grants merely 2 points of free attributes. However, the talent of the little wolf bestows upon it a doubled capacity. The Power Strike talent speaks for itself, a premier buff, and to add to its allure, it is a permanent passive ability, a buff that even Jiang Bai covets. The Frenzy talent is even more formidable, directly enhancing critical hit chances by 5. A critical hit unconditionally triggers an additional attack. And should this passive be bestowed upon Jiang Bai, it would likely render any game master inconsequential. In essence, it is undeniably powerful. Jiang Bai gazed at the little wolf's attributes, nodding in contentment, while the little wolf, sensing its master's admiration, began to eagerly lick Jiang Bai's right hand with its damp tongue. Ah, it seems I now have my own affectionate companion, he chuckled. Come, let us find you something to eat, and then I shall guide you to level up. After the pet's hatching, Jiang Bai currently possesses 1 opportunity to rename it. Yet he has yet to decide on a name, and has thus opted to postpone that decision for the time being. The pet's hunger level gradually increases from 0 to 100, with higher values indicating greater hunger. Once it surpasses 50, the pet's normal actions are adversely affected, and at over 60, its attributes begin to diminish. When hunger reaches 90, the pet is left with little more than the ability to breathe, and at 100, the pet will perish from starvation. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Bai promptly purchased a roast chicken, initially believing that the newly born little wolf could only consume milk. However, being a game world, he was reassured to see the little wolf devouring the roast chicken with delight. As the little wolf's hunger level fell below 5, Jiang Bai ventured out of the main city with his pet. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the duo arrived at the territory of the wild boar people, whose levels range from 14 to 15, categorized into wild boar warriors, archers, and mages. Jiang Bai, now at level 13 and 71, had dropped to 6th place on the leaderboard after a few hours without training, making these monsters quite suitable for his leveling needs. Initially, Jiang Bai refrained from sending the little wolf into battle, allowing it to simply absorb experience, for its attributes were still rather feeble, and a single blow could easily eliminate it. The wild boar monsters operated in small squads, each comprising 3 creatures, 1 warrior, 1 archer, and 1 mage, a well-balanced configuration. The warrior boasted approximately 3,500 health points, the archer 3,000, while the mage possessed only 2,500. As for their attacks, none could breach Jiang Bai's defenses. With a swift draw of his bow, Jiang Bai unleashed an arrow dealing a staggering 2,000 damage, which, after accounting for defense, reduced the wild boar's health by 1,800, effectively eliminating 2 with just 1 volley. Ding! You have slain a wild boar warrior, gaining 140 experience points. And your pet, mutated snow wolf, has also gained 140 experience points. You have slain a wild boar mage, gaining 140 experience points. And your pet, mutated snow wolf, has also gained 140 experience points. You have slain a wild boar archer, gaining 140 experience points. And your pet, mutated snow wolf, has also gained 140 experience points. Jiang Bai glanced at his current experience bar, noting it read 106, 500 out of 150, 000, indicating he required approximately 45,000 more experience points, or in other terms, over 300 pigs to defeat. Meanwhile, the consecutive defeat of 3 monsters had enabled his little wolf to ascend 2 levels, reaching level 3, thus granting it an additional 8 points in free attributes. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai decided to allocate these points in a distribution of 2 for stamina, 1 for agility, and 1 for strength, adding 4 points to stamina and 2 each to agility and strength. While the little wolf was primarily an offensive-type pet, Jiang Bai found himself lacking in defense. He needed a tank capable of drawing aggro. Once the little wolf was fully developed into a tank, Jiang Bai envisioned being able to effortlessly solo any monster, even dispensing with the need for kiting, allowing the little wolf to attract the monsters while he focused solely on dealing damage. The mere thought of such a scenario was almost too beautiful to fathom. Just as Jiang Bai became engrossed in his monster hunting, a cacophony of chaotic fighting noises erupted from a distance, growing nearer. It appeared that a skirmish was unfolding, and it was evidently approaching his direction. Concerned for the safety of his beloved little wolf, Jiang Bai decided to temporarily withdraw it, fearing it might be caught in the crossfire, as death would not only result in his character losing levels, but also his pet. In the dim light of night, he discerned that approximately 8 or 9 individuals were engaged in a small-scale conflict, seemingly a 5 against 4 situation, with the smaller group struggling to hold their ground and retreating towards Jiang Bai. If you dare to pursue, just know that beyond lies the main city of Yulanjian. I will ensure you have no way back, he thought vehemently. How dare you steal my elite monsters? Even if I have to chase you to the GM's doorstep, I will make sure to eliminate you worthless trash. To his dismay, he recognized that the aggressors were from Zhonghai University. As the chaos drew closer, Jiang Bai discerned the 2 opposing factions. The larger group was an unfamiliar guild, while the other was the Zhonghai Guild, meticulously crafted by Wang Ke. Damn it, Jiang Bai thought, realizing he could not remain indifferent, especially given his willingness to take a few lives if necessary. However, it seemed that Zhonghai was in the wrong, likely having pilfered monsters from the other party. Indeed, one can tell much about a team from the character of its leader, Jiang Bai mused with interest. Unexpectedly, some members of the Zhonghai faction seemed to notice his presence. One individual, while unleashing a skill, called out, "Brothers, we are all from Kunlun. Come lend a hand to eliminate these scoundrels outside the city." The voice sounded oddly familiar to Jiang Bai. Drawing closer, he focused intently, and at that moment, the individual turned amidst the chaos, inadvertently locking eyes with Jiang Bai. Both were momentarily stunned, caught in the unexpected recognition. Chapter 76, Former Roommates, First Update. Su Qinghai and Jiang Bai exclaimed in unison, prompting the other 3 to turn their heads. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, their expressions transformed as though they had encountered a specter. Jiang Bai, too, was taken aback by fate's cruel twist. For the 4 individuals before him were none other than his former roommates, those who had betrayed him, leading to his withdrawal from school at Wang Ke's behest. Although they could not discern Jiang Bai's ID, they recognized his unaltered visage with startling clarity. In that moment, a myriad of emotions flickered across their faces. Words lodged firmly in their throats, rendering them speechless. Jiang Bai felt a profound sense of awkwardness. He had never anticipated encountering them under such circumstances. The flames of vengeance ignited within him, burning fiercely. These imbeciles. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 still perceived Jiang Bai as a fool. They exchanged frantic glances, mistakenly believing he was unaware of the truth behind their actions. As the astonishment faded from Su Qinghai's face, he beamed with delight and exclaimed, "So that's why I hadn't received any messages from you for so long. You're playing Genesis too. Why are you dawdling, you blockhead? Come over and help us fight." Another Fan Wei shouted at Jiang Bai, "Hurry up and lend a hand, you idiot." The others joined in, urging him on. Blockhead had been Jiang Bai's nickname during their time together, a term of endearment they frequently employed while in the dormitory. Jiang Bai did not respond immediately, raising an eyebrow as he observed their clumsy charade with a bemused expression. When he noticed that Su Qinghai and Fan Wei's names were glowing a vivid red, he began to comprehend the intensity of their desperation, likely a result of their need to survive and seize treasure. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai's calm demeanor concealed any hint of turmoil as he slowly spoke. In MSL. What did you say? They gasped, astonished. Have you lost your mind, blockhead? As they stood there, their confusion cost them dearly, the health bar above their heads diminishing significantly. Am I putting pressure on you, blockhead? You think that just because you've dropped out, I no longer care about you? Fan Wei's tone turned menacing. If it weren't for the current predicament with the people from the Empire State, he would likely have been the first to draw a weapon against Jiang Bai. Blockhead, what are you doing? Su Qinghai interjected, furrowing his brow. Though you're no longer a student, we were once in the same dormitory. Are you really going to turn a blind eye to our plight? You're breaking the hearts of your brothers. And when you accepted money from Wang Ke, did you not consider how it would affect me? Jiang Bai retorted, his voice laced with bitterness. Who was it that placed the exam answers in my drawer? At this pronouncement, their faces paled, panic washing over them. What nonsense are you spouting? This is a misunderstanding, Mu Tu. In contrast to the reactions of Su Qinghai and the others, Fan Wei's response is notably more direct, revealing their innermost thoughts. Fan Wei forcefully pushed back the person in front of him. His face darkened as he addressed Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, it's one thing not to help. But don't think that just because you've left school, I can't touch you. As long as you continue to play this game, I have ways to make your life unbearable at school and ensure you are expelled from creation. Just you wait. If you crawl over here now and take a couple of hits for me, perhaps I might be in a good enough mood to let you join the guild and give you some support. As he spoke, Fan Wei disdainfully spat on the ground. Look at you, at your level 10. Not even a guild wants you. It's embarrassing for all of us from Shanghai. And covering your ID. Do you think that will conceal the fact that you're a coward? Jiang Bai sighed in response to Fan Wei's words. I fear I won't be able to join such a formidable guild as Shanghai. Hearing this, a hint of arrogance spread across Fan Wei's face. Don't worry. I'm at least a hall master in the guild. If you come over and flatter me a bit, then apologize to young Master Ko. I might just let you in. At that moment, a few players from the Emperor Estate, who were pursuing Fan Wei and his group, grew impatient. One of them turned to Jiang Bai and asked, Hey, brother, are you going to fight or not? If not, can you stop prattling on with them? It's quite annoying. Jiang Bai's presence had caused some hesitation among the players from Emperor Estate. If they recklessly attacked Jiang Bai, the advantage of 5 against 4 would instantly shift to 5 against 5, and considering they were on the territory of Yulongane, it was likely they would end up regretting it. Thus, they attempted to probe Jiang Bai with their words. No worries, you all carry on with your fight. I'm just here to take care of a little business. As he spoke, Jiang Bai slowly drew out his longbow. Upon witnessing this action, the expressions of the players from Emperor Estate shifted dramatically, clearly realizing that Jiang Bai was about to join the fray, which made them quite anxious. Meanwhile, Fan Wei could not help but display a trace of disdain at this sight. Damn it, he is still such a coward after a year of dropping out. With this thought, Fan Wei began to boast loudly. Mu Tu, you truly are a well-behaved dog. Once you're in the guild, I'll definitely make you a. Fan Wei's words were abruptly cut off. As he saw the whistling arrow coming straight for him, his mind screamed for him to run. But his body refused to obey. Thud! The blood-red arrow pierced through Fan Wei's chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist that was chilling to behold. With only half of his health remaining, he was instantly obliterated by Jiang Bai's arrow. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Mu Tu, have you gone mad? Su Qinghai roared at Jiang Bai, this is Fan Wei. It seems you have no intention of continuing in this game. The players from the opposing Emperor State were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. You wait. I shall ensure that you delete your account and withdraw from the server. Fan Wei's fury could only be conveyed through his exclamations. In his crimson-named state, having met his demise, his equipment lay scattered across the ground, and his level was undoubtedly destined to plummet. Jiang Bai, however, paid no heed to the items Fan Wei had dropped. Instead, he sheathed his longbow and replied with a calm demeanor, I await your actions. Let me see you delete your account and leave the server. With that, Jiang Bai cast a serene smile at the astonished Emperor State players. You may continue. I have no further business here. Chapter 77, Progress of Tempering Second Update. At the resurrection point, Fan Wei and his 3 companions wore sullen expressions, their silence palpable after being killed and losing their equipment. After a prolonged silence, Fan Wei finally pulled out a cigarette and, with a grim demeanor, inquired, Who on earth leaked our attempt to frame Jiang Bai? I have no idea, Su Qinghai replied innocently. I didn't expect that fool to catch wind of it. He usually seems like such a simpleton. Yet he possesses a bit of cunning. Damn it. All the weapons I seized and my original gear, gone. Fan Wei exclaimed in frustration. Why didn't the kill notification reveal the name? Is there some hidden special item? Wang Guodong, another former roommate of Jiang Bai, seethed. It's all this fool's fault. If only he had been a bit more obedient, we wouldn't be in this mess. Why didn't I deal with him back in the dormitory? What shall we do? Wei Ge? Su Qinghai asked, scratching his nose as he, too, reached for a cigarette. What else can we do? Do you think that kid can survive? After exiting the resurrection point, Fan Wei squatted in a corner, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated. Not long ago, that little brat must have crossed paths with Kashao. Did you see the pin message from his guild? A reward of 10 gold for anyone who finds Jiang Bai's coordinates. We should go straight to Kashao and tell him he was the one who killed us. He can bring a group of dozens to take care of him, and we can settle this once and for all. Still, it feels like a loss. Fan Wei shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. I had hoped that if he helped us, we could keep him temporarily after the fight and then secretly notify Kashao to hand him over. Now we have to hunt him down. Damn it. Wei Ge, Su Qinghai hesitated. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Isn't that repaying kindness with malice? Fan Wei, upon hearing this, slapped Su Qinghai across the face. Don't pretend to be the good guy in front of me. It was me who took the blame for you earlier. Was it you who put that little cheat in? Guodong, stop dawdling, he commanded, extinguishing his cigarette and beckoning the two behind him. You and Xiao He go look for Jiang Bai. He should be leveling up and completing quests in that area. And he probably won't leave anytime soon. Make sure Xiao He activates invisibility to avoid detection. Once you find his coordinates, message me immediately. You come with me. We're going to see Kashao. Jiang Bai, however, had no intention of changing his training location to evade Fan Wei and his group. Truth be told, Jiang Bai had not given them a second thought. After Fan Wei's group perished, players in the Imperial State began to curse as they hastily gathered their dropped items and departed. Jiang Bai took a moment to enjoy a cigarette before turning back to resume his leveling. That said, Jiang Bai felt a surge of joy after eliminating those fools. What had initially been a monotonous grind transformed into an exhilarating experience, marked by high efficiency and rapid gains, truly a time of delightful spirits amidst fortunate events. The newly released little wolf lay obediently beside Jiang Bai, excitedly barking at the lifeless monster. Woof, woof woof. Enough already. Jiang Bai swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps to the little wolf's head. For heaven's sake, you are a wolf, not a dog. Bark once more. Howl. The little snow wolf finally remembered its identity and lifted its head to let out a proper howl. Now that's more like it. Within roughly an hour, the little wolf reached level 7, adding 28 points in free attributes. To be frank, it still left much to be desired. The growth quality was too low. With those attributes, it only amounted to 420 health and 28 attack, which was simply insufficient. Jiang Bai pondered how to enhance the refining progress. He ceased fighting monsters and crouched down, studying the little wolf intently for a while. The forum yielded little useful experience. Surely, he couldn't be the first player to acquire a pet? No, he needed to search further. There must be relevant information available. Jiang Bai felt compelled to elevate the pet's quality and dove back into the forum. Zhonghai Guild. Wang Ke reclined on the hotel sofa, flanked by the obsequious Fan Wei and Su Qinghai. Jiang Weiwei sat on Wang Ke's lap, her gear completely removed, clad in a semi-transparent black lace nightgown, seductively showcasing one of her long, fair legs. Have you seen Jiang Bai? Wang Ke's hand lingered on Jiang Weiwei's thigh as he inquired. I have. Fan Wei. His gaze fixated on Jiang Weiwei's leg, swallowed hard before responding. He is currently leveling up in the wild boar territory. He should still be there. I sent Xiao He and the others to find him. Excellent. Wang Ke suddenly slapped Jiang Weiwei's leg and straightened up. Recalling the last encounter where he had been careless, this time, he intended to ensure that the boy paid a price. Jiang Weiwei, sitting on Wang Ke's lap, wore a worried expression. Darling, our guild members might not be enough, right? There are only about 30 who have reached the second transfer. And most of them are regular classes, only 2 have hidden professions. Can we really defeat that scoundrel? Heh, Wang Ke replied coldly. Do you think I possess such limited capabilities? Rising slowly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, he declared, Zhonghai is merely a mid-tier guild in Kunlun City. Have you forgotten whose sub-guild we are? I've already made arrangements with my superior. As long as we find him, he will come forward to take revenge for me. You truly are remarkable, my love. Jiang Bai longed to press her soft, fragrant body against Wang Ke. After about half an hour of searching, Jiang Bai finally discovered some promising leads. He excitedly closed the forum and casually pulled a wild boar warrior. After some contemplation, Jiang Bai decided to remove a piece of equipment, ensuring that the wild boar warrior would still have a faint trace of health after 2 arrows struck. He then ceased his assault, allowing the grotesque wild boar warrior to clumsily batter against him. Jiang Bai adjusted the status of his little wolf from resting to combat ready and pointed at the wild boar warrior before him. "Go, my child, engage it." With a commanding bark, the little wolf let out a howl and joyfully dashed forward. The sight of its fierce little fangs clashing against the warrior's armor was utterly comical. It was evident that it could neither inflict damage nor breach the defenses. Jiang Bai could only watch in exasperation as an enormous miss flashed before him. However, the subsequent damage number brought him a glimmer of hope, as the forced health deduction proved to be beneficial. For over a minute, Jiang Bai allowed the wild boar warrior to continue its futile assault until the little wolf finally devoured the last drop of its health. With a triumphant howl, the little wolf celebrated its victory and returned to Jiang Bai, nuzzling against his leg with its fluffy head, seemingly seeking praise. "See, am I not impressive?" Jiang Bai opened the little wolf's attribute panel once more and, as anticipated, the progress of its refinement had indeed changed, rising from 0 to 7. Just as he had suspected, Jiang Bai's excitement surged as he pumped his fist in triumph. Chapter 78. Brother, are you sure you have not mistaken? Third update. With the progress of Little Wolf's refinement finally showing signs of change, Jiang Bai felt a surge of energy. He no longer needed to battle the monsters, but awaited the moment for Little Wolf to deliver the final blow. However, Jiang Bai soon realized that it was unnecessary to wait for that last strike. As long as Little Wolf participated in the combat, he would gain refinement experience and enhance his progress. Yet, not every monster could provide this experience. Upon careful observation, Jiang Bai deduced that, on average, every third monster yielded a single experience point. The mechanics of the system were beyond his comprehension. After pondering for a moment, he decided to let it go. In approximately 10 minutes, Little Wolf's refinement progress reached a full 100. However, contrary to Jiang Bai's expectations, reaching this milestone did not propel him to the next rating. Instead, it came to a standstill. Beneath the refinement progress, a new breakthrough progress indicator appeared, reading 0. What the hell? Jiang Bai felt he had significantly underestimated the official standards of Genesis. It was absurdly intricate to achieve a breakthrough for a pet, even more so than leveling up a character. Below the breakthrough progress was an option for aptitude breakthrough, which Jiang Bai clicked. The system indicated that he lacked the required Earth Spirit Elixir. What on earth is an Earth Spirit Elixir? Jiang Bai, perplexed, opened the trading market, expecting to find a rare item, only to discover it was inundated with them. Moreover, the price was remarkably uniform. Each was priced at a mere 1 gold piece. Jiang Bai stared at the plethora of Earth Spirit Elixirs, deep in thought. This shouldn't be. Logically, such an inexpensive item should have a high drop rate. Why had he never encountered it before? With a mindset eager to learn, he purchased a pack containing 10 elixirs, and upon reading the item description, he finally understood. These elixirs were concocted by alchemists using materials found within the game. Alchemists were a lifestyle profession within the game, not directly related to combat professions like Jiang Bai's. And he had neither the time nor inclination to delve into such matters. Hence, he was unfamiliar with the lifestyle system. Items crafted by players bore unique names, and the set Jiang Bai purchased was produced by an alchemist known as One Dream, 10 Chills. A rather fine name. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, realizing that the various skins, muscles, bones, and essence cores he had previously acquired from monsters were indeed useful materials. It was just that their low unit price had rendered them insignificant in his eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai fed Little Wolf an Earth Spirit Elixir, expecting this divine potion to elevate him to a D-grade rating. However, the system's subsequent notification once again left Jiang Bai astounded. After consuming an elixir worth 10,000 gold pieces, Little Wolf's breakthrough progress shifted from 0 to 1. In a state of speechlessness, Jiang Bai finally took a serious look at the small question mark behind the breakthrough progress. According to the official explanation, when a pet undergoes an aptitude breakthrough, consuming a certain quantity of Earth Spirit Elixirs can significantly increase the probability of a successful breakthrough. If the breakthrough fails, there will be a random increase of 1 to 3 in the breakthrough progress. The higher the breakthrough progress, the greater the likelihood of success. Once the progress reaches 100, the next consumption of the Earth Spirit Pill will undoubtedly succeed. Remarkable. Simply astounding. System, can you conjure up even more outrageous ways to extract money? Jiang Bai discerned the underlying message in the system's annotations, which was clearly summed up in 2 words, money trap. A vague sense of foreboding washed over him. Never mind. Given my reputation, there is no need to gamble on such odds. I shall diligently accumulate progress instead. In a fit of anger, Jiang Bai directly purchased 10 packages, totaling 100 Earth Spirit Pills. After all, who could resist when one has money to spare? Meanwhile, engrossed in researching pets, Jiang Bai remained oblivious to the 2 shadowy figures trailing him from a distance. As night fell, a procession of over 30 individuals majestically exited Kunlun City. Leading them was a figure adorned with the prefix of the Wind and Cloud Guild, basking in the limelight like a star surrounded by admirers. Behind him, Wang Ke and Jiang Weiwei followed like sycophants, while the elite members of the Wind and Cloud Guild accompanied them on the other side. Wang Ke, how is it that I was unaware of such a formidable individual in Kunlun City? Can he truly challenge dozens of your guild members and emerge unscathed? Ah, brother. You see, that guy has likely undergone a second transformation, and his equipment is top-notch, which is why he is so powerful. Oh, if he has undergone a second transformation, that could indeed be the case. Wang Ke's eyes darted as he leaned in to whisper in the man's ear. Brother, that fellow is well-equipped. If we go after him, our 30-plus elite players could loot his gear and make a fortune. Wang Ke intended to curry favor, but his words were met with a stern rebuke from the man. What nonsense are you spouting, Wang Ke? I am a member of the Wind and Cloud Guild. I would never stoop to such despicable acts. I suggest you refrain from any foolishness, or I shall be the first to expel you from the subordinate guild. I wouldn't dare, brother. I absolutely wouldn't. Wang Ke's face turned pale, nodding fervently and waving his hands in protest. Could it be that your guild, with its dozens of members, attempted to bully him and ended up being counter-killed, and now you seek my assistance? The man regarded Wang Ke with a skeptical expression. Impossible. Brother, how could that be? Wang Ke exclaimed, his expression exaggerated and his tone filled with indignation. If you don't believe me, ask these brothers behind me. We were engaged in a boss fight when, out of nowhere, this fellow swooped in and snatched the final blow, not only stealing the boss, but also killing dozens of our brothers, resulting in a complete loss of equipment levels. That despicable fellow, who happens to be from our school, was expelled due to his abysmal character. I hope you do not unjustly accuse me. One can only hope. The man waved his hand in irritation, stating that had it not been for the leader's orders to accompany me, he would not have ventured into this murky situation. A group of them made quite an entrance, and after approximately 10 minutes, 2 shadowy figures approached swiftly, positioning themselves beside Wang Ke. Just 500 meters ahead, Ke Xiao, he reported urgently to the leading figure. After another 2 minutes, within the territory of the Wild Boar clan, the once chaotic grassland was now littered with the corpses of the clan members. In the center of this grim scene, a man knelt, seemingly preoccupied with something. Is it him? Indeed, it's him. Wang Ke confirmed enthusiastically. There was no mistaking it. With a mere glance, the man signaled, and over 20 individuals began to encircle the man and his wolf from both sides. While 7 assassins simultaneously entered a state of stealth, he strode forward alongside Wang Ke, Jiang Weiwei, and his former roommate Su Qinghai, as well as Fan Wei. As the prospect of vengeance drew near, Wang Ke, his lips trembling with excitement, called out to Jiang Bai's retreating figure. Jiang Bai, prepare to meet your end. Jiang Bai, I am here to fulfill my promise of having you delete your account and withdraw. Fan Wei, emboldened by the presence of his comrades, joined in the taunts. Ha! Jiang Bai, today is truly your last day. Jiang Weiwei, once an old flame, harbored a deep-seated loathing for Jiang Bai, fantasizing about how he would face the scorn of the entire village upon his return, having fallen to such a lowly state. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, having heard the commotion, stood up and turned with a calm demeanor. His mood soured at being interrupted yet again, but when he laid eyes on the leading man, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Jiang Bai recognized the ID, Jiang Bai, known as the prodigy of Fengyan Tianqiu, though his lengthy name had led acquaintances to simply refer to him as Scholar. Isn't that Scholar? At that moment, while confusion filled Jiang Bai, he pondered how, just hours ago, they had shared a meal at the same table, and now he was here seeking a confrontation. As Jiang Bai turned to face him, Scholar's expression froze for several seconds, undergoing a myriad of changes before gradually settling into calmness. He then slowly tilted his head, interrupting Wang Ku, who was vocally berating Jiang Bai. I must ask, brother, are you certain this is your enemy? Have you not mistaken him for someone else? Chapter 79. He is not the old dream of the empty city indeed, Shoga. It is he. Wang Ku, with the demeanor of a victim, pointed at Jiang Bai and lamented, it is this scoundrel Shoga. He has committed murder and theft, and he forcefully snatched the legendary staff that I had just obtained. Precisely. Su Qinghai and the others echoed in agreement. Shoga, we used to share the same dormitory. Ever since this fellow was expelled, he has harbored resentment. We were diligently leveling up, and he came and slaughtered us without mercy. Jiang Bai remained silent, merely smiling faintly as he observed their theatrical performance. After listening to their grievances, Xiaocai raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat nuanced. Wang Ku, I shall inquire one last time. Are you certain it was he? Are you certain he stole your monster? Wang Ku, perplexed by Xiaocai's inquiry, still stared with wide eyes and declared, Yes, Shoga, I am not deceiving you. If I were to lie, I would not be my father's biological son. May lightning strike me if I speak falsehoods. With his fingers pointed skyward, Wang Ku's expression was one of righteous indignation, likely moving even the GM to tears. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed as a bolt of lightning struck nearby. Whoa! Wang Ku was startled, while a subordinate hurriedly rushed to explain from behind. My apologies, young Master Ku. I was just practicing my newly learned lightning strike and accidentally unleashed it. Damn it! Be more careful. Wang Ku cursed, his eyes reddening. Xiaocai found the scene amusing, turning to Wang Ku with hands clasped behind his back and remarked humorously, I find myself unable to comprehend. What is there to comprehend, Shoga? I cannot fathom why he would steal your equipment. What do you mean? Wang Ku paused, clearly bewildered by Xiaocai's statement. Shoga. It truly is as I say. Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei, fearing their deception would be unraveled, hurriedly stepped forward with a pitiable expression to explain, to be honest, Shoga. He and young Master Ku have been childhood sweethearts. This fellow pursued me for a year during university but was unsuccessful, hence his resentment towards us. Oh my goodness. Jiang Bai nearly retched at the nauseating revelation. Unable to endure their nonsensical chatter any longer, Jiang Bai intended to clarify the situation but was met with Xiaocai's ambiguous gaze. The words that had risen to his throat were abruptly stifled as he awaited Xiaocai's next remark. Truthfully, I have no intention of insulting you. Xiaocai pointed at Jiang Bai and continued, if you all were to remove your equipment and toss it on the ground, I doubt he would even glance at it, let alone have the inclination to steal your gear. That is not. Wang Ku was utterly flabbergasted, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean, Shoga? We are all brothers here. We should not look down on one another, right? Fan Wei remarked. A cold smile flashed across the scholar's face, quickly vanishing as he turned to Jiang Bai, his tone softening considerably. I say, esteemed one, is it really necessary for you to toy with these youngsters? Do they not know who you are? He is Jiang Bai. Realizing that the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Wang Ku jumped up, hastily adding, Indeed. It is the genuine Jiang Bai, Brother Xiao, the very pride of our school. Surely, there has been no mistake in identifying him, has there, Brother Xiao? Sensing something amiss, Jiang Weiwei chimed in awkwardly. However, the scholar paid no heed to their remarks, instead addressing Jiang Bai with utmost reverence. I sincerely apologize, esteemed one. Allow me to offer my contrition and provide some clarification. What? With those words, the minds of everyone present, including Wang Ku, instantly exploded. Apologize? Clarify? The second in command of the Fengwen world is here to apologize to this fool? Good heavens! Who exactly is Jiang Bai? For a moment, Wang Ku, Jiang Weiwei, and Fan Wei exchanged bewildered glances, their minds utterly bereft of clarity. The scholar paused for a moment before continuing. This young man belongs to a subordinate guild of our Fengwen Association. Technically, we do have an obligation to protect them. Moreover, this lad's father has some business dealings with my brother's family, which is how they came under our wing. Just now, they claim to have been bullied, robbed, and even suffered fatalities. My brother instructed me to bring someone along to investigate, for we cannot simply turn a blind eye to such matters. However, it seems the situation has escalated. I must request, esteemed one, if it is convenient, could you reveal your ID? Otherwise, I would find it challenging to pursue this inquiry further. Upon hearing the scholar's words, the expressions of Wang Ku and the others darkened considerably. Jiang Bai, after listening to the scholar's explanation, finally grasped the situation. So this is how it is. In truth, Jiang Bai's intention to conceal his ID had been quite clear all along. He wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since entering the game, his private information had been incessantly sought after. Not to mention, his position among the top 10 in the level rankings was sufficient to draw the interest of various factions. Additionally, countless times, his name had dominated the server's announcements, not out of vanity, but simply because it was a fact. Had Jiang Bai not concealed his ID, the game would have become unplayable for him. Fundamentally, he despised the sensation of being in the spotlight. Yet today, it seemed unavoidable, having reached the Fengyun Association. Without a definitive answer, the matter would likely grow even more complex. With that thought, Jiang Bai deactivated the ID concealment option. The scholar pointed at the 4 prominent characters above Jiang Bai's head and said to Wang Ku, "Come, brother, read these 4 characters aloud for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ku fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai's ID and began to recite, "Empty, city, old, dream." At the moment he finished reading, Wang Ku's face was still filled with confusion. However, in just half a second, it was as if he suddenly awakened. His expression transformed dramatically, the bewilderment on his face giving way to sheer horror, his eyes widening to the point of almost popping out as he repeated Jiang Bai's ID once more. "Kongqing Jiuming." Wang Ku glanced at Jiang Bai, then turned to look at Xiaocai, pointing at Jiang Bai as though he had seen a ghost. The sudden elevation of his voice trembled with disbelief. "Kongqing Jiuming. Jiang Bai is Kongqing Jiuming? The 6th on the heavenly rankings, Kongqing Jiuming." Behind Wang Ku, Fan Wei, Su Qinghai, and others had faces resembling that of liver, their breathing becoming laborious. "No. No." Meanwhile, Jiang Weiwei was in shock, covering her mouth. Her eyes fixed on Jiang Bai, shaking her head repeatedly, unable and unwilling to accept this reality. "Otherwise, who do you think it is?" Xiaocai replied coolly, his expression devoid of emotion. "No. This cannot be. It absolutely cannot be, Shogo." Wang Ku was on the verge of tears. "Shogo, is there a chance that they merely share the same name?" Xiaocai smiled knowingly and countered, "Ask yourself if you believe that to be possible. This is absurd. I refuse to believe it. I refuse, Shogo." At this moment, Wang Ku was in a frenzy, clutching Xiaocai and frantically explaining, "Shogo, you must be rational. He is not Kongqing Jiuming, he is Jiang Bai, our School S underachiever. How could that underachiever possibly be a deity of the heavenly rankings? He..." Enough. Xiaocai, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly changed his expression, kicking Wang Ku away, then slowly approaching Jiang Bai. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed one. This situation seems to have escalated." Boom. The instant Xiaocai shook hands with Jiang Bai, Wang Ku, Jiang Weiwei, Fan Wei, and the others felt as though their world had shattered into pieces. Chapter 80. The flood sweeps away the Dragon King's temple. Brothers are brothers. There is no need to address one another as big shots. Jiang Bai found himself unaccustomed to such appellations. Observing the two in jovial conversation, Wang Ku, who had arrived with an air of arrogance, suddenly plopped down on the ground, dumbfounded, his mind racing with 3 words, "It's over." He was the legendary figure known as Empty City's old dream? How could it be? At that moment, if anyone felt a profound sense of despair, it was undoubtedly Wang Ku. Yet, the one with the most intricate emotions was none other than Jiang Weiwei. The very person she had once deemed inferior to a mere dog had now ascended to become a formidable figure in Kunlun City. A figure so powerful that even Wang Ku had to kneel and call him father? What on earth was happening? Even more absurd was the fact that during this time, she had relentlessly provoked and infuriated Jiang Bai. What was even more revolting was that for the sake of Wang Ku, she had betrayed him and subjected him to humiliation. Jiang Weiwei, you truly are a fool. A complete and utter fool. Meanwhile, Fan Wei and his dormitory companions exchanged furtive glances before discreetly retreating to the back of the crowd. Damn it. Fan Wei stomped his foot in frustration, his face a mask of regret. How could he be Empty City's old dream? I regret it, brother. Su Qinghai, on the other hand, remained pragmatic, pulling out a cigarette and taking a long drag. Had we not betrayed Jiang Bai back then, wouldn't we be enjoying a life of luxury alongside him now? We stand 6th on the Kunlun leaderboard, absolute top tier. How did this could become so formidable? Wang Guodong looked on in disbelief, exclaiming, Kashao is truly a fool. Can we not indulge in this self-recrimination any longer? Fan Wei snapped, abruptly tossing the half-burned cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. What good does it do to dwell on the past? We should first consider how to survive. Given the vile acts we committed against Jiang Bai, coupled with today's events, do you think he will show us mercy? Damn it. At this moment, Fan Wei was consumed by agitation. Of course, the root of his distress stemmed from regret. Though he could not afford to show such vulnerability in front of Su Qinghai and the others. On the other side, Jiang Bai required no further elaboration. Upon confirming that the individuals seeking revenge were indeed Empty City's old dream, the scholar began to comprehend that this matter was far more complex than Wang Ke and his companions had articulated. Wang Ke, the scholar, who had been laughing with Jiang Bai, suddenly turned, his expression darkening as he barked at Wang Ke. I shall give you one more chance. You better tell me the truth about what transpired. Wang Ke lifted his head in a daze, his mouth agape but unable to utter a single word, his heart filled with bitterness. Just then, a lackey hurriedly approached the scholar, bearing the insignia of the Shanghai Guild, suggesting a degree of familiarity between them. After the lackey recounted the events that had unfolded, the scholar's countenance gradually grew grim, darkening ominously. Approximately 2 minutes later, the scholar's face had turned as cold as ice. He slowly approached Wang Ke, his tone icy. Wang Ke, what did I instruct you before I arrived? What did the boss convey to you when you became affiliated with our Fengyun Guild? The scholar struck Wang Ke's head sharply. Forgotten, have you? Or perhaps it never truly registered in your mind. It seems that you, in Shanghai, have indulged in such repulsive acts frequently. Were it not for my acquaintance with Brother Kongqing, you would have likely used me as a mere pawn today, wouldn't you? And those from the same dormitory as Brother Kongqing, come forth. The scholar stood up and shouted into the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Wei and the others squeezed their way out, heads drooping, their faces ashen. Has Fengyun granted you any honor? Did you take it upon yourselves to raid and kill in the imperial state? What were you thinking? Attempting to provoke a city war? Disgusting. After venting his frustration, the scholar straightened his posture and opened a private chat in Fengyun Tianxia, chattering away. After about 5 minutes, he closed the chat interface and redirected his gaze to Wang Ke and the others. Now, I am here to announce a decision on behalf of the boss. Due to Shanghai's violation of Fengyun's regulations, we have decided to permanently expel Shanghai from the Fengyun Guild's affiliated system and classify it as a hostile guild. This time, we shall let it pass, but in the future, any members of Shanghai we encounter shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Boom. In that moment, Wang Ke felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. His face turned pale, filled with despair. After a brief pause, he suddenly knelt before the scholar, tears streaming down his face. Brother Xiu, I was wrong. I beg you, speak a few words for me to the boss. I cannot be expelled from the guild. I cannot. Get lost. The scholar kicked Wang Ke away. You make me feel embarrassed just by looking at you. I was wrong. I was wrong, Brother Xiu. You can't abandon me. At that moment, Wang Ke was a far cry from his previous arrogance. He clung tightly to the scholar's thigh, pleading. Brother Xiu, you don't understand. My family's business relies entirely on support from young Master Kuen's family. My father worked tirelessly to introduce me to young Master Kuen. To have Kuen's Fengyun accept my guild. You cannot do this. If I'm expelled, our family business will collapse, and my father will kill me. Wang Ke understood well that while gaming might seem trivial for them, the significance of creation extended far beyond mere entertainment. Major conglomerates were continuously transferring their industries into the gaming realm, including the Tianyu Group behind Fengyun Tianxia. As a small business within the downstream supply chain of Tianyu Group, Wang Ke's livelihood depended on this connection. Just days ago, his father had pleaded with Fengyun to introduce him. Now, this incident could jeopardize their collaboration with Tianyu. And within a month, their financial chain could unravel. Hey, with a cold laugh, the scholar remarked, so you do know how to be humble? It was too late. I can no longer intervene in this matter. With that, the scholar stepped forward once more, breaking free from Wang Ke's grasp. Upon realizing his pleas for mercy were in vain, Wang Ke bit down hard on his lip, steeling himself as he knelt before Jiang Bai. He appeared to possess a fierce spirit, yielding to his circumstances without hesitation. I am truly sorry, brother. I was wrong, Wang Ke exclaimed, unexpectedly beginning to strike his own face before the assembly. Brother, I was misguided by that vile temptress, Jiang Bai, and targeted you unjustly. I implore you. I bow before you. Seemingly unsatisfied with merely slapping himself, Wang Ke commenced banging his head fervently against the ground. Please, brother, speak a word of kindness to young Master Kuen on my behalf. Save me. Observing Jiang Bai's silent gaze upon him, Wang Ke suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing Jiang Bai by the hair and unleashing a torrent of slaps upon her face. Jiang Bai, at that moment, was engulfed in despair. Having thought she had found a shortcut to success by aligning herself with Wang Ku, only to realize she had ventured into a dead end. She had always understood that Wang Ku was interested solely in her physical form, just as she was drawn to his wealth. Such a union could only lead to mutual destruction and enmity. Jiang Weiwei knew well that her humiliation was of her own making, and she could blame no one but herself. Brother, I was wrong. I will strike down this wretched woman, and those like Fan Wei. I shall make them submit. No, we cannot do that. You were the one who recruited us for this task. Fan Wei and the others panicked at once. But it was not Wonka's place to act. The scholar merely waved his hand gently, and in an instant, a multitude of skills dispatched Fan Wei and his companions. Afterward, the scholar leaned towards those beside him, whispering an instruction. Guard them until they submit. Having conveyed his orders, the scholar turned back to Jiang Bai, offering an apologetic salute. Brother, I deeply regret this intrusion, as if a flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple. This reflects our failure in governance. His gaze swept over Wang Ku, still kneeling on the ground. I shall refrain from further involvement in this domestic matter. You may handle it at your pace. In the future, I will arrange for my brother to host a banquet as an apology. With that, the scholar discreetly led his entourage away. Chapter 81. I was wrong, Jiang Bai. I was wrong. I implore you, please say a few kind words to Kuan Shao on my behalf. Jiang Weiwei had already been beaten to a pulp by Wang Ku. After delivering the blows, Wang Ku knelt down, pleading for Jiang Bai's mercy. Jiang Bai gazed at the prostrate figure of Wang Ku, who, despite appearing pitiful in that moment, was still deserving of disdain. How haughty Wang Ku had been when he relentlessly tormented and oppressed him, driving him to the brink of dropping out. Now, he lay there in utter disgrace. Jiang Bai had envisioned this scene countless times, and one could only imagine the exhilaration of avenging a great grievance. But the truth was, it was truly exhilarating. All he wished for was to see Wang Ku suffer even more. Reflecting upon the despicable acts Wang Ku had committed, Jiang Bai extended his right foot. Jiang Bai, what are you doing? Are you trying to be my brother? As in, blood brothers? Wang Ku exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Jiang Bai simply uttered one word, lick. Wang Ku was left dumbfounded. Jiang Bai, you have gone too far. You can always choose not to lick. With that, Jiang Bai drew back his bow. Consider the consequences of your earlier words. You could easily rise and walk away. Wang Ku, cornered and desperate, harbored a flicker of malice in his eyes, yet he continued to plead for mercy. Jiang Bai, I beg you truly. Jiang Bai interrupted him with a raised hand, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Wang Ku, utter another word, and I will send you away. There is no remedy for regret in this world. You should understand this by now. With that, Jiang Bai turned to leave, his thoughts returning to Xiao Lang, who was on the verge of advancement but was being disturbed by these pests, causing Jiang Bai some annoyance. Behind him, Wang Ku, kneeling and realizing he had no way out, felt a surge of hatred and resentment rising within him. He glared at Jiang Bai, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Jiang Bai, leave a way out for others. If you push me to the brink, I will take you down with me, even in death. Jiang Bai couldn't help but laugh at Wang Ku's fury, turning back to face him once more. What have I forced you into, Wang Ku? Isn't all this merely your own doing? Did I compel you to seek revenge against me tonight? Moreover, when you drove me to drop out, wasn't it I who taught you the phrase leave a way out for others? How is it that you are now throwing it back at me? Wang Ku was momentarily speechless. Rising to his feet, his expression twisted in rage. Jiang Bai, while you may be formidable in the game, in reality, you are nothing but a loser. Wang Ku. C&M. Fool. Jiang Bai did not grant Wang Ku the opportunity to finish his words. He swiftly drew his bow and sent Wang Ku back to the resurrection point. At that moment, with Wang Ku's disappearance, Jiang Weiwei, who had been in a state of somnolence, seemed to awaken slightly. Her gaze, a complex mix of emotions, fixed on Jiang Bai as she bit her lip. After a moment's hesitation, she unexpectedly lunged towards him. Jiang Bai, let me explain, I still love. Idiot. Get lost. Before Jiang Weiwei could reach him, Jiang Bai shot another arrow, sending her back to the resurrection point as well. Instantly, under the shattered moonlight filtering through the trees, tranquility returned. Finally some peace. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply and then released the little snow wolf. The chubby little creature tilted its head, its large eyes filled with confusion, letting out a soft whimper as if questioning Jiang Bai. What are you doing here? One moment you're putting me away, the next you're letting me out. Don't look at me like that. Jiang Bai vigorously rubbed the fluffy little head of the wolf, and casually pulled out a warm earth spirit pill from his pocket. Here, little one, time for your medicine. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point, Fan Wei and the others, having been repeatedly defeated 3 times, had lost 3 levels, their equipment in tatters. A pitiful sight. Damn it, don't go out again, Fan Wei grumbled as he pulled out a cigarette. I've realized that scholar won't be satisfied until he levels us up to 5. What is this nonsense? The empty city of old dreams. That's the empty city of old dreams. A level 6 empty city of old dreams, a definite master. Just earlier, I said I would take him down. What a fool I am. 100% genuine imported fool. Sighing heavily, Su Qinghai plopped down on the ground, his face filled with despair. He wished he could slap himself twice. Jiang Bai is actually the empty city of old dreams. Damn, I truly regret it now. I regret it too. Wang Guodong began to mutter under his breath. I shouldn't have listened to the boss and taken that 10,000 from Wang Ku. Now I can't even hold my head up. Damn, what do you mean by that? Fan Wei, who had been smoking heavily, stood up and pushed Wang Guodong. What do you mean I'm not involved now? You were so happy when we took that 10,000. Hey, what else with the fighting? Xiaohong, are you causing trouble too? And so, the 4 in the dormitory began to turn on each other. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai was still struggling with the little snow wolf. After feeding it the 50th Earth Spirit pill, he decided to retract his statement about the generosity of the creation system. After the 79th Earth Spirit pill was consumed, Jiang Bai was on the brink of exploding. A brilliant white light suddenly surged skyward from the little wolf. Ding! Your pet, mutated snow wolf, has experienced a rise in quality, attaining a D rank 1 star. Jiang Bai exhaled a sigh of resignation, devoid of any surprise. The probability had proven to be quite disheartening. After all, 79 attempts. Upon reaching D rank 1 star, the little wolf's growth potential total star rating increased from 7 to 8, signifying a mere increment of 1 point in growth potential. This solitary point was allocated to strength, a change that plunged Jiang Bai into near despair. I was mistaken. I had thought that enhancing equipment was an endless endeavor, but it seems that pet cultivation is equally an insatiable abyss. This pet is nothing short of a voracious money pit. Exhausted after a long night, Jiang Bai relinquished any further plans for cultivation and resolved to return to the hotel for rest. He was utterly fatigued, and his stamina was waning. Upon arriving at the hotel, he hastily consumed a light meal before succumbing to a deep slumber. The night unfurled like a gentle wave, casting uneven shadows through the floor-to-ceiling window onto Jiang Bai. The little wolf lay beside his head, its round belly rhythmically rising and falling in sync with Jiang Bai's steady breathing. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Jiang Bai, his private chat interface was ablaze with urgent notifications, as someone was fervently bombarding him with messages. Chapter 82. Jiang Bai, I adore you. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, and Jiang Bai slowly opened his drowsy eyes. How delightful! One must admit, this luxurious hotel surpasses those budget inns by leaps and bounds. How wonderful it is to have wealth. After refreshing himself, Jiang Bai ordered breakfast and, clad in baggy shorts, ambled to the bedside. A handful of pristine white fur caught his eye. The plump little wolf seemed to be lost in a dream of spring. Its expression, rather indecent, was quite amusing. Oh, my adorable little snow wolf. Jiang Bai gazed at the creature with an expression of utter fondness. Without hesitation, he playfully swatted at it. Still sleeping, are we? Rise and shine for our morning exercises. Awoke. The little snow wolf, jolted from its slumber by Jiang Bai's playful smack, let out an indignant growl. Though it was swiftly silenced by a morsel of fresh meat that Jiang Bai tossed its way, it began to feast with great delight. Jiang Bai glanced at the leaderboard. Having hardly progressed overnight, his ranking had slipped from 9th to 10th. Furthermore, the 11th place was a mere 2 away, making it quite feasible for them to catch up. Goodness, do these top players never sleep? Observing his fully replenished fatigue level, Jiang Bai resolved to dedicate the next few days to leveling up with his little wolf. There was also the matter of assisting Tang Wuzue with his class change quest. However, he mentioned he was still in the preparation phase and would call for Jiang Bai when ready. Closing the leaderboard, Jiang Bai then noticed the private chat interface in the bottom right corner, blinking frantically. The urgency of the notifications suggested a deluge of private messages awaited him. Who could it be? Messaging me at this ungodly hour? Jiang Bai opened the chat window, only to be inundated by a flood of messages from someone named Wei Ching Cheng. Jiang Bai lifted his head in contemplation. Was this not Jiang Wei's gaming ID? Wei Ching Cheng. Jiang Bai, I know you must detest me at this moment, but I cannot hold back any longer. I need to explain. Wei Wei Qing Cheng. I am truly sorry, Jiang Bai. I sincerely apologize. If you permit, I can come to find you right now. You may strike me however you wish, as long as you can accept my apology. Wei Wei Qing Cheng. Because, deep down in my heart, I have always loved you. I was coerced by Wang Ke. Ugh. Upon reading this, Jiang Bai vomited the chicken leg he had just consumed. Jiang Wei's utter lack of shame shattered Jiang Bai's perception of the world. Is there truly such a brazen woman in existence? Wei Wei Qing Qing. Truly. I have always been coerced by Wang Ke. The way I treated you stemmed from my deep love for you. It was love that turned into hatred, leading to many irrational actions. Can you understand me, Jiang Bai? Ugh. The remnants of last night's meal followed suit. Wei Wei Qing Cheng. Jiang Bai. I genuinely love you so dearly. I implore you, please respond to me. Please, even if you scold me, it's fine. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, it seemed that Jiang Wei, realizing she would not receive a response from Jiang Bai, persisted in her relentless pursuit. Wei Wei Qing Cheng. Jiang Bai, considering our long-standing friendship since childhood, are you truly going to be so heartless? Will you not even utter a single word in reply? Wei Wei Qing Qing. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I know you still harbor feelings for me, don't you? Haven't you always desired to be intimate with me? I am willing to comply with your every wish, just a word from you, and I will appear before you instantly, ready to fulfill all your desires. Wei Wei Qing Qing. I secretly browsed through your phone and discovered your fondness for uniforms and stockings. I have purchased several sets, black, white, yellow, green, both with and without openings. I implore you, Jiang Bai, grant me a chance. How could I be such a lecherous person? This is ludicrous. Do I truly have a penchant for such things? Huh, not even a dog would believe it. This is utterly shameless. Jiang Bai, hands covering his face, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as his previously cheerful disposition was shattered by Jiang Wei. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Bai retorted, "Damn it, just go away, fool." Disgusting. Feeling utterly nauseated and devoid of appetite, Jiang Bai left his breakfast behind, darkly fuming as he took Little Wolf out with him. Let us go. Time to level up. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, who had waited the entire night without a word from Jiang Bai, was now bleary-eyed and dozing off. Suddenly, a notification sound jolted her awake. She saw her private chat window light up. He replied to me. As she opened the message, her excitement rapidly dissipated upon reading Jiang Bai's fragmented words. A profound sense of regret washed over her. With a sharp slap to her own face, Jiang Wei lamented. What have I done? How could I have been so bewitched as to board Wang Ke's ship? Jiang Bai is the embodiment of my past dreams. The one who shared laughter with Feng Yun Kuan and the others. Now, even Wang Ke had cast her aside. What had she truly done? Sobbing uncontrollably, Jiang Wei buried her head between her legs. However, after a brief moment of weeping, she suddenly lifted her head, quickly wiping her tears away, as if rejuvenated. He must still care about me. Look, he responded to my message. Even though he was scolding me, it clearly indicates he still has feelings. Otherwise, why would he be so angry with me? The fact that he used 3 exclamation marks signifies the depth of his emotions. Do not give up. Once Jiang Bai calms down, he will surely reconsider. In pursuit of a peaceful environment to concentrate on leveling up, Jiang Bai sought out a secluded location. The average level of the tidal merman territory hovers around level 17. The majority of these mermen, being low-level adversaries, primarily consist of warriors and assassins, excelling in close combat, making them rather easy to kite. Furthermore, given their average level of 17, very few players venture here for experience grinding. Consequently, Jiang Bai engages in his training with great satisfaction. His approach primarily involves drawing multiple foes and executing multi-shot attacks to finish them off. Under Jiang Bai's remarkably high attack power, these tidal mermen, possessing approximately 4,000 health points, are utterly incapable of enduring 2 consecutive critical hits from his multi-shot. Their meager attack power of 300 scarcely penetrates Jiang Bai's defenses, which exceed 460 after his class change. In just about an hour and a half, he managed to defeat roughly 400 monsters, successfully elevating his level to 14. Through the plunder skill, he gained a total of 6 attribute points, comprising 2 intelligence, 1 stamina, and 3 agility. While the probability cannot be deemed low, it certainly does not qualify as high. Subsequently, his little wolf companion also reached level 10. Jiang Bai observed that as the little wolf's aptitude rating improved, the difficulty of its refining progress correspondingly increased. Last night, defeating a single monster would enhance the little wolf's refining progress by 7, but upon reaching a D-grade 1-star rating, a single merman now only contributes 3 to 4 of the progress. Moreover, not every foe offers this enhancement. The probability remains as it is, with approximately 3 monsters needed to yield a single advancement. Thus, after leveling up, Jiang Bai continued to battle a dozen more foes, bringing the little wolf's refining progress to 100. It was once again time for a tribulation. Jiang Bai looked at the reappearing breakthrough progress with a sense of dread. Each breakthrough costs around 100 gold coins. Who could bear that? He pointed at the little wolf's small head, unable to restrain his sarcasm. You are nothing but a gold-guzzling beast, an absolute gold-guzzling beast. Gazing at the mere 21 earth spirit pills left in his bag, Jiang Bai contemplated and decided to hold off for the moment. To enhance his leveling speed, he resolved to first strengthen multi-shot. After all, there are currently no superior area attack skills to substitute it, and the base damage of multi-shot is undeniably inadequate. Presently, Jiang Bai possesses 26 skill enhancement scrolls in his inventory, and upgrading the A-grade multi-shot from level 0 to level 1 requires 5 scrolls. Fortunately, the success rate for the first 3 levels of enhancement is relatively high. The first 2 attempts succeeded outright, consuming 11 scrolls. And the base damage of multi-shot surged from 80 to 90, with the cooldown period reduced by 1 second. This enhancement is not to be underestimated. Just as Jiang Bai prepared to draw 7 enhancement scrolls in an attempt to elevate multi-shot to level 3, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his Soul 3S mythical skill, Blood Pact. After all, this is a premier 3S skill. Each time he opens his skill menu, he finds himself drawn to it. Wait a moment, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Jiang Bai's mind. According to the skill description, Blood Pact can also be enhanced. Its existence must serve a purpose. If this auxiliary 3S skill were to be strengthened, what effects might it yield? Chapter 83. The Blood Contract Fusion. With unwavering determination, Jiang Bai embarked on the endeavor. Recognizing that enhancing a 3S grade skill required an astounding 10 scrolls for each increment from level 0 to 1. This consumption was indeed double that of the S-grade skill, Explosive Shot. Goodness! As skills below S-grade ascended in quality, the scroll consumption increased by 1 for each enhancement. In contrast, for skills of S-grade and above, each quality upgrade demanded 2 additional scrolls. This amounted to a staggering 50 gold coins, a considerable expenditure. While lamenting this, Jiang Bai proceeded with the enhancement, as the transition from level 0 to 1 guaranteed a 100 success rate. Consequently, this process lacked excitement and held little anticipation. 3 seconds later, Blood Contract, SSS, enhancement level, 1 skill description. Upon mastering Blood Contract, players may autonomously opt to forge a blood bond with a pet. Once successfully bound, the pet shall accompany the player for life, with no possibility of replacement, dissolution, or release. Growth LV1. The pet's 5 growth attributes are all rated at 1 star. Jiang Bai stared blankly at this passive attribute. Truth be told, he began to comprehend why this skill was rated as 3S. The 5 growth attributes, though seemingly modest at 1 star each, collectively represented an impressive total of 5 growth points. Was this not terrifying? His top-tier Dark Ranger possessed a mere total star rating of 28. This was merely enhancement level 1. What extraordinary heights might be reached with higher levels? With the transformation of Blood Contract before him, Jiang Bai was overtaken by enthusiasm. He disregarded concerns about multi-shot abilities, swiftly entering the trading market to acquire 6 additional skill enhancement scrolls. With 11 scrolls in hand and an 80 success rate, securing a level 2 enhancement seemed reasonable. Eagerly, Jiang Bai initiated the enhancement once more, only to discover that the next upgrade for the 3S skill, Blood Contract, would demand 13 scrolls. What the heck? Did each enhancement of a 3S skill require 3 additional scrolls? This was indeed alarming. Who among ordinary players could afford such high-level skills? Reluctantly, Jiang Bai procured 2 more scrolls, and with the 80 success rate, he successfully enhanced Blood Contract to level 2. Blood Contract, SSS, enhancement level, 2 skill description. Upon mastering Blood Contract, players may autonomously opt to forge a blood bond with a pet. Once successfully bound, the pet shall accompany the player for life, with no possibility of replacement, dissolution, or release. Growth LV1. The pet's 5 growth attributes are all rated at 1 star. Fusion LV1. Active skill. The pet may merge with its owner, allowing the choice to appear in either pet or human form, retaining only the current form's profession and skills. Post-fusion, the attribute panel reflects 100 of the owner's attributes and 50 of the pet's attributes, lasting for 300 seconds, during which the fusion state may be actively disengaged, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. Well, Jiang Bai could not help but gasp in astonishment at this passive ability. In essence, this was nothing less than a super buff granting him an additional 50 of his pet's attributes. Currently, the attributes of pets may seem unimpressive, yet in the future, as these attributes ascend, imagine a pet boasting an attack power of 1000. It would bestow upon its master a formidable buff, enhancing their attack power by 500 for a duration of 5 minutes. And this is merely the beginning. Attributes are categorized into panel attributes and foundational attributes. The foundational attributes, often referred to by players, consist of 5 dimensions: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and intelligence. In contrast, panel attributes encompass health points, physical attack, magic attack, defense, and attack intensity. Thus, upon fusion, one would receive a 50 enhancement of these 5 attributes from their pet. Furthermore, after fusion, one can choose their form. In human form, they assume the role of an archer, whereas in pet form, they manifest as a wolf, embracing the melee profession. This remarkable adaptability affords one the opportunity to experience the nuances of 2 distinct professions simultaneously. How extraordinary is that? Within those 5 minutes, one would embody a humanoid boss, capable of wreaking havoc beyond imagination. Of course, such an achievement hinges upon the pet's attributes being exceptionally formidable. Fueled with enthusiasm, Jiang Bai found himself somewhat intoxicated by the possibilities, fixated on the singular thought of enhancing the blood contract to level 3. It is likely that at this moment, anyone would be unable to resist the allure of discovering the transformations that would ensue upon reaching such a level. Contemplating this, Jiang Bai spent 88 gold to acquire 16 skill enhancement scrolls once more. Though a 60 success rate may seem promising, as the brilliance of the enhancement began to wane, the words enhancement failure struck him like a bucket of cold water, awakening him to the harsh reality. Staring blankly at the level 2 blood contract, he noticed the mere 275 gold remaining in his pouch. A profound sense of loss overwhelmed him, leaving him on the verge of tears, regretting his impulsiveness. Alas, 80 gold had vanished into thin air. The cost of skill enhancement is indeed staggering. Jiang Bai could not help but lament, feeling as though he had become overly enthusiastic. Clearly, at this stage, pursuing a level 3 enhancement remains somewhat elusive, primarily due to insufficient funds to sustain such endeavors. This should be postponed until later. Presently, the focus of his financial investment should be directed towards equipment, lower-tier skill enhancements, the elevation of pet qualities. In the impending emblem system, Jiang Bai's level is on the brink of reaching 15, which will not only allow for equipment upgrades, but also enable the leveling up of the emblems he possesses, leading to significant expenditures. Having established a clear direction, Jiang Bai did not dwell on the loss of 80 gold. Instead, he quickly resumed his fervent grinding. From level 14 to level 15 requires a staggering 200,000 experience points, while a mere murloc grants only 180 points. This implies that Jiang Bai must defeat at least 100 monsters in a relentless pursuit. For an entire morning, Jiang Bai engaged in relentless fishing, his focus unwavering. Under the augmentation of the level 2 multi-shot, his monster clearing speed surpassed the system's monster respawn time, resulting in the near-total annihilation of foes after merely 5 waves. Yet, he found himself waiting for an additional 10 minutes or so before the next wave of monsters would appear. Consequently, by the end of the morning, Jiang Bai's experience had only risen to 76 of level 14, while his little snow wolf had ascended to level 12, with a commendable 82. Under the relentless assault of Jiang Bai's gold, the wolf's potential had reached D grade, 2 stars, and it had also learned a new skill, Bleed. Bleed, E grade, devouring progress, 0 skill description. When attacking an enemy, there is a 3 chance to inflict the target with a bleeding state, causing the target to suffer 5 of the pet's physical attack damage every second for 30 seconds. During the bleeding state, both the pet and master's damage to the target is increased by 5. This negative buff skill possesses a commendable mechanism, combining damage with enhancement. A 5 increase in damage is indeed formidable. However, this was not the focal point of Jiang Bai's attention. What truly captivated him was the devouring progress. Initially, he believed that equipment enhancement, skill fortification, and pet upgrades were all treacherous pitfalls, endless abysses of investment. Yet, as the game's content continued to unfold, he ultimately comprehended that the system was fraught with traps at every turn. Chapter 84. Unable to afford it anymore. The pet skill system in Genesis diverges significantly from that of the characters. The rating of character professional skills varies from E to SSS, with innate ratings being fixed. However, pets differ in this regard. The skills that pets comprehend initially all possess an E rating. And the sole method to elevate a pet skill rating lies in devouring skills of the same level or those inferior to the skill in question to acquire experience points. Once the experience points are fully amassed, a natural progression to the next rating occurs. Furthermore, pet skills cannot be enhanced, they can only be improved through consumption. This presents yet another considerable expense. After the little wolf comprehended the bleeding skill, Jiang Bai directly fed it the 4 E-rated skill books he had obtained. Yet the devouring progress only increased by a meager 3. At this juncture, considering the monster hunting gains from that morning, Jiang Bai's coin purse contained merely over 180 gold coins. The wealth had not increased, but rather diminished, primarily due to the exorbitant costs incurred while facilitating Xiao Xuelong's breakthrough in aptitude. When Xiao Xuelong advanced from D-grade 1 star to D-grade 2 stars, the quantity of Earth Spirit pills consumed for each breakthrough doubled, resulting in a direct increase in expenditure. Fortunately for Jiang Bai, he managed to achieve the breakthrough after over 60 attempts, but now, Xiao Xuelong's refining progress once again reached 100, necessitating further spending. Still requiring 2 Earth Spirit pills each time. It was truly becoming unaffordable. Skills, refining breakthroughs, everything demanded money. Jiang Bai felt as though he could cry. Even with the exponential rise in the number of players, the price of an Earth Spirit pill had plummeted to 8,000 copper coins amidst fierce market competition. Yet, this tremendous consumption remained unbearable. By analogous reasoning, a C-grade pet's breakthrough would require 3 pills, while a B-grade would necessitate 4. As the quality of the pet increased, the continued enhancement expenses would undoubtedly reach astronomical figures. Ding! Just as Jiang Bai prepared to continue his tearful monster hunting, the private chat box began flashing incessantly. A quick glance revealed that it was indeed that troublesome Jiang Weiwei again. She must have awakened from her slumber and resumed her barrage of messages. Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai. What are you up to? I miss you so much. Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai, are you still angry? Will you come find me? Weiwei Qingqing, Jiang Bai. Can't you forgive me? The incessant messages shattered Jiang Bai's already fragile composure. Initially, he had no intention of responding, but he could not help but mutter a curse. Damn it, you annoying wench. Can you please stop bothering me? Weiwei Qingqing, huh? Jiang Bai, you actually replied to me. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. It's evident you still care about me. Unable to bear her continued prattle, Jiang Bai, his face darkening with anger, promptly muted Jiang Weiwei. In an instant, the world around him became serene. How had he not realized before just how foolish this woman was? After continuing his tearful monster hunting for another 2 hours. Swish. As a golden light descended from the heavens, Jiang Bai finally reached level 15. With great excitement, he opened the leaderboard, and indeed, his ranking surged to 4th place. To be the 4th player in the entire server to achieve level 15 is quite impressive. Upon examining the experience points of the top 3 players, he noted that the 1st place had merely 17 more experience than him, making it feasible for him to catch up. Little Wolf had also attained level 13, nearing level 14, and after a frenzied day of monster hunting, Jiang Bai's hunger and fatigue levels had skyrocketed. He casually took out some fast food he had brought along and began to eat. Frankly, he thought it would be wise to learn a cooking skill for such moments in the wild to avoid hunger. While enjoying his meal, Jiang Bai started to tally his gains from the day. He had defeated over 1,000 monsters, triggering plunder 15 times, which granted him 6 points in agility, 3 points in intelligence, 4 points in constitution, 1 point in strength, and 1 point in spirit. He was genuinely puzzled as to why these mermen increased his intelligence so significantly. Did they possess high IQs? He had acquired several skill books, most of which were of E and D grade, with only 1 C grade skill, which he sold for 15 gold. The remaining lower-tier skills were kept for Little Wolf to absorb. Jiang Bai had gathered quite a few level 15 items, 9 white gear pieces, and 3 green ones. During his adventures, he had slain 2 elite monsters, which yielded 2 blue items. But after that, the drops ceased. Already becoming financially savvy, Jiang Bai did not hastily sell everything. The blue and green items fetched him 48 gold, while he retained the white gear for potential crafting. As level 15 marks a significant milestone for equipment, the rationale behind selling blue and green while keeping white was due to the aggressive market pricing. A single green item cost as much as 35 white items, and a blue item equated to the price of 46 green items. Since crafting a blue item required only 2 green items, this strategy was the most economical for Jiang Bai. The drop rate for skill enhancement scrolls remained alarmingly low, yielding only 8 from 1,000 monsters, which was an improvement over previous rates. Jiang Bai had amassed over 2,000 magic crystal ores, which he had no immediate use for. The miscellaneous materials he collected were sold for a modest sum of several gold coins. However, he did manage to find 2 fragments of the lucky charm and 2 of the protection charm, which he discovered were valued at 10 gold each in the market, a considerable price. After some deliberation, he decided to keep the lucky charm fragments and sold the 3 protection charm fragments for 30 gold. Calculating his earnings, Jiang Bai realized he had amassed nearly 90 gold in just half a day, an impressive profit indeed. Naturally, with every increment of wealth, he set aside a portion to send home, knowing that while his mother could not spend it all, it could be saved for his future bride, a humorous thought. It is worth noting that other ordinary players lacked the capacity for solo group farming and certainly could not match his frenzied monster slaying speed. Having reached level 15, he decided to return to town to upgrade his abilities. Before departing, Jiang Bai contentedly glanced at his character attributes and Little Wolf's attributes. Empty City. Old Dream. Level 15 Reputation, 100 Profession, Dark Ranger Race. Human Health Points, 510-01022. Energy Points, 1170. Physical Attack, 217,065. 3. Magical Attack, 43. Attack Strength, 425. Defense, 494. Attributes, Constitution, 96. Spirit, 39. Strength, 85. Intelligence, 43. Agility, 173. Critical Hit Rate, 17. Attack Range, 306. Attack Speed, 13. Movement Speed, 18. Critical Damage, 50. Titles, I Am Strong. Chosen 1, First Blood, Demon Hunter, Master of Last Hits, Common Skills, Shock Shot, Multi-Shot 2, Explosive Shot 6. Eagle Eye Shot, Exclusive Skills, Blood Pact 2. Mutated Snow Wolf, Rare Mutation, Hunger Level, 9. Refinement Progress, 100 Level, 13. Growth Potential, D Grade 2 stars, 95 stars, Health Growth Potential. Physical Attack Growth Potential, Energy Points, Magical Attack Growth Potential, Defense Growth Potential, Attributes, Health, 1560. Energy Points, 260. Attack, 104. Defense, 78. Magical Attack, 13. Critical Hit Rate, 15. Constitution, 39. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Intelligence, 13. Spirit, 13. Skills, Bleeding, Talents, Greed, increases 2 additional free attributes for each level gained. Strong Strike, enhances attack damage by 10. Frenzy, increases critical hit rate by 5, and upon a critical hit, delivers an additional attack. Consecutive critical hits can trigger further additional attacks. Although the attributes of the Little Wolf have undergone a tremendous transformation, it remains unimpressive. The nurturing of pets is a long and arduous journey. Jiang Bai closed the attribute page, preparing to close the inventory and use the return scroll. However, just before shutting the inventory, his gaze fell upon a peculiar and inconspicuous object in the bottom right corner of the first page of the inventory. What is this? While sorting through the inventory, Jiang Bai noticed a modest scroll that he had previously overlooked. When did this item appear? Perhaps he had missed it while picking up items. Jiang Bai picked up the unfamiliar scroll, and a description began to materialize slowly.